Breathing slowly, the smoke might burn your eyes. Listen closely, tears won't help this time. Break the ceiling. It's made of thin glass. Face the feeling. You might not regret. Black and rose
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Speed it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. Nobody can get what you're going through. Nobody can get what you've done. Nobody can get what you're going through.
I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women, I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. But yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me out here, what they ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected. No second guess it, I let it set it. It's God's plan, we out here only accepting blessings. I'm stuck with it, this mindset is terminal. In and out different terminals, leveling up is personal. And I already made it, y'all can miss me. I smack my girl's ass, tell her pinch me. It's hard to believe I made something from nothing. No hindsight discussions, I've been writing, I love it. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had to try, I bet it right.
I row my boat across a moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. Live lonely.
Today, we celebrate the heritage of Filipino esport. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Imagine nyo tong scene na to. After a long and tiring day at school, pupunta ka diretso doon sa suki mong com shop At syempre, kasama mo yung mga tropa mo with monoblock chairs, beat up peripherals, tapos yung tunog ng overwork na air conditioning unit. Imagine mo yung ganung setting. Tapos syempre, lalaro ka na the sound, you're patiently waiting for your turn as the other patrons of the cafe are finishing up their games. Nagmamadali ka na, minamadali mo na sila kasi ikaw na, time mo na. Pag may nagsabi ng extend na ako, malulungkot ka ng konti, pero as you do watch over them, analyzing each of their plays, dash tips ka sa likod, thinking to yourself if you should have done the same or would you have preferred to do something different. And as you take your seat, you stretch your fingers, reminding them of where they should be placed, right at the hotkeys. You open up Warcraft 3 and you are surprised for a new version of the map na available na ngayon biglaan. You download it and you start to get excited to see what brilliance Ice Frog has prepared for these players worldwide. At itong memory na to ay, I would say, common sa lahat ng mga pioneers ng Filipino esports. We are all fondly remembering those days when the internet wasn't as wide as it is now. The greatest names were whispered between players, with their presence shocking the entire room whenever they enter. Pag dumating na sila Jules, pag dumating na sila Bimbo, naku, maririnig mo na parang kakaiba yung aura. And these were the days of pure passion, where the prize pool of 5,000 pesos was considered big and would invite teams from all across the land. Never mind the 3-hour commute or the hour-long wait between games, or the fact that the only way to see those games are to stand behind one of those players, nakaabang lang sa likod, observing right next to your competitors, shoulder to shoulder, and everyone only had one thing in their mind: to prove that they were the best. And as esports expanded, everything else followed through. Prize pools become bigger, marami ng sponsorships, rivalries were formed and lost. And as such, more games became more esports titles, and these came and went, some only spending a minute in the limelight and some enduring up to today. And today, we celebrate the cornerstone of the industry. For nearly 2 decades, Dota has been the life and the blood of our local industry. Our players are now some of the most sought-after talents in the world. Our events are unrivaled. Talk to an international team or talent and they always remember the thunders or echoes of the Mall of Asia Arena. Diba? Today, we celebrate our passion. Today, we begin a trial that has been months in the making. In the past, teams from across the Philippines contested each other. 4 emerged victoriously, and they shall now face the most arduous task to prove their strength against 4 titans of Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the celebration of our legacy, our existence, and our future. Welcome to Mineski Masters Dota 2. But before we start our panel, I would like to answer the question, ano nga ba ang Mineski Masters? Samang Itap Pro, let's discover this. Mineski Masters aims to bring back the excitement of our big local LAN events right at your screen. Insightful panel chat, syempre, explosive games, and of course, halftime show full of giveaways that awaits you all right here at Mineski Masters. Mineski Masters is also a celebration of the Philippine esports scene, where we bridge the past, the present, and the future of the industry that we created, maintain, and hope to preserve. A few days ago, we crowned the ultimate survivor sa PUBG Mobile, and for the next 4 days, we shall behold the dawn of a new era, where our Dota 2 champion shall claim their supremacy across the realms of Mineski Masters. We're gonna have 4 days of action-packed battles with teams coming up from Philippines, Malaysia, Mongolia, Thailand, and Canada, competing for a massive prize pool of 1 million pesos. But of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Di naman magiging posible ang Mineski Masters without our sponsors. Like to thank Converge. Mineski Masters is co-presented by Converge, your winning weapon. Now with the new upgraded FiberX plans, plan 2,500 with loaded with 300 Mbps and plan 3,500 turbocharged with 800 Mbps. So if you scan the QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win exclusive FiberX game gears, and at 500 entries, the links is developed Triban mesh system that provides fast and reliable Wi-Fi coverage for gaming, 4K streaming, and it will be more up for grabs. for 1,000 entries, guys. Pag umabot tayo ng 1,000 entries dito, the Linksys Wi-Fi 6 tri-band will be unlocked. Ito yung true speed. Whether in a condo or a multi-story home, it will deliver 4 times the speed, and both mesh systems are easy to set up and control through the free Linksys app. So ano bang hinihintay nyo, guys? All you have to do is sign up to enter the raffle and call your friends to sign up as well to unlock the best raffle items. Alright. So, guys, again, 500 entries and up to 1,000 entries. Please scan, join, and win. And right now, manghihingi na ako ng tulong sa aking mga tropa peeps sa Eat Up Crew, Aki. Balita ko, hindi lang ito yung ating giveaway. Mukhang kailangan ko na.
Yes, of course. Yan. So, good luck, guys, sa mga viewers natin dyan, no? Siyempre, nabanggit ni Idol Wolf kanina na meron tayong giveaway for this Mineski Masters. And ito yung mga prizes natin. Get a chance to win a 500 worth of Steam credits. All you have to do is to share this live stream and include yung hashtag Mineski Masters 2021 in the caption. Huwag nyong kalimutan, guys, na iset yung post nyo into publics para makita ng mga natin yan, ng mga mod natin dyan. At syempre, magkaroon kayo ng chance na manalo. Ano pa ba yung iba nating giveaways dyan, Manjin? Na. Ayan, okay na. Rinig ka. Yan na. Medyo nawala si Manjin. So ipagpapatuloy ko na yung ating next na giveaway. This is the Mineski Masters jersey, guys. So I think limited edition lang to. So hindi kayo makakabili nito kung saan-saan, guys. So better keep watching to get a chance to win an exclusive Mineski Masters jersey. We will be asking the big questions throughout the broadcast, which you should watch out for. Just comment your answer and include yung hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. Sobrang mahalaga yung hashtag natin, guys. So don't forget to include that sa lahat ng i-comment, i-repost nyo, i-share nyo.
Yun na nga. Ito na yun eh. Ano, rinig ba ako, Direk? Hello?
Rinig ka na.
Ayan. Welcome back! Hype na ako eh. Ang dami na natin sinabi eh. All in all, this is a celebration of everything esports na napakatagal na nag-i-exist. And finally, anong oras na rin kasi eh. Diba?
Anong oras na rin?
Anong oras na rin kasi?
Anong oras na ba, Manjin?
Oras na.
Oras na.
Oras na.
Last week na-crown natin ang ating PUBG champions. Pero ngayon, meron tayong double elimination tournament ng walang iba kundi ang ating favorite na isa sa mga favorite na games ng Pilipinas pagdating sa esports. Ano lang iba kundi ang Dota 2. So, of course, again, double eliminations na magsisimula sa laban na nakikita nyo sa baba, ang Neon at ang Grind Sky.
Grind
so, ngayon,
Sky.
Ano nga ba ang schedule natin for today?
Mamaya na natin sasagutin yan, Manjin. Kasi tingin ko, practice lang. Alam mo, kanina dun sa hinahype natin yung tournament, mga kaibigan. At isa sa mga pinaka-pang-hype talaga sa mga tournaments, ay syempre ang prize pool. Yung naglalabanan ng ating mga koponan. Wow. Ngayon, ay 1 million pesos. Para lang sa Dota 2 ang prize pool na to. This is separate from the ones that they did sa PUBG Mobile. For now, the champion will get 400,000 pesos. Habang second placers naman ay 270,000 pesos. Third placers for 150k. Fourth place para sa 80k. 56 sa 50k at 7 to 8. Unfortunately, will be eliminated. So, ikaw, Manjin, kung sakaling ikaw ang team na nag-champion at 5 kayong players, magkano ang hatian nyo?
Basta nasa 100 plus yan. Hindi pala abot kasi 400 lang yan. Pero napakalaki yan.
Basta malaki.
Basta malaki. So, again, 1 million PHP prize pool hatid, syempre, of course, ng Mineski Masters and ng Converge. Napakainit. So eto na, actually
ito na inaabangan niya.
Ito
yung masyadong inaabangan ni Manjin. Sige, ano nga ba yung format natin, Manjin?
Ayan, nakasulat dyan. Meron tayong qualifier round, of course. At makikita natin na meron din tayong playoffs. So, mangyayari yung playoffs ngayon na 8 teams ang magpa-participate sa double elims. Ibig sabihin, merong second life. 4 from the qualifiers at 4 na directly invited teams. Alam naman natin sa mundo ng Dota ngayon, sa DPC ng Dota ay nagkabuuhan na ng mga bagong teams at nandyan ang Boom, TNC at iba-iba pa, 'di ba? Execration nandyan din pala. Nako, mainit.
Parang
At alam mo,
lang, no?
Oo, marami lang.
alam mo, Manjin, wag na tayo
Hindi ko alam.
magpaka-eksperto dito. Ang tunay na eksperto dito ay si
Ay,
Madam Aki.
totoo,
So,
totoo.
Madam Aki, so far, meron ka bang mga teams na inaabangan dito sa ating top 8 teams na makikita natin all throughout sa buong tournament natin, I mean?
Actually, siguro 3 talaga yung inaabangan ko dito, which is yung OB Neon, yung Boom Esports, and yung TNC Predator. Kasi after ng or before TI 10, nagdisband tong TNC Predator. So ngayon they're back with their new bloods na players na roster, di ba? Puro bata eh. Pero meron silang isang we can consider him as a veteran, si Feby. Yan. So I think siya yung magli-lead dito sa 4 niyang kasama dito. Si Young God, si Yowe, si Xiaoyu at si Playhard. Though si Playhard meron siyang konting experience with the pro scene talaga kasi nag-Singapore major siya eh, kasama ng OB Neon. So ang isa ko pang inaabangan dito is yung Boom Esports and yung OB Neon kasi sila yung Boom Esports, yung roster nila ngayon, sila yung dating OB Neon. So, I think etong Mineski Masters, ito yung sneak peek ng upcoming na DPC. I think that will start on November 29. So, sa mga excited dyan, sa mga fans ng mga teams na nabanggit ko, dito nyo sila unang mapapanood before the DPC.
Yep. So, you saw then yung match schedule na katabi kanina ni Aki. At ang unang team na magbabakbakan ngayon, syempre, ito yung exciting. It's going to be Grind Sky, if I'm not mistaken, going up against Hobby Neon. It will be casted by these two mga idol natin, syempre. At unfortunately, hindi tayo magta-trycast ng Eat na Pro. Tsaka na yun, abangan nyo.
Ngayon lang.
Ano bang inaabangan mo dito sa first series na to?
Inaabangan ko yung mukhang malaki ang potensyal ng Grind Sky Esports. Nung isang araw, kausap ko lang sila at mukhang ito yung tipong team na dotang-dota na at excited makaharap ang mga invited teams. At syempre, like what Aki said, yung patikim. Kumbaga, malapit na matapos ang taon pero bobomba muna ang mga teams natin. Bobomba muna. Oo, kakaldag muna ang mga teams dito sa Mineski Masters.
Yes.
Kaldagan
Kaldagan na talaga. At yun nga, unang magkakaldagan dito, OB Neon at Grind Sky. So,
papakilala na natin. Sino ba ang unang team na yan, Kuya Wolf?
Actually, Manjin, hindi lang yung unang papakilala natin. We're gonna be, if you're interested sa mga lahat ng inaabangan ng mga teams ng dalawa nating casters ngayon, why don't you watch this video? Yon.
Tama ba yung nakita ko si Kuya Kimo nasa Interactive PH?
Oo nga.
Nagbabalik.
Babalik. Grabe si si Kuya Kimo ay sobrang tagal na sa execution. And I think hindi naman din foreign sa mga viewers natin na ang IAP ay parang related din syempre sa execution.
Sister team, kung ako hindi nagkakamali.
Ikaw, Aki, kilala mo tong si Kuya Kimo. Tingin mo ba may asim pa si Kuya Kimo?
I would say may asim pa. Kasi yesterday, napanood ko sila, though kinapos lang, kasi kahapon was the DPC Open qualifiers sa
Right.
Southeast Asia. So, nakalaban nila kahapon yung Talon Esports, which is yung bagong buong team, yung upcoming na super team daw ng Southeast Asia, which is sila Fly, sila Gabi. Sila yung nakatapat ng IAP. And I would say na nakakasabay. I mean, nakasabay talaga yung IAP sa
Yup.
Talon Esports. What more pa kaya dito sa Mineski Masters na I think kayang-kaya talaga nilang we can expect na maraming upset dito sa Mineski Masters.
Yeah. And yan ang ating aabangan sa mga susunod na mga labanan. We've already had our introductions. Nasero na natin ang celebration ng esports and we will be back after this break para sa ating first series of the day.
Grabe.
Alright.
Ayos ba yun?
Keep up.
Welcome back.
Ano eh? Last
Ayos
one.
You ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely.
And let's show everyone watching how crazy.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
I row my boat across the moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. for life. Keep you safe, you're trying to keep you safe. You brought up your window panes and cover every ray of light. Oh, I'll row my boat across the moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you gotta live on me. You gotta live on me.
At nagbabalik ang Mineski Masters with your Eat Up crew. Sobrang
Sorry.
hype na kami dito sa mga nangyari. At sobrang
What's up?
excited na rin ang mga casters natin today. The Eat Up is back once again. At syempre ang Mineski Masters ay hatid sa atin ng Mineski Masters. And Mineski Masters is also co-presented by Converge, your winning weapon. Pure Fiber is true power. Experience better with our new upgraded Fiber X plans. Plan 2,500 now and faster with 300 Mbps and Plan 3.5 with turbocharge na 800 Mbps. At nandito na tayo sa ating susunod na bakbakan. But before everything else, bakit hindi natin invite ang ating mga viewers, mga kaibigan, sa ating Scan, Join, and Win na giveaway na hatid sa atin
Sana
ng
all.
Converge. And Manjin,
Yan.
dahil hyper ka, ano ba ang gagawin nila para makasali?
Scan and join and win. Meron tayo 500 entries. Unlock nyo lang. Ayan, yung mga, tapos 1,000 entries. Pwedeng ito yung mga inyong mapalalunan. Sa 500 entries, yung ating link, Seas Velop Triband AC 2,200. Tapos sa 1,000 entries ay Linksys Wi-Fi 6 Triband AX 4,200. Scan this QR code and sign up to get a chance to win exclusive. Yan, nakita nyo na nga, FiberX Game Gears.
Yun.
Napakadali
Sana
na,
all.
Boss Wolf.
Ayan.
At
Ayan. Ito, favorite ni Aki to kasi mahilig to magpa-load sa Steam eh. Oo eh.
Ang dami ko nang pwedeng mabili sa 500 worth of Steam credits. So kayo din guys, no, you will get a chance to win ng 500 worth of Steam credits. All you have to do is to share itong live stream natin. Don't forget to set yung na public yung inyong mga posts and don't forget to include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021 in the caption. At meron pa,
Correct.
hindi lang yan guys ha. Meron din yung ating Mineski Masters jersey giveaway. At makakakuha kayo ng chance na manalo nitong jersey natin. Just answer yung ating big question. Comment below and include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. Ayan.
Ayan.
Babasahin na ba natin direct yung question?
Ito na.
Ito na. Meron na tayong question guys. So, makinig mabuti ang mga viewers natin dyan. Once placed,
uy,
an observer ward will last
Naku,
for
patay
how
tayo.
long? Ayan, sa mga supports dyan, for sure, alam nyo yan. Kung kung gaano katagal nagtatagal ang mga observer wars. So, comment nyo na yung mga sagot nyo sa ating comment section and don't forget to include yung ating hashtag Mineski Masters 2021.
Ayan. Comment nyo na guys. Baka i-comment pa ng iba. Sayang din yung Mineski jersey. Sumali na kayo dahil syempre minsan lang to and maraming salamat muli sa ating mga malulupit na sponsors, ang Oppo Converge at syempre wag natin kalimutan ang Pansit Canton.
Oh,
ay nako.
Nandito
favorite.
pa rin. Ito
nakakagutom.
yung saktong-sakto yan. Pansit Canton pa naman ang kinakain ng mga gamers. Lalo-lalo na sa mga computer shop.
Oo.
Lasap na lasap ang chilimansi.
Yan na yan eh. Na-elips ako kasi pambansang pagkain ng mga ng mga gamers yan, ng mga tambay sa com shop. Tapos biro
Oo.
mo, sponsor na natin ngayon dito sa Mineski Masters.
Yun nga eh. Kulang na lang eh. Kulang na lang. Sumichibog tayo ng pansit canton eh.
Sana baka naman.
Oo.
Pero imagine nyo, for the longest time, ang talagang combo, pati sa mga com shop natin dyan, ay ang pancit
Oo.
canton. Tapos may kasamang egg. At ang malupit nun, kailangan kasi, kapag maganda yung araw mo, kapag hindi ka namamatay dun sa laro, ibig sabihin hindi ka makakain. So, lalamig yung pancit canton. Pero, pag lagi kang dead, ayun, dun ka makakain. So,
Busog na
yung
busog.
trade-off.
Oo.
Busog.
Yung trade-off.
Naalala ko pa dati nung around 2018. Hindi, 2017 kami ay pumunta ni Kuya Wolf nung Davao sa Mineski. At,
Parang kayo lang, parang kasama mo ko dyan kinakalimutan
sa
mo
ibang
na-
Davao ka
Ibang
noon, girl.
Davao yun.
Okay,
Ibang
okay.
Davao ka. Muntik na kami. Ito yung muntik na kaming hindi makauwi. Buti na lang. Buti na lang
may pancit canton.
may pansit canton. Kasi wala na
Tabuhay
kami-
pa rin.
Wala na kami makain noon. Oo. Ito
Alright.
na.
Good old days.
Let's
Good
go.
old days.
Why don't we introduce one of the first teams sa ating unang serye, ang OB Neon. Watch this.
Yun na nga.
Nakahilata, nakahilata pa.
Nakaready
Parang
na.
si Kuya
Malay mo,
Hasla
ano to?
ay matutulog pa.
Oo nga eh.
Oo.
Pero
Iidlip
alam mo
ata.
minsan parang meditation, kumbaga.
Oo.
May mga ganun teams na sinasabi nila, meditation nila yun. Bago ng
Meditation.
laban.
Minsan ano yan eh, pamparelax. At saka yung mga ganyang klaseng pwestuhan, lalo na pag tinaas na niyan yung paa niyan, pang-championan. Pang-championan na yan, mga ganyan.
Mhm.
Walang,
And, ang
walang ka-pressure.
Syempre, kailangan tagalin mo yung pressure mo para hindi ka masyado magkamali sa laban. Now, they are gonna be facing, ang kanilang kalaban ngayon is Grind Sky. So, watch this video.
Ay,
Grabe.
ang
Ay,
taray,
grabe naman.
naka-blur. Ang likod.
Naka-blur.
The blur settings, no? Ng Grind
Grabe
Sky.
naman.
Oo.
Iba talaga ang alagang Grind Sky. Parang,
Oo.
parang kakaiba.
The team from Mindanao, actually.
That's right.
Alam naman natin, yung mga tropa natin sa Visayas at Mindanao ay init na init at dotang-dota pa rin.
Oo.
Actually,
Maganda
doon
yun.
nga galing yung mga malulupit na players ngayon
tama.
di ba?
Oo,
Halos.
si Japoy ay doon galing. Alala
Oo.
mo yun, Aki, nung panahon.
Oo.
Nung
Pangkapanahunan.
Those were the
Kapanahunan. Yun yung Davao na kasama ka na.
Oo.
yun. Yung
Oo,
NCGC.
naalala ko na yan.
Wow. At syempre, itong Grind Sky ay nag-grind talaga patungo dito sa playoffs. Ngayon, I think they're facing a potential threat na yung UB Neon ay nagkaroon ng pangalan, especially ngayong taon. Kahit na bago yung roster na to, mukhang sa live stream natin ay napakarami na nilang fans. Sila na nga ata ang bagong Filipino Dota icon actually. The next, parang ganon.
Oo.
Pwede, pero iba-iba Feeling ko iba-iba yung preference or yung talagang mga sinusuportahan ng mga Pinoy or
Oo.
dito sa region natin. Pero I would say na for this first series, no, na kahit saan kahit sa chats, no, ang dami ko nababasa na nagsusupport talaga sa UB Neon.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
Grabe, sa sobrang dami natin na pagkwentuhan, dinala na tayo sa isang
Saan ba to?
kastilyo.
Saan ba
Castillo
to,
yata ni
Direk?
Roshan.
Castillo na
Pag
sa
nandito
Roshan
na
Speed.
tayo, pag nandito na tayo sa kastilyo na to ay it just means one thing, palapit na tayo sa ating draft, okay? So that will be syempre sa mga pinakamalupit na faces na ating laban na inaabangan talaga. At hindi lang yan, balita ko ay makikita natin mismo yung mga heroes ngayon. Magiging katabi natin yan, Manji.
Dito sa gilid namin,
The
guys.
next
Oo,
level no?
The next
Ito,
level eh.
pero mukhang gets na natin kung ano yung side ng bawat
Oo.
team. So red side ang Grind Sky Esports kasi nandun yung logo nila sa pula at mapupunta ang Neon sa blue.
Sa blue.
Hindi pala blue.
Medyo blue violet eh. Parang,
Medyo blue lang.
Medyo blue lang.
Ano
Medyo
kulay
blue lang.
yan?
Oh, so ibig sabihin nasa dire ang Grind Sky at Sentinel ang Neon.
Sentinel, no?
Parang-
Tsaka, ano,
Manji, parang panahonan pa ni Kopong-Kopong yung
Hindi.
mga
Hindi
terms.
kasi nga,
Radiant.
throwback nga tayo,
Throwback.
throwback.
Okay.
Sige, so,
eh.
so ang challenge dito, dapat tawagin natin yung mga hero sa ano nila, lumang names.
Hi!
Ganon.
Naku, lugi ako dyan.
Lugi si Aki
Grabe,
dyan. Nanyan.
parang di naman, Aki. Parang
Hindi
di
naman ako
naman.
nag-Dota 1 eh. Diretso na
Oo.
akong Dota 2.
Oo. Pero Aki, ano ba ang ano ngayon sa meta? Saan ba ang pabor ngayon? Sa second pick o sa first pick? What you think?
Ang rinig ko sa mga pro players, nasa ano siya eh, nasa kung saan kang side mapupunta, kung Radiant or Dire. I mean, ang may mas advantage dito is yung Radiant. Kasi mas malapit
Radiant.
yung triangle camp nila, merong ancient doon, malapit sila sa Roshan area.
Ay, mas madaling
Yun ang
umikot,
chika-chika. Oo.
No?
Pero ito na,
pwede.
naririnig ko na at may nakikita na akong draft at heroes dito, Kuya Manjin at Kuya Wolf, kung eto na ang iniintay natin.
Eto na nga. Kuya Wolf, eto na. Pwede mo nang ilabas ang iyong drop skills.
Oo.
Eto
So
na.
far-
Ay, nako. Ayo agad pare.
It's the IO ban indeed sa OB Sports X Neon. At nandiyan ang Grind Sky Esports. Gusto ko lang din banggitin at batiin ang aking butihing tropa peeps na si TMV na naglalaro ngayon sa Grind Sky. Ayan, dati natin player yan. At ang malupit sa kanya talaga isa siyang malupit na captain at one of the rising stars. Medyo bata-bata pa si TMV at mahaba pa ang future niya dito sa larangan ng Dota 2.
Totoo. Isa sa mga naging usap namin ng Grind Sky is I think they're prioritizing yung kanilang offlane heroes. So mga offlane
ayan.
na galawan. Doon
Speaking
sila
of
aasa.
off-lane,
Nako, mainit yan, Tide Hunter.
Oh, instant Rubik pick. Alam naman natin na ang Rubik
Yes.
ay isa sa mga sagot sa Tide Hunter dahil doon sa kanya. Kay Leviathan pala. Yan. Ano pangalan
si Tide Hunter,
Rubik.
Rubik na.
Rubik na.
Si Mage
Grand,
something
ano,
Grand Magus.
Oh, Grand
Yung pangalan
Magus.
niya.
Grand
Yung
Grabe
pangalan sa
naman
kanya.
yun.
Ganda ng opening ng Grind
Tingnan mo,
Sky.
Panis. Tingnan mo.
O, babagsak mula sa langit.
Babagsak.
Kami ang Super Twins. Yan. Gusto mo yun? Ay, pero ang ganda ng opening dito ng Grind Sky Esports. Kasi actually, hindi lang kay Leviathan counter itong si Rubik. Actually, sa mga heroes talaga na merong big skills. Kumbaga sa may game turning na skills like Magnus, mga Earthshaker, mga Tide Hunter. So, Rubik is a very good pick. Pero mas nagugustuhan ko tong next pick ng OB Neon, which is itong Enchantress. Mukhang magpipick sila dito ng farmer na carry. Kasi why are you picking an Enchantress? Para sa early game, nakokontrol mo yung mapa as well as yung jungle ng kalaban.
Yep. Very good tempo. Tapos may konting babysitting factor nga naman. Dahil dun sa pwede ka maging aggressive or defensive bilang Enchantress. Yung team fight naman na gusto ng Grind Sky Esports with this Mars.
Nako,
Ganda ng setup nila. Syempre may telekinesis. Tapos yung Mars Ultimate. Saktong-sakto kasi nung nakita nilang open na yung Tide Hunter, sabi nila pwede siguro natin i-counter to with Rubik and Mars. Para maganda yung kanilang team fight na counter initiation din.
Oo.
Mainit agad yung early game. No? Dalawang opening pa lang. Makaka-expect tayo ng bugbugan agad. Lalo na sa mga bounty na kuhaan. Definitely, pag may Enchantress, pwedeng pwedeng ipandina yung mga bounty yung mga krepas eh.
Yeah.
Mga Neopets.
Mga
Nakakamiss
Neopets.
naman yung Neopets.
Na-miss mo na yung Neopets. Pero, eto nga, I think for OB Neon dito, ang pinaka-itatago nila or pinaka-set up nila for their draft is yung hero siguro ni Mamang Daya. Ayan, kailangan natin talagang abangan to. This will be an interesting matchup, no? QUI
Oh.
versus Mamang Daya. Kasi si Mamang Daya,
Oo.
isa siya sa mga nagpakitang gilas talaga dito sa region natin. That's why,
Yep.
from Army Geniuses, na-pick up siya dito sa OB Neon.
Opinion.
Oo.
Diba? And itong si QUI might be the next superstar.
I think Ki ata ang pronunciation.
Si Ki.
Pero mas maangas pag QUI.
Oo,
QUI, no?
Kasi ang daming kay BDZ, QUI,
Oo, diba?
EMV.
Lahat sila letters eh.
Letters na eh. Yun na yung meta ngayon sa mga...
Letters na ba ang meta ngayon?
Actually, yung Grind Sky Esports, puro ganun yung mga IGN nila. JWL, KCL, gusto mo yung TMV.
TMV.
Ikaw na lang si Aki, ikaw na lang kulang AKA.
Oo,
AKI.
Nako si
Labas na
Robin
ang
Hood.
Hoodwink.
Robin Hood na hayop. But yeah, Snapfire in company, ang ganda ng Snapfire din na pick. Isa sa mga, I believe, ginagamit din to ni TMV. But we don't know for sure kung saan exact na role ilalapag itong Snapfire. Pero maganda siya na, parang pang-save din yung cookie. Ang daming beses na nakaligtas niyan. At dahil parang hard engage tong gustong gawin ng OB Neon, maganda rin siya na pang-save. Ember Spirit.
I like it.
Actually, nagko-complement din yung Snapfire kay Mars, no? Yung ultimate niya and yung Mortimer's Kisses. I mean, yung Blood and Mortimer's Kisses, talaga namang sure ball na kumamatay kung sino yung mahuli nila sa loob ng ng Arena of Blood. Oo.
Sa stage.
Sa stadium.
Pero interesting yung pinili ng OB. Sabi nila, hindi nyo kami makukulong. Masyadong mabilis. Ang taas ng mobility. Lalo na ng Ember Dudong at saka ni Mr. Hoodwink kapag kalaban mo. Kaya hindi rin basta-basta makakahuli ng madali si Mars. So, kailangan pa dito ata ng extra pa ng Team Grind Sky.
Oo, feeling ko pwede silang mag-Void Spirit para at least masabayan kahit papaano yung mobility ng isang Ember Spirit. Pero what I'm worrying for Grind Sky is wala silang, meron silang sure na catch, pero dalawa kasi yung kailangan mong huliin for OB Neon eh. It's the Hoodwink and Ember Spirit. So, Ember Spirit sobrang palos niyang hero na yan eh. Pwede mong pang setup dyan is yung cookie. Ayan, okay, nasagot na din naman kahit paano. Silence. Kasi pwede kasing mag-Yule Scepter or defensive lang to si Ember eh.
Actually, kailangan niya ng BKB dito. Automatic Void Spirit ban kasi nga naman, yung sinabi ni Aki. Tsaka yung yung Ember Spirit, necessary dito sa OB Neon ng, I would say, ang BKB kasi may mga big team fight ultimates ng Grind Sky eh. Kino-consider kaya ng Grind Sky yung mga tipong invoker? Kasi parang nakita kong consideration to palagi laban sa Ember Spirit.
Actually, ang pwedeng maging pick pa nito ng Grind Sky is Invoker or Lina.
Okay.
Para mabilis, no? Para
makakasabay sa Ember.
Maganda yung Lina. Para din sa passive ng Draw Ranger. So, tas pwedeng normal, no? Kahit yung Tide Hunter, manlalambot. But we shall see. Ano na lang ang hinihintay ng OB Neo.
Grabe ang lupit naman ng mga hero natin dito.
Kaso kulang for OB Neon din, medyo kulang din yung catch nila. For Grind Sky, okay na ako dito sa Rubik and Snapfire plus yung Spear of Mars pa. Pero, etong OB Neon, yung tale, yung bushwhack ni Hoodwink, yun lang yung nila, tsaka yung searing change. Yung catch nila. Next na Ravage
Parehas pang hindi stun. Parehas ensnare.
Yep.
Siguro ang gagawin ng OB Neon dito, like, hindi sila magpo-force ng 5 versus 5 na team fight. Kasi yung nila yung draft nila dito, ang lakas yan sa pick-offs.
Yep. Taas din ang kanilang potential to chase. But, syempre, ang daming pang counter go ng ng side ng Grind Sky. So, medyo importante itong last pick.
Ang counter initiate ng Grind Sky. Sa OB Neon, kailangan mo ng legit na BKB carrier na maganda rin pambuhat sa dulo at in a way, hindi mamamroblema sa Mars at Rubik na off-lane. So, Morphling ang kanilang sagot. Okay.
May action jet. Nako, Splash Island.
Para hindi rin mag-invoker itong Grind Sky. Kasi parang mahihirapan siya eventually. So, we'll see.
Mainit Iba talaga Dots no?
Iba talaga. Pero hero na lang yata ni Ki. ang hinihintay natin dito for Grind Sky
Yeah.
Esports might be Invoker,
Mas maganda yata
Lina.
Lina, no? Parang
Mm.
Lina na yata ang perfect.
Kailangan din nila ng burst para kay
Oo.
Morphling
How about
Tignan natin.
Storm
Pasok nga Lina. Uy!
Oo!
Si Ruptrelin!
Si Groot!
Mars? Hindi. Snapfire mid to.
Snap mid. Okay,
Naku,
snap
masakit
mid.
yan!
Masakit yan. I think the last time I saw the Snapfire
Snapfire
for
mid.
Moon Esports, kayo, Patch.
Oo.
Oo.
Naku, ang
So, fast
interesting.
tempo. Fast tempo mula sa guys. Kaya masakit yung aura ni Drow, tas Snapfire, di ba?
Mhm.
At syempre, si Ruptrelin may instant na route para dun sa Ember Spirit at dun sa kina Hoodwink at sa mga mobile heroes ng OB niya. So, wow, interesting. Pero alam niyo naman, sa mga gantong moments, tatanungin ko na kayo ng mga final thoughts at statements ninyong dalawa before we head into the match. So let's start with Manjin. Ano ba ang masasabi mo sa draft na to? At ano yung mga
Hirap.
last thoughts mo?
Tingin ko mas action pack kasi yung galawan ng Grind. Kaya ginulat, feeling ko gulpi di gulat yung last pick. Yung flex nung kanilang mid lane ay kakaiba. So tingin ko game 1 medyo sa kanila muna. Well, best of 3 naman, pero late game OB. Pero again, to answer the question, Grind Sky.
Grind
Okay.
Sky.
How about you, Aki?
I would go with OB Neon dito. I think ang magsiset ng tempo for OB Neon would be the Ember Spirit. So,
Si
tingnan
Ember,
natin.
no?
Ano kasi, mas pabor pa rin talaga ako sa merong farmer or yung makakatagal hanggang
Ay,
late
oo,
game.
no?
Yup.
Nakaimamang
OB
daya na
Neon.
lang talaga. Mm-mm.
Mas favored ang OB Neon ng ating mga fans for sure at sila may late game na composition na sabihin nating standard sa mga MOBA games. They are gonna be going up against Grind Sky na mukhang fast-paced ang tempo na gustong laruin with their Snapfire Drow, Mars, and this Strength Protector. Kakayanin ba ng Grind Sky ma-overcome ang OB Neon? Let's find out as we head to the first game ng Mineski Masters Dota 2 Grind Sky versus OB Neon. Let's head into the game.
Yun, maraming
Yun, no?
salamat, Wolf. Eto naman din.
Here we go! 400,000 peso grand prize para sa ating opening. Mainit kagad ang draft, Aki.
Yes.
Maraming salamat din kay Wolf sa kanyang pagsama sa atin sa draft. Styles clash kung iisipin yung laruan nito. And interestingly, yung Snapfire mid, Aki, ay napakasakit
So,
niya.
yes,
Especially
napakasakit.
yung, alam ko, ang build nito is yung rat-rat build di ba?
Oo. Yung ang pinapalakas na talaga dyan is yung third skill. Medyo ako'y na-mental block lang ng konti. Kasi excited talaga ako. Hindi ko alam. Nakakalimutan
Ako din
ko yung mga dapat kong sabihin. Pero okay lang yan. Intindi nyo na kami guys. Sobrang excited lang talaga namin for this one. Pero ito na.
Yeah.
Yan sa mga viewers
Yeah.
natin dyan. Alam ko excited na rin kayo. This is the OB Neon versus Grind
Yeah.
Sky. Ikaw
Yeah.
ba, Manjin?
Excited
Pagpatuloy
ako.
natin
Gusto ko
yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina sa draft. Medyo naputol.
Oo nga eh. Actually, ang gusto ko naman malaman dito is kung paano lalaroin yung lanes na ng dalawang kupunan. Kasi, again, I agree with you and Wolf na late game, ang dami kasing option ng side ng OB Neon, di ba? May yung Ember na, ang kulit-kulit late game, di mahuli. Even nga, lately, nakakita ko ng mga Tide Hunter na off-lane na nagiging carry na late game.
Yes.
Diba? So, if you are Grind Sky, the problem for you is to set the game early. Tapusin mo kagad, diba? Like, tanong mo, kagaya.
Oo.
Tsanayan agad na
Tsaka yung
ginagawa
scatter
ni
blast
Kuya
kasi
Aldi.
pasok yan sa pasok yan sa flame guard Manjin eh. So talagang yung harassment from the Snapfire will be high against Ember Spirit dito. Pero still pwede tayong mag-base or pwede tayong mag-lookout sa mismong players. It's mabang daya pa rin. Pero ang bilis
yun
ng
na.
mangyayari. Manjin, habang nagkakwentuhan tayo, meron na palang bakbakan sa taas. And that's the first
Napitas.
blood going into the side of OB Neon and Ryu. Taking down
Yeah.
TMV.
Napakadali actually ng isang Tide Hunter pati Hoodwink sa kanilang combo. Iso-slow lang ng Tide Hunter tapos biglang ibubushwhack na lang ng Hoodwink. So hindi rin ganoon ka dali ang buhay ng Trend Protector sa top lane. So interestingly, I think din Aki dito na din magiging yung magkakaroon na din yung involvement ng experience ng OB Neo. Nakwento mo to sa akin na isa silang dating team, if I'm not mistaken, Boom. Tapos bigla ngayon naging OB Neo na sila na ang dami na rin
Actually, yung yung
tournaments
ibang hero, ay yung ibang players dati ng Boom, nalipat sila
na
at some time sa OB Neon. Pero that's Mikoto. Pero nagsialisa na din sila eh. So, ang
oo.
natira na lang din talaga na original na OB Neon was Enryu.
Yeah.
Ayan. Ito
So,
si Mamang Daya, galing siya ng Army Genius Palos, galing siya ng Boom Esports, which is stand-in lang kasi siya sa Boom Esports.
Noon,
Hindi siya
oo.
naka-sign doon. So,
Yeah.
Abeng, kilala natin yan, si Abeng the GOAT, galing ng Execration. Ayan.
Oo. Gusto ko malaman dito yung galawan ni Mamang Daya in the mid lane. Currently ay nasa 600 na agad ang kanyang gold dito. So yeah, the matchup going back to the lanes na naman. Matchup between the Ember Spirit at Snapfire. Pero mukhang dito tayo mas nagkakaroon ng bumbugan, Aki, yung Chanian sa bottom lane.
Sa bottom lane.
Kumusta ba ang Enchantress na ang hirap katapat nito
Ang hirap talaga.
in terms of trade? Lalamang yan sa'yo eh.
I think level 1 dito, ang nilagyan ni Abeng talaga is yung Nature's Attendance. So yung heal. And manenegate kasi niyan yung yung harassment na pwedeng ibigay ng Mars and Rubik.
Yes,
Ang
yes.
sakit talaga niyan sa ang sakit niyan sa lane eh. Pero Mamang Daya dito, running low on health, but makakapag naman siya dito.
Let's see kung let's see Aki kung gagana yung galawan ni Mamang Daya kasi medyo hinaharas siya ni
Snapfire.
Kuya Key. Oo, Snapfire. Lalo na yung sinabi mo nga, yung Scatter Blast is counted as a physical. And minsan, hindi mo na lang alam kapag nasa mid ka, ang taas din nung scope, nung AOE nun, na magugulat ka, bigla ka na lang madadamage kahit kalahati buhay mo. Di ba? Naranasan mo na ba yon? So, kailangan pa rin respetuhin ni Mamang Daya yung galawan ng Snapfire ni QIE dito. Lalo-lalo na pwedeng mauna siya lagi sa pag-wave clear. Ayan, no? Lamang siya, actually.
Ang taas nung din niya eh. Doon hindi naman din masyadong nagkakalayo. Pero ang importante kasi dito sa mid is yung deny. Talagang we would expect na madedelay yung levels ni ni Mamang Daya dito. So that would give yung opportunity para sa Grind Sky na lumaban ng maaga kasi for OB Neon, yan yung only hope nila for the early game eh. Kung maging maganda yung rotations ni Mamang Daya dito, pero bottom lane Abeng.
Ganda. Yeah. Masyadong minaliit dito yung throw na meron. Nakita mo yung pinasa after the telekinesis. Pinasa pabalik doon sa tower. And kailangan na lang bumawi nila siguro dito ng kill sa top lane. Buti na lang merong Leech Seed ang Trent ni TMB to survive that at hindi pa tumama yung combo. Actually, yung first kill ng isang Woodwing. So yeah, Aki, going back to this lane, like what you've said, you pinag-usapan mo yung denies. 10 denies na si Q as key sa mid lane. So medyo nai-eagles lang ng onte. Bahagya lang naman si Mamang Daya. And ito nga yun, kapag maagang na online ang Snapfire ni QIE, every time na mayroong level 6 ang Grind Sky, magsasama-sama na to. Gigera na ng gigera to. Tama ba, Oki?
Tama ka dyan. Pero that would matter pa rin dun sa Mars, sa bottom lane. Kailangan kasi magsabay nila ni Key. If ever maaga makapag-level 6 si Key, same with Mars. Kailangan niya ng maagang Arena of Blood. Kahit wala pa siyang item they can just group up or mag-connect dito for a possible na gank. Diba? Kasi kailangan nila yun yung fact sa Grind Sky. Kailangan nila ng mga ultimates ito. While for OB Neon, hindi ganon. Kasi they have the Morphling. So, pwede silang mag-revolve around the Morphling na kumbaga magtiis pogi lang muna sila. And if ever na meron silang Ravage, dun lang sila go. Pero kaya nilang makipagsabayan ng farm dito sa Grind Sky.
Yeah, totoo. Kumbaga, dapat patient ka lang din muna. And looking at it, mukhang in terms of the lane matchup, 4 minutes ay may onting kalamangan ang Grind Sky. Even though yung first blood ay napunta sa OB Neon, yung ang tinitignan ko na kasi yung last hits denies, pero actually less than 1k pa rin naman. So magkakadepende pa rin siguro sa pag-stack at kung sino ang unang aariba. But looking at the mid lane, grabe yung harassment to na ginagawa na ni Key At nako, nanakawan niya pa
Kinukuha
nga
niya pa
ng
yung
farm.
yung side creeps ni side neutrals ni Mamang Daya dito. Talaga namang galawang gamol itong si
Oo.
Ki. And I think I would like to add, kaya rin medyo lead ng konti etong OB Neon pagdating sa farm is yung draw ranger nila hindi ganong nakakalasit. If you would look at itong nasa gilid natin na Lasits and the Nice, 16-2 compared to this Morphling na 23-8, pero Mortimer's cases will
Grabe.
be used dito. Naku po, nilabilan lang ni Mamang Daya. Face to
Gra- ano?
aray!
Grabe. Nakita mo yun, Aki. I think that was a 1/3 ng
Yeah.
HP. At yun yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, yung scatter shot. Ay,
Scatter
max.
blast. Mhm.
Oo, scatter blast. Scatter shot.
Oo.
Sniper. Yung scatter blast, max hit points. Na minsan mamaliitin mo lalo na kasi sanay tayo na phosphor ang isang
Oo,
snapfire.
pero kasi ngayong meta, I mean hindi naman sa meta, pero nakikita natin ng mga viewers natin yan sa mga past na games like yung BTS Pro Series Season 8, ginagamit
no?
yan ni Yo Padges sa mid talaga. And yung
Oo.
timing ng isang Snapfire mid is very fast. Magugulat ka na
Sobra.
lang na nira-run down na nira-run and gun na kayo ng kalaban nyo with the tempo na kayang ibigay ng isang Snapfire.
Totoo. So yeah, that's a free kill. But then again, like what you've said, Aki, nangunguna pa rin ang OB Neon in terms of the gold. Definitely dahil mukhang nahihirapan yung kanilang laner, yung carry, the draw ranger sa top lane. At mukhang doon magkakaroon ng play actually. Nandito ang Enchantress sa top as Akashi is falling low.
Kaya naman, kaya naman. Ang maganda naman dito sa top lane ng Grind Sky is meron ding trend protector. Just like yung bottom lane na merong babysitter kumbaga. Si Draw Ranger dito, taga heal. Diyan si TMV, like for the possible gank. Pwede lang sila magstay dito under the tower. Pero ang kinaka-worry ko dito sa Grind Sky, Manjin free farm etong si Palos, yung Morphling.
Si Morphling sa bottom lane, no? Hindi wala ding magagawa si Mars I mean, kailangan niyang abangan yung naka-max na attribute chip na Agi para at least masubukan niya ma-burst. Pero pag may naiwang kahit onte kay Morphling, wala, hindi na rin talaga mapapatay agad, 'di ba? So, mukhang free farm at maganda ang buhay. Honestly, Aki, tumabla sila in terms of net worth.
Yes,
Kung
tabla.
titignan mo with the Draw Ranger. So, may ano na talaga to, may onting galawan na to na aasahan mula sa mid laners.
Yes. Makikita natin yan mamaya kasi ang pansin ko ngayon isang clash lang talaga. Kaya mabaliktad yung game pero TMV, delikado yata dito Kuya Manji, naipit.
Napalalim. Ayun yung sinasabi mo, Aki, from afar.
The
Snapfire
Mortimer's
kisses. Habang si Neon ngayon ay binabanata ng Frost Arrows.
Beng, naku po, 3 versus 1, that's the Pookie is there and Key. Tutulong na nga rin dito, that scatter blast na pure damage right in the face ni Abeng dito. But on the bottom lane, tamang sabayan lang din I mean, for Grind Sky, they have to group up na kasi diba? Or siguro
kailangan na.
naghihintay
Ito
lang
na
ng item si JWL.
May ano na, no, Aki, may timing na group up time. Kasi nga, yun na nagsimula na yung top lane na nag-scatter, Mortimer's Kisses na, nakagank na sila. Pero actually, ang pumipilit pa rin ng tempo ay OB Neon. Kanina pa rin nila pinipilit si TMV. And TMV doing a great job na sinasayang niya yung oras actually, no? Kanina pa.
Kasi pwede nila talagang gawin to na i-pressure nila ng i-pressure yung top lane. Kasi for Grind Sky, yan ang magiging damage dealer nila si Draw Ranger. So if ever ma-pressure yung Draw Ranger at madelay yung farm, kita mo hindi siya makapunta sa jungle kasi merong Enchantress. May threat ng Enchantress from the OB Neon. Yung vision na kayang ibigay and yung map control na kayang ibigay ng OB Neon, may hirapan talaga yung Draw Ranger. Either dun lang siya sa triangle camp makakapag-farm safely or dito lang talaga sa malapit sa tower. Etong bigger part ng jungle nila, may hirapan siya kasi pwede lang siyang punta-puntahan ng
Lahat,
side ng
no?
OB Neon. Pero Arena of Blood, ginamit na nga dito
Nako.
sa bottom lane. Hindi yata nila mapapatay.
Hindi ata, Aki, wala silang hold. And there you go, nagping na walang Arena of Blood. Palos, palos din sa top lane. And I agree, Aki. I think yung Draw Ranger ng Grind Sky ay mas magiging difficult yung
Tingnan
kanyang
mo
farm
yung
time.
mapa. Tingnan mo yung mapa. Sinusundan lang siya ng Enchantress. Hindi siya makapag-farm sa ano.
Hindi talaga. Actually, tatlo ang may option na guluhin yung farm niya. 'Di ba? Yung Enchantress ni Abeng, minsan yung Hoodwink, pwede rin
Yung
manggulo.
Hoodwink, yes.
'Di ba? Kahit yung Ember Spirit ay mas madali siyang mapupuntahan. So, Yeah, I definitely agree. Mas better yung buhay ni Palos. Hindi nga siya namatay kanina
Uy,
unless mag-switch. Nagkaroon ng switch,
switch nga,
actually.
oo, si Akashi going to the bottom lane na rin. And that kill, they can transition that into a tower push dito. Pero tatlong heroes na sila. And Enryu is here as well to defend. Pero dalawa pa lang naman yung nagre-react dito sa may bottom lane. So that means na that's the opportunity ng OB niyo na mag-push sa iba pang lanes. Kasi kita na nila na meron
Yeah.
silang naaspatan ni Enryu na merong Snapfire dito, may Draw, may Mars. Push na lang tayo ng ibang lanes.
Correct. Actually, I think hindi pa naman ganoon ka todo ang lamang ng bawat isa. Parehas pa rin ang parehas pa ring lamang.
Parehas
guys. Tabla
lamang.
pa din. But then again, yung pattern ng farming ay mas madali for this morphling para kay Palos. 'Di ba? Kaya parang mas mapipuwersa ngayon ang Draw Ranger na alam mo yon, mag-switch ng mapa. But then again, it's still the same network. So magkakaalaman pa rin, Aki, I think, in terms of pick-offs na gano'n na, gumawa na yung Grind Sky ng play.
Yes.
Inikutan lang, actually.
Inikot-ikutan. Naubos na. Naubos na yung duration ng Mortimer's Kiss dito, pero Enryu will still fall down. Mamang Daya, ito na nga ba yung pagbangon ng Remnant will be used dito, pero konting kurot na lang dun sa Mars. Munti ka na mamatay, pero buhay pa,
Muntik
sir.
pa. Oh my globe. That was Grind Sky making a play. Narinig nila tayo, Aki, na sinabi natin na okay, medyo tabla pa din yung laban, kaya sumubok na sila mag-play. Pero interestingly, lamang pa rin ang OB Neon sa gold total.
That's because sa Grind Sky, ang pinaka smooth na lane lang talaga is yung lane ni Ki. 'Di ba? Yung bottom lane nasasabayan sila nung nasasabayan sila nung Enchantress and Morphling, same as the top lane. Kulang yung harassment na binigay nung Trend Protector kasi ang hirap naman din talagang tapatan ng Hoodwink and Tide
totoo.
Hunter. Tapos Draw Ranger, walang ka-mobility yan eh. Kapag ka nahuli sa bushwalk yan, talagang tapos ang boxing.
Oo talagang mabubushwak eh. Tsaka kung iisipin mo, si Hoodwink, mas madali niyang mahuhuli yung threat eh. Kasi puno
Nasa
si
puno.
threat eh. Diba? I think then, in terms of lane, na makikita na natin na pati yung Tide Hunter dito ng OB Neon ay naging better yung farm. Hindi kagaya nung Mars. I mean, yung Mars ng Grind Sky, nakakuha siya ng magagandang pick-offs, pero yung number of mages na nakuha, number of creeps na nakuha, mas madami. Ang Tide Hunter na parang ganyan.
Ay, ginamit na nga rin yung Ravage dito, and Ki will finally fall down. Meron niyang stake and bottom lane naman din, they might want to get some trade-off dito. Si Mamang Daya naman ang magiging kapalit. That's a mid laner for a mid laner na palitan. Pero I'm not being biased dito. Kabias naman, Gina. What I'm looking out is yung Draw Ranger na hirap talaga siya mag-farm because of this Enchantress. We have to commend Abeng for what he's doing kasi hindi niya iniiwanan yung jungle. It's not very necessary na sumama siya dito sa apat na heroes ng OB Neon. Talagang tumatambay siya dun sa jungle area para hindi magpunta dun yung Draw Ranger.
Bantay sarado talaga, no? Kaso eto na, tapos na ang laning stage. It's time for team fights. Sinabi
time
na
na.
natin to. Sharpshooter.
Kinakasay dito, mama. Muntik-muntik ka na. Nalihis lang
Pero
ng
deads
konti
pa
dito.
rin.
Nakapag-sidestep lang. Pero deads pa nga ba? Makakatakas pa nga ba to? And Narman securing that kill. Muntik na.
Tinamaan ng baboy. Yeah, and I think OB Neon, they know, okay, tama na yung farm stage. Let's create space right now for the morphling. Pwede nang sumama, inawala si Mamandaya. Yes, nawala si Mamandaya dito, but I think it was still a fair trade for OB Neon. Bakit? Ang dami nilang nakuha. Meron silang space na nakuha sa top lane. Nakakuha sila ng kill, I think, in the mid lane. Plus, nakuha pa nila itong kill na to. So, ibig sabihin, kahit na nakakuha yung Grind Sky ng magagandang play, it's still OB Neon 1K gold lead. Pero, teka lang, natikas ba yung Morphling?
Namatay nga si Morphling dito. Well, nasa gitna tayo ng replay kanina. Hindi natin ganong nakita. Pero Mortimer's Kiss ginamit nga dito onto Narman. Naku po, no way out for you, sir. Tinry niya namang mabuhay doon eh. But another kill going in for Ki. Grabe tong Snapfire na to. And he went for this Boots of Travel. So
Boots of
talaga
Travel.
namang iikot at magiging malikot sa mapa itong Snapfire.
Oo. Grabe, Aki, kakasabi lang natin, no, na lamang pa din yung OB Neon ng 1K kanina. Pero dahil doon sa mga unfortunate kills, hindi natin nakita paano namatay yung Morphling, namatay din yung Hoodwink, so may onting goods pa din ang team ng Grind Sky. Ngayon, Aki, papunta na tayo sa point na magkaka-item na. May mga nagmamatter na items at isa doon ay ang BKB na sinabi nyo kanina ni Wolf. At ngayon naka-hover na actually kay Mamang Daya yung BKB.
Yan yung kailangan niya eh. Kasi talagang pasok sa banga yung ano dito eh, yung scatter blast. Pero Key, hiding under the tower dito, giving out information for Grinds Sky at alam na nila yung positioning ng OB Neon dito. Blink out para sa Snapfire. Okay, mukhang gusto nila mag-disengage. Pero Mamang Daya, may go for chase. Ay, meron ba siyang maaabutan dito? Aabutin ba? Kaya ba ito? The sitting chains, it will indeed connect. Pero Key dito, trying to run out for his life. Pero marami nang DTP dito sa may gilid. Gusto nilang tulungan. Pero yung dulo ng Ravage, tinamaan pa nga dito. And there's Palos para tumulong pa. And napagandang Arena of Blood. Mukhang this is going in for Grind Sky, mga kaibigan. 2-man down. Wala pa yung Tide Hunter. Wala pa si Mamang Daya. Pero Palos is here para lumaban sa side ng OB Neon. Pero that's a call for a retreat na muna for OB Neon. Wala na silang maibibigay dito. Tumatakbo na rin yung Hoodwink. Mag-isa na lang si Palos dito. Manjin, ano na?
Oh my GOB Neon! Masyado silang nanggigil dun sa palaka. Ang
Hindi,
layo.
I mean, hindi maganda yung naging chase nila doon kay ano. Yung
Kay-
naging chase
kay
nila.
Key.
Oo. Tsaka yung silence.
Oo,
Ni ano, ni
eh.
Draw Ranger.
Aki, kung titingnan natin ang replay, nangyari yung chase nila doon sa top lane corner mismo. Nag-dagger out si Key, ang dami nilang binigay. Searing chains, Ravage to 1, and after that, binanggit natin kanina, it's all about the re-engage factor. Kapag na-skills ang Grind Sky, parang ganyan, counter go na naman, Mamang Daya is down. Oh my G, Grind Sky.
Buhay na ulit si
Taking-
NDU.
Oo, taking this opportunity, Aki, alam nila na walang Ravage.
Alam nila.
Kaya susugod
They know
pa.
very well na susugod pa sila, pero the damage from Draw Ranger is more than enough para patayin itong si NDU at plus T1 tower pa na makukuha ng Grind Sky. Grabe naman. Grabe
Aki,
naman,
ang nangunguna
Grind
na
Sky
ngayon sa net
Esports.
worth in terms of storyline na binabanggit natin kanina ay ang Draw Ranger. Onti na lang din, mabubuo niya na yung Shadow Blade item, and with a snap, nakasabay na siya doon kay Palos. This is Akashi with yung mga kanyang clutch assets throughout doon sa mga nangyaring team fight. Grind Sky now leading by 2K. Aki, nako, mukhang mapapaaga ata.
Okay,
dito
ang
naman
ganda
clash.
na naman ng follow-up dito na ultimate ni TMV pero Narman, etong si Haas lang, ngayon ko na naalala, nagpalit pala ng nagpalit ng IGN si Haas.
IGN. Oh my. Grabe Aki, no? Nandahil lang dun sa chase na ginawa nila ng todo, no? Pinilit na nakita na
sobrang
natin eh.
sobrang naging good doon for Grind Sky Esports, and take note na sumama din doon yung Draw Ranger. So it went very well for Grind
Yeah.
Sky.
Well, hindi pa naman tapos kasi alam natin yung prowess na meron ang side ng OB Neon. But look at the kills. Napakataas na pala ng kills ng GS. You have 10 kills right now. So, in a way, madidelay pa rin nila na madidelay yung hinahanap na late na aggression sana patungong late game ng OB Neon. Hindi pa naman tapos. But ngayon, magre-reset tayo. Incoming na Aki yung mga level 2 neutral items. At nako,
Tier 2.
mukhang may magsiset ba ng smoke in a while?
Pwede. Actually, both teams pwede silang mag-set ng ng smoke dito. Pero OB Neon, I think ang pinakakailangan nila dito is a good ravage from NDU, and everything will follow. At saka kailangan nilang bantayan maigi yung yung Rubik. And speaking of Rubik, tignan natin, mahuhuli na dito si Mamang Daya. Pero wala naman siyang kasama dito. Mars, medyo nahuli lang sa may likod, but I do like yung wards na meron yung Grind Sky dito sa may bottom lane. Talagang yung maliit na portion na yan na vision, ang laki ng mabibigay niyan for Grind Sky Esports.
Yeah. Tsaka kumbaga aggressive na sila Aki eh. Nung lumamang sila doon, perfect opportunity para ilagay ang ward na yan. And malalaman na nila, babantayan na nila itong jungle camp na to ng side ng Radiant. Kasi ayaw na nilang mag-farm eh. 'Di ba? Ayaw na nilang bigyan ng farm yung Morphling at yung Ember. But now they're making a play.
They're
Going
making a
towards
play.
the Mars.
Indeed. Pero eto na nga, Mars, I think siya yung unang mamamatay dito for Grind Sky Esports at mukhang hindi na rin mag-engage into a team fight ang Grind Sky. See, yan yung setter nila eh. Kumbaga initiator nila yan si Mars.
Si Mars, no? At least nakita na ng OB Neon. Nagkaroon sila na ngayon ng opportunity to push this mid. Nakita nila eh, na nakatunog sila Aki na magiging aggressive yung Grind Sky after nung nangyaring team fight. kaya nag-smoke up sila. And fortunate enough, yung taga-setup yung nakuha. So ngayon, pipilitin nila itong gitnang tower.
Pwede.
Let's see kung makakadepensa yung GS.
Depensang Marino ang ginagawa nila. Talagang hinihil lang ni TMV yung tower nila. Ayaw nilang ibigay kahit anong mangyari itong tier 1 tower.
Torre.
And while this is happening, Manjin, tingnan mo naman yung drone nananahimik lang sa gilid. While for OB Neon, napapwersa na siya parang bumaligtad with that team fight kanina na napanalo ng GS. Wala nang pressure itong si Akashi. Pwede na lang siyang mag-farm, and with the Shadow Blade, makakapag-out pa siya.
Correct. Sa Gen Z ngayon, Aki, ang term nila dyan, FT lang sa Gedli.
Oo, food trip.
Food trip lang sa Gedli. At mukhang nakapantay na sila actually ng farm ng Morphling. So it will all depend on the possession. Mauuna pa rin ang Morphling, of course, dahil syempre mas may initiation, pero crucial yung magiging silence mamaya na pwede nating ayun na nga!
Ang
Oh my
sakit.
glove!
That's a solo kill for Akashi. Nagpaparamdam na. And ang matindi dito sa Draw Ranger na to, talagang pasok yan sa armor ng Tidehunter. Kapag nakapwesto siya ng maganda at nakapag-free hit mamaya si Akashi, manlalambot na lang yan si Enryu as well as yung Morphling. Diba? Pero tingnan natin dito sa may mid lane, medyo na-out of position lang ng konti itong si TMV. He will fall down, but on the other side of the map, si Palos din trying to pressure yung top lane. Just like what Akashi is doing.
Ang ginagawa na lang ng OB Neon, taking yung mga opportunity na pwede. Any opportunity, kills, lane control, tower, makikipag-trade na lang sila. Hindi na muna sila pipilit. Inaabuso na lang nila na pwede nilang patayin yung Trend Protector every time nahaharap. But then again, I agree with you, Aki. This is a scary Draw Ranger right now. But pero yung prowess, yung capability ng Morphling and ng Ember Spirit in the late game na pasukan itong Draw Ranger ay hindi natin pwedeng baliwalain. So, kailangan pa rin mag-ingat ni Akashi. Looking at the scores, 0-4 pala si Mamang Daya, Aki. Nahirapan talaga siya ng todo dito. No? Level 14 at the moment.
Usually, siya talaga yung nagiging tawag dito, setter ng OB Neon. Kumbaga, yung tagabigay ng space
Ng kill.
for the team. Pero ngayon, hindi natin siya naramdaman But Akashi dito popping out his Shadow Blade. Pero may sentry ward sa nilapag. Meron pa ba silang ibang pang detection dito? And yung sharpshooter tumawa pa nga sa mukha. And that's the 4 kill streak na makukuha pa ni Mamang Daya. That's his first kill.
Sa wakas, nabati si Mamang Daya.
Nabati nga natin
Binabanggit natin na medyo ang ganda ng buhay ni Akashi sa bottom lane, empty lang sa Gedli. But, pero ang nangyari was, siya yung nahuli, perfect bushwhack combo.
Inismukan din kasi siya. So talagang, nagpakita lang sa mid lane para hindi ganong mahalata na i-go nila sa bottom lane si
Draw
Akashi.
Ranger. Naka-8er lens din kasi yung hoodwink, Aki, kaya umabot yung puno bushwhack. And with that, nako, biglang napunta sa OB Neon yung momentum. Napakabilis, Aki, 1K na lang bigla.
1K na lang bigla. But para sa akin kaya pa rin to. Basta maging flawless lang yung team fights ng Grand Sky. And they have to protect Akashi at all cost. Itong Draw Ranger. Kasi ang laki ng magagawa ng silence niya. Plus yung yung third skill ni Draw Ranger. Medyo nakalimutan ko. Yung multi-shot.
Volley shot. Multi-shot. Basta yung mga pana.
And ang laki na kasi ng damage yan Plus, kapag mayroon pa siyang magandang position dito, manlalambot lang talaga sa kanya yung mga heroes. And speaking of Akashi, eto na nga. Pero just in time kapag TP out naman. Etong si
Yun ang
Norman.
mahirap pag kalaban mo yung hoodwink pag nasa punuan yung fog yung kalaban mo no? But yeah, we shall see as OB Neon, Aki, mukhang magkikreate sila ng play. Meron ba silang smoke dito? Magmamatter yung BKB dito Kailangan na natin itong tignan. Maybe if ever naka-BKB na si Mamang Daya, they will go. Pero actually, ang naka-BKB na ay si Mars, si GWI.
Tsaka si Snapfire, naka-BKB na din siya, so hindi siya basta-basta mag-go din. Backlines yung kailangan kasi puntiryahin ng OB Neon dito, which is, yun yung trabaho ni Mamang Daya. Pero it won't be an easy way for OB Neon na ma-breach yung backlines ng Grind Sky puro yan long range eh. Like etong si Snapfire, pwede lang siya sa likod.
Snapfire.
Same with the Drow Ranger. So dalawa yung kailangan nilang pagtuunan ng pansin. Pero Ravage
Ayan
na
na,
bigay
Aki!
dito. Nasa gitna si Akashi. Mamamatay nga yung kanilang damage dealer dito. Plus the stolen Ravage sa may gilid. Pero no follow-up for Mineski Esports. Napakaganda naman ng NK. Popping out his BKB. Delikado pa nga si Palos dito. And that's Abeng going down. As well as si Palos. Tingnan natin, 2-man down for OB Neon. Kaya mo lumaban. And it's Mamang Daya. It's the Ember Spirit doing the job for OB Neon. And Enryu, he's not done yan. He's not stopping. And habol pa nga yata siya dito. Medyo delikado. Wala nang BKB available for Key. And isa-isa na nga sila na target dito. Narman taking down itong si KCL. Pero 2 versus 2 man Jin. Sino ba ang mananalo? Wala na rin Ember Spirit dito. And Enryu na matitira. Narman, mamatay din ata. Kaya
Si
mamatay.
One-hit na lang yung
One-hit na lang. One-hit na lang. Napakabilis ng movement speed. Pero sumala pa nga yung spear. Buhay pa nga. And well played ang sigaw ni Aveng dito.
Wow, that was clearly a win para sa OB Neon in terms of kills. But then again, important kills matter as Grind Sky, ang napitas nila was the Ember Spirit and the Morphling sa ganitong pagkataon. Actually, may pagka-fair trade din eh. Kung titignan natin ang instant replay, akala natin Grind Sky all throughout na to. But look at Mamang Daya catching the Trent and the Rubik doon sa likod. Classic mo ba, Aki? Unahin mo yung mga supports.
Yes.
Parehas eh. Ang ganda rin sana ng Mortimer's Kisses na ginawa na ni Ki. Catching 2, wala kaagad yung Morphling, but yung outplay ni Mamang Daya doon sa Rubik na napaka-importante, hindi nakakuha ng mas magandang space ang Grind Sky doon. Fortunately enough na buhay pa yung Hoodwink. Umabot pa sa point na nakatago pa sa punuan. But then again,
Sumala pa eh.
Oo, grabe
Okay,
yung
pero may
dust.
BKB ba available? And yes, it will be Papa para kay Paros. Mabilis lang daw para kay Akashi. Pero JWL, mapapa-TP out na lang din. And take note, Manjin, nagamit pa niya defensively yung BKB niya. So it's kind of going in
Tagilid.
for
Oo.
OB Neon. Pero yun lang
Yeah.
kasi yung medyo laging na-out of position si Akashi. He needs to be
Si
careful sa
Akashi.
positioning niya.
Oo. Gusto ko nga sabihin yun, Aki, kasi gusto kong balikan yung teamfight eh. Ang unang nawala nga doon sa teamfight is Akashi.
Yes.
So, kahit nawala yung mga Rubik, yung setup ng silence, hindi nila makuha yung damage na wala na sa Grind Sky. Kasi kapag
Kinulang.
nawala na yung Multiverse Kisses,
What's
hindi ka
next?
naman pwedeng umasa lang sa Scatter's Blast eh, di ba?
Oo. Pero,
At dahil dyan, nako.
napitas pa. Oh my goodness. Talagang mukhang pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo ang say
Oo.
ng OB Neon dito. Pero the game is not done yet. 13-19 and just like that, nakahabol ng maganda itong side ng OB Neon.
Grabe, no? Biruin mo, pumapasok na tayo sa sinasabi natin, yung capability. Dalawa yung carry nila eh. Mas pabor ka dito, Aki eh. Yung mas maraming carry late game eh. Para right click ka na lang eh, di ba? And with the pick-offs na nagagawa nila kay Akashi, yung kanina yung sa mid lane, tapos yung sa bottom lane, nasa OB Neon na ngayon ang tempo ng laro. Sila na ngayon na nagdidikta kailan mangyayari yung mga laban na nakikita natin.
And Roshan pa nga, I'm not really sure kung wala bang idea ang Grand Sky Esports dito, pero kasi hindi pa sila ganon ka-ready to contest this Roshan. Pero sa gilid, merong nangungulit. Mukhang papansinin yata ng OB Neon yung nangungulit dito.
Hindi kaya.
That's the Rubik.
Hindi ata
Kaya ba?
makapesto.
Oo, pero mukhang patapos na. And Palos securing out his ages. And naku po, napapout pa ni Mars yung BKB niya. And this is the opportunity for OB Neon para gumo. And may nahuli pa nga sila dito sa gilid. That's KCL going down. At mukhang makaka-out naman yung Mars dito sa gilid.
Ayun na yung hinihintay ng OB Neon. BKB's up, ages. Plus, meron pang shotgun ang si Palos. So, napakadali na lang patumbayin ni Akashi. Isang dust lang. Dust in the wind
Dust
na.
in the wind lang. Talaga
Oo,
namang
dust-
mapapakanta ang The Beatles. Ay,
Oo.
tama ba?
Hindi
Sino
ata
ang
Beatles
kumanta?
yun eh. Hindi ko maalala eh. Beatles ba yun?
I-search natin.
Oo. But then again, Aki, umabot na tayo sa point na eto na yung gusto ng Neon. Kaya din nila pinili yung Morphling. Kailangan pa ng BKB ni Akashi to
Yes.
survive this. At
Naku
matagal
po.
niya pa yun makukuha.
Kaya ba?
At
Kaya ba
ngayon,
nilang habulin? And it's Q popping out his BKB, TP out. This is not looking good for Grind Sky Esports as they are using their defensive items. And habang ginagamit mo yung BKB mo, nagde-deplete yung yung duration yan. So what more yung magagawa nila mamaya?
correct. Magiging 6 seconds na lang max. But then again, it's now OB Neon. Ang haba din ng range. Napag-usapan natin to kanina. May waveform, may sharpshooter, may dash, ang daming blinks, mobility na meron ng OB Neon, Ember Spirit Ultimate, maging yung gush, Aki.
Yung
ay
Aghanims.
yung Aghanims gush ay pwedeng gamitin ng OB Neon if ever may masiring chain sa malayo, di ba?
Oo. Ang layo din.
Napakadami na.
Yes.
Napakadami.
Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang Dota natin, Manji, no? It's up to Grind Sky. Kailangan lang din talaga makapag-BKB muna ni Akashi para makapwesto siya ng maganda eh. And if ever BKB na siya dito, yun na yung pwedeng possible na maging bawi ng
Correct.
Grind Sky. Kasi manghihinayang talaga ako dun sa early game. Napakaganda ng early game ng Grind Sky dito eh. Pero pagdating ng mid game, nung nag-group up na yung OB Neon and just one clash na nagkamali sila,
Yeah.
yun na eh.
Ang ganda rin kasi ng mga call nila eh. 2 beses natin nakita yung smoke gank sa bottom lane. That was Akashi dead. That was the Mars dead. 'Di ba? Yung mga ganong little spaces, I think dito napapasok yung sinasabi nating decision making and experience for OB Neon. And because of that, kailangan pumersa ng Grind Sky ng play. Puwersa ata sila dito sa bottom lane. Susubok sila
Trade
ng
lang.
trade, Aki.
Oo.
Nag-call sila dito ng straight tayo. Maganda yung wards nila, pero nauna ang
Nauna.
OB Neon. At OB Neon, ang sabi nila, kayo ang mag-react sa amin. Kayo ang
Yes.
mag-react dito sa top.
Speaking of react, pwedeng OB Neon yung mag-react dito sa bottom lane, which is ganun yata yung mangyayari dito. Akashi running down long at mamamatay na naman yung kanilang damage dealer dito. Draw Ranger will be the first one to fall down for Grind Sky. Isunod na nga itong si TMV while on the top lane. Nagstay pa rin doon si Palos. So pwede niyang machane yung ano dito.
Yung tower.
Yung towers.
Naku. 50 seconds, 1 minute actually down. Si Akashi as the Draw Ranger, can OB Neon take control of every lane? Yun na yung pwede nilang makuha. Sobrang ano na nito, Aki, sobrang bad news na sa team Grind Sky ngayon na kayang patumbahin yung Draw Ranger even without the Morphling.
Yes. Yung talagang
Kanina.
pasok lang talaga sa banga na mga attacks. Kahit ba sabihin natin makapag-BKB, well, yung right clicks kasi na nandyan eh. Pero tignan natin dito, keep popping out his BKB again. He's trying to run, pero dalawang magkahiwalay na clash dito sa may kabilang dulo. Is the hoodwink na mahuhuli, pero hindi pa rin makukuha ni JWL yung kill. And Key dito, trying to run. Gusto niyang i-dukes to go yung side ng OB Neon dito, pero wala silang pakailam. Nagda-time na sila dito sa may tier 3 tower, Manjin. And take note, meron pang tier 1 tower dito sa may bottom lane. Grabe ang OB Neon, showing dominance for this game. And
Iba.
we can get that dahil meron pa silang ages available.
Oo, iba ang asim na binibigay. Asim in a good way,
Asim
ladies and
kilig.
gentlemen. Dahil kanina nakita natin yung chase down ng OB Neon. And ngayon, with the items, Aki, yung chase down na nag-fail kanina, naging effective na ngayon. Nag-chase down sila up until dito sa loob ng tower. And kung ikaw ang Grind Sky, paano ka na makakabalik dito, Aki? How can you kill the Morphling? How can you kill the Ember with full items? Ayan na, oh.
Medyo nahihirapan ako po. Yung sharpshooter tumama pa right in the face ni JWL and di ba,
Grabe.
mula sa 1-digit na score ng OB Neon, ngayon tie na yung score on the board natin, mga kaibigan, and they do have this 11k gold lead. I think sa mga fans ng Grind Sky Esports dyan, huwag tayong malungkot if ever hindi man nila makuha tong first game. This is a best of 3 series, so pwede pa bawi. And speaking of bawi, ito na nga ba yung magiging bawi ng Grind Sky? Mamang Daya, medyo malalim nga rin siya dito and mamamatay nga si Enryu. Naku po, yung kanilang tanker or yung kumbaga initiator nila dito. Though okay lang, wala silang available Ravage for now, and it is the opportunity ng OB Neon. Magbaback nga ba sila or magre-engage pa nga rin sila dito. Ember Spirit sa may likod. Medyo konti lang yung buhay niya kaya hindi siya ganun nag-engage dito sa may team fight natin, pero gusto niyang i-dive. Mamamatay yung Snapfire dito. Meron siyang buyback available and he will commit it right now. Tignan natin the silence is there, pero walang masyadong tatamaan. And si Abing, siya yung buong front dito for the side of OB Neon Esports. Ay, yung Enchantress. Biro mo yung support na Enchantress. Tanking all the damage ng Grind Sky Esports dito. Wala na rin si Akashi dito. Their damage dealer, and this might be it, Manjin. That's
Mukhang eto na
3
nga.
for 2 trade. Tignan natin si Palos, buhay pa rin. Naku po,
At
unti-unti
palos na palos.
Isa-isa
Mala
na.
Jake. Mala Jake,
Mala Jake.
Cuenca.
The snake.
Oo. Out-kited, ladies and gentlemen, ang Grind Sky. Doon sa match-up na yon, pinilit na nilang maghabol kasi alam na nila yun na yung opportunity na buhay si Akashi, buhay yung Draw Ranger, pero napakadaming slow, bushwhack, magic boomerang, searing chains, yung gush na dinudura ng isang Thailander, yung super slow doon sa Mars, super slow doon sa Trent, kinakite lang sila eh, kinite silang lahat eh.
Kahit
Yung
ang labanan.
Oo, yung BKB duration ay sobrang liit na to the point na hindi na maka-normal. Hindi makakuha ng position actually. Si Akashi
Si Akashi.
napakahirap dahil doon sa nabanggit mo kanina, mobility na meron, kiting prowess, wow, OB Neon, yung synchronization ng pagland nila nung bawat kite skills, ikaw na nagsabi, hindi nila kailangan ng ultimate para mag-in out.
Yes. And speaking of ultimates nga, all Obinian has to do is to survive yung Arena of Blood, ma-survive nila yung Overgrowth, di ba, yung Mortimer's Kills.
Oo.
After nun, yun na yung opportunity or yung right time na pumasok yung Obinian since they do have
Correct.
this Ember Spirit na wala naman iniintayan eh. Di ba? Kahit
Oo.
anytime, anywhere, pwede siyang lumaban basta ubos na yung mga ultimates ng Grind Sky. And ganun yung ginagawa nila eh. And we have to comment again, etong si Abeng dahil yung Enchantress, 'di ba? Sobrang tanky and yung untouchable.
Oo.
Hindi nila ma-hit yung
Kaya-
Enchantress, hinihilan lang sila sa muka.
Kaya nga untouchable.
Untouchable.
Yeah,
indeed.
magigets mo yung Draw Ranger kasi nga 'di ba yung may ultimate 'di ba? Pero yan naman pwede mag-proc sa Enchantress. Pero yun nga because of the kite mechanics and like what you've said, kada ultimate pag nag-survive na yung OB Neon doon, even yung Enchantress na support build nakalakit ata to eh, 'di ba?
Lakit, oo.
May damage output. Siya pa yung umubos.
At saka yung impetus kasi, yan eh, pure damage yun, 'di ba?
Yung impetus, yung magical, yung kada malayo. So yeah, ang sakit na rin ng hoodwink dito, Aki. Every time na mag-proc yung magic boomerang, may amplification pa doon sa magic output na nilalabas din ng Enchantress. So, wow, this is OB Neon with yung binabanggit nga natin kanina. Sila actually lagi yung nagsiset ng laban eh, no? Yung habol doon sa Snapfire hanggat sa ngayon napakahirap na. Kung titignan natin ang probability of this game, pabor na sa OB Neon. Kailangan ng miracle play dito ng Grind Sky.
Miracle play nga ba, pero TMV again. Naku po, nagamit mo yung Mortimer's Kisses. Well, it's okay dahil mabilis lang naman din yung cooldown niyan. Wala ring tatamaan dito. And blinking in. Okay, meron man siyang spider legs. So makakabalik lang din siya
May
agad
burst.
dito. Sobrang palos ng hoodwink talaga.
Oo, mahirap yan. Lalo na may din yan, Aki, may miss chance. Kapag sobrang lapit sa mga puno. But then again, ang gusto atang gawin dito ni Ki is to just burst someone. Kaya napagamit na rin siya ng Mortimer's Kisses,
Oo.
sabay blink in, scatter blast. But it was not enough. Kailangan niya pa ng extra damage, kailangan niya pa mabuo yung Daedalus. Pipressurein na lang sila ng ng OB Neon dito. Hindi pa naman tapos.
Hindi pa tapos, talaga.
Oy, refresher actually si JWL
Might be a game-changing game-changing item as well as for Akashi, di ba? He wants to build a Hurricane Pike. So parang talagang pag may naka-face-to-face siya dito, pwede lang siya mag-pike out or gamitin yung
Correct.
pike dun sa didikit sa kanya and he will be safe. Kung ganun
Yeah.
man yung mangyari. Tingnan natin kung magagamit nila ng maayos itong mga pinag-iipunan talaga nilang items.
Pwede rin eh. Pwede niyang, yan na.
Hoy,
Gusto ko sana.
sir.
Uy,
Sir,
Nag-TP,
TP
out.
lang din. Pero ang
TP
dami
out.
nag-react doon for Obinian and that's three heroes. Yung Hoodwink, itong si Enryu plus the Enchantress. Pero while that is happening, meron na palang
Hirap.
hidden jutsu ang Obinian dito, Manjin.
best actor, best actress para sa OB Neon. Aking kapag kinopya ba ng Morphling yung Draw Ranger, may magkaka-silence din, di ba? Si Palos. Mananakaw niya yung silence di ba?
Yes.
Kasi, laking potential threat din yon. Well, we shall see. Dalawa ang stadium ngayon na Aki ng Mars. Ayan na, nilapag na yung una. Nagpop na rin ang
Nilapag
BKB.
na nga, pero di na natin mamamatay yata si Abing. Yung nagtatank ng damage ng Obinian, pero ito na hinihintay natin. Akashi dito doing all the damage. He pops out with BKB, pero yung right pick si Palos, kaya nga ba today ni Akashi? Naku, kung mag-wave in lang itong si Palos, the Morphling. Hindi pa siya tapos. Gusto niya pang humuli dito. Ginaya pang ano yung Rubik dito, and he will get this double kill pa nga. Walang katakot-takot sa katawan. Itong si Palos, and he has Aegis pa.
Grabe. Na bagong kuha ng Aegis, fresh na fresh, 4 minutes. Yun na sana yung perfect opportunity ng Grind Sky. Pinop nila yung dalawang Mars Stadium nang magkasunod doon, Aki. Alam mo kung gaano kasakit yun pag naiwan ka doon sa gitna. Nakuha nila yung dalawang crucial picks. But again, it was an extra carry, double carry setup. This more playing, tinapatan lang si Akashi sa mukha, Aki.
Oo, talagang kung may
Hindi
right
na
click
kinaya
damage
today.
ka, meron din ako. Sabi ni Palos
Oo,
dito.
oo.
Pero tingnan natin, Mamang Daya, jumping in dito sa may likod. Medyo malalim yata to, pero this will give time para sa Obinion para makapag-set up pa nga. And double ravage pa nga, pero makakapag-BKB naman itong si JWL and Grind Sky Esports. They do know na wala nang maibibigay ang side ng Obinion dito. Mamang Daya,
lalim.
oh my God! Asim Kilig! What are you doing, Mamang Daya? And mukhang takbuhan na nga muna ang mga itek. Tignan natin, hahamol nga ba ang Grind Sky dito? Walang
Here we go.
Arena of Blood available, pero they do have this Mortimer's pieces, pero wala silang pang set up. So
Walang pang
what
set.
are they going to do now?
Oh my. Sobrang classic pa rin, ladies and gentlemen. Classic. PH. Dota. Dotang-dota eh. Si Mamang
Dotang-dota.
Daya eh. Kahit si yung Tidehunter, si Mr. Andrew, dotang-dota din eh.
Wala lang, medyo hindi lang ganun kaganda yung
Oo.
ano nila dito, yung naging team fight nila. Pero ito yung ating instant replay kung saan namatay dito
Si
si
Akashi.
Akashi. Pero I think that was a misplay from Mamang Daya. Feeling ko,
Oo.
kailangan niyang iwasan yung mga ganong pasok. Or
Oo.
else, pwede pa itong makuha ng, ng Grind Sky Esports. Eh. Diba? Yung high ground defense, yung pag-uusapan natin din. Pero speaking of Grind Sky Esports, naku po, Akashi without a buyback, 115 seconds.
Crucial death yun
Nawala,
actually
yes.
for Akashi. And I think that's the third time na nangyari yon sa bottom lane mismo, Aki. And even though namatay si Mamang Daya, the fact na walang damage output ngayon ng Grind Sky, pipilitin na to ng OB Neon. I think nag-call din kasi si Mamang Daya ng game na sumugod doon kasi he knows na cool down yung stadium, cool
Pero
down yung
kasi
arena.
ang pangit nung hindi ko masyadong gusto yung ginawa ni NDU, diba? Nag-double ravage siya, nagamit niya yung kanyang
Oo.
refresher. Pero wala,
Dotang-dota.
nakapag-BKB lang din si JWL. So parang all in all, nasayang.
Oo, dotang-dota. But then again, Aki, yung story of this game is meron talagang mga asset movements na pwede mong ibigay. Dahil ngayon, alam nila na walang draw ranger,
Oo. 1 minute.
susugod ang OB Neon sa baba.
1
Ayan
minute
na.
kumbaga, pero tingnan natin dito, JWL popping out his BKB, gusto niya makapag-normalan, 1v1 with a great one, kay Palos dito, tinatanggap na damage, pero Mars, hindi na niya kinaya yung damage na meron si Palos dito, gusto na lang niya magtrabaho dito, trabaho lang, walang personalan, pero Abing, mamamatay, and key, ito na killing spree, and tingnan natin dito, that chain stun, pero Mamang Daya, ito na nga yung bida natin, and naku po, nakapag-arena of blood pa dito, pero double kill pa nga for this snapfire, pero
Grabe.
patay pa rin yung isang yung isang support ng Grind Sky dito. Tingnan natin,
Grabe.
nag-buyback na rin itong si Hoodwing. So another attempt na
Grabe.
naman for Obinion, but this might be a mega creeps dahil isa na lang yung barracks na natitira for Grind Sky.
Grind Sky, man. Aki, nabanggit mo, akala natin kanina na si Mamang Daya ang bida, pero ngayon sabi ni Palos, ako ang tunay na bida. Godlike, 33,700. Better time sa pag-farm, mas madali ang checklist. Right click lang ang puhunan.
Right click lang.
Right click. Hindi ka na nga ginagamit yung yung scepter
Yung-
combo, shotgun combo.
Oo, yung Ethereal Blade, di ba? Hindi ko pa ganun nakita eh. Pero tingnan natin dito, JWL trying to defend itong kanilang base dito. He's doing everything na makakaya niya para lang mapigilan or madali yung ginagawa ng Obinion dito. Pero tingnan natin, trabaho lang sa may gilid. And Ravage ginamit na kay Akashi. Double Ravage once again. Pero sa may gilid, may mamamatay. That's Mamang Daya. 95 seconds. Pero exposed na dito yung base ng Grind Sky Esports and si Ki. Ma-out of position pa nga ata siya dito. And that's 4-man down for Grind Sky and GG will be called. Game 1 going in for OB Neon.
Napakalupit. It was a toe-to-toe game, but OB Neon with the right decision making on picking off heroes sa mid-game. Makuha nila ang victory. Napakalupit nun, Aki. OB Neon, binanggit mo, ito yung iyong sinabi, the double carry setup, more playing, ano to init at lamig combo.
Init at lamig combo. And sa mga fans ng Grind Sky dyan, best of 3 naman to.
Hindi pa naman tapos. But then again, that was a statement game for OB Neon na meron talaga silang, for me, experience sa calls.
Yun.
Welcome back, Wolf.
Kunwari hindi nyo napansin na nandito na ako, but yeah.
Ina-
Interesting match na nakita natin. Grind Sky was, in a way, leading nga for a little bit. Sila yung nagko-control sa stages, but in one clash. Yan naman talaga ang problema ng mga early game compositions kapag na-turn around sila, natalo sila ng 1 or 2 fights. Eventually, the late game composition will take over. And that's exactly what happened with OB Neon. At mukhang may masterclass din ang OB Neon kung paano nila ginamit yung kanilang morphling in this particular case. Palos, sabi nga ni Manjin, mala Jake ang kanyang galawan.
Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake
And that's the first victory na nakita natin. Napakaangas din ng ating victory screen. We'll talk more about that game. I'm sure na si Aki ay kating-kati pa rin mag-analyze ng ating laban. We'll be doing that after this break. Wag po kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang Mineski Masters.
I was shining on the city lights.
Oh, angas.
Grabe naman yung DC Manjin.
Now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right.
And let's show everyone watching how crazy
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge Fiber X.
I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. But yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me anywhere to ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had to try. I'm all in this. I call the shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch, it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected, no second guessing.
Nagbabalik ang Mineski Masters Dota 2. Siyempre with Wolf and Aki and Manjin, the Eatnap crew. At mahilig nga kaming mag-eatnap. Ayos ba yun? Kumain at tulog. Pero bukod dyan, in between ay ang Dota 2. We play, we cast, we do everything that we love. Dito lang syempre sa Dota 2. This Mineski Masters ay hatid sa atin ng ating mga sponsors like think Converge as well as Lucky Me Pansit Canton.
Yummy!
And Manny Jan! Manny Jan!
Oy, what's up? Ako pala si Manny dyan.
Ikaw si Manny Jan. So, bago natin ibigay kay Aki, na alam natin ay mainit na mainit pa sa ating laro kanina.
Next game. Oo.
Manjin, I believe that with Converge, I believe we're gonna be having a lot of giveaways, right? So, ano ba ang mga i-expect ng ating mga viewers all throughout our broadcast, all throughout the Mineski Masters, na pwedeng ipamigay ng malapit nating sponsor na Converge?
Meron tayong mga exclusive items from Converge. Kailangan nyo gawin is scan the QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win again exclusive Fiber X Game Gears at 500 entries. The link SYS Velop Triband, a mesh system that provides fast and reliable Wi-Fi coverage for gaming, 4K streaming, and more will be up for grabs. Pero kapag umabot naman ng 1,000 entries, the Link C's Wi-Fi 6 Triband will be unlocked. Ito yung true speed, guys. Whether in a condo or a multi-story na room, it will deliver 4 times faster speed. Both mesh systems are easy to set up and control through a free Link SYS app. So ano pang hinihintay nyo? Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, raffle entry, scan nyo na yung code, call all your friends, sign up, unlock nyo yung mga Fiber X exclusive game gears.
Yun, sana all. At hindi lang yan, marami pa tayong gifts and giveaways dito sa Mineski Masters, no? Ang susunod dyan, guys, ay itong 500 worth of Steam credit. All you have to do is to share this live stream and include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. Don't forget to set na public yung inyong mga posts, and good luck sa inyong lahat. At hindi lang yan, meron pa tayo isa pang giveaway. That is the exclusive Mineski Masters jersey. Just comment your answer to our big question and include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. So sa mga nanonood dyan, sa mga nanood kanina, ayan, yung unang question natin was kung gaano katagal nagsistay or yan, once placed observer ward will last for how long? I think maraming sumagot dyan, iba-iba. Halatang mga hindi support, ha? May nakikita ako mga mali ang sagot dyan, guys. At kung alam niyo naman yung sagot, i-comment nyo na yan sa ating comment section. And don't forget to type the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021.
Ano naman, nakaka-pressure naman yung tanong na yan.
Tsaka, ang sakto dyan, syempre, dapat sabihin natin sa ating patch ngayon, ano ba, tunay na duration ng isang observer ward. Pero syempre, sagutin nyo na yan. At nasa Google naman yan, panigurado. So please, kaayanin nyo na yan, kaya nyo na yan. Ang isang bagay na kailangan natin pag-usapan ngayon, syempre, ay ang nangyaring laro. Dun sa first game natin, in-expect naman, isa sa mga favorites para manalo sa first series na to ang OB Neon. Aki, was that simpleng lang ba na kinaya lang talaga ng OB Neon dahil favorite sila, or did they do something differently this time, or was it just Grind Sky not having the perfect game in that game number 1? Ano ba ang tunay na nangyari dito sa game na to habang pinapanood ng game highlights?
Feeling ko nagsimula yung comeback kumbaga ng OB Neon dito kasi ayan, napanood nga natin na it went very well for Grind Sky Esports sa early game. Biro mo si Mamang Daya, yung star player ng OB Neon, 0-4. Talaga namang nahirapan siya sa early game, pero just one clash. And I think ang naging problema din dito is yung laging out of position si Akashi. Diba? So, siya yung Draw Ranger, siya yung damage dealer ng Grind Sky Esports, pero ang dalas niyang napipitas sa mapa. Meron akong iba kasi nakita na like Draw Ranger, hindi mo talaga yan makita sa mapa eh. Pero I do get yung gustong gawin ng Grind Sky Esports ito. Gusto nilang pabilisin yung timing eh. Na kung hanggat maaari kung kaya na, sasama na si Draw Ranger for additional damage. Pero ito yung clash na yon na talaga namang bumaligtad yung laro natin, hindi man lang nila nagalaw si Mamang Daya. I mean, nakabawi siya dito sa ano na yun eh, dun sa clash na yun. Kasi namatay agad si Akashi. Yun sinasabi ko nga na out of position siya, nahagip siya nung Ravage. Actually, katabi nga niya yung Tide Hunter nun eh. And siya yung na-burst down ng OB Neon. At sunod-sunod na kasi dun eh. And I think, in terms of experience din siguro, yung mga ganitong under pressure na times for OB Neon, I think, alam nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin. Like for Palos, di ba? Merong time na nalulugi na sila pero hindi na siya sumasama. After that, nagpo-push lang siya sa top lane or sa jungle area. After nung mga natalo yung clash nila. And inayaan lang nila yung Grind Sky Esports na i-pressure yung lane nila. Pero they do group up after yung magandang clash nila. Sunod-sunod na eh. Merong konting mistakes like for Mamang Daya ang Asim. Pero ang yaman na kasi sobra ng Morphling. How are you going to kill this kind of Morphling?
I think ang pinaka naging crucial doon ay yung mga sunod-sunod na pick-offs na nangyari. 8 deaths on Akashi na nakikita natin on the stat line. Ang crucial din ng BKB timings. Nakita natin kanina yung sinabi ni Aki na clash. Yun yung first BKB timing ni Mamang Daya, and after that, nag-snowball na ng todo si Palos. Kinuha niya na yung buong game. Napakataas ng agi nito. Manta, may yung ninja gear. So anyone from the side of Team Grind Sky ay talagang mag-melt kapag napasukan niya ng waveform. So I think 3 beses, going back to the point, 3 beses nilang nakuha ng importante, like important timing na napitas si Akashi sa baba. 3 yun eh.
Sunod-sunod na eh, no? Like, ang tinitingnan ko kasi dito, ang ganda na talaga nung standing ni Akashi. 4-0 siya. Diba, hindi siya nagagalaw ng side ng OB Neon. Pero once nung nag-group up, I think Ember Spirit and Narman yata yun. Ember Spirit, Narman, and basta 3 sila nun, diba? Yung nag-gank sila kay Akashi sa baba. Yun na yung simula. Sunod-sunod na yung death ni Akashi.
Yeah. And really, may mga standout na players talaga mula sa OB Esports X Neon. And why don't we look at our MVP of that game? Ang isa sa mga in-expect ko dito, syempre, yung mga Morphling plays ni Palos. Sometimes si Ember Spirit, we can also say, or maybe the Tide Hunter. But our MVP is Palos with a net worth of 35k. na nag-total yan ng 840 GPM.
Correct.
Napakataas, 12, 3, and 6 para sa niyang KDA. The total hero damage of 37,000 and last hits na 500. Ano kadami. In this 40 minute na match mula sa ating laban, and of course, that is brought to us by Converge and Lucky Me, Pansit Canton. Yan
Yes.
ang highlights ng ating game number 1, mga kaibigan. At syempre, game number 2, dito na natin itatanong, what should be the adjustment mula sa side ng Grind Sky? Tinry nila na magkaroon ng early game, tempo-based game. Unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha yung kanilang timing at with 2 to 3 team fights na naitalo nila noon, nakakuha na nga ng advantage bilang OB Neon. Both Aki and Manjin, what should be the adjustments heading into game number 2?
I feel na
Sige, ikaw
ang
muna.
team ng OB Neon ay better in terms of alam nila yung timing na pick off time na. Hindi natin pwedeng hayaan na sila mag-dictate ng tempo. Kasi I think Grind Sky, they know their game plan. But the problem is, kailangan nilang ma-check yung mauna sila. Actually, dahil nga meron silang snap fire in the mid lane. Pero yun nga, since napitas ang Draw Ranger, maybe pwede nilang baguhin this time yung strategy nila. Go for a basic lang muna na type na pwede silang kumuha ng mga carries, tapatan nila yung late game together with an early game lineup din siguro.
Yup.
I do agree with you. Pero siguro sa akin, okay naman eh. Okay naman yung draft din nila. I think yung sa the way lang nila i-execute yung draft nila. Then siguro, and of course, for Akashi, di ba, if he's going to pick again yung mga carries na hindi ganun kataas or kalaki yung mobility na heroes, doon parang yun yung naging mistakes niya for the game 1 eh. Yung, kumbaga, yung positioning niya. 'Di ba? Siya yung pinaka-importanting hero sa Grind Sky. So, siya yung magdadala kumbaga ng ulam sa Grind Sky. And I think yun yung pwede niyang i-work out yung positioning niya all in all.
Yeah, we've already talked about yung adjustments nila in-game mismo na mention nga ni Aki at ni Manjin. And since nalipat na nga ulit tayo dito sa Castillo ni Roshan, it just means one thing. The draft is going to be up soon para sa game number 2. So na-mention nyo na yung adjustments nila in-game mismo sa mechanics. Any adjustments naman sa draft mismo na makikita natin? Were there any like standout na mga hero picks na hindi nyo nagustuhan in the previous game na pwedeng baguhin? Or in the side of Opinion, meron ba kayong gustong gamitin nila apart from heroes like Hoodwink, for example, or Morphling? Meron ba kayong mga ganong klaseng gustong i-bring up now we're heading into the draft, Aki and Manjing?
Siguro yung kung ni Mamang Daya, but sana hindi ma-first ban ng Grand Sky kasi alam nila na isa yan sa mga best heroes ni Mamang Daya. I think yung Snapfire, okay naman talaga siya, 'di ba? Grabe si Ki. Mag-Snapfire mid, talaga namang pinahirapan niya si Mamang Daya, Ember Spirit sa mid lane. So all in all, it's just how they executed their draft. Pero kung sa draft sila mag-a-adjust, I think parang wala naman din akong problema sa draft ng both teams.
I think ang pwede lang i-expect siguro is for OB Neon na kapag nakuha nila yung mga ano ba tawag doon? Parang heavily aggressive, like for example, yung Kungka, 'di ba? X-Mark, mag-aano sila, pipilitin nila yung laban, pipilitin nila yung clash. Like na nakita natin kanina ng game 1 na halos lahat sila sumusugod kahit up until sa dulo ng mga tower. So, if you are Grind Sky, you need to expect those kinds of picks, yung mga aggressive early, and maybe hope for a counterplay and good positioning para sa game na to. Yun lang naman. Siguro magbabago na to for sure kasi medyo nagre-rely sa heavy ultimates. Ang team ng Grind Sky, Thread Protector ultimate, Mars ultimate na pag nawala na, Eagles na. And hindi rin makapwesto actually talaga yung Rubik nila. Kahit na maganda rin yung Rubik sa game na yun, ang dami niyang pwedeng manakaw. Yeah. Halos na ginagangster siya ni Mamang Daya eh. Yung Ravage nakuha niya yun eh. 2 beses siya nakuha pero hindi niya mailand sa tunay na laban kasi sinusugod siya ng Ember from behind.
Threat din naman kasi talaga sa Obinion yan eh, yung Rubik.
Yes.
Hindi ko
We saw,
makalimutan
however,
yung wait lang, hindi ko makalimutan yung caster's camera kanina. I mean yung player cam. Kasi natatawa talaga ako, binibigilan ako. Natatawa ko kay Mamang Daya, hindi gumagalaw yung mukha niya. Pwede ba namin makita ulit direct? Hindi gumagalaw si Mamang Daya,
Gano'n ka
nakasmile
siya
lang sa
ka-focus.
gilid.
Focus na yan. Dota
Alam
na
kaya niya, ang tanong, alam kaya niya na pinapakita na sila eh, no? Kasi parang alam niya eh. Parang
Hindi,
alam niya
ang
eh.
nakakatawa kasi nakasmile lang siya with the dimples.
Oh,
Hindi
wow.
siya gumagalaw.
Mamang Daya
Ay,
Dimples.
mamaya
The
ulit
dimples.
pag pinakita.
Dotang-dota sila. Kita mo naman kanina, sumugod eh. Yun na eh, ganun na yun eh. Alam
Pero-
nila for sure. Alam nila na
Alam nila.
nakikita sila.
Mhm.
Oo, di lang nila alam kailan.
At saka meron akong gustong idagdag kasi kino-correct
Oh.
tayo ng mga viewers natin kanina. Jewel yata or Joel. Si JW.
Ah.
Ayan. Mas prefer
Ang basa,
daw nila
okay.
na gano'n ang basa natin kay Joel.
Alright, let's do it. Joel, no?
Napasa
Joel.
Joel.
Oo.
Kuya Joel. Hindi JWL, tama?
Hindi. Kasi naman, TMV. Ano ba yung TMV?
Eh kasi na, oo eh.
Oo nga, nasana
Pasensya
eh.
na kayo guys.
Puro sila
Ikaw ba
mga... ano,
babasahin? Ikaw ba babasahin mo yung JWL ng Jewel ng unang tingin? O, di ba?
Tsaka ang mga
Ay, at least alam natin.
QUI, di ba? Oh.
Oo.
Oo.
Ang astig pakinggan, di ba?
Hoy,
Pero
si
mahirap
QUI,
siya
oh.
sa caster side.
Oo.
Ang haba ng binabanggit mo.
Sige,
Diba,
we will try
di ba
our best. Thank you.
Nagkaroon ng mga time na ang this was Dota 1 since we're reliving it naman mga bandang 2008, 2009. Ang meta ng pangalan puro acronym or numbers, 'di ba? Doon sila.
Talaga?
Yung pangalan,
Ah.
di ba may pangalan niya si Shendel Zer at a certain point na numbers lang eh. Di ba nagbabago yung pangalan nun? Based in kasabayan nila Yamate. Ayan, may mga ganun. May ganung meta game sa pangalan na dapat acronyms
Letters,
or numbers.
acronyms.
Oo. Yun yung
Sino ba mga
angas.
best example, no?
Si ano,
Wala na rin ako.
di ba? Sila BYB, JYC, di ba?
BYB, si BYB!
Si ano,
Mula
si
sa
CML.
Oo.
CML, oh.
Nagkaroon ng ganun
Oo nga,
talaga
no?
na time ng meta game sa pangalan sa IGN. Ginawa nila, sinorten nila yung mga names nila.
Letters lang, no?
Para na,
Oo.
may naisip ako, nakalimutan ko lang kung sino eh. Ang daming ganyan at some era ng Dota eh.
Na puro letters
Puro
lang, no?
letter, walang eh.
Si RR! Dalawang R.
BDZ, FDZ, sino pa ba? May listahan tayo ng players eh. Pwede nating makita yan dito.
Oo nga eh. Mainit, guys.
So
Ayan.
pwede lang yung JWL para maangas. Pero since
Joel.
baka kasi nire-request din ni Kuya Joel eh. So
Oo,
Joel.
nire-request.
Dalawa kasi yan. Dalawa yan. Pwedeng Joel or Jewel.
Ano yung, kasi kanina JOO, Jewel ata or Joel, yan.
So Joel nga.
Oo.
Joel. Oo.
Correct
Mga tropa
us na
natin.
lang mga tropa. Pero I think naghihintay lang din tayo ng draft natin
Ng
dito.
draft.
Ayun
Oo,
na.
ayan na.
Ito na.
Sakto.
Binan na naman.
Still na ayo. Nagkapalitan yata ng sides.
Yes, Radiant
Honestly,
naman.
hindi ko, Radiant naman ang Bright Sky, if I'm not mistaken. Ayan.
Mhm.
Opinion. Doon sila sa pagkulay-pulay pillar, it means na nasa dire side
Nasa
sila.
dire. Oh.
That's right.
Grabe, no? Ang lupit ng setting natin para tayong nasa Game of Thrones.
Mhm. Gusto ko talaga yung
Tama,
pagbagsak ng mga heroes eh. Pagka
Oo,
may
eh.
na-pick na.
Tsaka may snow.
Oo.
Eto
Gusto mo
na,
yan.
binan naman yung kungka, Aki.
Yan nga,
May
hindi na
respeto
naman natin
talaga nila.
makikita yung kung ka.
Oo. Pati yung Ayo ay still binan din ng OB Neon. Halos similar, no? Yung mga openings nila.
Same pa
Yun
din.
na.
Tide Hunter.
Okay, this time, sila naman yung magta-Tide Hunter dito. Oh! Ay, ganda! Double Doom!
Ay, ang
Soulbind.
nito. Ang
Ang gandang combo.
combo routine.
Mhm.
Combo routine ang tawag dito eh. From
Oh.
afar. Doom
Double
tsaka yung
Doom?
ano. Oo. Doom.
Doom.
Si Inkswell man. Oh, Doom.
Doom for Doom. And ang ganda na tong Doom pick na to kasi na-counter out niya agad itong si Tide Hunter. If
Si
ever
Tide,
na maagang makapag-blink dagger tong Doom na to, 'di ba? Pwede lang yung talanin sa backlines or
Yeah.
all eyes on Tide Hunter siguro. I think Grimstroke na is more than enough na para control itong si Tide Hunter. Like yung Phantom's Embrace lang, yung Silence lang.
So,
Kasi
okay,
kumbaga,
so
ano yun, Kuya Bull?
Rubik pa rin ang sagot. Alright, so Rubik, And Grimstroke, interesting yung ano na ito matchup na to kasi parang for the longest time yung parang 1v1 nila. Pagalingan lang talaga mag-skill. At hindi sila nagka-counteran in a way, but you know, sometimes some players say na counter kasi yung Rubik sa Grimstroke or Grimstroke kind of counters the Rubik. So it's an interesting dynamic. Pero yung Grimstroke na combo with the Doom, alam natin with the Soulbind, Double Doom is potentially out there. Pero katulad nga ng sinabi ni Aki, maganda siyang pang sagot in a way dun sa Tide agad kasi yung Inkswell, di ba, magiging problema siya. Inkswell and Doom, that's
Sakit niyan.
already a very good combo. So, eto namang Rubik, maganda naman yung mga spells na mananakaw niya. Even when Grimstock is okay against Rubik, ang ganda nung pwede niya manakaw na Doom. Even yung Soulbind itself, di ba? Maganda na siya na manakaw.
Actually, kahit anong hero, I mean, kahit anong skill nga ng Grimstroke, goods na goods ng manakaw ni Rubik.
Yeah.
Manakaw. Pero umay yan sa Tide Hunter pag siya lang mag-isa, lalo na pag hinabol ka nung Mumu nung Grimstroke.
Fandom siyempre.
No normal ka pa 2 beses, bagal no normal ni Tide Hunter.
The Outloom.
Oo, the
Outloom Gaming.
Well, we shall see dahil ang ganda ng combo actually. Ito yung masasayang combo yung side ng OB Esports. Another combo na kung saan alam yung in-out ka lang, skill 1, skill 2 ka lang, yung ganun pag grip stroke. And now, looking at the bans, look at the respect na meron sa carries na binaban ng OB Esports sa Grinds kayo. Monkey, Raid King TV at saka Medusa agad, direkta.
Oh, Void Spirit.
Same no?
Oh,
Same formula.
Yeah, I was about to say na OB Neon, pwede ulit silang kumuha ng ganun na malikot na hero para kay Rubik. Kasi yun naman talaga yung trabaho ng mga Spirit Brothers. Yung backlines, yung pupuntiryahin talaga na.
Team Spirit.
Team Spirit. Guys, kaya kailangan nila ng pag-control na ngayon dito sa Void Spirit. Although, meron naman silang decent enough. Oh, okay. So, instantly kuha sila ngayon ng isang PA. And PA, hindi masyadong problemado sa early stages against Doom. At Doom, very low armor hero yan. At obviously, maganda yung crits. At syempre, yung passive na makuha mo from the PA, it's decent versus the Doom in the early stages. So, kailangan lang niya ng BKB timings, syempre. At mukhang fast-paced ulit ang pwedeng paglaruan ng Grind Sky. Lalong-lalo na kumuha sila na ngayon ng si Tral. Kinuha nila si Tral.
Si Raptor Man.
Pero ang lambot ng dalawang heroes, ng dalawang supports ng Grind Sky dito. So,
10 seconds.
Patay agad sa Doom.
Oo.
Patay din agad sa
sa Void Spirit. Yun nga eh.
Yung dalawang support combo nila, tagilid isang mabilisan. Well, we shall see. Kasi naman kahit naman ng laban kiter speed. So, pwede, may silence sila. So, once, combo na naman kung iisipin sila dito. So, kailangan na naman nila maghintay ng mga cooldowns.
Yeah. It's all about the teamfight ultimates para sa Grind Sky
Sa Grind Sky, kumbaga talagang may timing yung nila yung power spike. They need to hit level 6 agad.
ET? Interesting.
Okay. So counter-engage for sure. Lalo na pag gumawa ng Grind Sky Esports, you have your ways to cancel that out. And inisip ko rin dito, totally manenegate niya yung Agi na meron ng Grind Sky dahil dun sa kanyang anti-armor na mechanic from the passive ng Elder Titan. So that works. Maybe ang OB Neon, maghanap na sila ng late game carry. Yung last pick na carry nila na right-click based. That's why they will couple it up with the Elder Titan. Unless gamitin nila yung Elder Titan na carry mismo, which, happened before.
Pwede, no? Nangyari na, no? Tsaka malalambot nga yung Tide Hunter dito. Malambot na yung tatlo na extra. Tapos yung dalawang support. Pati yung Tide Hunter, di pwede manlambot. So, yeah, I think itong
hampasin
OB
lang
Esports,
sila ng maleta mamaya.
hampasin lang. Mukhang ang OB Esports ang ng draft, no? Nagdidikta ngayon ng mangyayari.
Like, magre-react na lang itong Grind Sky Esports dito for their mid lane again. Talagang sineset up nila yung I mean, yung hero talaga ni Ki, which is kanina hindi natin na foresee na Snapfire mid kasi sobrang flexible ng ng Snapfire, 'di ba? Pwede siyang support, pwede siyang mid lane, pero once again, Grind Sky Esports, I think ito yung pinaghahandaan talaga nila, yung hero ni Ki, which is game 1, ganda talaga ng performance niya.
Oo. Pero I think wala nang flex na mangyayari dito sa Grind Sky kasi mukhang carry na talaga tong PA. Yung ob niyo nang pwede pang flex no?
Actually, eto na to hero ulit ni Palos yung
Ay, last pick.
yung ob. Yung hero
Ob
ulit
niyo,
ni
tama naman.
yung hero ulit ni Palos yung ila-last pick nila dito. So, they
it's a
can
pop.
still react dahil sila ang last pick.
Ka-counter sila, no?
Kailangan, they really need an answer dun sa Void Spirit. Something tells me na pwede sila mag-storm. Kaya Lina, actually, to answer this.
Binan
Wala,
Coverage
na sila
kaso
din yung
naman na
nag-ban
nga,
ng
Sila mismo yung nag-ban.
Sila mismo yung
Which
nag-ban.
kind of tells
na.
us what will be your answer sa Void
5
Spirit ngayon.
seconds remaining.
Taking Storm or Magnus. Okay, so Mag-PA, ang kanilang combo. Kaso puro melee sila. Pwede sila mapunish ng
Mongoose, no?
OB Neon.
Oo, kahit sila
Pwedeng mag-pick ng
Deathstroke.
range hero tong si tong Ogini yun or
Yeah.
something like
Morphling,
Ursa
ulit.
pala naban
10
pala yung Ursa
seconds
dito.
remaining.
Actually, Morphling.
Oo, morph ulit. Maganda nga.
5
In out,
seconds
no?
remaining.
Tapos hindi rin nila mapapatay agad.
I mean, meron naman silang panghuli sa Morphling. Siguro yung Disruptor. Pero the problem is, masyadong malambot si Disruptor para magtagal sa isang clash. Lalo na kapag naging maganda yung lane or yung early game ni Mamang Daya kapag maaga siyang nakapag-snowball.
Oo.
Tapos may Void Spirit pa na problema eh. The Doom as
Oo.
well can get on top of that. Really, what about mga mga Spectre para mag-cancel ng mga Blink, which we also see OB Sports na yun do. Ginagamit din siya. Also, heroes like Luna na good range and good tempo. Pwedeng isabay sa mga aura na pwedeng kunin ni Doom. No. Ah,
Pwede yata sila dito mag-Spectre.
Spectre, no?
Templar
Ate,
chooses your hero.
PA carry. Okay lang. And ang mahirap pa nito, sabi mo kanina puro sila melee hero. So, kakainin talaga nila yung mga right click si TA.
Yeah. Mine, anti-armor ang gustong gawin. Siyempre, may
Puro
Elder
armor
Titan,
nga.
meld, physical ang gustong targetin ng OB Neon dito. And that's also true with Grind Sky. Sila naman, kung ang OB Neon pampalambot, sila naman pampalakas ng damage with Empower as well as the overall damage output ng Grind Sky Esports. At dito na tayo sa point kung saan tatanungin ko na kayo ng inyong last thoughts, Aki and Manjin. Kanina si Manjin nagsimula, ikaw naman Aki ngayon. Sino sa tingin mo? Sino mas pabor na lineup para sa'yo?
Ako, I would go for Grind Sky. Gusto ko ng Game 3. I want to see more of these players, lalo na kay Ki. 'Di ba? Kasi yung, Game 1, parang nabitin ako dun sa game nila. Nagkaroon lang talaga sila ng mistakes, pero I think they can show us more para sa mga following games sila. And of course, yung threat nung nila, ng mga ultimates nila, one good Ravage, one good RP from Magnus and Tide Hunter. Sunod-sunod na yan lalo na kapag nakapag-farm pa tong si PA.
How about you, Manjin? Ikaw naman.
Nawala yata si Tito
Oo.
Manjin. Ayan.
Alright. Na-translate ko na lang ang sinasabi ni Manjin na gusto niya din ang composition ng Grind Sky at gusto niya rin mapunta sa isang Game 3.
Oo.
But OB
Yan,
Esports
nandito na.
lineup, ayun,
Ayan. Sige, tuloy mo na.
napabilis ang
Tuloy mo na yan.
tuloy ko na.
Oo.
As we set up now para sa ating game number 2, will this be a 2-0 or will Grind Sky force into a game number 3? Alamin natin yan. Naparating na laban between Grind Sky and OB Neon.
Here we go.
Casters, pasok na tayo!
Let's go!
Here we go.
Let's get into the game. Kuya Manjin,
Mhm.
ipagpatuloy mo na yung sinasabi mo kanina.
Yun nga,
Kanina ka ba dito?
Actually, I feel na yung momentum ay nasa side na ng OB Neon. The fact na nag-switch na rin sila nung kanilang mid lane. Akala natin, void na yun. Nag-switch sila ng kanilang carry, di ba? Biglang
30
naging
seconds
EA.
to battle.
So, I feel na yung momentum na manggagangster na sila ng mga new bloods. So, ang pabor ko ay team ng Obinion. Kasi parang ang hirap kasi pag cooldown base yung buong team eh. Tatlo yan, no? Tatlong heavy cooldown ultimates. Unlike ang Obinion, yung Doom lang ang hihintayin mo ng malupit. Pero we shall see. Di pa naman
We shall
tapos.
Mhm.
Here we go.
Ako talaga, ito yung iintayin natin eh. Kasi hindi necessary na gamitin ng Grind Sky at once yung Ravage and yung RP. 'Di ba? Meron pa silang second pang
Switching.
second attempt,
Oo.
'di ba? Pwede kung magamit man nila agad yung Ravage, meron pa silang RP na
Yeah.
pang follow up. So kailangan talaga mag-ingat ng Obinion dito. And once again, it will be all about survivability.
Correct.
'Di ba? Kapag naubos na yung ultimates ng Grind Sky Esports at kapag hindi nila na wipe out o siguro kahit dalawa or tatlo yung mapatay nilang side ng Obinion, pagbuhay pa rin yan. Wala na silang may babato after.
Yun nga eh. Well, titignan natin, Aki, kasi laning stage na muna tayo. If ever mangyayari yan lahat pagdating doon sa late game, dito ko interested, Aki, Dalanaya carry in the top lane na medyo gagangsterin muna ng onte ni Kuya Jewel, no? Si Mr. Palos. At level 1, hirap
Ano
talaga
naman na
yan.
talaga ginagawa na din talagang carry itong si TA. Kasi same mechanics lang din naman kapag nilagay siya sa mid, magpa-farm lang din naman siya 'di ba?
Oo.
After niya mag level 5 or level 6, magsa-stack lang yung isa niyang support dito, which is kayang-kayang gawin. Lalo na Elder Titan, 'di ba? Kaya niya mag-stack ng ng dalawa. Ng
Correct.
dalawang camps at once.
Kagawin mo ng tatlo pag
Tatlo.
napagkatsambahan, pag magaling, di ba?
Pag magaling ka talaga.
Oo, pwede. Yeah, and interesting actually. Ang tagal ko na for me first time kong nakita ang isang PA at sa carry role, kaya thank you sa pag-explain sa akin, Aki. Nagbe-make sense nga din yung side blades, 'di ba? Ubos ang stacks. So yeah,
Bilis lang yan. Mabilis lang yung timing.
yeah, napakabilis na nga talaga. So it will all depend again kung gagangsterin pa rin siya ng Tidehunter dahil in terms of last hits lamang si Jewel. Meanwhile, ito yung matchup na interesting. Mongosor na naging parang flavor of the month sa
Flavor
Dota.
of the month dahil
Oo.
kay Collapse.
Oo,
Talaga naman.
dahil kay Collapse. Ayan yun yung
Uy,
pwede niyang gawin in the
Talagang
mid.
sinuwag si Mamang Daya. Ay, Manjin, gusto ko lang batiin si Mami Helenita. Siya yung mami ni Scam na
Ay.
suporta sa Filipino broadcast ng kahit anong Dota tournament.
Wow.
Ay, nandito siya ngayon, nanonood at nagsusupport sa atin. Hello kay Mami Helenita.
Salamat po, Mami Helen. Magmerienda na po tayo habang nanonood. 'Di ba?
Okay.
So,
Pero yun nga, Tito Manjin, ano nga yung sinasabi mo kanina?
Yung mid lane matchup no? Yung The Spirit Brothers laban dito sa Mongosor, magiging interesting din. Kasi tinitingnan ko yung last hits and denies, parang lugi na naman sa dinayan. Si Mamang Daya, same na
Mamang
same.
Daya.
Same story as game number 1 to. Na ang taas kasi ng spam mechanic ng isang Magnus.
Tsaka yung pa niyan, I'm not really sure kung naglagay na siya agad ng empower dito. Pero if ever maglagay man siya agad, talagang tatama sa kanya. Uy,
Oo nga.
parang deny lang si Abeng dito sa gilid.
Unawan lang muna, no? Unahan lang muna ng
Dyer's
mga
bottom tower is under
ng bounty. Halos parehas, no? Pero pulado na. Ito yung sinasabi natin.
Naku
Gagangsterin siya yan eh.
po.
Kasi yung side blades, parang kapag katapat mo yung Tidehunter, hindi ganun ka-effective sa Tide no? Kasi makakalapit yung Tide, matatamaan ka ng third Ng third niya. So medyo first blood na mapupunta sa Grind Sky.
Medyo first blood, indeed. Para sa Grind Sky Esports. Pero take note na ganito rin yung game 1 na they do manage to have
Radiant structures
a
are
good
fortified.
early game, pero pagdating ng mid game, doon sila masyadong doon sila medyo kinapos.
Correct.
'Di ba? Parang hindi nila na close out ng maayos yung laro. Pero let's hope for the best para sa Grind Sky kasi
Correct.
talaga namang kayang-kaya nilang sumabay dito sa Obinion.
Pero syempre, in terms of XP, look at this, Obinion, yung bottom lane naman ay sila yung nakaka-show. Grind Sky is leading by less than 1k. But in terms of farm, nakakatabla si Enryu kaya sa PA. Pero eto ang storya ng laban. Ayun na yung sinasabi mo, Aki. Pwedeng magtatlo yan, di ba? Pag sobrang galing nung nag-Elder Titan.
Ang mahirap dito, Manjina, since nagsa-stack etong OB Neon,
Oo.
mahirap yan kapag naispatan ng Grind
Grind
Sky.
Sky.
Kasi kaya nilang kumuha eh. They do
Oo.
have the Tide Hunter, meron silang Magnus,
Oo.
na ang bilis na kumuha ng mga stacks niyan.
Correct. At saka ang mahirap pa dyan pag nagsa-stacks ka tapos walang nangyayari. So, yung level mo, pwedeng hindi mo na pag wala kang level, hindi pag biglang nag-team fight, wala kang magawa. Kasi ang baba ng level mo. So kailangan
Kasi
maging
nag-stacks
careful ng
ka eh.
OB Neon. Same story, no? Talaga, tunay. Same story as game number 1. Akashi is still farming here. Unahan lang muna sa mga pag-pull. Pero din, ito na yung sinasabi natin. Level 5. Sakit. Anchor smash sa
Sakit.
mukha. Jewel, having a great time sa top lane.
Dire's top
Ganda
Having a
ng
great time indeed. And tignan naman natin dito sa mid lane, talaga ng mga mamang daya. Medyo nabibehind siya ng konti. Level 6 na itong Magnus.
Oo.
And naglagay na siya agad ng RP kasi pag nagtawag siya ng +1 dito, sobrang taas ng kill potential nila for
Game na agad.
this Void Spirit.
Pero nagtawag na rin ng extra
Nagtawag.
si Void Spirit.
Oo.
Hinila.
King of nagtawag, siya pala yung nagtawag dito.
Oo.
I mean, itong siguro ni-refill lang din niya yung bote.
Bote.
Pero
Nagtawag, Aki, nagsabi, pabote naman.
Oo, pero
Gumanon.
this might be a free kill para sa OB Neon dito dahil Disruptor doing everything he can para maspatan niya yung triangle camp ng OB Neon kasi we can really expect na mag-stack talaga yung both teams dito. Pero RP, it will be committed onto this Elder Titan and si Narman. Pero
Uy,
ang tagal, we're taking too much time para matay itong Elder Titan na medyo makunat pa nga. Mukhang mababaliktad pa ng
Grabe.
OB Neon. That's Mamang Dai taking down the Rubik at si Ki.
Wow.
Ay.
Bitin na damage output na nagmula sa Magnus at sa Rubik plus Aki, naspatan yung stacks doon. I think may 3 stacks doon sa jungle na nakita ng Elder Titan. So in a while, pwedeng puntahan yun ng OB Neon. Nako, itutuloy-tuloy ata ng OB
Tuloy-tuloy na
Neon to.
yata. Ay.
Wow. Ito yung mahirap, Aki. Aasa sila sa mga pang-counter go na ultimates eh. And hindi sila kagaya nung lineup kanina ng OB Neon na ang taas ng mobility. Ngayon, medyo front and go sila eh. Lalo na yung Disruptor, 'di ba? Yung Rubik ay pwedeng pasukan lang din agad. So, may magandang simula para sa side ng OB Neon.
Magandang simula.
But still, nandito, na kay Mr. Jewel ang bola. Kasi si Jewel, maganda ang farm sa top lane. Binubugbog si TA na si Palos.
Ito yung pwedeng maging bawi ng
Ayan,
guys kay dito. Pwede natin, they will spot out itong si
Galing.
EA, itong si Palos. Ubus na yung kanyang refraction dito. Can he survive dito sa
Walang
chase na
ult.
ginagawa ng Grind Sky? Pero mukhang mababaliktad na naman yata. Abing is here as well. Plus si Narman, hinahabol
Walang
na
ult.
ng Elder Titan na merong Inkswell. This is just the level 3 na Elder Titan. Napakasakit Kuya Eddie ng kanyang right click damage dito. Naligtas pa nga nila si Palos.
Buti na lang kamo, wala pang ult si Jewel.
Oo.
Level 6, kung may ult siya noon, that was instant kill para kay TA.
I mean, hindi worth it yung ginagawang chase ni Joel dito dun sa TA. Kasi nabanggit natin kanina for Grind Sky, they need to hit their level 6 as early as possible. Dahil yun ang puhunan nila eh. Yung mga ultimates nila kailangan nila agad mabawi. Pero eto na
Sakit.
nga, JWL, meron na siyang Ravage available and on the way nga lang dito yung side ng OB
Nandiyan na
Neon.
lang.
Ako pumako-corner na nga. Itong si Joel, Kuya Joel. That's 4 heroes. Kuya Joel against the
Wow.
world. Wala na siyang kawala dito.
Wow. OB Neon punishing Jewel. Aki, nabanggit mo nga na hindi siya pwedeng umarap na. I think tapos na yung laning stage. It is now time for the teams na maghanap ng play. And one play na ginawa ng OB Neon is to secure the lane para makapag-farm yung kanilang Lanaya, yung kanilang PA. Kasi nawala yun. Actually, nakahabol na nga siya. 55 na siya ngayon. Oh my. Tapos nako, nawala pa yung Rubik. So nako, Aki. Nakita yung stacks.
Yung stacks.
Ng OB Neon nun sa triangle ng Grand Sky. Ang dami nun.
Oo. And, andun na din yung Void Spirit plus yung Elder Titan. Pwede na nilang...
Pwede nilang kunin. Ayun, nagpiping sila. Nagping.
Oo, nagpiping na nga. I mean, yung Doom mukhang gusto rin. Pwede rin siyang tumulong dyan.
Oh no. Well, titignan natin. Yung Doom, maglilidas pa lang. Mamaya, free farm din siya dito sa bottom. Sa
Ang
bottom
yaman
lane.
neto, Manjin, if ever 9 minutes into the game, pamidas na yung
Yung
Doom.
Doom.
So, looks like na talagang he had a good time dito sa may bottom lane. Pero once again, for Grind Sky Esports, yung sinasabi natin kanina na saving grace nila is yung
Si
kanilang
Tide.
mga ultimates, di ba?
Oo.
Kailangan nilang magamit ng maganda and hindi necessary din na gamitin nila at once yung Ravage and yung RP.
Oo, pwedeng magkasunod. But ayan, kinuha na nila kaagad. Pining na kasi. I think ang grinds kayo nagping nun. Nakunin na kaagad yung mga stocks.
Baka makuha pa ng iba.
Oo, baka kasi makuha pa ng iba. Alam mo naman, pag may opportunity, di ba? Kunin mo na. yung OB Neo, nag-reset muna sila. Nire-respeto nila na may Ravage. Nire-respeto nila na may RP. And probably hintay din muna sila ng power spike ng item. Diba? Ngayon, mukhang may rotation na magaganap. In that top lane, mukhang okay. Chillax lang muna kasi mukhang nagpaplano ng play ang team ng Grind Sky dito. Kasi online na sila, Aki, We shall
Pwede
see
na.
if
Kaso,
mid-lane to.
mas okay yata, Manjin, kung level 6 na din yung Disruptor.
Para sure,
Kung meron
no?
siyang silence. O para sure. Kasi silence yan talaga yung pinaka-pang-catch nila kay TA. Lalo
Oo.
na meron siyang refraction dito para wala rin siyang magawa kahit pa paano. Plus yung Doom, di ba?
Oo. Uy, ang actually magpaplano ng play, si Abeng
Naku
at si Mamang
po,
Daya.
Jowa.
This is the Tide. Namatay to kanina, Aki,
Oo, pinagbabalakan siya dito ng Omni
Oh.
and there's the Inkswell. Tatawang pa nga pa, napakadaming ginamit dito. Doom was used as well. Pero tingnan natin,
Ganda.
TMW gusto niyang sumali sa kasiyahan dito sa
Uy.
may bottom lane. There's, etong si Kuya Aldo, hindi siya makapagpitaw ng kanyang RP dito. Naastang pa nga dito sa may kilid. And tingnan natin, Henry will fall down plus Mamang Daya na
Okay.
sa may 3 lines and Abeng. Mukhang siya yung makukuha dito for OB Neo. The simulate will be used and Mamang Daya, he wants to run. Pero tingnan natin, pwede pa siyang mahabol dito ng side ng Grind Sky dito. And at last, finally, napatay na yung Void Spirit dito. Pero Narman, etong si Hasta gusto pa yatang sumama sa
Norman.
promo. Manjin,
Sumama sa promo, Aki.
sama ka
Sali
na sa
ako sa
promo.
promo. Ay,
Sama ba?
Oops,
Ay, na. Wala siyang napatulog dito. Pero tingnan natin, they're
Fighters.
taking too much time just to chase down etong si Narman. Ang tagal. Ang tagal ng, ng chase nila dito.
Hinahabol
Boy,
siya.
bata.
Hinahabol niya pa rin ba? Mukhang magbaback
Oo.
na siya.
Ako po, hahabulin pa nga rin. Pero tignan
Habol
natin
yan.
dito. There's
Isa
the
pa.
shockwave. Isa pa. One more right click. Score.
Boom.
Pero ang tagal
Alright.
nun, ha?
Napakatagal na nangyaring laban na yun, Aki. Oh my. That was
Habulan.
OB Neon making the right decision, making a play, popping the smoke, dooming the Tide Hunter. But unfortunately, TPs came in. And yun yung kailangan nilang i-expect. Binanggit mo na to kanina na kahit wala yung Tide, meron namang mga extra skills pa ang side ng Grind Sky. And perfect dito yung naging ultimate ni Disruptor. Para, at sobrang lalim na kasi mismo ng team ng ng team ng OB Neon. Kaya yung ultimate mismo ni TMV yung nagligtas sa kanyang team. So in a way, goods pa rin ang GS. No? Parang
Goods na goods pa rin
nag-fail pa
talaga.
nga yung OB Neon kasi isa lang yung kill na nakuha nila eh.
Tsaka namatay din si Mamang Dai.
Dalawa.
Mistaken.
Namatay yung Void.
Void Spirit, diba? And ito yung problema din for OB Neon, diba? Na sabi natin kanina na out of position si Akashi. As well, ito naman si Mamang Daya. Medyo umaasim din at some point. Pero speaking of Mamang Daya, speaking of the angel, the devil appeared. Mamang Daya going down.
Oh, yung silence talaga, no? Crucial, ultimate. Para kay TMB. So, BKBs are needed for sure in this game. Silence after silence. Dito naman sa kabila, Doom yung silence. Hindi niya alam, Nagpa-farm pa rin siya. Wala silang wards
papunta
dito.
na. On the way na. Pero ang maganda naman din for Grind Sky is they still have this tier 1 tower. So, possible na ganun ulit yung mangyari. If ever na i-go itong si kuya mo, Joel, sa bottom lane, makakapag-react pa yung Grind Sky.
Actually, nag-react na siya, Aki. Nag-react na siya na, bahala na kayo. Alam kong nandyan kayo. Lipat ako sa gitna. This is OB Neon trying to find kills right now, pero nakakaramdam ang team ng GS. So, GS na ang umaamba as team OB Neon. Try to defend na lang muna yung tower sa gitna. 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes in this game. tablang nangyaring laban at ang nananalo sa network, Aki, free farm yung TA.
Yung TA, yun nga.
Si
May
Palos.
nakakalimutan lang tayo na napapabayaan sa kusina, di ba? No, it's going in for grind sky, di ba? Yung mga pick-off, nakaka-react naman sila na maganda. Pero kailangan kasi nating abangan or tignan mabuti si Palos na nagpa-farm pa rin.
Oo,
Food trip,
nakakuha siya
kumbaga.
ng napakagandang stocks doon sa triangle nila, sa may ancient triangle. Yung PA naman kasi na si Akashi, ano din maganda rin yung farm. Pero kasi si Palos,
Yes.
may kill siya na nakukuha doon sa bandang top lane kanina. At better yung naging stocks kasi di ba level 1 pa lang, nagsa-stack na yung Elder Titan.
Yes.
So nakuha niya yun Kaya better yung farm niya. Kaya ngayon, mag-create sila ng play. TA is still farming. Nandito si Jewel.
Same with the PA din naman, 'di ba? Nagfa-farm lang din naman si Akashi dito. So, as of now, hindi ko pa rin talaga masasabi na hawak na ng game ng
Oo.
Obini hawak na ng Obini yung game na to.
Yeah.
Dahil hindi pa rin nakikita na magsama-sama yung Grindstone and here you go.
Crucial death. Ibig sabihin, Grinds kaya ang kukuha ng play dito because of that death. At sila mauuna sa
Mahirapan
push.
silang nasabi mong crucial death dahil Elder Titan pwede pa niyang madelay yung push ng ng Grind Sky Pero
Oo.
since namatay nga lang din siya dito, ayun na, tuloy-tuloy na din. Plus may double damage dun, 'di ba? Sino nakakuha?
Si kuya mo
Void ba?
Si Magnus ata
Magnus. Oo.
Si Ki. Pero tignan, ayun na, mas masakit to. Aray. Deso na.
And that's solo kill for Palos. Nagulat ako doon, Manji, na I didn't expect that to happen, na si Akashi mamamatay ng ganun-ganun lang. Well, if you're going to compare TA versus PA, kanina pa nananahimik yung TA and
Oo.
tingnan mo naman yung power ng isang Templar Assassin.
Oo. Kasi biruin mo 2K, 2.5K ang kalamangan ni Palos.
Actually,
Kasi ever since nung nagsimula, ini-stackan na siya. Oo, late na stackan si si PA.
Okay. Napakagandang ravage naman kinumit dito, pero eto na nga, may RP pa sa gilid. Where's the follow-up for Grind Sky Esports? Tingnan natin, mamamatay lang din. Nadong na lang itong si Kuya mo, Joel. Na si Ki, going down. Wala na silang Magnus dito. Isa ako pala si WKCL. Sumama pa nga again sa promo, and that's the PA na last man standing for Grind Sky Esports. Just like that.
Napakalapit.
Ang bilis.
Sabi ni Entry yung sige mag-ravage ka. Hello BKB. Ginulat ng BKB ng OB yun, yung Grind Sky. Biglang may BKB na dito, tapos after wala na, free reign na.
Tsaka ang isa sa mga gusto ko i-comment dito is si Abeg. Just in time na nakapag-RP etong si Ki, pumutok yung Inkswell. Na-stun lang din yung Magnus. Wala siyang nagawa dun sa engagement na yon. Ang daming ultimates na nasayang.
Oo.
And that's it. Sunod-sunod na.
Ito yung binabanggit natin, may ability yung OB niyon sa mga ganong mechanics. Everyone sa kanila ay pwedeng lagyan ng Inkswell di ba? Yung TA, napakasarap lagyan nung tinta. Yung lalo na yung Void Spirit. So, oh my. And with this, after nung ages, pop agad ng smoke, hanap agad ng laban kasi alam nila na walang mga ultimates yung Grind Sky. Ayan na nga. Kakasabi lang natin.
Unti-unti nang nakokontrol ng Obinion yung game natin. At of course, with this ages advantage pa na meron sila, pwede na silang mag-push out ng lanes pero may nagdo-drawing sa mapa.
Oo.
Mukhang alam nila na nandito nagpo-farm yung side ng Grind Sky Esports.
Ang ibig
sa may
sabihin
jungle area.
Ibig sabihin dito, Aki, kung ikaw ang Grind Sky, ano ka na lang muna? Reaction video ka na lang muna. Mahirap munang humanap ng laban, lalo na
vlog
BKB.
na lang muna.
Oo, vlog ka na lang muna. Gagawa na sila ng play kasi online na I mean, eto na yung power spike na hinahanap ng OB yun After ng Deso, Jules nga lang ang kailangan ng Void Spirit para gumawa ng mga plays. So if you are Grind Sky, you need to play this right now very patiently and wait for the BKB nung PA para at least may damage sila, no, Aki?
I agree with you. Pero tingnan natin I still believe in comeback. Pero kasi ito talaga yung power spike ng isang TA. Kapag ma-stretch pa nila tong game na to, kaya naman eh. Kasi at some point, nagde-deplete din yung lakas ng isang TA eh. Kapag overuse na yung kanyang BKB, di ba mabilis na lang siya makakite. Pero as of the moment, Obinion is now controlling the game.
Correct, 10k gold lead. At saka kasi may Aegis siya, Aki eh. So mag-aasim to ng onte eh. Alam niya may mga pwede masayang na resources. At nako, eto. The stop, the tulog. Oh my.
Good night, sir.
Ravi!
Good night, sir. Pero papasok na ngayon, Ravi. Shino plus TRP. Ito na hinihintay natin, Manjin. Just one good RP. One good coverage coming in from Grind Sky Esports. And itong si Narman, tatakbo na lang muna siya siguro. What can he do? Hinahanap siya ng Grind Sky Esports dito. Ito na ang pagbangon ng api. Gusto mo kaming patulugin. Pero nagkape kami. Hindi kami makakatulog. Sabi ng Grind Sky.
Sila yung nag-set. Sila yung nasitan. Tinabangan nila yung tulog. Tulog ng ano pala to. It's a nightmare. Ayan o. Wow, what a set. Ang lupit ng set.
Nagkape. Nagkape yung Magnus. Nagkape si Kuya mo. Napakagandang execution of skills. Ito yung sinasabi natin na strength ng Grind Sky Esports. And with that engagement, Manjin, medyo magkakaroon ng confidence yung Grind Sky dito na kaya pa nilang makabawi.
Buti na lang nakapagkape na, no, Aki?
Oo.
Kanina wala eh. Biruin mo sobrang ano yon, mini version ng Patience from Zoe na play dati. Napatulog din. Patulog din yon. Nakatulog yung si Ki. Tapos biglang kayo pala yung nasitan. So may konting space para sa Grind Sky. Obinion, at least after nung pangyayari na yon, natuto na sila. Ninoted na nila, okay, noted. Pwede pa nang mangyari.
Nagkape pala ang Grind Sky. Hindi natin sila mapapatulog ng matagal. Of course, I want to add pa, Manjin, na ang lalim din nila eh.
Oo, lalim
Nandun sila,
masyado.
pwede bang makapag-react yung Grind Sky? Pero tingnan natin, speaking of reaction, Obinion reacting dito sa Tier 1 Tower and Soulbind. Tingnan natin, hindi na na-commit yung dalawang Doom into Soulbind. Pero mukhang mamamatay yata yung Tide Hunter dito. Paisa-isa na yung Grind Sky Esports. Mukhang napapati yata natin sila. Puwera usog para sa Grind Sky Esports. And Akashi doing everything he can para lumaban pa dito. Pero hindi talaga kaya today ng isang PA. Hindi pa siya battle ready, Manjin.
Oo, hindi talaga kaya today, Aki. You know what? Dahil may ages pa nga si TA na hindi na-burn. Hindi pa na-burn. Tapos that was a BKB Inkswell. Like what you said, the double Doom combo. Walang Ravage, walang RP, ginamit kanina. So, yeah, maganda yung naging play ng Grind Sky na kahit pa paano nakakuha sila ng kill. But I think it was still not enough para maiwasan itong power spike na meron. Look at this. Doom agad. Stun. May nanakaw yung Rubik dun sa gilid. Pero ayan
yung Rubik. I think nanakaw niya din. Ayan, nanakaw niya yung Doom. Namatay si Mamang Daya dito. Pero dun sa kabilang dulo, hindi nila napansin na may BKB si Enryu. Yung damage nila is more than enough to kill this Tide Hunter, this Disruptor, plus yung PA pa. Diba? Mas napaganda pa eh. Kasi Void Spirit lang yung namatay.
Oo, mas maganda yung trade talaga doon sa side ng Obinion. Plus, hindi rin nabasag yung tower eh. So, yung Obinion kanina, talagang lumalim lang. Ito, let's see, kailangan nila mapitas to. Kailangan ni Jewel kill. Okay, goods yun.
Goods yun.
So,
pero
still,
ultimate was used para mapatay yung position 4. I'm not really sure about that, pero tingnan natin as the game progresses for Grind Sky Esports.
Crucial ultimate yun, Aki. Kailangan nila yung silence na yun, no? Para sa Void Spirit. Ay, nako, ito pala yung build sa TA, no? Yung Blink.
Oo.
Yung Swift Blink. So, rarat-rat.
Dati, at some point pa nga, naging meta pa na nag-aaganim siya si TA eh.
Si TA. Wow, alright.
Para
So,
yung map control. Pero
yun.
nawala na rin yung meta na gano'n. So back to parang normal na TA build na lang ulit ngayon.
Oo. Swift Blink build para sa TA. 12 to 20. Ito, Aki may reverse at saka may Ravage.
Ito na naman.
Naka-online. Actually, kompleto lahat ng ulti ng Obinion. Kailangan ata nila yung Static Storm eh.
Yes.
Nag-aabang sila dito yung TA.
Alam yata nila.
Oo, alam
siguro
nila.
nakakaramdam din itong Grind Sky Esports na nandito sa kanilang triangle camp ang
Nakatunog,
Ako,
nakatunog.
Bini. Boom tuloy. Oh, Bini yan. Kasi pinag-uusapan ng mga tropa natin sa comment, Boom Esports. Ayan, shoutout sa inyong lahat dyan. Binabasa ko rin kasi yung discussion nila eh. So,
Mamaya,
sana kayo ay
mamaya.
nag-enjoy.
May laban yung Boom Esports mamaya. Kalma lang kayo. Uy, nag-stun! Nag-stun
Ay,
na
nagsta na
angin!
nga, pero Enryu going in. Committed his Doom dito, pero Abeng mamamatay nga din natin. Akashi will get that kill, pero mamamatay naman yung Ruby. Plus yung Tide Hunter. Tignan natin dito, plus running low on health. Wala na siyang Aegis available, pero there's the damage. Perfectly committed dito sa may engagement natin dito, Manjin. Tignan natin gusto tumakbo ng Magnus, pero it's 4 heroes against 2 heroes. Tignan natin mamatay. Etong Magnus, pero Mamang Daya, medyo delikado, pero Akashi still standing strong. Oh my goodness, this PA with the double kill. Grind Sky Esports going back on track.
One Ravage to save the day! Jewel! Clutch Ravage! Tinipid niya ng malupit!
Tinipid.
Yung Ravage na yon at the right moment, at the right time. Kung iba yon Ravage na agad. Pero sa kanya, saglit lang. Hintayin muna natin kumalma lahat. Look at this. From
Ito
afar,
yung
may
instant
split.
replay.
Hindi nag-connect yung stun ni Enryu dito. But nakas niya pa rin yung Doom Goods. And yun. Ayun yung sinasabi mo. May reverse polarity. Doon sa
Na-RP din si
gilid.
Palos eh. Tsaka nakapag-free
Nag-buyback.
hit din.
Oo, nag-buyback yung Tide. Tapos tsaka siya nag-ravage. Hindi ko kasi na-ravage kanina. Nadum ako eh. Ayan.
Ngayon na lang, ang pagbangon ng api, kumbaga. And of course, we have to commend din itong si Akashi, di ba, na sa kanya galing yung damage ng
Ay,
Grind Sky
papaano.
dito. I think talagang na-RP lang talaga si Palaston.
Lanaya.
Pero another good encounter for Grind Sky Esports.
Oo, biruin mo, no? Yung RP to 1, pero worth it, no? Kasi yung TA, pag naka-normal yun, pwedeng ubos sila kasi magkakadikit sila dun eh. 'Di ba? So buti na lang nga mo, may buyback para makapag-ravage and yung RP, goods na RP. We shall see. Obinion, kailangan nilang respetuhin eh, no, Aki? Hindi
Ginamit
sila
na
pwedeng sumugod basta-basta dahil dito sa mga big team fight ultimates eh.
Ayan, shoutout sa aking katrabaho si Jesse James.
Ayun.
Nanonood. Ayan, Lodi din
Si
mag...
Jesse.
Yan. Jesse
Si Jesse
James. Gusto mo
James.
yan, kumanta ng price tag. Ay, oh my goodness, RP. Committed para kay Mamang Daya dito. Isang mabilis lang for this voice spirit. Pero TA dito doing everything para makatulong. Pero na-halberd Bautista. Ito si Palos, nakakite out siya ng Grind Sky Esports sa likod. And magkakaiwalay na nga yung ating flash dito. Tingnan natin kung mabubuhay pa nga ba. Itong si Magnus, si Ki. Gusto niya pang mabuhay pero mukhang kaya pa naman yata today. At buhay ang baby. It's a baby girl, Manjin.
It's a baby girl. Pumapalag pa si
Bumabalag pa.
Si Disruptor, laban na lang daw.
Laban na lang daw, pero Palos, okay, napap niya yung kanyang BKB dito. Tingnan natin kung pumasok pa ang Grind Sky, pero that's double kill for Palos. And they're not done yet. They don't want to stop. And TMW nahuli pa nga dito. Nakapag-TV.
Ay, nakapag-TV ba?
Nakapag-TV.
Ay, buhay pa.
Oh, bye.
Buhay pa. Oh my. Ang hirap, mahirapan yung GS pumasok dito without any ultimates. And ito yung kalakasan ng OB Neon eh. Okay lang kahit mawala yung Void Spirit, basta't buhay ang ating TA, basta't buhay si Palos, we will have the damage. MKB actually na si Palos. So talaga mag-shred na to. Remember na binanggit ni Wolf kanina, anti-armor lineup ang OB Neon. Nako, dinagdagan pa ng extra spice ng onting magic proc because of the MKB. So, napakasakit talaga ng damage output nito at mukhang libreng Aegis ang mapupunta sa OB Neon, Aki. Ayan na, may set pa.
Sayang.
Shiva!
Nahuli. Naku, Shiba Garuda.
Shiva Garuda!
Isang mabalis lang para kay TMW, pero Enryu popping out his BKB. Gusto niyang humabol dito sa may gilid. Pero napakagandang spell skill naman nun para dun sa Rubik na nakuha niya yung Astral Step. Pero Akashi, naku po.
Ang ganda ng set.
Hinabol pa.
Team 4-bar setup pala to, Aki. Pagka Yules, hila, tapos stomp, Earth Split. From afar, pwedeng i-set up ng Elder Titan yung kanyang mga skills dahil kay Mamang Daya, Enryu and Mamang Daya setting up that kill sa PA. At dahil doon, another crucial pick of OB Neon getting this Aegis and will probably get this tower right now, Aki. Ito pa yung mahirap kasi may mga trap sa loob ng torre, oh.
I mean, hindi sila basta-basta. Merong additional information for OB Neon sa mga positioning nila. Pero ito na nga, collapse mode na nga lang daw. Si Q, pero hindi, I mean si Ki, pero hindi siya nakapwesto ng maganda doon. Hindi niya rin nahuli ng Warren Toss itong si Palos dahil ang daming bouncer sa likod eh.
Oo, may nakaabang. At saka tignan mo yung TA, oh. Double range. Dragon Lance, tsaka yung
Dragon
bow.
Lance, ang laki talaga ng, I mean, ang taas ng range nung kanyang right clicks din dito. Pero tignan natin, Manjin, nagsisimula ng OB Neon taking down a set of rocks.
Mukhang
Or
ubos
Grand
ata yung
Sky.
rocks na to tapos magbabak na sila, Aki. Nice respect. The Dragon Lance plus the bow combo mula dito sa TA.
Bow. Oo.
Kaya dama mo talaga
Talagang
yung
anak ni ano, anak ng Diyos eh. Biro mo,
Anak ng
nakakuha pa
Diyos.
ng Grove Bow.
Grove bow. Biruin mo, napakadali, hindi niya kailangan lumapit, no? Para yung combo niya, ma-shoot niya yung kanyang in B tapos normal combo ay napakadali na lang magawa. Oh my, OB Neon. Ito pa yan, Aki, may Aegis sila. So, ibig sabihin, pwede sila mag-asim.
Pwede pa. Meron pang room for error ang OB Neon dito. And we can see sa ating minimap na top lane na yung gusto nilang kunin dito. Pero there's a group up from Grind Sky. Sino nga ba ang mahuhuli nila ditong biktima? Pero Enryu, spotted out itong si Rubik. Mukhang mauna na nga sa hukay. Tignan natin. KCL will fall down. Isa mga si TMV na mukhang nasa mali ang Grind Sky Esports dito, Manjin. Sila yung nagtangka, sila yung nabigyan.
Oo, inunahan sila ni Enryu. Nauna pa sa first si Enryu. Biruin mo, nagre-ready doon yung Kind Sky kasi may mga ultimate sila eh. Tapos biglang sabi ni Enryu, Dagger, Shiba Garuda. Ibang klase. Tapos BKB. Yung stomp na setup. This Doom is just doing wonders para sa side ng OB Neon. Enryu, second sa network, Aki. Parang siya na yung talagang siya na yung tempo maker nung game.
Tempo maker, indeed. Pero tingnan natin, OB Neon. Ako po, nagdadive na sa loob. Nakahuli na nga si Ki. Akala ko meron tayong collapse feels.
Pero,
Dito, medyo kinakapos na naman ang Grind Sky Esports. Pero, this game is not a one-sided game, Manjin.
Oo,
We
hindi
can't
masyado.
deny that fact.
Oo. Nung early game pumapalag kaso ang naging problema hindi nila kinakaya yung combo yung micro. I think papasok na rin dito yung micro plays Aki ng side ng OB Neon. Ang daming mga outplay kanina din
Yes.
Tsaka ako sobrang nabilib ako kay Enryu.
naglabura!
Ayan,
Nabura siya Kashi, nag-dive in, and saktong-sakto.
Wakin burado.
Na-walk-in burado, pero Palos, tingnan natin.
Uy, umi-stop pa, oh.
And refraction will be there. There's the glimpse back. Meron pa siyang Aegis available. Tingnan natin, kaya nga ba niyang patayin? At napatay pa nga niya si KCL. Itong Rubik, I think the end is near. Sabi nga dito.
Sabi ni Frank Sinatra.
And now,
The end is near. I feel na it's all about Enryu in this game, Aki. Kung papapiliin ako ng MVP.
ay, naku, nag-RP sa lupa. Talaga naman tinamaan ng 99.9%
ng germs.
Naku, pero namatay si Mamang Daya. Take note of that. And mukhang isa-isa na nag-aasim na naman. Asim kilig na naman ang OB Neon. Tingnan natin, hindi pa tapos ang Dota, mga kaibigan. Ay, 12 seconds for this Rubik at top up na kay AG si ni Palos. Pero
Asim
tingnan
sarap.
natin, Abeng gusto niyang tumulong dito. But Palos has the enough damage para kalabanin ng apat na heroes ng Grind Sky dito. Pinapalakpakan na lang sila sa mukha.
Pumapalakpak na lang si Palos. BKB palakpak, TP out. Mega Crips para sa OB Neon. Nag-asim na sina Enryu. Oh man, road to greatest games ang Grind Sky Esports na lang dito, Aki. I feel na marami talagang naging crucial na calls ang OB Neon. In terms of pick-off na ba? Mag-aasim ba tayo? Yun yung tinatawag. Meron kasing tinatawag na na tamang asim.
Tamang asim lang.
Calculated asim. Isang beses lang nangyari yung na-set upan sila Tapos ano pa yun
Natuto na, kumbaga. Natuto na sila. Oy!
Oo. Uy, ang sakit. Ang sakit. Kalahati yun na. Kaso mas masakit kung TA We shall see. Habulin niya ba? Hindi.
Ewan ko, pero wala nang katakot-takot si Palos
Wala na. Ano to? Kukunin niya yung quiver. Ayun, nag-quiver. Enchanted quiver para mas long range. Bang. Yung enchanted quiver ba nagpo-proc dun sa passive niya? Yung ano niya, first skill yung meld?
Ata.
Sumasa ba yung crit dun sa
I think
300
so.
na
I think so.
magical?
Yan. Correct nyo kami guys if we're wrong. Pero I think oo.
Oo, kasi normal yun eh. Counted as
Oo.
normal it eh.
Dire are scanning.
Pero
Sakit niyan,
smoke,
Aki.
eto na nga. Huling hirit sa tag-init. Sabi ng Grind Sky, meron silang
Radiant's middle tower is under
ultimate disruptor. Pero di na natin makakapag-BKB si Palos. Pero sila pa ito yung nasa etapan nila. There's the soul bind. Pero nasa yung follow-up NPA. Akashi will fall down. Gawin namin spy back. Pero GG, katawag na rin. Alam na ng Grind Sky Esports na talagang kinapos na talaga sila for this game number 2. And that's a 2-0 victory for OB Neo.
Right decision making and the proper execution ng lineup. Ryu and company taking the victory. OB Esports, Neon. Aki, tama ang prediction mo nung una. Mainit pa rin ang team nila. And experience-wise, I think kitang-kita din sa game na to. Clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0, pero we can't deny the fact na nakakasabay ang Grind Sky Esports dito. Si Ki,
Oo.
abangan natin yan. Feeling ko magiging next superstar yan. Dota superstar. Pero
May
okay.
hulog. Pero ito, si Wolf, nandyan ka pala.
Oh, Ice Man, sobrang lapit ko no?
Oo.
Pero, yeah, wow. I did not expect that to turn out like that. Akala natin ay magiging closer na siya para sa Grind Sky. But, Neon, mas maganda talaga ang kanilang mga execution when it comes to their team fights. At nakita natin, sila din ang nanagintian. Sayang, makakita sana tayo ng mga explosive na Magnus at PA. But, kinapos ang Grind Sky and it's a 2-0 for OB Neon. My
Oo.
God. Ito na yun. I mean, they're the favorites, one of the favorites dito sa Mineski Masters at mukhang nabusog naman tayo at hindi naman na-disappoint ang mga fans.
Mukha naman. Mukha naman din. Ako sobrang ngayon lang ako nakakita ng Lanaya, Kerry. Pero actually mas naging impressive sa akin. Binanggit ko na to kanina. The Doom ni Ryu.
Ryu.
Ang nagustuhan ko sa opinion, alam nila yung roles ng isa't isa eh. And they know na, syempre, yung Doom lang yung may power to initiate. At yung si Mamang Daya, yung kanilang mid lane, Void Spirit, hanap lang ng supports. Pero kapag yung mga tatangkihan, yung mga Magnus, at saka yung Tidehunter, laging nandun si Ryu para simulan ang laban. Double Doom, combo with of course, the Grimstroke. Grabe, OB Neon. Napakalupit nun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Diretso na tayo sa mga highlights, mga kaibigan, Aki and Manjin, to discuss some of the key moments dun sa nangyaring laban.
Oo.
And obviously, dun sa early stages, makikita natin yung paggamit nga nila sa Doom, pati na rin dun sa kanilang Grimstroke. How impressive was this, Aki and Manjin? Gaano ba kaganda yung pagkaka-execute ng Obinion with their Soulbind, with their Grimstroke, and as well as their Doom?
Actually, hindi nga yun yung yung pinaka naging highlight for this combo na Doom and Grimstroke. Ang isa sa mga nagustuhan ko for this Grimstroke is yung Inkswell ni Abeng na just in time sa mga crucial moment nakakapagbitaw siya ng Inkswell. Yung sa may Roshan area yung na-RP sila, doon nanalo yung Obinian dahil doon sa Inkswell ni Abeng.
Ito yun.
Ito yun. Sino mo pag saktong pumutok yung Inkswell. Na-stun yung Magnus, wala siyang nagawa.
Nangyari no? Kung hindi na-stun yung Magnus, makakapag-skewer out yun eh.
Skewer.
Oo eh.
Dalawa sana yung maha-attack dun.
Oo, skewer in
Pero
na dapat.
ito yung nagkape. Nagkape si Ki,
nagkape.
hindi nila napatulog. Sila pa yung nasa etapan. We thought
Nagising.
na ito na yung comeback sana ng GSL. Napakaganda na itong team fight na to for Grind Sky Esports.
Combo routine na sana, kaso hindi nila inapot.
Oo.
Ito wala silang ultimate kasi dito, di sila makapag-counter go. Kakatapos lang nung kape eh. Kakatapos lang nung nangyari yung combo
Sila na yung
routine.
nag-attempt dito eh. Pero Ryu dito na siya yung pumasok talaga. At nagbigay ng information for Obinion. Na-stun niya ata niya, sino yung naghihintay doon? Si Rubik yata?
Oo. Ang lupit nung Doom Grimstroke. Ang bilis nung Doom kasi. Tapos ang problema pa pala, ngayon ko lang nakita, yung Elder Titan combo, kapag may nakatali na dalawang hero, wala na, hindi
Hindi
tatamaan
sila
talaga.
makapag-ulit.
Tatamaan talaga sila ng Earth Split.
Tulog talaga akong tulog kasi
Oo.
kailangan nilang maghawak kamay.
Oo.
So many combos that we saw in this game. Makita natin ang post-game stats. Napakarami ng kills. It's a high scoring game. 21 kills for Grind Sky and a total of 39 para sa OB Esports Neon. At syempre, ang palos ulit. 10 to 11. Habang si Mamang Dayo, medyo chill with 7 deaths. But Palos as well as Endrio, sila talaga nag-create ng magandang team fights para sa OB Neon. For Grind Sky, ang ganda rin naman ng ipinakita ni QUI. Unfortunately, so many deaths on their part at dahil din sa idea na maganda ang simula para sa OB Neon when it comes to their team fights. Eventually, they were overwhelmed. At mukhang maganda ang future para sa OB Neon. Siguro ang huling tanong ko sa inyo ay ano ang dapat improve ng Grind Sky Esports. They still have a few more chances dito sa Mineski Masters. What should they improve on very quickly?
For Grind Sky Esports, for this game 2, siguro yung draft. I don't really like
Draft.
itong Magnus and Tidehunter. Well, kasi kapag tapos na yung draft, we should see na lang yung kumbaga, yung magandang part dun sa draft nila eh. Pero kung meron pa silang adjustment, sana hindi sila nag-Magnus eh. Well, I do get na finurse pick nila yung Tidehunter, tapos Magnus, gusto lang nila i-complement para sa PA, pero they can pick a better mid laner eh, na kayang
Oo.
sumabay talaga kay Mamang Daya. Doon panalo naman si Ki sa lane.
Totoo.
Na
Totoo.
napahirapan naman niya yung Void Spirit eh. Pero kasi sobrang heavily dependent sila sa kanilang mga ultimates. And
Ultimates,
after nun,
no?
wala na silang magawa.
Oo. I feel naman na if they want to push this type of strategy, I feel better map awareness, better decision making, especially map awareness kasi like for example kanina nung game number 1, 'di ba, ang daming beses napitas and may mga uncertain parang may mga hindi kailangan sana na team fights kaso nangyari. So I think better decision making and map awareness for their run sa darating na lower bracket.
Yes. So, pwede pa natin i-expect na makabawi itong Grind Sky Esports kasi
Yeah.
kaya nila like paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, etong si Ki, we should watch out for this player
Oo, si Ki,
dahil
no?
may dating. Kumbaga, may dating siya sa mid. Oo.
And speaking of may dating, ba't hindi natin tignan ang ating pinaka-may dating na player in this
Yun.
particular game, the MVP? Will it be Palos once again, katulad ng previous one, or will it be a different person? Si
I
Abeng.
agree.
20
Sige,
assists.
Sabi, nag-agree ka, Aki?
Mhm.
Why is that?
Yun nga kasi,
So,
hindi sobrang, isang beses ko lang ata nakita yung Soulbind Doom. Next nun, hindi na
Oo.
sila nakapag nabigay yung combo na yun. Pero kasi, yung control na nabibigay ni Abeng sa Inkswell and yung Phantom's Embrace, yun yung bayad na bayad mo sa kanya.
Oo, bayad na bayad yung
Bayad na
Inkswell eh.
Bayad na bayad, sobra, 129% kill participation.
Oo, grabe yun.
Grabe yun.
Lumagpas.
Lumagpas pa sa 100%. Pero kidding aside, ganun ka-impactful naman talaga ang nakita natin mula kay Abeng. We'll see more from this guy come their next series. Abangan natin kung sino ang kanilang mga katapat and that will be decided sa mga susunod nating serye ngayong araw na to. That's the first match of the 4 matches that we are gonna have for today. And hopefully, ay excited pa rin kayo sa mga mapapanood ninyo. Mga favorites, they will be coming up. TNC's gonna play. Boom is gonna be there as well. A lot of teams na pwede nating abangan na mukhang magiging interesting para sa ating Mineski Masters. It's not yet the end of the line para sa Grind Sky, pero para naman sa OB Neon, they are gonna be advancing into our bracket, into our stages dito sa Mineski Masters. And like I said, that has been our match number 1. Susunod, match number 2. It's going to be Boom Esports
Yun.
going up against Interactive
IAP.
Philippines.
Okay.
Diba?
Si Kimo.
And sige mo, exactly. That will be
Yan na
very
yun.
exciting. Thank you so much, Aki and Manjin. You'll catch more of them later on. For now, we're gonna be hopping into a very quick break. Magbabalik po ang Mineski Masters. Huwag kayong alis.
Yay!
Ayun.
Ito na naman.
Ito na naman.
I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This is better like you never tried, I bet it right. This is better like you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life,
want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps and FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. But yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me out here what they ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time.
I'm all in this. I call the shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch, it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in Mineski Masters 2021 for Dota 2. We are your panels for today. I am your panel host. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is, of course, the beautiful Aki, and syempre, ang pinakamainit na caster sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. We have John X Fire, and this match is gonna be really, really amazing, really, really hot because it's gonna be Boom Esports versus Interactive Philippines. Pero syempre, ang pinaka-main topic natin dito is si Mr. John X Fire. Magtatagalog kas na. John X Fire, welcome! Kamusta, brother?
Okay naman. Try natin mag-Tagalog. Medyo lutong accent ko. Sinasabi na ng chat eh. Sabi lang, mag-struggle daw ako. Medyo awkward daw. Tingnan natin. Okay naman. Kaya naman
Okay
ata.
naman. Kaya naman.
Pinoy
Or
man pa
kung
yun
gusto
ako.
mo,
Pinoy
mag-Bisaya na lang.
Actually, I mean, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
We have a lot of southern friends out there. Syempre, greet mo naman sila sa Bisaya.
Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan.
Ayun.
Bye.
Shoutout sa mga tao tag Davao. Yan lang. That's all I can do. I honestly am just so bad with Bisaya. When I speak Bisaya, my parents actually get mad at me. So, yan lang kaya ko. Tagalog lang. Tagalog pwede pa.
Pero yeah, sobrang excited ako dito. Once again, this is gonna be Boom Esports, arguably one of the best Southeast Asian team here sa region natin ngayon. Well, alongside with the T1 and syempre ang Fnatic. Pero yun nga, next one is actually Interactive Philippines IAP. Pwede natin sabihin na sobrang tagal na nilang organization, pero yung mga players sobrang tagal na rin talaga naglalaro. Most especially Kimo. Okay, for IAP, Aki, what can you say about this?
IAP, ito yung next team we can watch out for. Dahil nabanggit ko to ng Series 1 eh. We saw them play yesterday against Talon Esports and it wasn't a one-sided game. Diba? Nakasabay sila with that potential super team, yung Talon Esports. So, we can expect more for IAP para dito sa Mineski Masters na kaya pa nilang they can show more para dito sa tournament na to.
Meron pa ring asim si Kimo. Pwede natin sabihin yon, of course. Pero before natin pag-usapan ang Boom Esports, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this event won't be possible without our amazing sponsor. Unahan muna natin, syempre, ang Lucky May. Ang Lucky May Pancit Canton Thinner Noodles is available in all your favorite flavors. We have original, calamansi, chili mansi, extra hot, and sweet and spicy. Easy to prepare and can satisfy your craving, kaya perfect pang midnight snacking. Pero syempre mga kaibigan, we have one more. We have, of course, Mineski Masters is co-presented by Converge, your winning weapon, now with the new upgraded FiberX plan 2500 or 2500, loaded with 300 Mbps and plan 3500 or 3,500 turbocharged with 800 Mbps. Scan the QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win exclusive FiberX game gears at 500 entries, mga kaibigan. The links is developed Tri-Band, a mesh system that provides fast and reliable Wi-Fi coverage for gaming, 4K streaming, and more will be up for grabs. And syempre, pag nakakuha na tayo ng 1,000 entries, the Linksys Wi-Fi 6 Tri-Band will be unlocked. And alam naman natin na talagang ito talaga yung true speed. So whenever you're in a condo or a multi-story home, it will deliver 4 times faster speed for you guys. Both mesh systems are easy to set up and control through a free Linksys app. So ano pang inaantay nyo? All you have to do is sign up to enter the raffle and call your friends to sign up as well to unlock the best raffle items. And all you have to do is syempre, just sit back and relax because you're gonna have a chance to win amazing prizes because meron pa tayo na uumpisahan naman ni Aki. Ano pa ba yung mga pwede natin mapalanunan dito?
Ako, personally, favorite ko tong part na to ng mga tournaments, yung giveaways. Siyempre, hindi mawawala yan dito sa Mineski Masters. So, you guys have a chance to win itong ating 500 worth of Steam credits. All you have to do is to share this live stream. Don't forget na i-public nyo yung posts nyo, guys, and include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. And yung isa pa nating giveaway will be itong Mineski Masters exclusive jersey. So, para mapanalunan nyo to, guys, sasagutin nyo lang yung ating big question. Ayan. So, ipapalabas na ba natin direct yung question natin? So, kapag sinagot niyo tong big question natin, guys, don't forget yung hashtag ulit na Mineski Masters 2021. So, this is the second question of the day. Which summoned unit lasts for the longest time before expiring? Plague Ward ba? Ni Venomancer. Venomancer yan. Nagkamali lang, guys. Serpent Ward, ni Shadow Shaman, and yung Hawk, ni Beast Master. So, kung alam niyo yung sagot, guys, ayan, type niyo na sa comment section. Plus, yung hashtag na Mineski Masters 2021.
Mineski Masters jersey, mga kaibigan, na pwede nang mapalanunan. And syempre, alam naman natin, if ever maglalaro tayo ng Dota or like kahit ano man, sobrang sarap sa feeling pag naka-jersey tayo para mararamdaman natin yung feeling ng mga pro players natin pag naglalaro. John X-Fire, going back sa ating topic kanina, which is IFP versus Booman, I'm really excited because I'm a huge fan of John X Fireman. I've been watching him ever since.
Me too. Sign my forehead, Sir John X Fire.
Alam mo yun, siguro nga pag ako nagkaanak ang pangalan niya, lalagyan ko ng X-Fire sa dulo. Pwede siguro natin gawin yan.
Talaga naman, pag ako nabuhay pa sa next life ko, gusto ko maging si John X Fire.
Oo, di ba? Ako rin, man. Parang, wala. I mean, I'm a huge fan. Pero, yun nga. Before natin tignan yung mga intro videos natin dito sa ating mga teams, pag-usapan muna natin ulit yung mga players na maglalaro-laro ngayon. Pinag-usapan na natin yung IAP. Next is Boom Esports. John, you've been casting Boom Esports for a while already. What can you say about this?
Boom, naglabas sila sa roster shuffle. Malakas yung bagong roster, man. Nandyan si Tims, si Yopaj, si Skem, si FBZ from the old Boom lineup, nandyan pa rin. And I think they're gonna be doing really good. Tino, coming in from Execration, I think, nag-sub siya for a while. He played offlane for a while. He was playing pause 1 for a bit before that. And I think he's improved massively. So, malaking improvement sa Boom lineup ngayon. Kahit na hindi na sila Indonesian, Pinoy na sila, medyo Pinoy na sila. Mas malakas ng lineup. Nakita natin sa Pro Series 8, nakita natin na promote sila sa Upper Division. So maraming expectations sa Boom. And I think ma-deliver naman nila yan.
High expectation indeed, mga kaibigan, dito sa Boom Esports. Pero syempre, meron muna kayong papakita. So let's watch this. Boom Esports, ladies and gentlemen, kitang-kita naman natin ngayon yung mga dalawang yung mga bagong players ngayon ng Boom. Number 1, syempre, one of the newest na talagang pinasok dito, syempre, si Tims. Tims, mga kaibigan, is he gonna be a huge factor dito sa Boom Esports, knowing na talagang galing siya sa TNC, one of the best teams here in the Philippines, Aki?
Yes, I do agree. Ako kasi personally, ang tinitignan ko talaga sa mga teams is their supports. It's a big thing na meron kayong experience at magagaling na supports eh. Kasi if you're going to compare yung supports ng ibang team, parang hindi ko alam kung kanino ko i-compare yung Skem and Tims combination eh. They're almost perfect. Alam nila yung kailangan nilang gawin sa mga lanes sila, lalo na si Skem. Kasi si Skem all around player. Alam niya kung ano yung kailangan ng position 1, position 2, ng mid na ng offlane niya. I mean kung ano yung kailangan niyang itulong sa position 4 niya, 'di ba? That's a huge thing for Boom Esports. So I'm really expecting much for this team.
It's like you're saying talaga nagko-complement sila sa isa't isa na talagang sobrang itong Boom Esports ngayon, sobrang jam-packed talaga sila with a lot of help para sa mga kakampi nila. Pero yun nga, John, let's talk about Skem and Yopaj. Matagal na sila magkakampi, galing pala silang OB Neon. Pero what do you think yung magiging explosive factor nila dito sa team ng Boom Esports ngayon?
Kay Yopaj, yung hero pool niya, nakita natin sa earlier series may mid-snap. At sabi ni Aki, si Yopaj naglabas yan nung BTS Pro Series 4 ata. So, I think Yopaj's mid pool is the big factor. Kasi madaming heroes si Yopaj sa mid eh. May Sand King mid, Wind Ranger,
Earth Spirit mid,
Snapfire, Earth Spirit mid na matagal na hindi naglabas. So, sobrang flexible ng Boom sa mid. At hindi lang yung mid, I think si Tims din talaga sa pause 4 eh. Yung Monkey King niya, dapat first ban yan. Kung hindi maban yung Monkey King niya, may isang game siya nag 15-0 ata. Farm niya opposite na pause 3. Grabbing game yan. I think you have to take away these heroes from Boom. So you have to focus on Tims, you have to focus on Yopaj, and that will allow a lot of heroes to slide through. The hero for Skem to slide through into 5 is going to be useful. FBZ heroes that you have to worry about as well. My Timberson ni FBZ, Mars ni FBZ, Tide ni FBZ, and
Pango.
First phase, dalawang bans lang. Pango din. So mahirap draft against kay Boom talaga.
Yeah, pero mahaba pa naman na pwede natin makita dito, mga kaibigan, because we still have a lot of games talaga pwede nilang gawin para lang at least talaga makita kung sino talaga ang number 1 here in this tournament right now, knowing IAP. Sobrang tagal na talaga nilang team dito, pero really want to see, of course, we really want to see as well kung sino-sino ba ang mga players ng IAP Interactive Philippines. Let's watch this. The sister team of execration, ladies and gentlemen, Kimo being the mind, being the brain of IAP, mga kaibigan, we really thought that Kimo magko-coach siya. Pero yun nga lang, bigla siyang pumasok ulit sa pro scene and being here sa playoffs ng Mineski Masters, trying to get that championship again. Pero the question is, can he do it kasama itong mga players na to? Aki, I mean, no, pwede lang sabihin na yung mga ibang players dito in terms of experience, syempre angat na angat talaga ang Boom Esports dito. Pero ano kaya ang meron itong mga young bloods na to? Nawala yung mga experienced players like Tims, we have Skem and whatnot.
I mean, you said na young blood sila. Marami pa silang kayang i-improve with the help of Kimo na din. 'Di ba nasabi mo nga the brain of IAP. Dati nagko-coach lang si Kimo, ngayon naglalaro na siya. I mean, he can really kumbaga malilid niya etong IAP para marami pong ma-improve. I think yun yung yung magandang factor dito sa IAP, young players. Ang dami, parang hindi pa ito yung maximum na nila na strength nila.
Potential.
Ang dami pa nilang pwedeng matutunan or may improve. And with this Mineski Masters, I think ito na yung isa sa mga stepping stones ng IAP.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, alam mo yung mga players talaga natin, lalong-lalo na yung mga pro players, talaga this is what they want. They really want to get that piece of that championship para syempre magkaroon sila ng stepping stone para talagang pataas pa sa mga matataas na liga dito. Pero ayun nga, konting information lang about IAP. They won against UD Vest 1 sa ating DPC qualifiers quarterfinals, pero natalo sila ng talon 0-2 sa DPC qualifiers semis. Pero hopefully makabawi sila dito knowing na Boom Esports talaga yung katapat nila. In terms of Boom Esports naman sa mga matches nila, mga kaibigan, napakalakas ng Boom game because sa 10 matches na meron ang Boom Esports, mga kaibigan, is isa lang yung talo nila doon. Saan? Sa execration lang. Magkakaroon na ba ng talo ulit ang Boom Esports? John?
I don't think so. I feel like sa Mineski Masters, parang silang favorites. Silang top dog dito. Silang
that's true.
pinakamalakas na team. And I think Boom's can be a very hard opponent to shut down. But IAP, you mentioned, they've surprised us before. Sa DPC qualifiers, they went pretty far. Not just there. Kahit sa laban nila sa sister team nila, Execration, I think sa Predator Esports Circuit, nakita ko, natalo ni Kimo yung Execration. So, si Boss Kimo pa beat to his own main team. And I think IAP is a team that can surprise you. Para sa akin, yung key players ng IAP si Luciano sa offlane. Yung offlane niya nag-set ng tempo para sa team at nag-dictate ng engagements early on sa mid-game, nag-buy ng space para kay Marb para maka-farm si Marb. Si Marb usually farm-heavy hero, so matagal pa siya mag-online. Si Luciano talaga nag-set ng pace at I think dyan dapat mag-focus ng IAP sa lane ni Luciano, ensure na maka-impact siya sa mid-game para maka-farm si Marb.
Para sa akin, ang pinaka-okay na thought about it na knowing na sobrang well-established na ngayon ng Boom Esports. And the best thing na pwedeng gawin dito ng IAP is try to be unorthodox na talagang magugulat ang Boom Esports sa pwedeng palang sa potential and pipiliin ngayon ng IAP because they have no idea on what's gonna happen on these matches. If ever ganito yung mga pinili na, are they gonna be unorthodox or probably they're gonna stay on their really safe picks, Aki?
Medyo gusto kong counterin yung sinabi mo. If IAP is going to be unorthodox for this one, Boom Esports can do it as well. Diba? Kasi very versatile ng mga players nila, yung draft nila, yung heroes nila. Like, kung magiging ganun yung IAP, vice versa. Mahihirapan yung IAP against Boom Esports, lalo na in terms of experience din. Pero, tignan natin if we're going to see an upset today for Boom Esports.
Pero pwede natin sabihin na in terms of experience, in terms of streak, in terms of momentum based on their matches, talagang pwede natin sabihin na this matchup is actually in huge favor of a Boom Esports. But for IAP, it's really up to them on how will they break that momentum. In terms of momentum breaking, John X5, what is the best thing that you can do?
I think para sa IAP, maybe kasi bago si Tino sa Boom, diba? Before Tino, they had Mushi playing from coach on their pause 1. Tapos before Tino, si Palos nandyan pa. So I think for IAP, if they want to be, they play unorthodox, as you and Aki have said, and focus on Tino's lane. Maybe Tino is much more used to the off lane now. Maybe his pause 1 could use some polishing up, and that's something you can punish for IAP. So I think for them, best shot in the ayan. Si Luciano pa rin sa off lane, focusing on that lane of Tino at pahirapan si Tino.
Yeah. Pero nakadepende pa rin naman talaga yan sa mga picks na pwede nilang gawin if ever talaga magka-counter sila or anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's ready! Nasa drafting nasa drafting phase na tayo mga kaibigan, at kung nga sinabi ni Wolf kanina, nandito tayo sa Kastilyo ni Roshan. At syempre, alam naman natin na nagbabalik tanaw tayo mga kaibigan. Pansit Canton, yan ang parang if ever habang naglalaro tayo ng Dota, nasa computer shop tayo, sisigaw ka na lang, ate, pabili ng Pansit Canton. Alam mo, parang ang sarap mag-Dota pag merong Pansit Canton. At talagang ramdam na ramdam talaga natin yung pagka nostalgic feels ng lahat na nangyayari dito. And syempre, tatawagin din natin yung mga heroes natin nung mga Dota 1 days pa lang
Hindi ako makakasabay. I'm so sorry. Diretso na ako ng Dota 2.
Pero okay lang naman yan. Pero yun nga, I mean, John X Far, drafting phase already. I mean, what are your thoughts about this before tayo magsimula dito?
Yung dapat i-ban talaga ng IAP yung Monkey King. So far,
Monkey
IAP,
King,
dapat i-focus sa first phase talaga yung hero ni Tims. Kasi ang Boom, opening nila usually flex sa pause 4 at pause 1. So dati nung nandyan si Palos, Monkey King 1, Monkey King 4, ginagawa ng Boom. Weaver support o Weaver safe lane, Snapfire mid or pause 4 din, may flex. So I think yan dapat i-focus ng IAP. Yung mga flex heroes na gusto ni Boom. At may isang pocket pick din ng Boom na gustong-gusto nila. Na-interview namin si Skem dati, gustong-gusto ng Boom pa rin ng Ayo. Yan, kasi magamit nilang relocate, mag-control nila ang map. So para sa IAP, yan, na-ban nilang Enchantress at Pango. So daming options ng Boom sa first phase. Boom, natanggal nilang Lina. So yung malaking pause 1 sa mid lane, wala na yan sa IAP part kay Yona. Si Yona sa DPC qualifiers, I think lahat ng games na linaro ng IAP up against Talon, naglina siya. So comfort pick yan ng IAP. Yan, kailangan nila i-shake up na sa mid.
I wanna add that yung Spirit Breaker na ginagawa ding off-lane ng IAP, diba? Si Luciano yung gumagamit niyan, and kahit parang nagagawa nila ng paraan na Spirit Breaker is type of hero na talagang sumasama agad siya sumasama, so there's a possibility na may iwan yung carry na katapat ng Spirit Breaker, pero it won't stop there kasi yung run and gun na pwedeng gawin ng IAP with the Spirit Breaker, kaya talaga nilang ma-dominate yung early game. Pero we will see. We won't, Spirit Breakers taken out of the pool. Pero Disruptor, okay.
Para sa akin,
opening.
Parang ang gandang counter agad na ginawa ng Boom Esports dito. Just using that Disruptor agad dito sa first pick ng Interactive Philippines with that Weaver. Then just try to cancel out that ultimate na pwedeng gawin dito ng Weaver agad. I mean, all of the AUE talaga na pwedeng gawin dito ng Boom Esports is really that amazing, and knowing that Monkey King for that second pick of Boom Esports, huge damage output na pwedeng gawin dito. Plus, pag nag-ulti pa si Disruptor, I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
Sa Clash, malakas na agad ang Boom Esports dito.
Yung
The two ultis alone ng dalawang heroes na yan.
Yes. For IAP, I think I just wanna add, they can pick out something like Rubik for this one. Diba? Ang ganda ng mga skills na pwede niyang nakawin dito for Boom Esports. I think si Kimo nagro-Rubik naman din siya, diba?
Oo. Nag-Rubik yung Kimo. Nakita natin sa IAP sa DPC qualifiers nga, nag-Rubik din sila. So, option yan. But I think it's still worrying. When you give away that wombo combo, sinabi natin, yung Monkey King, pwede yan support kay Tims, pwede yan pause 1 kay Tino, pwede din mid kay Yopaj actually.
Yes.
Sobrang open ng Monkey King na yan para sa Boom. Tapos, I think para sa IAP, kailangan nila i-read kung anong position yan. So Weaver din, medyo flex. Kung gusto ma-pause 1, sinabi ni Vil, counter na ng Disruptor. May Glimpse ka, may Static Storm, mahirap mag-Sukuchi ang Weaver dyan. Hindi siya makatakbo. So, kailangan i-adjust yung draft ng IAP. Nagkuha sila ng Earth Spirit. So, solid pause 4 na labas dito. Probably kay Matthew na yan. So, pause 5 Weaver, potentially sa IAP, pwede pa man i-flex sa 1. Pero I think with the Earth
Ang
Spirit,
hirap.
ang opening ng IAP ngayon sa off-lane, nakita din natin sa IAP ata, nag-Dark Seer Earth Spirit din sila eh. So, option na yan ng IAP, kung hindi iba ng boom, pwede sila mag-Dark Seer at malakas ng off-lane nila with Luciano.
Yeah, IAP with that Earth Spirit tech, huge utility-based hero mga kaibigan. I mean, sobrang solid na ng utilities pwedeng gawin dito ng IAP, pero yung it's all up to the survivability of these players. Sino ang hero na kukunin nila para makakuha ng sustain? Yun ang pinakakailangan nila dito.
Sustain?
But for the side of Boom Esports naman though. Sorry, Aki.
It might depend naman din kung sino yung pipiliin nila na core. Kasi pwede naman din silang pumili dito nung hindi masyadong binibabysit sa lane. They can just go for an aggressive type of draft.
Open
That's
pa
true.
naman.
Open.
I think dami pang offlaners open actually. Yung Tide na ban, Mars na ban. So, na-limit ng IAP ang hero pool ni FBZ sa offlane.
FBZ talaga, no?
Pina-focus talaga din si FBZ kasi yung offlane niya talaga nag-set din ng tempo. Siya at si Tims. Yan ang duo din ng Boom sa offlane. And we already have that Tims Monkey King potentially coming out. May options pa man dito si Boom. Like yung Timbersaw, it's not really in meta. Di na ganyan kalakas. Pero si FBZ, linalaro pa rin niya ang Timbersaw. So pwede yan sa Boom. I don't know if you really want it with a Monkey King. But he still has that option. Pero lahat ng heroes na banned. Pango, Tide, Mars. Lahat FBZ talaga.
FBZ.
Yeah. I mean, like what you've said, marami pa namang open na heroes. We still have Emperor Spirit na talagang ginagamit talaga nila, which is a really impactful place. Ginagawa nila dito. Pero yun nga, utility-based for the utility-based hero for IAP with that Earth Spirit. Let's see if ever talaga makakita siya ng makakapagbigay siya ng huge impact plays dito sa side ng IAP right now. Pero for the side of Boom Esports, Monkey King Disruptor, tulad nga sabi ko kanina, the ultimate alone na meron itong dalawang hero na to will give you that huge of a boost of damage plus that death profit na rin talaga. More AoE damage, more Gaki capabilities, more talagang team fight based na heroes talagang ginagamit nila. Solid. I like it.
I'm not really sure with this Death Prophet pick. What do you think, John? Have you seen Boom Esports play Death Prophet? Netong mga nakaraan?
I think na-try nila sa mid kay Yopaj actually, ang DP. Pero may flex naman din yan. I think si FBZ din nag-DP off.
Death Prophet.
So, sobrang open para sa Boom. Kung gusto na sa offlane, matchup with Monkey King support, you can really use the range you have. Spirit Siphon, yung stun sa Boundless, mahirap ang lane yan kung dual offlane. Kung mid naman kay Yopaj, hindi din madzona kung DP kahit anong matchup eh. Labas ang Void Spirit dito sa IAP, so baka assume nila Yopaj mid, DP, pero kahit yung Void Spirit versus DP, hindi mo mazona kung DP kasi Spirit Siphon, heal up ka lang, melee hero ang Void Spirit. So si Yopaj kung nandyan siya, okay lang yan sa kanya.
Pero it's not very Yopaj hero eh, itong Death Prophet, diba? We all know how Yopaj play. Diba? Sobrang likot niya sa mapa and siya talaga yung isa din sa isa talaga sa very independent na hero, na player ng Boom Esports. Hindi niya ganun na all the time kailangan ng gank or ng +1, diba? He can stand on his own sa lane niya dito. Pero Necropost,
parang napansin natin dito, knowing na sa Boom Esports, like what you've said, Aki, pwede na sila mag-Northwest pick, which is ito na yung ginawa nila. Sinimulan na without the Death Prophet. Pero Necrophos pick, John, what can you say about this?
Direct counter sa mga cores ng Boom. I think sa IAP, parang preemptive yan na Necro. Baka isipin nila +1 Monkey King, Necrophos. Sa lane, hindi ganyan kadali ang lane, pero down the line, Reaper's Sight, kahit na may Wukong's command ka, doesn't care for the armor. So, it gives him an easy way to handle DP and Monkey King by piercing through low HP. But preemptive din yan kasi I think for Boom, they might be considering something like, say, Spectre. Ayaw mo mag-Spectre into Necrophos. It's just really easy to burst down when Necro's there. So, it's a very protective offlane from IAP, pero kulang sila sa team fight. Like, na-discuss natin with the Earth Spirit, diba? Like, Dark Seer combo. Double Iron Shell roll in, daming presence early on sa lane, madaming magawa si Luciano sa lane at si Matthew, pero Necrophos at Earth Spirit is not as aggressive. So
Yes.
I think that's gonna give a lot more room to Tino to farm. We talked about it for IAP. Yung dapat nilang gawin is pressure Tino. Siya ang bagong addition sa team. Baka hindi pa sila nag-gel masyado or hindi pa sanay si Tino magbalik sa Pause 1 after playing Pause 3 for a couple of months. So I think this is gonna give Tino more breathing room because it's a little bit more passive from IAP.
Well, we can say na talagang medyo kulang pa sa pick-offs na rin talaga if ever mag-gank or anything. Pero Luna, pick for the side of esports, that huge right.
So this is a support Monkey King, right?
Kay Tims na yan. Oh.
Luna for Tino. And I like this first four heroes ng Boom Esports dito. Kasi, yung timing nila dito puro sila ultimate pace, pero like yung sinabi ko kanina na hindi, pwede nilang isa-isahin yung ultimates nila Diba? They can group up ng maaga dito, pressure yung mga lanes. So, I think kayang gumalaw ng Boom Esports ng maaga with this kind of heroes.
Yeah, that's true. Knowing na sa Disruptor, pwedeng gamitin yung skills niya, plus the Son of Monkey King, plus that mini stun of that first skill of Luna. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan na talagang sobrang pasok na pasok sa banga yung paggagank nila dito if ever na talaga they're gonna do an early pick-offs. Pero based naman dito sa side ng IAP, it's just that Earth Spirit, probably Earth Spirit or Void, kung pwedeng mag-hold ng mga heroes dito sa site ng Boom if ever sila yung mag-pick-offs dito, Necrophos. Para sa akin, tamang ulti lang talaga. Tamang isang matinding ulti lang talaga for you to completely shut down one hero of Boom Esports. Pero in terms of sustain, at least we have Necrophos for the side of IAP.
Malakas din yung Death Pulse spam naglabas sa Necrophos. Yung Ag Shard niya din medyo malakas, underrated actually yung Shard. So madaming sustain nga naglabas sa Necrophos. You can itemize as well. Pwede ka mag-Guardian Greaves, mech first para mabuhay ang team. Pero yung worry ko sa IAP, yung pick-off potential na nandyan, Bill. Pero kailangan ng levels. You know, ang Earth Spirit kailangan mag-hit ng level 2 minimum. And even then, yung rotation mo sa offlane, hindi ganyan kaganda. Clockwork does come out for IAP, so safe lane weaver na yan.
Safe lane weaver.
Clock at Earth Spirit. So, yung Clockwork does provide more aggression. Diba? Yung Clock at Earth Spirit pwede mag-rotate sa mid ng maaga, pwede mag-rotate sa offlane para magtulong kay Luciano magpatay sa Luna. That does give them more pick-off, as you said, and a little bit more control. Hindi ganyan ka-solid yung control ng IAP. Reaper's Sight ang best spell nila at ang Remnant sa Void Spirit. Baka yung Silence ng Earth Spirit din. Pero walang reliable stun. Yung sa Boom, at least may Boundless sila, may Silence sa DP, Lucent mini stun, at dyan ang win condition natin. Yopaj, Ember.
Yeah, Ember. Naku po, parang gusto ko nang sabihin, ilista nyo na guys. Pero, we ilista nyo na kasi
solid
ito yung
ito
yung nabanggit natin kanina yung advantage ng Boom Esports. They can be unorthodox as well, diba? We kind of thought na Death Prophet will be a mid laner, pero na-flex pa nila. This will be an offlane Death Prophet, and if you're going to compare yung laning, Death Prophet plus yung plus Monkey King, diba? Kayang-kaya nilang i-harass yung Weaver.
Oo.
Yeah,
early on. Yung basta may sentry. Kung hindi siya makasukuchi, mahirapan talagang Weaver dyan. Tas pag may silence na ang DP, mahirap talaga. The Weaver just can't jump. Yung control ng Boom is enough to hold the Weaver. Tapos yung support duo ng Weaver plus Clockwork ni Kimo, it's not that aggressive. Pwede ka naman mag-run up, pero tatakbo ka sa Monkey King, tatakbo ka sa DP na may inbuilt sustain yung dalawang heroes, sa Jingu at sa Spirit Siphon. I don't think pwede ka maging aggressive masyado sa lane na yan.
Yeah. And knowing na, tulad ka sabi ko kanina, Kimo is the brain of IAP, ladies and gentlemen. Pero alam naman natin na he's one of the most smartest talaga na captain dito sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Paano niya gagawin? Paano niya dadalhin ng IAP for them to go on a 1-0 dito sa ating game number 1 sa first game of the Mineski Masters, mga kaibigan. I really can't wait for this because this is gonna be the second series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is IAP versus Boom Esports, and I really can't wait for this. Pero before natin simulan to, predictions muna tayo, isang mabilis. Pero mamaya na yun, because we're gonna get straight into the game number 1 of this series. Let's go.
Let's go! Let's go, guys! Yan, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to the second series of the day dito sa Mineski Masters. Your casters will be me, Aki Maru, together with John X Fire. This IIT versus Boom Esports. John, are you excited for this?
Siyempre, IAP versus Boom, medyo rambulan na to, no?
Rambulan.
Two Filipino teams, Boom, Pinoy na sila eh. Majority Pinoy, pasensya na si FPZ, the sole Indonesian left. Nagatagalog na sila sa chat. Wala siyang magawa dyan. Tapos, yung IAP nga, promising sila na team. Dyan si Kimo, yung genius na captain na gaano na katagal sa Philippine scene. At yung draft din, medyo left field, di ba? Clockwork 5, na-flex ang Weaver. Yung Boom din, nag-flex sa DP, offlane para kay FPZ. So this should be a really explosive match, really explosive bakbakan ito.
Speaking of explosive bakbakan, mukhang gusto na lang simulan agad ng IAP and FPZ. Caught off guard dito sa may gilid. Bound to strike is there, pero mukhang mag-disengage na lang din muna ang Boom Esports. What did they get? That's a 2-for-2 trade ng bounty runes. Pero, yun nga, hindi tayo nakapag-predict kanina dyan, no? Ako, simulan ko muna siguro. I mean, I love IAP. I love itong mga players nila, mga tropa natin yan. But I would still go for Boom Esports eh. Kasi, individually speaking, I mean, yung mga players, plus yung skills and mechanics nila, di ba? Parang, mas ahead talaga, or mas advanced itong Boom Esports.
May experience sila sa DPC.
Yes.
At tagal nila sa operative. Operative din naman sila. So, ibang level talagang Boom mechanically. Pero draft-wise din, I think Boom came out ahead. Yung IAP kasi nakita natin sa offlane dito, si Luciano, si S-God, mahihirapan talaga siya. Yung combination with Earth Spirit, makaroll naman pa si Scam.
Kaya ata. One more right click. And that's first blood going for IAP. S-God. Diba na-point out ni John X Far kanina na this offlaner ng IAP is ito yung player na Boom Esports has to look out for dahil isa siya sa mga skilled talaga na offlaners, I would say.
Siya nag-set ng tempo at na-expect ko mas mabagal ang lane dito para sa IAP pero nakuha ni Matthew ang role, magandang damage na naglabas kay S-God. Si Scam has to be a bit careful. Yung Disruptor, magandang harassment with Thunderstrike pero limited yan sa mana pool, hindi siya ganyan ka-tanky. So kung ma-roll on ka, madali lang patayin ng Disruptor. So yung Keating, at least si Tino nag-farm, uncontested, hindi nila ma-focus ang Luna kasi pag magpunta si S-God sa Luna, Lucent Beam, daming HP nawawala sa Necroforce. So, yan ang good news para sa Boom pero kailangan medyo careful si Scam dito kasi si Matthew looking to be aggressive talaga.
Yeah. Siya yung pinaka-vulnerable target din for Boom Esports. Pero mamaya, I'm really worrying for this Disruptor kasi pwede siyang ma-delete agad eh. They have etong Clockwork plus the Earth Spirit na kayang mag-reach out sa backlines ng Boom Esports eh. So, possible na pwede nilang agad mapatay itong Disruptor na to. And Boom Esports, they really need this hero pagdating ng team fight. Pero yun ang kayang gawin kasi yung upper hand ng IAP pagdating ng team fight, di ba? Pwede nilang, ang lambot lang din kasi ng Disruptor eh.
Oo. Kahit yung Luna, bago mag-BKB si Tino, sobrang madaling i-burst down. So, yung kailangan ng Boom talagang early farm para ma-build up. At so far naman, yung lanes nila going well. Yung top lane, si Tino under pressure pero may farm. Yung mid lane ni Yopaj versus yung Void Spirit ni Yona. Yung Ember Spirit kasi talaga sa matchup na to may advantage eh. Yung Void Spirit nahihirapan talaga. Yung early item spikes ng Void Spirit, double null. Hindi ma-compare sa Ember Spirit na Phase Boots Orb Corrosion. So I think si Yopaj set to go. Tapos hindi din maka-rotate yung supports. Pero ganda ang rotation potential ng IEP kung makalabas sila sa lane.
Yes. I mean, if you would imagine a Clockwork rotating sa ibang lanes, diba? Clockwork plus Earth Spirit, sobrang taas ng chance nila na makakuha ng kills sa lanes na pupuntahan nila. Actually, pwede nga magsama si Matthew together with Kimo eh, diba? And tutulong sila sa ibang lane. Pero top lane dito, Scam, well, finally fall down dito. That's the second death ng Disruptor. We're saying na sobrang vulnerable nitong Disruptor na to, and it is what happening right now. And Tino dito, naipit. Okay, kaya ba niya today? I think they need one na kayang rumespo pa dito. And Nako, mukhang delikado pa nga itong Luna, but Scam is back again dito sa may top lane. But the aggression, the dominance ng lane ng IAP is here. They're really looking strong dito, lalo na tong Necrophos, ang taas ng spam na kayang ibigay ni Escott.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh!
Tino?
Okay, Tino, gusto ba niyang bumalik? Gusto ba yatang mabigyan? Pero si S-God nga, yung nabigyan din dito. Matthew, he still wants to fight. There's the rolling boulder. It will not connect. Pero Tino, tingnan natin, may Lucent Beam. He wants to chase down this Earth Spirit. Pero they're taking too much time para habulin itong si Earth Spirit. Pero sabi ni Tino, hindi kita titigilan. Laman dyan din yan. That's still a kill. Going in for this Luna. So gusto mo ba yun? Nangyari na yun, John X Fire, na chinase down niya yung Earth Spirit?
Oo, I mean, daming creeps na miss ni Tino, pero
Yes.
sobrang on edge ang play ni Tino dyan. Sobrang baba ng HP niya na wala ang salve niya sa right click ni S-God. Pero double kill pa rin yan papunta sa Luna.
Yes.
Daming gold, daming EXP. At na-mention natin early on sa lane, kahit na may aggression dito sa IAP, hindi nila hinihinto ang farm ni Tino. 18 to 5 per CS niya, mas mataas pa kaysa sa Weaver natin sa bot lane sa ngayon. At yung Luna kasi mabilis mag-flash farm. So pag pwede na siya mag-jungle, mataas ang farm niya mamaya.
And this is what we are talking about kanina dun sa drafting natin dyan, no? The Death Prophet, tas the Monkey King lane. Ang sakit nito, and they really harassed etong si Weaver. So it's really looking good for the early game ng Boom Esports. But we have to look out etong mid laners natin kasi they will set the tempo for the both teams. Diba? Like, kung maging maganda man yung maging rotation ni Yona or makabawi siya, well, kailangan kasi talaga niyang bumawi. If you're going to look dito sa last hits and denies natin, ang laki ng gap. Lalo na ng denies ni Yopaj.
Oo nga, si Yopaj may level advantage pa. So level 6 na, may remnants na. Level 6 na din si Yona pero medyo delayed. Pero looking to be aggressive. Oh, rotation Matthew.
Rotation is here. Pero wala. It's bounty runes. They really need to secure this one. Pero as of now, John, anong tingin mo ang pwedeng mangyari for the next few minutes?
Yung kailangan ng IAP level sa support. Clockwork 6, sobrang importante para mag-rotate. Si Escad doon sa taas.
Kaya ba? And Escad dito, medyo delikado siya. Matthew going in. He wants Tino. Pero tignan natin, kaya ba ng dalawa itong 3 heroes ng Boom Esports? There's the Boundless Strike. And itong si Escad, he wants to survive. Meron siyang pang sustain ng sarili niya. Pero sa teams, pwede pa yata mabalik na to. But he has that magic wand, I would say. So, attempt lang.
Oo, sobrang delikado yan. They almost found Tino, so medyo worthwhile ang risk kung pinatay nila ang Luna. Again, kailangan nila i-pressure yung Luna kasi pwede siya mag-flash farm sa jungle. Walang stats, ginawa pa yan ngayon. At mag-rotate na naman sila.
Oh, pero tingnan natin, tama ba yung ginawa ni Matthew dito? But wait, Kimo is here as well. Pero meron pa yatang papunta dito sa may top lane. Matthew running round health and he will finally fall down. Escad, tingnan natin, gusto niyang makaligtas. Pero andito na, etong si Yopaj, the Emperor Spirit, he wants to help out itong top lane na kanina pa. May bakbakang nangyayari. Team Sito with a 3 dance giving out information for Boom Esports and Yopaj. Uy, ay, ay. Muntik na.
Gusto nilang ibigay yung kill kay Yopaj eh. Hindi nag-last hit si Tims. Isang tama na lang, patay na sana si Escad. So,
Yes.
medyo sayang ang oras ng Boom sa taas, pero dito pa rin sila. Si Kimo.
Oh, they're not done yet. They won't stop until they get itong si Kimo. Pero medyo malalim na yata to. Searing Chains will not connect. And tingnan natin, meron na din papuntang heroes from IAP. Let's see, sinalubong na sila dito ni Yona. Pero the Earth Spirit, Matthew, kaya ba nilang kuhanin itong kill onto Tims? And this Monkey King will fall down. Scam wants to help out on this one. Pero Tino, andito na rin siya. Hindi na pa-farm yung Luna, pero it will pay off for Tino. Kuha siya ng kill dito. And it's going for Boom Esports. Napaganda nung early team fights na pinagkukumitan nila dito.
Oo nga, yung rotations na talaga coming from teams. Madami kasi binibigay yung Monkey King. Vision, control, damage, lahat ng gusto mo sa rotation ay nandyan lang sa isang hero.
Yeah.
Para sa IAP, ang isang good news para sa kanila, yung bot lane left, medyo freed up. Pero si Marv, nag-lag behind pa rin.
Yeah.
Level 7 na si FBC, nandyan ang EXO. pinupush na niya ang lane. That's, wala masyadong magawa ang Weaver dito. Hindi sila makarotate. Kailangan na lang levels talaga sa supports eh. Yung level 6 talaga ni Kimo yung importante. Tapos level 3 pa ang clockwork natin. At ngayon yung boom, smoked up dito.
Yes, and nandito na naman si Yopaj, no? Yopaj together with Team, sobrang likod nila sa mapa dito.
Uy.
Pero Marv, just in time, makakapag-time lapse naman siya dito and he will go to safety. Mapapatipin na lang muna sa mid lane itong si Marv. But yung bottom lane ng IAP, I think this will be a dead lane na.
Oh, yung same thing happening para sa boom sa top lane. Hinabol na si Tino, nag-TP lang din si Tino palabas. So maka-farm din siya sa mid lane. Pero even tower trade so far, mas mabilis ang push ng boom. Kasi silang may DP, silang may Luna. IAP should eventually find the top. At nag-rotate na sila sa mid. Alam nila, kailangan i-pressure yung Luna na yan.
Yes, pero kasi the thing with this Luna, pwede lang yung mag-jungle eh. Like, yung sabi ko kanina na pwede agad mag-group up yung Boom Esports, they can pressure itong lanes ng IAP. Lalo na yung nangyayaring yun dyan na yung lane ng Weaver hindi naging ganun kaganda eh. Like, even lang sila ng Death Prophet, which is if you're going to compare yung kayang iambag ng Death Prophet sa mga team fights, diba? Weaver, kaya mo yung makite out eh pagdating ng team fight. Pero yung Death Prophet, kaya niya mag-tank out, meron siyang silence, meron siyang exorcism. So, I think it's going really good for Boom Esports.
Oh, I think overall, kahit na yung net worth lead, hindi sa boom ngayon, medyo may konting lead ang IAP, may winning condition pa rin sila. Tingnan mo si Tino, nag-farm sa stacks, walang contest, hindi na-scout out ng IAP ang build-up dito.
Yun yung medyo kulang, no? Considering na they do have this Earth Spirit and Clockwork, yan yung supports na kayang mag-invade ng jungle, eh, diba? Sila yung kayang mag-scout ng early stacks ng kalaban, pero medyo doon ako nakulangan sa supports ng IAP. Usually, parang, diba, meron na silang vision dyan or ina-attempt na nilang agawin kahit konti pa lang yung stacks.
Oo. May ward sila. So alam nila may stacks, alam nila clear out ng Luna pero hindi sila makrotate. Nakita natin si Opaj sa mid, so nagatakbo lang ngayon sa top lane, si Escott na naman.
Escott na naman ang paborito nga po, or ang paboritong target ng Boom Esports dito. May narinig ako, napapa-out nga rin yung exorcism, pero goods naman yun for FPZ, napatay niya. Kaso hindi pala, John, it was the neutral creep ang nakapatay kay Esga dito, and for the trade-off, it was Tino going down for Boom Esports. I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, that's ganda ng trade niyan para sa IAP.
Yes.
They don't lose gold. Si Esgod, sa neutral namatay. Si Tino, sabi na natin, may ward dito ang IAP. Hindi lang sila nag-move. Kailangan lang pala ng bait dyan sa top lane. Tapos nag-rotate sila, nakuha ang kill. Yung stacks nandyan pa, yung ancient stacks. So, may opportunity pa si Tino mag-flash farm, pero kailangan lang tanggalin yung vision na yan. Si Scam, nag-drop ng sentry, wala sa range. So, kung hindi sila careful dito, jump na naman sila. Kailangan i-protect talaga si Tino. Medyo delikado kung mamatay na naman ang Luna mo. Kailangan niya ng flash farm. Kailangan niya ng item advantage sa early game dito.
Kasi yung ideally, yung draft naman din talaga ng Boom Esports is to take early objectives. Like, pabilisin nila yung games dito by controlling yung mga towers ng IAP. Kasi yun yung strength nila eh. With that exorcism plus the Luna, yung capability ni Luna na mabilis makapag-take ng towers. Diba? Kayang-kaya nilang i-pressure itong IAP. But on the other side, mukhang nakakabawi itong Weaver.
Oo. May stacks din siya sa jungle eh. Hindi din nag-contest ng Boom at na-clear niya with his level 1 swarm. Enough na yan eh. So ang IAP ngayon, yung level spikes na pinag-usapan natin earlier, Aki, nandyan na, level 6 na si Kimo. Hanap na lang ng smoke. Pwede na sila mag-gank, pwede na sila mag-lockdown sa Luna or sa kahit sa Ember kung makuha na lang chain stuns nila. So ngayon ang Boom, they need to be a bit defensive. Si Tims, nag-jump around sa top jungle. Usually yung Monkey King ni Tims, sabi natin na sobrang explosive. Ngayon, medyo mabagal. Nakita natin yung early rotation sa top lane. Ngayon, passive, defensive posturing, nag-scout out sa top jungle. Pero baka naman may nahanap naman sila dito.
Yes, or siguro nagbubulang sila ng right items. I think Yopaj is ready na din naman para makapag-rotate. I think anytime soon pwedeng mag-group up itong Boom Esports. And speaking of group up, they will go for this smoke attempt. Sino nga ba yung kanilang closest target dito? This might be Kimo, na naspatan pa nga ni Teams dito. The bounded strike is there, pero tignan natin, kaya ba nilang patayin ito? There's Marb on the side, pero mamamatay lang din agad itong Clockwork. Pero tignan natin, S-God, they will catch etong Necrophos, pero instant buyback. This might be too early for a buyback para sa IAP. And I think goods na yun for Boom Esports na meron silang na-force out na buyback for IAP. Mukhang nalaban pa yata. Oh, si Marv! Nakakuha pa ng regen dito sa may gilid, pero napakagulo nung attempt na yun ng Boom Esports. Well, I think it's still good na nag-buyback si Kimo. Good for Boom Esports.
Very good kay Boom. Kay IAP, si Kimo, nag-TP siya sa T1, tapos nag-glimpse back.
Yeah.
So, hindi sila naka-re-engage. May hook shot siya, naghahanap siya ng opening. Tapos ngayon, yung big initiation ng IAP taken out by one spell sa support ng Boom. So, happy si Boom, back to farming si Tino, nag-build up na. Konti pa rin ang lead ni Tino over the Weaver. So, I think as a Luna, kailangan mas malaki yan. We want at least 1k, 2k gold ahead para may item advantage naman Luna. Pero the rest of Boom, spread. You know, Yopaj, malapit na yung Maelstrom niya. Pag nandyan ang Maelstrom, yung damage niya, skyrockets, may Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boots. Yan ang timing ng Ember. At compare mo yan kay Yona, yung Void Spirit, Yules palabas na, pero double null Yules, wala masyadong damage. Yung damage
parang
talaga ng
defensive
IAP,
lang siya no?
Oo. Sobrang defensive. At pwede naman offensive Yules into Remnant. Pero again, yung damage ng team kailangan maglabas. Yung Void Spirit, hindi siya pwede mag-solo pick-off dito.
Yes, hindi pa kaya. Unlike etong si Ember Spirit, di ba? Parang, if you're going to compare nga, kayang-kaya niya maka-pick off kahit siya lang But we will see dito, Tino is having a great time sa kanyang stacks dito. And IAP, meron ba silang balak i-contest on this one? Or wala yata silang vision dito sa may triangle camp ng Boom Esports? Pero dito sa may gilid, may nangyayari na yatang bakbakan dito. Kimo, running low on health. And take note, nag-buyback tong Clockwork na to. And that's somehow a dieback.
Early dieback. Na-scout out na lang stacks with the Rocket Flare, but wala silang angle. And we talked about yung timing ng Clockwork with the hook shot, diba? Naghahanap ng openings, wala pa rin. Hindi pa rin mahanap ni Kimo ang opening up against Boom. Yung Boom naman, sobrang aggressive, sobrang ready to fight. At ngayon, i-push ng mid.
Tignan natin, mid lane na nga ang next target ng Boom Esports dito. And let's see, Wukong Suman will be there. Pero yung Reaper side will not be enough to take down FPC. And S-God naman running low on health. He will fall down as well. There's the buyback from Matthew. Tignan natin, lalaban pa yata ang IAP. Pero medyo nakukulangan sila sa damage dito. Tims running low on health. He will fall down as well. That's suman down for Boom Esports. Pero Yopaj, hindi pa siya tapos. Wala siyang takot dito. Pero tignan natin, Tino, Marv, what are you doing? I'm not really sure about that. Pero that Weaver dying like that? Hindi ko na alam. And, Boom Esports, they can transition all that kills into a tower push. Pero hook shot dito. Follow up pa nga ni Kimo. Tingnan natin nasa loob ng tower. Itong si Tino, they have the advantage to take down this Luna. And mukhang nakabawi naman kahit paano itong IAP and Scam. The last man standing for Boom Esports. Namatay pa nga rin ng triple kill for that Earth Spirit. Mukhang goods na goods yung naging buyback ng Earth Spirit dun.
Yung Boom. Parang magandang initiation nila dyan. They managed to cut them off. Yung Reaper side, hindi nakapatay kay FPZ sa start. Namatay pa rin siya. Pero IAP, with the buybacks, managing to turn it around. So, medyo nag-overextend lang si Marb as the Weaver. Hindi niya na-expect na may sentry ata sa lane. But napatay nila si Tino, napatay si Yopaj. Malaking bounce back yan sa IAP. Daming damage magawa nila sa mid-tier 1. Nakuha ng mid-tier 1, ma-open ang map. At ang IAP ngayon, pwede na maging aggressive. This is where the Clockwork and Earth Spirit will shine. Long-range support sila. Pwede mag-follow through sa Void Spirit na yan.
Long range indeed, pero tignan natin, pinapaikot-ikot lang dito. Itong si Void Spirit, and that's ultimately Scam taking down itong si Yona S-God. Susunod pa yata dito. Let's see now. He's just delaying his death, pero tignan natin kung kaya pa nga ba or enough na ba yung damage ng Boom Esports. It will indeed be enough para patayan yung isang Necrophos dito. And sobrang bakbakan yung nangyayari while Dito naman sa gilid, tamang farm lang si Tino. And I think this is really good for Boom Esports.
Oo. Si Tims.
Nahuli pa nga si Teams dito,
Scam.
pero tingnan natin hindi pa tapos ang IAP scam. Sobrang lambot lang nitong support na to, and Marv with that double kill. Mukhang kaya. I think kaya ng IAP.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Etong
Oh,
game na to.
Kayang-kaya pa. May mga item spikes na ine-expect pa natin sa IAP. Yung Void Spirit Ags, yung next big spike pa kay Yona. Yung trade na yan though, 2 support for 2 cores, hindi ideal. Pero ngayon, si Tino, hinahabol.
Kaya, lalabanan siya, and Eclipse was used dito sa my bottom lane. I think, para lang takutin itong si Matthew. And Tino naman, going for BKB. Gusto mo ba tong item ni Tino na to? I think he wants to join itong fight ng maaga. Like, hindi siya mag-idle farm.
Oo.
Pero tingnan natin, Teams dito popping out his Wukong's command, pero wala siyang kasama. Naku po, nasipa na malabas ng kanyang ultimate, and there's the Reaper sight being used. Facebook ka muna, idol Teams.
At least naman ngayon, Reaper site ka, pwede naman mag-buyback kung ayaw mo ng Facebook. Pero ngayon, AFK muna si Tims.
Yeah.
Gandang rotation ulit ng IAP. Boom. Feel ko okay lang yun sa kanila. Buhay pa si Tino, nag-farm pa rin. Yung
Yes.
BKB timing na sinabi mo, Aki, lalabas pa rin at yan ang timing na makalaban ng Boom. I think they understand. Wala masyadong physical damage ang IAP. Sa Weaver lang talaga. Tas
Yes.
yung itemization ni Marv ngayon, Maelstrom, Dragonlance, hindi pa ganyan kalakas
Hindi
ang
pa
right click
battle
niya. So,
ready.
hindi pa battle ready. So, si Tino, kung mag-BKB siya sa laban, makaka-control talaga siya ng fight. Oh, daming damage maglabas dyan at I think that's something Boom will be looking for. The rest of the team still playing together. Yung item spikes na palabas din, si Yopaj din mag-BKB. So
Yeah.
magla-line up yan sa Luna BKB at yung dalawang core na yan pwede na magpasok sa laban pag na-farm na yung items na yan.
I do agree with you. Pero kasi as of now, parang Marv mukhang nakakahabol siya sa farm. Magkasing level lang sila ni Tino as of now. So, I think for IAP, they just need to protect itong si Marv. And for Marv naman, he needs to be careful with his positioning. Patingnan natin, silence on to Yopaj. Naipit na lang siya sa gitna. Pero tingnan natin, kailangan ng tulong. Mayday! And Yopaj, tingnan natin, he's trying to back but he's still alive. And Yopaj, buhay pa nga rin dito. That's 2 man down for IAP. And Boom Esports, they're not done yet. Espen dito, mukhang out na lang din muna. But they want this Void Spirit more than this Necrophos and Yona. Mamamatay nga rin dito. Tino with that double kill. May narinig ako nag-buyback. That's scam. Grabe naman. Isang mabilis na team fight lang for Boom Esports. And that gives them 2k. Cold lead plus a tier 1 tower pa dito sa mid lane.
Sobrang worth one ng buyback ng Scam at meron pa!
Meron pa! Hindi pa yata tapos dito. It's S-God. It's Luciano na wala na yatang kawala. It's Luciano against the world. 5 heroes ng Boom Esports. No way out for you, S-God. Ay.
Oh, grabing movements ng Boom. They know how to work those buybacks and they still go. Siki mo naman!
Ako po, isa-isa na sila. This is not looking good for IEP. Hindi na yata sila makukumpleto.
Oo nga eh, kaka-respawn pa lang ng mga heroes na yan. Balik naman sa Facebook muna.
Yes.
Boom.
Alt-tab muna ang IAP.
Oo nga eh, Boom, 3k up. Yung nag-pressure na sa tier 2, hindi pa kaya i-push all the way as respawns were coming up. Pero ngayon, yung timings na sinabi natin, nandiyan na. Tino, BKB, Mask of Madness, ready to go. Yopaj din, malapit ng BKB. So, yung side ng IAP, I think it goes back to what you said, Aki. They need to wait for Marv. Hintayin yung Weaver na mag-farm para makalaban siya, maka-right-click siya kasi yung BKBs, walang effect yung Earth Spirit, walang effect ang Void Spirit. Yung Clockwork din, hookshot lang pang-break ng TP. At mabubuhay pa rin yung lahat ng heroes.
Pero let's see, Teams dito, mukhang hahabol siya na itong Earth Spirit plus Marv. And Diona is here as well, but the Boundless striking natin, he's just might just be delaying his death. But yun na nga, nabatay na nga si Teams dito. But on the other side, pwede mo push ng tier 2 tower itong Boom Esports, ha?
Oo, may chance sila sa bot. Walang heroes dito sa IAP.
Yes.
May TPs naman sila sa app ng heroes, so pwede nila i-force. But I think Tims created enough space up top. Like, nagdi-distraction lang si Tims this game. In comparison sa mga ibang Monkey King games niya, where siyang active, siya nag-set up ng kills, Boom, medyo nag-sit back, naga-farm lang kay Tino, naga-farm kay Yopaj, hinihintay yung mga item spikes na yan. Yopaj daw, nakita niya si Escott, nandyan si Scam, baka kunin lang ni Necrophos ulit.
Yes. Pero Searing Chains, speaking of this Necrophos, well, lalim na to for Boom Esports. Pero I think they can just push out itong tier 2 tower. Or they can go for the defense dun sa top lane. Pero ano na yun para, bumabasag na din pala tong tier 2 tower dito sa may bottom lane. Pwede pa silang mag-defend dito sa top lane, ha?
Nakasmoke sila ngayon. Wrap around play dito.
Okay,
Yona?
there's the glimpse back plus the silence dito. Mukhang wala natin kawala. There's the Yule Scepter just to delay at para mawala yung mga silence dito. Pero, naku po, huwag ka muna magsasalita. Yona, and on the top lane naman, tignan natin may magre-react dito. That's Tino. Pero mukhang sila pa yata yung natatakot. Dalawa sila dito sa top lane and it's Tino na nandito rin. Pero kasi yung mga kakampi niya is just around the corner. So, disengage muna for IAP. Hindi pa nila nabasag yung second tower sa top lane.
Oo nga, they were forced back sa smoke out ng Boom. Si Yona kasi nag-show ng mid. At usually yan take the tier 2, mag-rotate ka top sa defense. At ngayon, dahil nahanap ng kills sa Void Spirit, Roshan na. At least may rocket players dito sa IAP, may hookshot pa sila kung mahanap ni Kimo ang angle, baka ma-steal niya ang Rosh, pero mabilis lang ang Rosh dito. Although,
this will be a risky play, pero he still attempted to steal that Roshan, but Matthew jumping into his death. Tignan natin, Marma is patan nga ba dito. They have this sentry wide, pero hookshot. Medyo naglag ng konti, but Esgod, siya yung mahuhuli dito sa gitna ng apat heroes. But Yona, on the backlines, he wants to take down etong si Tim, pero mabubuhay pa yata. Etong Monkey King, Marv wants to chase down etong Monkey King, but still, mapapabot yung BKB niya defensively. They wanted to go out dito or to disengage on this team fight. Mukhang makakapag-out naman sila. But still, that's a win situation for Boom Esports. They secured that Aegis. Plus, nakakuha pa sila ng 2 kills.
2 kills, 2 big kills. Na-force out lang BKBs, kunin lang tier 1 top. Yung map ngayon para sa IAP, nag-shrink. They don't have too much spots to farm in. Kailangan pa ng farm ang Weaver. Kailangan talaga ng farm ni Yona.
Yeah.
May Ags na siya sa Void Spirit. So may silence na sila sa Resonant Pulse. 2 charges up. Yan ang power spike ng Void Spirit. Pero walang follow-up. Yan ang issue. Yung follow-up mo sa Necrophos, Reaper Sight, ang haba ng cooldown. Kung i-expend mo yan, isang target lang din makukunin mo. So I think sa IAP, kailangan talaga pick-off game. Diyan malakas ang lineup nila with the Clockwork and Earth Spirit, with the mobility through Void Spirit. Kailangan
parang
talaga
mahirap, no? Pag team
mahirap
fight.
ng team fight.
Tsaka, that makes it very crucial pa dun sa Necrophos na yung i-reaper sight niya, dapat sure kill talaga. Pero dito, tignan natin Kimo, anong ginagawa niya dito? He might want to scout itong kanilang stacks, pero kasi may magandang vision din or merong naka-ready sa Boom Esports to defend. Pero tignan natin, scam catching, Esga dito. Ito na nga, yung respo, yung rest back ng Boom Esports dito. Esga, na-burstone nga lang din. Hindi na siya nakapag-heal or somewhat. Ay. Medyo nire-run and gun sila ng Boom Esports dito dyan.
Oo nga, 14-23, 9k lead na ang Boom, 27 minutes in halos. Malaki na yan na lead. Yung 16k kay Tino, sinabi natin early on, kailangan niya ng item lead. With 3k above the Weaver, secured na ang item lead niya. May Manta siya for protection on top of the BKB. Ang map control ng Boom, entire map na. Si Marv ngayon, di rin siya safe dito sa triangle. Sobrang layo ng farm niya.
Yes, medyo behind na talaga itong si Marv. Tignan natin, do they have the vision dito? And mapapawat niya yung kanyang BKB and TP na lang din muna. Pero that's not looking good for IAP. Kasi ano nang panglaban nila mamaya? There's the Eclipse dito taking down Kimo. Pero Yopaj wants to chase down itong Void Spirit. Pero makakatakbo naman itong si Yona. But there's Tim. Yun lang, nahigop ng Remnant sa gilid. But FBC, mayus lang dito. But they do know na konti na lang yung skills ng IAP, pero nag-glimpse back pala si Yona. Naka-ready ang Boom Esports dito for that setup, and that's the Void Spirit going down. Pwede nilang dire-diretsuhin to.
Oo. Well, nothing to stop the push. Ang team fight talaga ng IAP tied in sa Void Spirit niyan. Siya ang AoE control with the silence sa Ags. At ngayon, si Tims, clear out lang ang wave, nag-scout out. May damage na si Tinong, may EXO pa sila. So pwede pa mag-high ground. Yung tier 3 hindi safe dito sa IAP.
And there's there's the exorcism dito just to give out additional damage para sa objectives na gustong kuhanin ng Boom Esports. There's the glimpse back and nahuli nga nila dito itong si S-God. Can you go out on this one? There's the wounds command. Pero tingnan natin, hook siya dito sa may gilid. That's his age is being popped off. Pero Tims, kailangan niya mag-ingat dito. He's now low on health. At mamamatay nga yung Monkey King dito. But Boom Esports, ready pa yata sila. Meron pa silang pwedeng ibigay ng mga skills. Pero Scam is way too squishy dito. Mapapatay lang din siya ni Matthew. And let's see. Matthew, speaking of Matthew, he will fall down. Pero napakalambot naman nitong voice spirit to. He will fall down as well. Pero buyback para kay Matthew. Gusto niya pang bumalik dito at tumulong sa side ng IAP. Pero Reaper side, mukhang si Tino naman ngayon yung magpe-Facebook mga kaibigan. And Kimo will fall down. Double kill for Yopaj. Pero may gusto pa yata siyang kuhanin dito sa may likod. It's Yopaj alone. Tignan natin. Nangungulit na lang siguro. This might be a kill, but Remnant out. May nakaabang ata sa kanya dito. And there's the Weaver wants to chase him down. Yopaj doing everything he can just to survive, pero hindi talaga kaya. That's somehow a bounce back for IAP.
Oh, malaking bounce back din yan. 3K gold swing sa likod ng laban na yan. At ang Boom ngayon, medyo risking position na going into the high ground. Walang Wukong's command available kay Tims. Hindi sila nakagamit din ng Static Storm. At si Yopaj, medyo ballsy yung play, no? Gusto niya mag-TP sa harap. Kala niya na wala ng stun. Force siya mag-remnant. Hinihintay ni Marv. So, gandang pick-offs ng IAP. Sila din mag-push sa tier 2 mid. Kaso, yung push nila hindi ganyan kabilis. Yung damage ni Marv physically, it's still not that high for sieging. And I think they're just gonna have to play it safe. They do still find it in the end. So, medyo may control ng IAP sa map. At the least, pwede sila mag-farm sa top jungle habang mag-respawn pa ang Boom. Kaso, wala silang Roshan na matake dito to kind of bounce back even further. And Marv still has to be careful.
Yeah. Pag nakapagbitaw ng skills ng maayos tong si Disruptor, eto nga, kakasabi ko lang, pwede lang i-kite out si Marbe. And he's using etong BKB niya for some time. So, magde-deplete kasi yung duration nito eh. And mamaya, mabilis na lang nilang makakite out si Marbe. Pag tingnan natin, there's the glimpse back. Naka-ready na nga sila dito. Can they catch Weaver? Sobrang bilis ng kanya movement speed. Makahabol nga din na silence. Hintay na lang din dito. There's the stun. At wala yatang kawala. There's the sentry ward being placed dito just to get a vision para sa Weaver. Pero mamamatay pa rin. Etong si Marv. Tignan natin, Tims. Susunod na nga rin sa hukay. Pero FBG popping out his BKB. He wants this Earth Spirit. Pero kaya yatang patayin. Kayang i-head to head. And i-man fight ni FBG yung mga heroes ng IAP dito. And there's Yopaj just to help out. Tignan natin S-God just delaying itong chase. Pero Yopaj, let's see if they will still go for the chase dito. Pero si Kimo na lang daw. Pwede na to. Lamang dyan din. Pero yung hook shot, tumawa lang din right in the face of Yopaj. Pero walang magagawa si Kimo dito. That's 3 man down. 3 for 2 trade. I think kaya pang sumabay ng IAP. Hindi pa to game ng Boom Esports, I would say.
Hindi pa. May openings pang IAP, may win conditions pa sila lined up. Nakita natin yung damage ni Yona pag jump in niya. Sinabog niyo lang si Scam. Deleted yung backline support. So I think that's something Boom has to be cautious about. And may scaling pa man ng Weaver. Nag-farm up si Marv para sa Skadi, nag-build up. Pag na-hit niya ang Skadi, baka makita natin pwede siya magpunta ng AC. Kung gusto niya, pwede siya magpunta ng Daedalus kung feel niya kailangan ng damage. And may scaling potential pang Weaver. So I think IAP may conditions pa mag-win. May win conditions pa sila. Ang Boom naman, I think for Boom, mas madali i-pull off ang win condition. Yung Luna nila, up there pa in the net worth, 1.19k compared to Weaver na 17k lang. Yung Skadi ni Tino, nandyan na, inassemble lang. So, yung item spikes niya nandyan. And I think for Boom, kailangan lang group up as a team. Pag may ult sila, laban lang. Yung IAP, mahina pa rin talagang team fight. Yan talagang weakest point. Like,
they're just relying on the Weaver alone sa damage, no?
Oo. Mainly on Marv. Konti kayo na pero sa supports lang.
Pero tingnan natin, Boom Esports has a better vision dito sa kanilang triangle camp. Yun na nakokontrol sa may gilid. Pero Matthew, sinalo niya lahat ng Eclipse dito. And the instant tip ni Yopaj for this Earth Spirit, talaga namang sinalo niya. Sinulit niya lahat ng damage ng Eclipse.
Nice pick off. At the least sa IAP, isang hero lang na nakuha ng Boom. Pero opening pa rin yan. Top tier 2, last outer tower ng IAP, it will fall. Hindi sila makadefend dito. High ground na lang i-hold nila. Ang side ng Boom, next Roshan, 1 minute pa. So, kung gusto nila ng Aegis, kailangan maghintay ng konti. Pero they have the triangle. They have a forward position here. Just play in this area. And IUP, pwede naman, may information naman sila sa Rocket Flare. Importante lang na kung maglaban sila, hanap muna ng pick-off. Hanap ng hero na
-1
medyo
muna.
tanggal.
Yeah.
Isang hero na medyo malayo sa team. At, get the number advantage off of that.
But I'm kind of worried for IAP if they wanted to contest dito sa next Roshan. I mean, hawak kasi ng Boom Esports yung triangle camp eh. So, they would see kung sino yung mga papuntang heroes. Pwede lang nilang set upan bago pa sila makarating sa Rush Pit. Yun yung talagang advantage ng Boom Esports dito. Pero, sabi mo nga dito, they need to get some pick-off before na makalaban sila dito sa may Roshan area. And that's a 4-man smoke for IAP. Sino nga ba yung kanilang mapipick off dito? Okay, they're on their way to the Roshan area. Hookshot! Ay, tinamaan. Sino tinamaan? That's Tino, pero makapagbigay din naman siya agad dito. And that's Kim with that ultimate. Walang nagawa yung mga supports ng IAP dito. That's 2-man down. Magbabuyback nga ba si Kimo dito? Pati natin si Escad. Hindi na rin nagtagal sa may team fight. And Yona, nagtatago lang dito sa may Roshan area. But Yopaj will spot him out. And then there's the second Roshan na mabubuhay just in time. And it's going all the way for Boom Esports. Double kill pa kay Yopaj. Plus a free Roshan for Boom Esports.
Ang ganda ng timing ng Boom. Nag-stand lang sa Roche. IAP, nakita nila si Tino, akala nila siya lang mag-isa, wala silang vision dito sa IAP eh. So medyo blind out ang smoke. Tapos they jumped on the opportunity, na-punish sila, na-clump up sila para sa static storm na yan. At sinakabi mga Aki, hindi sila nagagamit ng spells. And ngayon, Aegis up, Shard up, si Tino, si FPC mag-push lang. Few trees, racks, mahuhulog din yan.
I'm not really sure. Medyo mahirap ito for IAP to bounce back on this one dahil wala na yung momentum talaga is on Boom's side na. Diba? With this kind of Luna na meron ng enough damage, meron ng enough items. How are you going to kill? Etong Luna pa lang, diba? Plus yung Ember Spirit pa eh. Kulang talaga sila sa lockdown, yung IAP.
Oh, Marv?
Marv? Okay, tinatambay na lang dito pero Tino, he still has the Aegis pero gustong-gusto niya i-save. Hookshot will not connect. Mukhang nag-yo-yo lang si Idol Kimo sa may gilid pero Tino with the right clicks mukhang mapapatay niya ata itong si Matthew. No way out for you, sir. And Patch dito, talagang kinakite out nilang yung backlines ng IAP and that gives them 19k gold lead. Sobrang taas na nitong lead ng Boom Esports. I would ask you, John, on the positive note, ano pandingin mo ang comeback potential ng IAP?
Yung single target focus, friend. Yung Reaper Sight ang big tool ngayon ng IAP. So kung makuha nila yung isang malaking kill, tapos walang buyback ang Boom, yan ang turning point. Pero ang daming gold kasi meron sa Boom ngayon. Daming area control. Tingnan sa teams, drop lang ang Wukongs, push lang ang focus. Di sila makapasok.
Ang hirap nang pumasok dito pero Reaper Sight committed on to Tims. Wala siyang buyback available pero Aegis na kay Tino pa rin dito. Lalaban at lalaban pa rin ang Boom Esports. Marv dito tanking out all the damage ng Boom Esports dito pero makapagsukuchi out. Pero nag-glimpse back! Wala! Yung Waver and he will fall down without a buyback. The hook shot is there. Pero may Aegis pa rin si Tino. Hindi pa rin nila na-pop out yung Aegis nitong Luna. How are they going to fight on this one? And yun, ang mamamatay nga rin dito. But buyback will be committed. Godlike stake for FBZ. Tingnan natin, may nahuli pa nga dito sa may gilid itong si Patch. That's Kimo, the clockwork. At dami ng buyback na kinocommit ng IAP dito. But can they fight on this one? And Aegis, napop out na nga rin. Tignan natin round 2. That's a reset for IAP. Pero ito na naman. Void Spirit is now running low on health. And Marv, naku po, isang right click na nga lang makakapag-timelapse siya dito sa may gilid. Pero the damage is there. Tino, mukhang nakokontrol na yung Luna. Pero yung Ember Spirit, wala silang pang control sa Ember Spirit as well as dito sa Death Prophet. And GG, itatawag na nga rin ng IAP. That's Boom Esports. Sobrang ganda ng mga team fight na kinumit nila for this game.
Ang galing ng execution ng Boom dito. Ang IAP, early on, nakita natin ang aggression nila sa lanes. Nag-line up sila for some level spikes. Pero nahirapan sila. Nag-level 6 si Kimo. Hindi siya nakahanap ng angle with the hook shot at kung Clockwork 5 kahit hindi mo mahanap ang pickoffs, nag-slow down ang game. I think yung side ng IAP, they allowed Tino to farm up too much. Yung Luna kasi may farm advantage talaga by the skill But skills-wise, right? Compared to Weaver, may glaives ka, may passive ka na mag-increase ng damage, so madali lang i-farm ang stacks at nahirapan talagang IAP mag-keep up.
Yeah. I think I would say na yun nga, well farmed din talaga si Tino eh. And yung lane din ng bottom lane, sobrang lakas. That Prophet plus the Monkey King, hindi naging smooth yung lane ni Marv. Like, parang 50-50 lang sila, pero if you would compare yung pwede lang magawa pagdating sa mga team fight, like, I always still go for the Death Prophet.
Pero to be honest, for the side of Boom Esports, mga kaibigan, talaga meron sila is one huge factor is actually that Monkey King, because of the information that he can give to all of these players. Yun talaga ang pinaka-importante dito, that full map control na meron ang Boom Esports. And for IAP, they can't keep up. I mean, yes, they have the rockets, pero it's just the three dance of that Monkey King trying to get that information, trying to get that advantage for them to give that enough kills for them to snowball na papunta sa ganitong klaseng score, mga kaibigan. Pero before nating pag-usapan yung nangyari kaninang game, mga kaibigan, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, it's gonna be 1-0. 1-0 na tayo in favor of esports. Pero next game, tingnan natin if ever pupupush pa natin sa game number 3 or is this Boom Esports will finish this with a 2-0 clean streak. My beacon, you're watching Mineski Masters 2021. We'll be right back.
See you later.
Just the information.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge Fiber X.
I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, damn it, look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had to try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women, I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. Yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm an addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me out here what they ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, damn it, look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had to try.
I'm all in this. I call the shots. I never
Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive.
Welcome back here in Mineski Masters 2021. Ayun pala si Ax, mga kaibigan. So going back here sa ating matches, it's just Boom Esports getting that first point dito sa IAP. Pero yun nga, to all the people tuning in right now, big shout out to all of you guys. Once again, my name is Phil. I'll be your host for today. And then outside with me is Aki and of course John X Fire. And we've seen that first game already. Really thought that yung DP natin, si Crobelus, mga kaibigan, si Death Prophet, really thought na talagang medyo off siya. Pero it's just sobrang lakas na, I mean, hindi sobrang lakas pero sobrang laki ng impact niya dito sa matches natin. Dito sa match na talaga nakita natin. The sustain, the damage, and the tankiness of that DP is really, really great. What are your thoughts about that, Aki?
I think okay lang naman, and we said earlier na Boom Esports can be unorthodox na sobrang galing nila mag-adjust. Diba? Like, mga heroes, kahit nung hero sa ata, pwede mo yung paggamit dito sa Boom Esports and they can still play it well.
Yeah. That's true. Pero speaking of tulad na sinabi mo na adjust, which is yun yung ginawa ng Boom Esports ngayon, picking that Ember Spirit for the last pick, which is yun ang ginamit ni Yopaj John.
Oh, I think yung flex talaga ng Boom was so strong and they give Yopaj yung comfort pick niya. Ember niya always delivers. Yung Ags timing was on point. Nakita natin yung may Ags na si Yopaj all over na map na siya, ready to go. Kahit yung laning phase ni Yopaj, favored kasi na-bait out ng Void Spirit pick at yung one-on-one matchup. Mechanics based pero may slight advantage talaga ang Ember dyan. And we know si Yopaj din mechanically among the best sa Southeast Asia. So I think nag-line up lang talaga from that first phase na pinik nilang DP na yan. Yung IAP kind of got baited in, expecting nila na Yopaj DP yan sa mid, Void Spirit matchup, pwede, medyo okay. Medyo caught off guard talaga dyan.
Yeah, that's true. Pero sobrang insane ng pick-offs ng ginagawa ng Boom Esports dito. Just utilizing that Monkey King and that Disruptor. Of course, 3 dance, stun, then after that, tamang kinetic field lang, then biglang glimpse if ever makaalis or anything or whatnot. Then plus the incoming damage, kahit sino man dito sa mga players ng Boom Esports, matik -1, -2 agad. And tulad nga na sinabi ni Aki, medyo kulang ng hold ang IAP dito. The only hero na talagang merong solid na hold talaga sa IAP is just Kimo.
Yeah.
But after
nun, hook shot.
Yeah. Yun na yun. I mean, it's just Kimo. So, yes, maka-hold ka ng isa, pero syempre kailangan pa natin ng mga susunod pa na mga holds dito, which is yun ang medyo kinulang Interactive Philippines. Pero hopefully dito sa ating second game makabawi ngayon ng IAP for them to push it to a game number 3. But ito muna ang stats natin. Boom Esports 1-0 already. Yo Pudge, talagang really good with 19-2 KDA.
Talaga naman.
Solid.
Buhat na buhat ang Boom Esports. Tsaka pansin ko, dodgeable lahat ng hold nila eh. If you would imagine, you need to catch itong Ember na sobrang likot, tapos wala kayong solid na catch. I mean, yung sure stun talaga. So, dun talaga kinulang ang ang IAP. And of course, yung tankiness pa ni FBZ, hindi nila ma-burst down agad-agad yung Death Prophet eh.
Yeah, that's true. Pero yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, papakita naman natin sa inyo ang MVP of the game, which is
Sino kaya?
Sino kaya ang MVP
I love the transition.
Yeah. It is Yo Pudge from Boom Esports, undeniably. Siya talaga makakuha nito with 19-2, 19 KDA. At tulad nga sinabi mo, Aki, there's no way for you to lock down Yo Pudge. Only that clockwork siya lang ang makagamit nun. Then after nun, wala. Pwede na siyang mag-remnant away kung saan man siya pupunta. John X Far, Yo Pudge being the MVP. What are your thoughts?
Expected. I think Yopaj, sa laning phase pa lang, panalo na eh. Yung match-up, lined up for him. Nakita natin yung IAP, nag-rotate ng 3 heroes towards mid. Si Kimo at si Matthew nag-show up. Hindi nila ma-lockdown yung Ember. As you said, Vil, dodgeable lahat ng control. Tapos wala pang hook shot sa rotation yan. So I think you can't afford to give Yopaj these big heroes. But sinabi natin sa earlier draft, like first phase, 2 ban lang. Usually, focus mo yung team's hero. Hindi mo maban lahat ng heroes. Hindi mo maban lahat ng heroes ni Yopaj, ni FBZ, ni Tims. Mahirap talaga labanin ang Boom based on draft.
Yeah, it's all about the large
They can
hero
play mind
din
games,
talaga.
kumbaga.
Yes, that's true. Mind games, and syempre it's all about din talaga yung kung gaano ba nila ka-master yung mga heroes na ginagawa na talagang ginagamit nila. And I mean, matik na to eh. Pwede natin sabihin na they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of capabilities for them to be at the top. Knowing na nung last 10 matches nila is isang beses lang silang natalo doon, that is a big statement. That is a huge statement agad dito sa IAP. Pero one thing is for sure, IAP needs to adjust dito sa game number 2 natin. Ang talagang pinaka number 1 din na huge factor for Boom Esports for them winning that match, that match, which is syempre ang number 1 because of that full map control na meron sila. They have the Ember Spirit, they have the Monkey King. Palipat-lipat lang sila ng kung saan man sila mapupunta. So at ang meron lang dito ang sa side ng IAP, it's just yung mga rockets ni Kimo. Pero I mean, yes, makakuha ng information, but if you're gonna compare to the information na meron ng Boom Esports, it's not enough. Sobrang iba talaga, solid.
Hindi talaga ma-measure up. And I think kahit yung team fight ng IAP, kulang-kulang. Single target lang talaga magawa nila. Reaper's Sight is probably their second best hold next to the hook shot. And wala silang AoE control. Yung Boom, sa start pa lang, Monkey King Disruptor, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Wukongs. Ang laki ng control nila sa area ng map. Ang laki ng control nila sa laban. At ang IAP, Swarm. Swarm lang talaga, magnetize. Baka ma-argue mo yan, pero it's just not the same. I think they needed something else para kay Luciano sa offlane. Sinabi natin, may Earth Spirit sila, may options sila sa Darkseer. Nakuha nilang Necrophos at mahirap mag-playmake sa Necrophos. Single target focus, sustain focus siya. At ganda ng picks ng Boom up against yung Necrophos niya.
Yeah, pero dito na ngayon sa next game, kaibigan, we're gonna see same thing all over again, or hopefully it's gonna be a new face of Dawn para sa mga players natin. Pero ito isisingit ko lang isang nangyari kanina. I mean, yung 4 na players ng Boom Esports sobrang ingay, except Luna. Si Luna sobrang tahimik lang yan, nag-farm lang siya. Sige, bahala kayo dyan, makipag-farm kayo kayong 4, 4v5 kayo bahala dyan. And at the same time, binibigyan nyo rin ng stack si Luna. I mean, parang din makikipaglaban lang si Luna if ever yung clash malapit sa kanya. So parang ang sarap ng buhay ni Luna kanina.
Alagang-alaga talaga. And that's what makes Boom Esports na nag-stand out talaga from the other teams. Yung nasabi ko kanina na yung support duo nila is uncomparable to other teams. Skem and teams, talaga namang sobrang sarap ng buhay ng mga cores nila. Kasi ang gagawin mo lang talaga, magpalakas ka sa lane and your supports will do the job. 'Di ba? Na sila na yung bahala sa magiging rotation sila. Plus, si Yopaj pa na once na manalo siya sa lane, siya na yung kasama ng dalawang supports eh. 'Di ba?
Yeah, that's true. That Bane pick of Boom Esports.
Sa mga best pick nila yan.
Yeah, that's true. Ginamit nila yan sa laban nila sa Polaris 2 weeks ago. Pero tingnan natin dito if ever makakabawi pa ba ang IAP. Snapfire Side Hunter, huge AUE burst agad na pwede nila ilagay dito. Pero speaking of lockdown, Tide Hunter,
Meron na, goods na. Plus the Snapfire.
Dire team back.
Oh, mas malaki ng AoE control. Diba?
Yeah.
Compared sa game 1, kulang-kulang sa IAP. Ngayon, may combinations lang. May team fight na ang IAP sa Ravage at sa Kisses. At flexibility din sa IAP. Snapfire, nakita natin mid. Alam natin na si Yopash nagsimula yan.
Deny pick din
maybe
somehow.
IAP bring it back. Oo, deny pick din yan sa side ng Boom. Pwede sila mag mid snap, offlane tide. Pwede sila mag pause 5 tide, pause 4 snap. Sobrang open sa IAP at sila naman ang pwede mag-go outside the box. Pwede mag-play ng unorthodox dito sa draft.
Yes, indeed. Pero for the side of IAP naman, it's just sobrang, pwede natin sabihin ngayon na nakadepende ang IAP sa mga ultimates ng Snapfire and Tide Hunter. But for the side of for the side of Boom, it's fine kahit hindi ka mag-ultimate, makakapag-pick off ka pa rin. Yun yung mga huge factor dito sa mga teams ito, na kung idedepende mo rin kung ano yung mga ibaboto mo sa mga kalaban mo, kung ultimate lang ba yan or first to third skill, bahala na kayo. Pero ang talagang kulang pa talaga sa mga players natin ngayon, sa mga draft natin ngayon is syempre yung mga follow-up damage, yung mga follow-up lockdown na pwede nilang gamitin dito. And for Boom Esports, Bane and Pangolier.
Ganda ng Pangolier pick nabanggit ni John kanina yung mga best heroes ni FBZ, and at some point ito talaga yung naging trademark ni FBZ na parang sinasabi ng mga tao kapag nag-Pangolier yung Boom Esports, ilista mo na. Yun pa yung yung type yung original na roster ng Boom Esports. Yun pa yung sobrang sikat talaga ng Pangolier ni FBZ, and with the patch, wala naman din masyadong nabago kay Pangolier. So I think we can still expect the same performance for FBZ para dito sa Pangolier. And yung ano pa niya, yung Rolling Thunder pa niya is hindi mo ganun makakancel. So I think for this Tide Hunter, kailangan talagang timing yan eh.
Yeah, it's all about the timing talaga na pwede lang gawin dito. Pero to be honest, pwede naman silang, for the side of IAP naman, first 2 picks, big AoE. Dito nagkulang din ang IAP kanina. Yes, they can pick off someone, pero in terms of AoE damage, sobrang kinulang din sila, at doon naman sobrang nag-boom yung Boom Esports kanina. Yung AoE damage ng Boom, it's actually literally brutal for the side of their
10
team.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think yung correction dyan sa draft ng IAP is what they needed. Now we need to see yung follow-up. Yung bans nila, they take care of Yopaj, Invoker, and they're taking care of these big win conditions for Tino. And na-respect ban nila yung Monkey King ni Tims. Kasi yan nga, yung map control na binibigay ng Monkey King yan, sobrang lakas. So, I like this draft already from IAP. I think it opens it up. With a Tide Hunter, pwede din maging support. And it looks like it will be our core as yung Lion lalabas dito sa IAP. So that should be kay Matthew. Nakita natin sa DPC qualifiers. Lion ata linaro ni Matthew sa 2 games na yan. So balik sa Lion. May burst damage na sila. Sinabi mo, medyo kulang sa burst.
Ngayon, sobra naman.
Oo, sobra na. May hex sila, may control sila para sa mga heroes ni Yopaj sa mid na medyo slippery. At hindi na sa Tide ang control sa Pango. Pag may blink na ang Lion, pwede siya nang blink in, hex agad sa Pango, at yan, i-burst down na lang ang Pangolier afterwards.
Yeah.
Control is
They have
here.
3 lockdowns already, man.
Plus yung combo pa, Vil, no? Like, if ever na ma-commit ng maganda ni Tide Hunter yung Ravage na, pwede may follow-up na Mortimer's Kisses, and that will be a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, yun parang ang ginawa dito ng IAP is pinupunan lang nila yung nagkulang sa kanila kahap. Yung yung kulang sa kanila kanina. Burst damage, lockdowns, which is ngayon solid talaga ng mga first three picks ng IAP, pero yung nga lang, Boom Esports getting that Rubik and that Ember Spirit for their third and fourth pick, which is actually Rubik, one of the best heroes na pwede mong itapat sa ganitong klaseng lineup dito sa IAP, man. You can get a lot of skills. Number one, if you're of that, you can get the Tide ult as well. I mean, huge game changer talaga ang Rubik pick dito sa side ng Boom.
I was about to say that na Rubik ni Teams. Right, Jan?
Rubik. Teams Rubik yan. And special yan ni Teams off sa pause 4. And Teams always delivers kahit anong hero. And this is gonna be a perfect game. Kisses, probably yung pinaka-simple na spell to steal kasi channeled. Ravage, kung malayo, if you're far enough, you can just get an easy Ravage, follow up sa team fight. Ganda ng utility dito ng Rubik. At yung lane combination mo din, Rubik at Pangolier, lift into Swashbuckle. Mahirap yan na lane. They do take the Spectre here sa IAP, pero you already know you're up against Pangolier, you already know you're against the Rubik. Yung Fade Bolt, yung Swash with the Disarm, mahihirapan ng Spectre dyan. Lalaro ka talaga sa dagger.
Sorry, wait lang. I'm hearing something direct. Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Pero going back dito sa mga teams natin. Pero like what you said, Rubik, one of the best picks na pwede gawin dito. And for the side of IAP Philippines, talagang hanap sila ng isa pang hero na pwede lang isabay dun sa tatlong players. At tatlong hero sila, which is that Snapfire, Tidehunter, and that Lion. Hahayaan lang nila yung spec na yan. I mean, just like the classic days, man. Sige, 4v5 tayo, and you have the hunt anyway. You can go anywhere naman, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's maganda din ng early timing ng spec kung maka-farm siya into Ag's timing, no? You can play with a pick-off potential. So 40-second mini hunt, hanap ng isang hero, pasok ang Lion, finger burst, rinse and repeat lang kung makuha ang timing dyan sa spec. So I like ang change-up sa IAP. Hindi ganyan ka-passive para kay Marb. Medyo active naman. Yung early build-up lang ang issue. Like, nakikita natin sa Spectres either Echo Saber or Blade Mail ang farm up, and I think for yung active playstyle kailangan yung Echo Saber, pero kung mag Echo Saber ka hindi ka maka-farm. Kailangan mong Blade Mail for the dispersion and return damage, at yan ang trade-off. So I'm keen to see kung ano i-prioritize ng IAP sa spec na yan.
Tsaka nag-iba na din talaga kasi yung playstyle ng isang Spectre ngayon. Like, before, we would say na Spectre is a late game hero, but now, yung item composition niya, yung item build ng isang Spectre, kaya niya na mag-online sa mid-game Diba? So that makes it itong draft ng IEP na stronger kasi kaya nila mag-dominate ng early to mid game with the Snapfire, Lion, and magdadepend pa rin syempre sa mid lane nila. Pero these two supports ng IAP is more than enough para makapag-rotate ng maganda, makahelp ng maganda sa ibang lanes.
Yeah, diba? That's true. And one point there is sobrang ganda ng snowball ng IAP if ever nagagawin nila. Yeah, they have the sustain, they have the contain. Lahat ng aim meron sila.
Oo. So, lahat din dyan. Yung kailangan lang yung mid, yung matchup against Yopaj. Yan lang ang worry ko sa IAP kasi we saw Yopaj against Ember, one of his best heroes, 19-19 sa last game. Kung left unchecked yan si Yopaj, kung yung rotation sa Lion at Snap hindi maglabas, I think you're gonna have some issues. Again, may flex potential dito sa IAP na mag-run ka ng core snap mid. At usually, yan ang counter sa Ember. Core snap mid, yung scatter blast, you can harass out the Ember, yung cookie combinations. Yopaj himself, si Yopaj mismo, enjoy niya ang matchup ng snap versus Ember. So if IAP go left field, pwede dyan. But yung Boom Esports, balik sa Luna. It comes out again for Tino. So same concept, no? Tino, sinabi natin last game, nag-AFK farm lang. The rest of the team was buying him space. So now, IAP versus Boom, Spectre versus Luna, farming game na to. And when it comes down to it sa heroes, mas mabilis talaga mag-farm ang Luna sa early game.
Yeah, that's true.
Vector, kailangan pa niyan talaga ng ng item sa pang-farm. Well, Luna, he just, kailangan niya ng levels. Pero, okay, Leshrac.
Lesh.
So, it makes sense na gustong pabilisin ng IAP itong game natin with this Leshrac, diba? Early tower push, and early rotations. Like si Leshrac, kaya na agad yung sumama once mag-level 6 itong si Tidehunter.
Yeah. And speaking of snowball, sinabi ko kanina, sobrang hirap tapatan ng Interactive Philippines na sa ganyang skill set. Medyo, in terms of burst as well, grabe ang burst ng IAP dito. Pero for Boom Esports, really up to them kung paano sila keep up, mga kaibigan. Pero gagawin natin ngayon, hindi natin gawa kanina, which is the predictions. Who will win this? We're gonna see a 2-0 or game number 3. To start with you, Aki.
Boom Esports.
Boom Esports, how about you, John?
Feel ko IAP. I think magandang draft nila, magandang timings nila. And I think kaya nila i-force the game 3 against Boom dito.
Yeah, we have Aki for Boom Esports. Gusto nilang tapusin, 2-0. And dito naman sa IAP, meron pa tayong game number 3 because IAP ang pinili niya. Pero in terms of skills din talaga, grabe ang burst Interactive Philippines dito. Boom Esports is just the AFK farm na pwedeng gawin ng Luna, and syempre that spec as well because of that Leshrac na pwede nilang samahan ng tatlong players dito ng IAP. But really up to them on how will they execute all these strategies, and all they have to do is just win it. And syempre, strategy pa rin talaga dito. Huwag kayong pumasok kung saan man. Pero ladies and gentlemen, it's ready! And it's time for game number 2. Boom Esports versus Interactive Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait for this. Are we going to see a 2-0 or game number 3? And it's about that in just a few minutes. And Aki and John X for game number 2. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Thank you so much, Vil. And eto na guys, ang iniintay natin might be the last game for this series, or IAP might. Can they force out a game 3 on this one? And once again, we will be your casters for this series. This is Aki together with John X Fire. So I would ask you, John, bakit nagustuhan mo yung draft ng IAP more than Boom Esports' draft?
Mas maagang timings ng IAP like yung timing na sa Leshrac, timing na sa Tide, magandang team fight dito sa IAP. Sa Boom, medyo single target focused yung AoE control nila. Si FBZ lang talaga sa Rolling Thunder. At compare mo yan sa Tide, sa Ravage, it's not the same level of control. So that's why I worry. Si FBZ playing tag, nag-swashbuckle naman, so not in danger of first blood. Pero yung move ito sa IAP, smoke up into the triangle, ginagawa nila, they do this a lot, and I think Boom gets a good read. They're just playing the opposite side, so looking for an even start. I think yung pressure sa IAP to play fast, like may Spectre sila for the late game, but they have to win the early game to deny Tino farm. At yung lineup nila, again, medyo geared to do that this game.
Ako naman, for Boom Esports, no, we can trust teams on this one na kung ano yung mabibigay ng IAP. We are commending itong draft ng IAP because of their lockdowns. Pero may Rubik kasi, may threat na kung ano yung ibibigay nila, pwede ding mabigay ng Boom Esports. And take note, it's Teams na ang gagamit sa Rubik.
Teams Rubik is something that he really excels on, and that counterplay potential is there. But I still think when you're relying, when you're relying on Rubik for the counterplay, it's not the most reliable. My ways naman ng IAP na to deny those spell uses, he'll get one, but as long as he doesn't get the big spells, I think my opening for dyan. Still, kita natin yung lanes dito. Stock lane si FBZ, sa offlane Pango, kasama niya si Tim sa Rubik na yan, up against Marb and Kimo sa Spectre at Snap. Early level dito, medyo mahihirapan si Marb. Passive laner kasi talaga yung Spectre na yan. Si Kimo talaga kailangan mag-apply ng pressure. Nakuha niyang level 1 Scatter Blast kasi alam niya kung Lil Shredder, wala masyadong forward follow-up. So, slow lane for Marb, slower lane din for FBZ. Pero pag level 3 ng Pango dyan, medyo delikado na para sa Spectre.
Yes, lalo na yung lucky shot. Diba? Instant na, may harassment plus yung swashbuckle pa. Pag nag-proc pa yung lucky shot dito, mahihirapan talagang mag-creepings si Marb dito. But we will see. Teams dito, sinusundan lang din niya si Kimo. So that leaves itong Pangolier and Spectre na pwede sila mag-head-to-head pero pwede rin pansinin ni FBZ. Pero what do you think? Ano bang kailangan gawin ni FBZ dito? Hayaan niya lang ba na habulan ni Teams itong si Snapfire or they can go chase and get a possible kill?
Okay na ito. Si Tim's isolating Kimo, yung levels ng Snap super important eh. Kailangan niya mag-reach ng level 6 by at least 10 minutes in para mag-play na kayo sa Ravage, Kisses combo, para malakas ng damage niya sa Scatter Blast. And as long as Kimo is not getting EXP, happy ka na dito sa Boom. Like, one-on-one for the Spectre, you can zone out Marb. Yan, medyo mabagal farm ni Marb dito. 5-1 sa CSC, FBZ, times 2 na. 10-2. So, yung Spectre, hindi din siya maka-flash farm unless mag-Blade Mail. And I think as long as you're making all of these choices come out for IAP, mahihirapan talaga sila going into the mid-game.
Do you think na magbe-Blade Mail kaya si Spectre dito or just the classic build? What do you call that? The before you get the Ags?
Echo Saber ba?
Hindi.
Or...
Mage Slayer ba? I forgot that item.
Hmm.
Hindi. Sorry. But
Okay.
yeah, moving forward. I mean, do you think na magbe-Blade Mail si Spectre dito?
Depende lang talaga sa lane eh. Kung mabagal talagang lane ni Marv na alam niya kailangan niya ng catch-up farm, I think he'll be forced into Blade Mail. So hindi yan conscious choice. But feel ko, if you do go Blade Mail on spec, it's a very forced move, and I think Boom is just gonna look to make that happen. Kita mo ang farm ni Marv, again, medyo mababa, and kahit na medyo even kay Dino sa bot lane, yung Luna pa rin, mag-hit siya ng level 6, mag-hit siya ng Mask of Madness timing, mas mabilis pa rin mag-farm si Dino, at mas maaga siya mag-online, mag-join sa fights mamaya.
Yes. Nalala ko na, it's the Falcon Blade. Diba? Usually, nagpa-Falcon Blade yung mga Spectre and then going agad sa Aghanems para makapag-online ng maaga. Like, ang laki din na nagagawa ng Shadow Step eh. If ever makuha ng maaga ni Mark. Pero, let's see. Mid lane naman, what do you think on this matchup? Leshrac and Ember Spirit?
Medyo even. Importante yung rune control dito. Nakita mo si Tim's nag-rotate sa top water rune. So, cut off si Yona sa refill sa bottle. Empty bottle siya, looking to be aggressive on Yopaj. Pero may sleight of fist man siya mag-dodge. So, medyo delikado din ang lane para sa Ember. Yung flame guard mo, naga-melt lang sa damage ng Lesh. At may push timing ang Leshrac. Pag level 6 na, level 3 Edict, nakapush na yan siya.
Yes. And there you go, top lane naman, FBZ getting that first blood dito kay Kimo, di ba? We explained kanina yung aggression na kayang ibigay ng Pangolier and Rubik dito sa top lane. Plus, ang maganda pa dito, nakaka-rotate as well si Tims eh. Like, nakakapunta pa siya ng konti dito sa may mid lane.
Oo, deny ng rune, ay pressure yung Leshrac, empty yung bottle, giving Yopaj a pretty good time. Yung side ng IAP, yung supports na may rotation potential din, but hindi natin nakikita yung movement out from Matthew. Focused muna siya sa bot, focused siya na magbigay ng good lane kay Luciano. As we've seen, si S-God, you know, kailangan din ng good timing sa Ravage, kailangan din ng levels sa side at konting farm. Gusto mo ng Hood of Defiance or straight Blink, at dyan, pwede ka na maglaro. So I think mas passive sila dito, although si Skem...
Okay, Skem running low on health dito, pero Matthew, he's low on health as well. Pero napatulog na lang din just in time. Let's see, one more right click. Tino wants to chase down Lion, pero that Earth Spike is there. And mabubuhay pa nga yung Lion dito sa bottom lane. That was a nice attempt for Boom Esports, pero same thing happened eh, na low health yung dalawang support. So it's still even.
Oh, very even. Si Skem forced the TP back so hindi siya makalakad sa base at mag-TP mid to refill the bottle of Yopaj, which I think it's a slight win for IAP. Overall, you're still happy about these passive lanes. Again, you kind of want to just build up. Nakita mo ngayon, level 6 na si Yopaj, playing tag, nakuha niya ang haste rune with a remnant play. At walang power runes na kukuha si Yona so far. Empty bottle na naman ang Lesh, at least may bounty siya. Pero yung early push timing niya, in-expect natin yung rotations from the line at Snap, hindi pa rin lumalabas sa mid. And I think that's something IAP needs to do. They need to pressure Yopaj. Kasi last time nga, di ba, 19-19 si Yopaj. Ngayon, top siya sa CS. Kailangan talaga pressure siya.
Yeah. And speaking of pressure, no, nag-react na nga rin dito sa may mid lane, itong si Matthew, but what a dodge for Yopaj dito, denying that possible gank from the Lion. Dito naman sa top lane, FBZ wants to chase down Kimo dito, pero nandito na sila sa loob ng tower. Wala silang kinakatakutan dito and they're showing aggression against this Spectre and Yopaj with the rotation, with this early rotation mga kaibigan, pero hindi magpapatalo si Yona. May rotation din from this Leshrac and FPC. He needs to be careful. He needs to run off dito sa may gilid naman. Yopaj really wants this Spectre down and nakukuha naman yung kill and TP out. Ay. Mundik na.
Mahirap talaga. Muntik na. At di din nahanap ni Yona yung kill kay FBZ. Nag-drop siya ng Obs Ward, ha? Nag-drop siya ng Obs Ward para mag-forward vision na D-Ward ka agad ni Tims. So, laking value dyan sa Boom at nakuha na lang top tier 1. Na-deny off, at least yung gold hindi napunta sa Boom, pero yung Boom pa rin happy. When si Yopaj, nakahanap na naman kang kill sa mid kay Matthew. Level 8 ng Ember natin. Phase boots up. Orb of Corrosion lang kulang, tapos ready na si Yopaj run down sa supports. So yung IAP, medyo na-miss lang timing sa mid. Again, kung may Snapfire ka, kung may Lion ka, gusto mo sana mag-rotate pa. Maybe mga 4 minutes in, pasok ka na, pressure yung Ember. Pero ngayon, medyo
hindi
open
na
ang
possible.
game
Hindi na din possible na mapatay nila ng basta-basta itong si Yopaj. Meron na siyang mataas na level din dito. And as well, itong stacks para kay Luna. Talaga namang happy life si Tina dito, but on the bottom lane, Escad harassing Scam. Pero tignan natin FBZ with the rotation once again, and they spotted out Marbs na nag-TP din dito. They wanted to take down siguro itong bottom lane tower, pero sila pa yata yung mabibigyan. There's the Rolling Thunder. That will finish off Marb. At mukhang sasama pa yata si Escad. He doesn't have enough mana to give that ravage, pero wala na din talaga siyang magawa. Nag-ravage pa? Not really sure, parang hindi ganun kasulit for IAP dahil ito na yung yun na yung nila eh. Yun na yung power spike nila kumbaga, na kapag Ravage is up for S-God, pwede na sila mag-group up.
Forced to use it defensively at namatay pa rin. I think Bloom's gonna be very happy with that. Nakita natin dito sa space na ginawa nila sa bot lane, si Yopaj nag-clear out ng stacks. So yung early farm ni Yopaj, lalabas na. Yung Orb of Corrosion na nandyan na, ang right-click damage niya, sobrang lakas at yung side ng IAP. Wala masyadong sustain. Yung pinaka-tanky here na si S-God. Yung Spectre ngayon, hindi pa ganyan ka-tanky at si Marb ay magpa-farm nga ng Ags. Pero wala siyang jungle space. Tingnan mong top jungle. Si Tims lang, tumatakbo dyan. Hindi sila maka-farm. So yung control ng IAP wala at si Matthew ulit.
Yung Lion, nagiging food trip na lang talaga ni Yopaj dito. And you are right na kailangan na mag-init ng supports dito kasi ganyan at ganyan lang yung gagawin sa kanila ni Yopaj for the meantime. I mean, for etong Snapfire, meron siyang armor. May konting armor, pero parang kaya pa rin siyang patayin ni Yopaj eh.
Super squishy pa rin sa Ember sa time na ngayon. 10 minutes in, level 9. Lapit na level 10. Kahit si Kimo shows up for a moment, tas half HP na lang naiwan dito.
Tingnan natin Kimo will fall down. Si Yopaj na naman dun sa kabilang dulo. Pero tingnan natin Yona. Makakuha naman siya ng trade-off dito. Pero Hunt will be used. FBZ is running low on health. He wants to run for his life. Pero one more right click. Makuha naman ni Marb yung kill na yan. That's a 2-for-2 trade. A support and off-lane. Ganun din. Support and off-lane. Hindi niya naman tayo sa IAP dito.
Alright. Ang maganda dyan sa IAP, nakuha nilang bot tier 1. Walang deny na lumabas sa Boom. So yung push ng Leshrac online na. At nakakuha na sila ng map space dito para sa Spectre. Makalaro na si Marb sa bot jungle kung gusto niya. At ang IAP mag-smoke na. Magtitingin sila sa mid. Si Tino nag-farm up dito. May obs ward ang Boom though. So medyo messy ang engage.
Yeah. Ito na ba yung bawi nila dito? That Earth Spike, it will connect onto Scam, pero mukhang kulang. I mean, nabigay na nila yung mga pang-lockdown nila dito. FBZ is here to help out Tino. Pero tingnan natin yung finger of that will not be enough to take down yung Luna. And mukhang mapapaliktad pa yata ng Boom Esports dito. That double kill from Yopaj. Grabe naman talagang all around the map. Itong si Ember's here that he's not done yet. He will not stop. At delikado pa nga si Escad. He does have Ravage available. Pero what can he do? Mukhang mamamatay na nila. Triple kill for this Ember Spirit.
Grabe si Yopaj ngayon, Aki. 7-0-1. Parang may kinain ata si Yopaj. May kinain siyang Lucky Me na pansit na mainit. Kasi sobrang active si Yopaj
Talaga
ngayon.
naman. I mean, yan yung pang power up ng mga computer shop days. Lucky Me Pancit Canton, mukhang nakapagmerienda ng masarap si Idol Yopaj for this game. And you can expect a fast game na siguro with this kind of aggression at yung advantage na meron yung Boom Esports ngayon dito sa real time. Wait, medyo magulo. Real time, okay, they're staking this stat. And, partida ba to John? Kasi hindi pa sila 5-man.
Oo. And yung control ng Boom sa jungle again, mas mabilis mag-farm ang Luna. Although si Yopaj ngayon,
Oh, sorry.
pa rin kaya.
Okay, hindi pa rin talaga kaya dito. And that's the Leshrac and the Lion going down. Ako, susunod pa yata si Kimmo. Oh no, 15-3 on the scoreboard. Ladies and gentlemen, Boom Esports showing dominance against IAP. Well, I would ask you again, John, anong tingin mo yung comeback potential ng IAP for this game?
Kailangan mag-4-man sila. I-protect nila ang Spectre, magkuha sila ng space. May naiwan silang neutral sa jungle ngayon. May big pull sa may tier 1. Pick up din yan. At yan, 4-man, play around Ravage, play around the kisses kung maglabas na kay Team O. Wala pang level 6 ang Snap. So medyo mahirap ang team fight ngayon sa IAP. Kailangan ikuha ang level 6 na yan, kuha ang timing. Para sa lang sa game 1, diba? Team O sa Clockwork, sinabi natin, kailangan niya ng hook shot ngayon, kailangan niya ng kisses. Kailangan maglabas ang kisses at Ravage para makuha nilang team fight.
Para may enough damage din sila eh. Like, Leshrac, meron siyang enough damage pero pag mag-isa lang siya, parang kukulangin pa rin talaga yung IAP eh. Diba? Mas okay pa rin talaga kung meron silang Mortimer's cases available and if ever mag-up pa nga yung Finger of Death dito. Kaso nakasalubong nila si Yona dito sa may gilid and Yopaj, spotted out niya si Kimmo dito. There's the cookie pero masisiring chase lang din yung Snapfire dito. Kimmo, you're not going anywhere, sir.
Is under attack.
Yeah. It's run down lang ng Boom eh. Ngayon, ang IAP, walang levels, walang space to farm. Si Marv lang talagang nag-build up dito sa IAP. Nag-play siya bot. At sa bot lane din, kahit si Escott, hindi safe dito.
I mean, this Ember Spirit is now unstoppable. John, I'm not really sure what can IAP still do on this one kasi hindi na nagiging enough yung Ravage. I mean, yung sinasabi natin na possible combination ng IAP. At this point, hindi na siya nag-kick enough with yung ganitong klase ng Ember Spirit, di ba? Pero tignan natin, Teams, siya yung mamamatay dito for Boom Esports and Marv getting that kill. Pero tignan natin dito, Scam scouting out yung jungle area ng IAP. But FBZ is here. Yung cookie na late lang din ng onti pero masustun si Scam dito sa may gilid. Yopaj wants to help out pero mukhang mababaliktad na naman ang Boom Esports. There's the Finger of Death finishing off etong si Scam but Yona will fall down as well and Yopaj once again. Remnant in, okay? Will he chase down Kimmo dito? Alam niyang low health na lang yung Snapfire. Pero tingnan natin, pwede siya ikada tong dalawang supports na to. And there's the cookie. Uy, tinamaan pa nga ng Sleight of Fist. Pero Marv is here. He wants to join the party. Pero is there damage enough? Triple kill para kay Yopaj. I'm not really sure what is happening right now, John. Pero feeling ko, Boom Esports na to eh. Ayoko mag-talk ng maaga. Pero with this kind of Ember Spirit, hindi na siya, untouchable na siya eh.
Untouchable talaga. But ang lakas ng pressure dito kay Matthew. Kailangan nila ng-blink ng Lion at yung blink ng Tide para maglabas yung Ravage combination. Nakita natin yung Finger, makahanap pa rin ng kill pero ginamit nila sa support. Hindi nila ma-focus yung course. At kailangan talaga i-pin down si Yopaj, yung Ember na yan. 13-0! Pang mas good na pa compared sa game 1. Wala pang gets dito si Yopaj.
Yes. And eto na naman, walang pahinga talaga ang Boom Esports dito. Ravage is still available for IAP pero mabibitaw nga nila yung Ravage na available dito. Naku po, ginulong-gulungan, sinagasaan lang si Escad dito. He's finding the right timing to give out that Ravage. And yun naman, wala na tamaan! No, pero sa gilid, may sinabunutan and Teams with that stolen Ravage. Grabe naman yun. Ito na yung sinasabi natin, John. Teams on that Rubik.
Oh, sobrang smooth ng execution talaga ng Boom. Like, in and out, force IAP. Yung IAP dapat on the aggressive. They should be the ones looking to play around. Sila dapat may vision dito sa top jungle, sa bot jungle. Sila dapat mag-play around sa Ravage niyan. First Ravage ata, second Ravage nakita natin kay S-God. Wala pa rin follow-up. Sobrang behind na ang Lesh. 5.6k net worth. Yules lang ang item ngayon. Di na sapat ang Yules. Kulang na kulang ang farm dito sa IAP outside kay Marb. At yun yung Roshan. Walang Ravage, may kisses naman pero walang control. Mapupunta din ang Rosh kay Boomat. Bigay na lang Aegis pa kay Yopaj. Ay hindi, kay Pino. Sige, si Yopaj hindi niya kailangan 15-0. Hindi naman nata siya mamatay
And looking at the Spectre, John, hindi na siya nag-Blade Mail. He went for Aghanims and Falcon Blade din talaga. Pero parang hindi pa rin talaga enough We are expecting na pwedeng sumama-sama na si Marb with this Aghanims Scepter, no, yung kanyang Shadow Step. May pang follow-up na sila pero hindi na sila makasabay sa timing ng ng Boom Esports.
Hindi na talaga. Sa bot lane naman, si S-God. Medyo malayo dito.
Delikado na naman din siya. Wala siyang kasama dito. Pero Matthew wants to help. Ay, napaganda ng Earthspike man catching 2 heroes dito. But the Mortimer's Kisses dito sa may likod. They will finish up FBZ. Pero eto na, patapos na yung Mortimer's Kisses. Eto na yung time para mag-disengage ang Boom Esports. Pero si Scam, tamang kulit lang dito sa gilid. And Yopaj. Okay. Natira na lang din siya dito. It's Yopaj against 4 heroes. Pero natouch niya doon. Yung stun ni Leshrac. Pero na-burst down lang din siya. Nikimo dito. But Tino wants to join the party. Yung Luna. Nagpaparamdam na. Oh my goodness. That's 4-man down. Pero si Marb makakapag-TP pa. Partida na yun. Nawala na si Yopaj. Pero sumama naman si Tino.
Oo, yung Luna natin, Mask of Madness, Dragon Dance lang. Pero yung Eclipse, kapag nandyan, kapag alam niya na naubos ng control, naubos ng burst ng IAP, makakapasok din yan si Tino. At tamang timing, tamang TP, lumabas kay Tino dyan. IAP, may Ravage naman ulit kay S-God, pero kailangan safe pa rin dito.
Andyan din kasi si Teams ulit So, kailangan niya mag-ingat sa pag-commit nung kanyang Ravage. Or mauulit na naman yung nakita natin kanina na Teams stealing that Ravage. Pero tignan natin, mukhang magko-commit yata sa team fight ang Boom Esports dito. There's a reaction sa my bottom lane Cookie. Wala ring tinamaan to stolen Cookie, I believe.
Teams na naman ay Yopaj. Naghahanap.
Ang lalim yata nito pero tignan natin. There's a telekinesis onto Kimo pero FBZ with that rolling thunder. Ito na lang daw. Kimo will fall down pero may nahuli pa sila dito sa gilid. That's Yona. That's the shock na nasa bunutan nga ni Scam dito. And Yopaj with that double kill. Susunod pa yata nila. At indeed, mamatay yung side hunter dito. Take note guys. Meron pang tier 1 tower dito sa may bottom lane. Pero nasa likod na sila ng tier 2.
Ganyan ka-confident kayo ng Boom. 33-8, 10k lead. I think they have, they have every right to be confident right now. Yung IAP, kulang pa rin sa farm, kulang pa rin sa space. I mean, tingnan naman, 9.4k net worth. Actually, not that bad sa spec. Pero yung Tide, yung Leshrac ngayon, sobrang behind. Sila ngayon ang kailangan ng farm, sila ngayon ang kailangan ng items para makalaban sila sa team fights dito. At yung key timings nila, blink sa Tide, si S-God, mga 300 gold na lang. So, pag may blink na, baka dyan sila makalaban.
Yeah, baka game changer yung blink dagger ni S-God. Pero kasi, they need to be careful dun sa Rubik. Kailangan talaga meron silang vision kay Rubik. Mas mananakaw lang din ni Teams yung Ravage dito. Pero IAP, they're setting up for something dito sa may bottom lane. But Boom Esports is ready. Pero nalip nga lang din dito mukhang sila pa yung masisetapan. There's the Mortimer King dito may gilid. Pero yung Ravage, pinamit na ngayon. And Japa is running low on health. And Marb mabuha naman yung kill. Pero Yona, my fault on this one. Timo committing that right click. And mamamatay ka na din. Another stolen Ravage from Teams na naman. Yun yung sinasabi ko. Pag nanakaw ni Teams yung Ravage, tapos na ang Dota, tapos na ang boxing, and Marb will fall down. That's 4 heroes down for IAP. Ultra kill. Muntik pang makapag-rampage si Yopaj dito.
Oo nga. Grabe talaga. Boom! Yung execution talaga lang sobrang linis.
Dire's bottom
IAP.
tower is under
Parang
attack.
forced sila maglaban. I think kung ikaw ay IAP ngayon, laban ka lang sa high ground. May Ravage ka, may Kisses ka, may Leshrac ka. Ganda ng AoE control mo sa ramp area dyan sa high ground. Sobrang sikip. So yung side ng Boom mag-plump up. Dyan kayo malakas ang IAP. I think pag sa labas,
Dire's middle tower
Pero
Huwag mo na
wala
maglaban.
na-commit na nila di ba? If ever mag-decide yung Boom Esports na mag-push sa high ground, di ba? Parang mahirapan sila mag-defend din dito Or, I think Boom Esports, they can just wait for the next Roshan. Do you think?
oh, pwede naman. No pressure dito sa Boom. May scaling sila towards late game. Alam nila, malaki ang lead nila ngayon. 14k, 37 to 10. Control nila ang map. Lahat ng wards dito galing sa Boom. Walang forward ward sa IAP except dito sa Triangle Cliff. So, sila ang may control sa map. Sila ang pwede mag-dictate kung saan ang laban, kung saan ang farm. At ang IAP yung medyo behind talaga. Nag-smoke up sila, may blink na sila kay Matthew, may blink din kay S-God. Hintayin na lang ang next Ravage. At baka dyan, again, with blink, Hex, with blink, Imp, Earth Spike, with blink, Ravage, baka dyan, stack nila ang stuns at maka-damage na din ang Leshrac nila.
Yes. I'm not really sure. BKB na ba si Yopaj?
Si Yopaj, wala pa.
Wala pa siya, so pwede pa nilang makontrol. Pero, overwhelming damage from this Ember Spirit. Tingnan natin, Matthew dito nag-iintay lang sa may gilid, pero mag-TP out na lang din yung Lion. So, it's very hard for IAP na lumabas pa sa base nila. Diba? Sobrang maiipit na lang sila dito. Yung upcoming na creeps na lang yung source of farm nila. Pag ganito
Oo. And limited na talaga. Hindi sila maka-clear out ng jungle creeps. Si Boom, control ang top, control ang bot. Triangle spot din. Ang IAP, again, best shot nila, either high ground defense or Roche fight. Kung mahanap nila ang Boom habang nag-Roshan, Ravage Kisses, makalaban sila. So, I think yan na lang ang options ng IAP. Defensive play, high ground hold, at try na lang sa Ravage Hex, Earth Spike combination, at follow through ng Lesh. Pero yan nga, nakita natin si Tims, 2 times na nakuha ang Ravage. Perfect position ni Tims. Sobrang layo niya. Sobrang safe ng position ng Rubik na palagi na lang mahanap niyang malaking spell na yan.
Yun lang talaga yung naabangan niya no? Like, hindi siya pumapasok hanggat hindi lang din nagra-ravage si S-God. And it's going well for Boom Esports. Pero tumatagal yung game natin. Tingin mo ba meron pang chance yung IAP? Habang tumatagal.
May konting chance. Kung makahanap sila ng team fights, kung ma-hold lang high ground, yung Spectre lalaki din So, may hard timing ang Spec, may item timings din. Pero si S-God, nakita.
Okay, nakita nga. But on the other side, they want to kite out itong si Matthew. Pero Yopaj, mukhang nakapag-TP naman na si S-God dito. Pero ito na lang daw. Pwede na yan. A kill is still a kill. And Yopaj is in an unstoppable streak.
Oh, at nakakatakot to. May Ags na ata si Yopaj, palabas na sa career. So, yan, Ags timing sa Ember. Nakita natin sa Game 1 kung anong magawa ni Yopaj with those long-range remnants, yung faster remnants din. Magiging active pa siya. Active na nga siya ngayon. Ngayon, kahit yung high ground, mas active pa, aktibo siya. Yung high ground hold niya sa IAP, yung snapfire niya na kailangan mag-upo sa malayo, yung Ember, maabot niya.
Okay, pero ito na nga, yung tinanong ko kanina, looks like Boom Esports is just waiting for the next Roshan para may assurance din talaga sila na makapag-high ground ng maayos for this game. And it's 2 seconds. Tama ba? 2 seconds for the next Roshan. Ayan na.
Yes.
Roshan is up, pero that's a 5-man smoke for Boom Esports. Mukhang gusto mo na nilang kumuha ng pick-off dito. Yo, patch ka talaga lang niya si Yola. Pero pinagkapan din. Dito may gilid. There's the Ravage. Pero tingnan natin mababurst down yata nila si Pino. And it's low level fall down. And another stolen Ravage from Kim. Tingnan natin kung meron na bang follow-up. And speaking of follow-up, there's si Yo Patch. Dito sa may gilid, dealing enough damage dito. And that's 2-man down for IAP. Sunod na yata si Yona dito. This Leshrac is not going anywhere. That's 3-man down. Pero makakaalis pa yata Tims. Mamamatay nga lang din dito. Pero Matthew, anong magagawa ng Lion dito? Like, he can just delay his death. Pero that's it. Patay si Tino, pero they still have another damage dealer. They have the Ember Spirit.
Oo. IAP again. Third Ravage stolen na naman ni Teams yan. Yung decision talaga ng Rubik natin, perfecto
Three
dito
times
sa
na.
game na to. Oo, 3 out of 3 siya. Tapos, na-steal na din ata yung sides, shadow step. So, lahat ng gusto ni Teams nakuha niya. At the least for IAP, yung Roche fight medyo delayed. Si Opash, hindi niya kaya i-solo ang Roche. So, kailangan hintayin ang respawn ni Teams at ni Kino. May oras pa ang IAP na laban dyan sa Roshan. Pero, wala silang Ravage. Walang Hunt. Medyo mahirap ng laban dyan. I think for IAP, stall game pa rin. But, di nila mabigay ang Roshan. Kahit na Rosh number 2 lang yan, may Ag Shard at Aegis. Yung Aegis lang mismo, 2 lives up on either Tino or Yopaj. Mahihirapan talagang IAP mag-focus sa hero na yan.
Siguro kay kay Tino na lang. Kasi siya din yung namamatay-matay din eh. Like pag natamaan siya ng Ravage, he's still vulnerable, diba? Unlike Yopaj dito na meron naman siyang pang-dodge ng mga incoming skills from IAP. Pero Roshan, almost done for Mineski Sports.
Ano to? Aegis nga, pupunta kay Tino. So protected na ang Luna natin.
Luna.
At may free ag shard siya. So yung Lucent team, may auto attack na lalabas. Mas madali na si Tino mag-clear out ng wave. Yung IAP, ngayon, high ground defense talaga. 22 seconds until Ravage. Patience lang dito sa IAP. Hanap lang ng opening, hanap ng opportunity dito habang nag-push ang boom sa high ground.
Pero kaya pa ba nilang i-hold ito? Tingnan natin, S-God linking in. Pero tignan natin, Yopaj dito sa may backlines. Pumasok na nga, pero wala pong BKB itong Ember Spirit. Tingnan natin, Matthew will be the first one to vote on sa IAP. He still has buyback. And tignan natin dito, Yona, he's running with the BKB pop on. And tignan natin dito, wala pang Ravage na nakocommit itong CS God. So, they can still go for another engagement dito. But for Boom Esports, same thing. Pwede pa silang mag-attempt. Hindi pa rin naman napapop out yung Aegis ni Tino.
Oo, ang Tino do. Medyo malaya na ang Luna. Kailangan ng regen. Pero nakahanap siya ng regen rune. So, pasok lang sa sunod ng wave. Oo, reset, free reset para sa boom. 44-12, IAP. High ground pa rin, Ravage pa rin, nandyan pa. Kisses nandyan din. Kailangan lang ng opening. At ang boom, push lang ng push. 18k na lead. I mean, medyo mahirap ng laro para sa IAP. Kahit na may high ground defense.
Pero pwede pa rin nila atang i-delay. Pero speaking of delay, tingnan natin, mahuhuli nila si Mortimer's Kisses doon sa may backlines. Pero scam, dito pinatulog nila yung sarili niya. But eto na nga si Cliff TZ. Ikaw ba yan? Esga dito, trap dito na may Cliff. And may mamamatay naman din dito sa gilid. That's Kimo. Naku po, isa-isa na yung IAP. There's Matthew. Isa-isa na hindi na nakukumpleto dito yung IAP.
Si Yopaj ngayon pala, hindi ko na-realize 30 kills na si Yopaj out of 48. 30 kills. 30 out of 48. Grabe ka active remember. Tapos yan, high ground, tier 3 gone, tier 4 na, tinatama ni Tino through the racks. At pwede na sila mag-end. Kahit na may buyback dito, may combination pa rin, pero mahirap talaga i-execute ngayon sa IAP.
Grabe yung standing ni Yopaj dito, 30 kills. Isipin mo yun. Siya na, parang siya na lahat ang gumawa for Boom Esports. Pero, John, before this game ends, tingin mo sino yung naging MVP for this game?
Ang si Yopaj pa rin eh. Siya ang kill to go, Ravage.
They're still doing their best para makapag-defend dito. Pero Matthew, mabibigyan pa rin. And there's the ultimate dito. And GG. Wala na talaga. And Boom Esports, grabe, unstoppable. Itong team na to. Yopaj with that 30 kills. 31 kills. Tapos yung Rubik pa ni Tims. Ako, feeling ko, siya yung MVP for this game. Si Tims talaga.
Ganda ng skills ni Tims. Yung Ravages talaga lumalabas. I think my argument din for both sides. Tims o si Yopaj, ganda ng game for both of them. Ang ganda ng draft ng Boom. At I think yung IAP na correct na lang team fight. Yung team fight issue na sa first game, pero hindi nila na leverage. Hindi nila nahanap yung openings na kailangan nila dyan.
Like, we can expect na pwedeng mid-game yung timing ng Spectre pero hindi nila na-hit, no?
Hindi na hit. At least yung Ags timing ng Spectre lumabas, pero yung plays for the Shadow Step, hindi nag-line
na
up. At
nasulit.
yan. Oh.
Yeah. I do agree.
They tried, pero it's not that enough para makabawi sila dito sa Boom Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, they tried na talagang makapag-pick off ng sobrang daming players dito, sobrang daming heroes dito for the side of Boom Esports, pero sobrang hirap lang talaga, hindi na magawa yun. Napag-usapan natin kanina sa drafting phase is just they have the biggest pick-off potential and kill potentials and AoE potentials as well. Pero it's just Boom Esports. They stumped IAP so hard. Man, finishing this game, lalong-lalo na dito kay Yopaj, finishing this game with a 31
kills.
31-14 KDA. It's brutal. That's huge, man. What can you say about that, Aki?
Expected na din naman talaga with just like ng game 1, di ba? Sabi, nabanggit natin, pag nag-ember na si Yopad, silista niya na. Kasi once na hindi mo talaga binanyan, yan na yung comfort pick niya eh. Di ba? If hindi niya makuha yung kung maban man yung tatlong Spirit Brothers, meron pa siyang Invoker, meron pa siyang Puck. Ang daming talagang hero na dapat mong iban kay Yopad eh. Pero itong Ember Spirit, yan na talaga yung naging trademark niya eh. Yung one of his most successful heroes. And,
at kung napapansin nyo, I mean, to be honest, minsan nga hindi ko na alam kung paano ba nakakakuha si Rubik dito ng Ravage.
Oo nga.
I mean, nagugulat na lang AAP. Hala, ba't meron silang Ravage? Alam mo yun, parang sobrang malaninja ang galawan ng teams dito. Pero yun nga, Teams Rubik, John, what are your thoughts?
Clean, too clean. Like, yung laning phase with FBZ, they lined up, they were really aggressive with Pango. Yung control kasi na meron ang Boom with Rubik and Bane. Na-leverage nila. At si Tims, he has the patience. You know, he's a very seasoned player. Alam niya na kailangan niya lang mag-sit back, hintayin ang Ravage, kunin ka agad, at panalo ng teamfight. So, I think Boom just had that experience. Yung experience na alam nila anong kailangan lang gawin versus this teamfight-oriented lineup of IAP. At IAP, we were just caught off guard. I don't think they had enough to counteract Rubik. They didn't have enough forward vision, and when the team fights were coming out, it just felt a bit late.
Yeah, that's true. Pero speaking of dito naman sa mga heroes na nagamit itong mga dalawang teams ito, it's just sobrang nag-focus ang IAP sa magic damage. Medyo kinulang sila sa right clicks, sa, of course, ang normal attacks, which is si Marbland din talaga makakapagbigay nito. Medyo inantay nila na mag-pop off pa masyado. Si Marb, but it's really not that enough. And for the side of IAP, they tried to snowball with the help of Marb, with the help of Yon as well, pero it really didn't work out because of the kill potential of a Boom Esports right now. They have that huge damage of Yopaj. Look at that is a 31-14 KDA. That is actually really huge. And knowing na ito yung pinakaunang laro, ito yung pinakaunang tournament ni Tino sa Boom Esports. Pumasok siya ng Boom Esports probably like 2 weeks ago or less than 2 weeks ago, and the impact of Tino is ganito na. Aki, ano masasabi mo sa mga gameplay ni Tino ngayon?
Game ni Tino, I'm kind of expecting na ganyan kasi yung apat niya nakasama okay na eh. Like si Tino kailangan niya lang mag-farm, and once again I will point out yung supports ng Boom Esports kasi they're doing everything for this team. Na kumbaga secured ka na. Like si Tino, kung paano siya maglaro, it fits very well sa Boom Esports, 'di ba? Yung pagiging dominant nila or pagiging aggressive nila, it fits very well. Etong yung playstyle din ni Tino.
Parang sinabi ni Yopaj dito sa mga kakampi niya, guys, itabi nyo. Ako na. Pero ipapakita natin ngayon kung sino ba ang MVP. Game number 2, syempre, tulad nga ng sinasabi ng mga boses sa paligid natin, walang iba kung hindi si Yopaj back-to-back MVP 31-14, more than kalahati ng overall kills
87% kill participation
ng Boom Esports is nasa kanya This guy is literally unstoppable, John X Fire.
Oh, guys. Parang same stats from game 1 halos, except the kills, right? Like 87% kill participation, same din sa game 1. Same hero, Yopaj, yung dependable rock ng Boom. If you give him the same hero all the time, he will always deliver. And I think that's just, again, one of the things that makes it hard playing against Boom. Yung versatility ng kada player nila, from the pause 1, pause 2, pause 3, all the way to their supports. And Yopaj having all these options for mid always delivers.
Yeah. Ikaw, Aki, ano masasabi mo dito kay Yopaj? Back to back?
Wala. Expected naman din talaga. Yun ang word of the day natin for this series. Expected mo na ganito.
Yeah.
Well, for IAP, they did their best naman na para makasabay dito sa game na to. Like, nung game 1, di ba? Okay naman din yung naging performance ng IAP. Pero, malayo pa ang kailangang tahakin ng IAP, kumbaga. Pero for this tournament, just like what I've said earlier, this might be their stepping stone for IAP.
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen already our second series for today, which is IAP versus Boom Esports. Congratulations to Boom Esports for winning this match with a 2-0 clean sweep. But hold on to your seats, because after the break, it's going to be the El Clasico, mga kaibigan. TNC Predator versus Exit Creation. We're really excited about that. And once again, my name is Vil, your panelist for today, and of course, alongside with me is Mr. John X Fire and Miss Aki Maruma. We're just gonna have a very short break. See you later.
Hey,
Yopaj. Oh, Yopaj talaga. Yopaj mid, man.
Yopaj is my idol.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit, and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge Fiber X.
Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like.
Welcome back here in Mineski Masters 2021 for Dota 2. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Phil, your host for today, and of course, alongside with me is syempre yung dalawang nakasalamin, Pogi. We have Wolf and Johnny X Fire, and we've seen the last game already, and it's just syempre yung mga tropa natin sa Boom Esports winning that 2-0 clean sweep against IAP. Pero now, ito na, the battle of the century mga kaibigan, ever since nung Dota 1 pa. Hindi pa pinapanganak si Wolf. Naglalaban na itong dalawang team sa to. TNC at saka Execration mga kaibigan. We can say that this might be the first official talagang tournament ng TNC. And knowing na bago yung lineup nila, ano ang nasa utak ng mga players na to. Sobrang inaantay ng mga viewers natin kung ano ba ang mga pwedeng ibigay at ipakita ng TNC. But before that, we'd like to thank our sponsors first. Unang-una, we have Lucky Me. Ang Lucky Me Pancit Canton Thinner Noodles is available in all your favorite flavors. We have original calamansi, chili mansi, extra hot and sweet and spicy. Easy to prepare and can satisfy your craving. Kaya perfect pang midnight snack. And syempre, Mineski Masters is co-presented by Converge, your winning weapon, now with the new upgraded FiberX plans. Plan 2500 loaded with 300 Mbps and plan 3500 supercharged with 800 Mbps. Scan the QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win exclusive FiberX game gears. Later on papakita natin nga kung saan ba yung mga QR code, and there you go. Just to scan that QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win exclusive FiberX game gears. At 500 entries mga kaibigan, mamimigay kami ng Linksys Velop Tri-Band, a mesh system that provides fast and reliable Wi-Fi coverage for gaming, 4K streaming, and more will be up for grabs. And syempre, if now what 1,000 entries, the Linksys Wi-Fi 6 tri-band will be unlocked. Ito yung true speed. Whether in a condo or a multi-story home, it will deliver 4 times faster speed. Both mesh systems are easy to set up and control through a free Linksys app. So ano pang inaantay nyo guys? All you have to do is sign up to enter the raffle and call your friends to sign up as well to unlock the best raffle items. Ladies and gentlemen, hindi lang naman yung mga players natin pwede manalo dito, because to all the people who's watching in right now, you have a huge chance of winning as well, and pwede kayong manalo ng 500 pesos worth of Steam credits. All you have to do is share the live stream and include hashtag Mineski Masters 2021 in the caption, and make sure to to set your post on public para syempre makita natin yan. 500 pesos worth of Steam credits mga kaibigan. Konti na lang, makakabili na kayo ng Arcana Wolf.
Parang medyo malayo pa, pero okay lang din. Konting dagdag na lang din. Hingi na lang din kayo kay Vil ng additional na Steam credit para saktong-sakto. Panalo talaga kayo.
Pero syempre, mga kaibigan, pwede kayong manalo ng exclusive Mineski Masters jersey. And just comment down your answer to our big question and include the hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. Para syempre, ano ba ang tanong natin dito para mapalalo nyo ang exclusive Mineski Masters jersey, mga kaibigan? Syempre, ang question ay ipapalabas sa screen nyo in just a few.
Hulaan mo yung question daw, Vil.
Huhulaan ko yung question. Huhulaan ko. Pero yun nga, sige, sasabihin ko na. Question number 4. Which strength hero has the highest strength gain per level? Si Pudge ba? Si Doom ba? Or si Centaur? Mamimili lang kayo dyan. And for you to have chance to win this exclusive Mineski Masters jersey na sana magkaroon din tayong tatlo, John X Fire tsaka Wolf, di ba?
Oo. Ganda ng jersey niya. Pwede tayo mag-answer? Pagka-win ba tayo?
Kung pwede lang, gagawin talaga natin yan. I mean, we've seen the match kanina, pero syempre, here we go for our third series of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have a TNC Predator versus Execration. El Clasico. Ilang beses na natin ito naririnig sa mga iba't ibang tournaments way back sa classic days ng Dota 1. Papunta dito sa Dota 2, sila pa rin talaga yung maglalaban. Pero ang pinagkaiba lang is iba lang yung players, lalo-lalo na sa TNC Predator. Iba na yung mga players nila. Kakapasok lang nila. This is like what I've said a while ago. This might be the first time talagang maglalaro ang TNC Predator sa ganitong klaseng tournament. So, ang mga players natin ngayon, mga viewers natin ngayon, we can say na mataas yung expectation nila sa TNC Predator. The question is, etong roster ba nito is kaya ba nilang gawin yung ginawa ng roster dati ng TNC Predator? Let's start with John X Fire.
Those are big shoes to fill for the roster. Yung legacy ni na Tims, ni Armel, ni Gabby, it's a really long and really hard thing to do. So I think for yung bagong lineup ng TNC, the best approach for me, in my opinion, is for them to not get weighed down by those expectations, play to their own strengths. They're a young squad. May mga promising players naman dyan sa TNC, si Young God, medyo bago sa pro scene dito, at least at this level, and itong big exposure, and they've got great anchors din dito sa TNC. Febby to guide them. They've got the experience guiding them behind them to guide these young players like Yoe, si Xiao Yu from Malaysia. So I think for TNC, off the bat, probably not gonna be at the same level of full TNC. Like expected naman, big shoes to fill from Tims, Armel, and Gabby, but may potential sila. Kailangan lang maglaro, mag-grow as a team, and work on the teamwork.
How about you, Wolf? What can you say about this? For the side of TNC Predator. At mukhang hindi tayo narinig ni Wolf, mga kaibigan. Medyo sobrang focus siya sa tinitig niya. Pero ladies and gentlemen, panoorin muna natin tong mga team intro sa mga players natin. So, let's watch this. TNC Predator, ladies and gentlemen, once again, like what John X-Far said, the big shoes to fill. What are your expectations dito, Mr. Kaisam Nopueto?
Well, knowing na meron naman sila mga able players, katulad ng sabi nga ni John, feeling ko hindi nila i-feel yung shoes nung iba, more like gagawa sila ng sarili nilang pangalan. That's really what they can do right now, especially with, like sabi nga ni John promising young players. So although siguro syempre wag nating
3v5 na lang
expect
daw.
masyado. Wag nating expect masyado na sobrang ganda-ganda ng chemistry nila. It's still a work in progress. Pero nakakatakot yung squad na to because of standout players. Tapos nga may guidance ni Feby. At si Feby malapit na maging Pinoy yan
Oh. Konti na lang, man. From Opa to Papa. Yan ang mangyayari kay Feby. Knowing na nagbabalik siya sa TNC dito. So, pwede nang sabihin na medyo kabisado na niya and alam na yung mga gagawin niya. Pero dito naman tayo sa pangalawang team natin. Execration, mga kaibigan. Kung saan nanggaling si Kimo. Pwede natin sabihin, itong dalawang teams na to, narinig na to sa mismong TI stage. Talagang meron silang mga TI appearances, pero ito yung simula ng DPC, mga kaibigan. This is the time na kailangan talaga nila makabawi and probably get a chance to be there on the main stage here in TI11 if ever. Pero, ladies and gentlemen, panoorin muna natin ang team intro ng Execration. Classic players, classic team. Andito si RR at saka si Nando, mga kaibigan. Si RR hindi na talaga naalis sa kanya ang pangalang Execration sa buhay niya. Napakadami niyang experience as a player as well. Pero hopefully na talagang maging solid ang match-up nila dito. Pero pag-usapan muna natin ng Execration, man. Execration, what are your thoughts about this team, Mr. John X-Far?
Execration, medyo awkward yung position na kasi yung isang player nila na ban out. So, last minute replacement dito for Van, si Jay Quiza.
Yeah, si Van.
So we've got to see kung mag-gel in sila. Otherwise, yung lineup ng Execration, malakas din sila. Si Bob sa mid lane, I think yung star player talaga. Si Bob at si BDZ. Si Barlow sa off lane. So those are like their key players right now, and I think those are the big ones that will set the pace. But I think they've got to kind of, they've got to line themselves up and try to hit that time.
Yeah. Pero ayan, andito na tayo sa kastilyo ni Roshan, tulad nga na sinabi ni Mr. Kaisam. Na talagang diba? I mean, Wolf, isipin mo, diba? Hindi ka pa pinapanganak, nagkalaro na ng Dota to sila RR. Ano masasabi na doon?
May, bukod kay RR, syempre, bukod sa naging RR Natics tayo mula nung years ago, ang mga rising talents, syempre, sa Execration. At without bias, kasi kwento ko lang there was a time na nag-coach ako ng isang professional Dota team. At actually, yung first iteration ng team na yon includes Bob and si BDC mismo. At nung na-scout itong dalawang players na to, we're kind of building around BDZ, bilang siyang captain. Tapos parang si BDZ and 4 other promising talents na mahanap natin sa pub scene. So this was late 2019 to early 2020. At Bob exceeded expectations. Ang taas ng laki ng improvement niya, lalong-lalo na nung napunta na siya sa mga top teams. At obviously BDZ, isa sa mga naging mainstay na sa Execration ever since napapasok sa Execration dahil din sa kanyang leadership. So bright future ahead of Execration. Unfortunate lang yung nangyari na iba nga yung kanilang player ngayon na red. But Nando and Bob, combination ng old guard and new guard, so exciting stuff para sa Execration.
Naalala ko dati si Nando nung nasa ibang team pa siya. Ang pangalan natin is Fern. Iniba na yung pangalan niya. Tapos nagbalik tayo dito sa Nando. Pero going back here dito sa ating teams. Ito pwede nating sabihin na wala pa tayong idea kung ano bang talagang pwede ipakita dito ng TNC because of course this is their first tournament. Ano ba yung mga strategies nila na nasa isip nila? Pero if ever you're in the shoes of TNC, ano yung gagawin yung strategies if ever, John Xfar?
I think you watch Bob. So yung na-notice natin kay Bob across all the teams from the team that Wolf was coaching, which we watched sa Nationals ata yan, no? Wolf, from then, yung win conditioning team si Bob ay si Bob mismo. So I think for TNC, if they have a good matchup sa mid, kung mag-rotate sila ng mga aga, i-pressure yung mid lane ng Execration, yan ang approach na baka ma-loosen up ang foundation ng Execration. So emphasis sa mid, diyan dapat manalo talaga ang TNC at mag-apply ng pressure para makakuha sila ng momentum sa game na to.
This is actually one of the best thing to differentiate TNC Predator and Execration. Matagal na magkakasama ang Execration. Lalong-lalo na si Nando at saka sila RR, matagal na sila magkakasama dito. And gagawin ba nilang advantage yon dito sa TNC Predator? Yung knowing na kilala nila yung mga kakampi nila, kilala nila yung mga gameplay ng isa't isa. Is that gonna be a big advantage for the side of Execution Wolf?
Well, you did answer that. You can already see that in action. Nakilala nga nila yung isa't isa. The Dawnbreaker early ban mula sa TNC, kind of targeted sa Execration. While Execration, sila naman yung nag-ban ng Mars and Monkey King. Also very targeted sa mga potential na picks mula sa TNC Predator. And kanilang unang pick is the Snapfire na so far we have seen in the mid lane. Habang Kinsey naman, oh wow, hindi na nagdalawang isip. Immediately picking Luna and Ayo.
Yeah. Wisp at saka si Luna Moonfang mga kaibigan.
Si Moonfang.
Ayan, mga El Clasicong mga pangalan ng mga players natin. Pero, yeah, it's really gonna depend on these players if ever ano ba talaga yung kailangan nila i-pick off. Tulad nga na napanood natin kanina sa last game, medyo kinulang tayo sa mga AoE damage, kinulang tayo sa mga pick-offs. It's just nagpa-pop off lang din talaga yung Ember Spirit. Pero the question is, magkakaroon ba tayo ng Ember Spirit dito sa game na to, Wolf?
Yep, definitely dalawang teams na gumagamit ng Ember Spirit. So, Spirit, mga spirits in general. Like Void, Storm baka hindi masyado. Wow, instant
Doom.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
May flex yan sa Execration, pwede man offlane or safe lane or mid. Medyo open siya na pick. I think the great thing about the Doom is yung steady farm build-up. So kahit anong lane siya, hindi siya mag-fall behind. Makukuha niya, Midas timing niya, laro lang sa Devourer, may early presence siya with a Scorched Earth. Kung may aggressive support, like say, kung mag-run ka ng Snap at Doom offlane, pwede yan. Cookie and Scorched Earth, lots of good aggression. Pwede din mid. So I think for Execration, it's just a very open pick. When I think of Bob, I don't associate Doom with Bob. Not that na hindi naman na hindi niya malaro, pero si Bob kasi flashy player, diba? He loves his TA, loves his quap, puck. So I think for Execration, likely flex yan. Baka offlane or baka safe lane dito.
Yeah, for sure. Pero iisipin nyo ng TNC Predator is pipili sila ng isang hero na okay lang na hindi i-focus ng Doom ni Doom. Kasi if ever isang Doom lang, that hero na Doom is actually shut down already.
That's why they also ban out itong Tide Hunter. So Execration naiintindihan yung ganong klaseng factor pag naglalaro ka ng Doom na parang ayaw mo merong isang frontliner na okay lang na ma-doom siya. So parang related siya dun sa sinasabi ni Vil. And Beastmaster as well kasi nasamo na nga niya yung mga summons niya and then eventually just the roar yung kailangan niya in team fights. It can be that frontliner for the team. At kaya naman maganda itong mga bans ng Execration. Really making it so mukhang ilalagay nila sa mga core role ito talagang Doom. Most likely, katulad din ng sinabi ni John, most likely this will be the offlane, I would say.
Pero kung napapansin naman natin ngayon ang Luna dun sa game 1 and game number 2 natin sa ating second series is maganda yung ginawa niyang thing din doon. I mean, just AFK farm, just waiting for that potential pick-offs as well and that potential clash dun sa malapit na lang kay Luna for her to get that XP and that extra gold probably. Pero tingnan din dito if ano pa ba ang kukunin ng Execration or TNC Predator because in terms of pick-offs, lang. Execration pa lang ang meron dito because of that Snapfire and that Doom. Pero for TNC Predator, they need to get that hold, that lockdown. Sino ang gagawin nilang pang lockdown dito? Marami pang pwedeng gamitin na heroes. Well, you still have that Disruptor. Marami pa man. I mean, if ever Rubik, for me, it's gonna be not that Rubik anymore. Kasi ano naman kukunin mo ditong ultimate, di ba? Pero Wind Ranger, so pickups for that, for that pickoffs, maganda ang Wind Ranger dito, man.
This is Febis.
10 seconds remaining.
Pwede Xiaoyu offlane. I think nakita natin yan sa Team Mystery nung last DPC, nandiyan si Xiaoyu. So baka offlane Wind Ranger. Baka si Yowie din. Si Yowie ata nagalaro ng Wind Ranger.
Yun
so
nga
pwede din mid. So medyo flexible sa TNC. Surprising ito, yung Grimstroke hindi na ban. So double Doom nandyan na. Yung control ng execution. Sinabi mo, Vil, di ba? Yung issues sa Doom kung may multiple targets, mahirap. Ngayon, double Doom ka na off the bat pag may Soulbind na. So malakas ang combo ng execration. At yung TNC, I mean, Wind Ranger, may plays magawa ka, especially with say Ayo relocate, may follow up dyan, pero parang kulang sa damage. Tanky ang Doom, especially once items are up, at hindi talaga burst yung Wind Ranger. Maybe early on yung power shot medyo malakas, pero as the game scales on, item dependent siya, at item dependent din yung Luna na yan.
Makes me really think bakit hindi na ban yung Grimstroke. Kasi imagine if you're TNC, Ayo said Ayo lineups, generally ayaw mo na may Grimstroke pag kalaban because sobrang easy ng Soulbind for the team. So makes me wonder bakit hindi nila naban, but it is what it is. Execration, ang ganda agad ng mga counters nila sa mga heroes ng TNC. Soulbind also perfect against Wind Ranger na tumatakbo. At obviously kapag na-leash kayo together, hindi ka makatakbo, and this will be great setup para sa Kongka. Already, sobrang kunat na ng composition and sustainable na execration. And another hero na medyo magsastruggle sa Soulbind, I would say. Batrider is the choice though. Magandang combo with Ayo and Batrider, and this is what we're looking for. Katulad ng sinabi ni John, making the plays with the Ayo relocate, and at magamit natin yung Batrider for that.
The number one thing na medyo off din is the lack of sustain na dito sa dalawang teams ito. Pero, well, you have the IO anyway. Pwedeng gamitin yan for sustain. Pero if ever na talagang sunod-sunod yung mga incoming damage na ginagawa ng execution dito, there's no way na para makabawi dito ang TNC Predator. Pero hopefully, sa pwede nilang gawin dito, pwede lang gamitin yung Batrider na yan to catch execution off guard from the backlines. It's really up to them if ever gagawin nila yun. And knowing na merong Doom, double Doom, ika nga, ang execution dito, mahirap, man. I mean, medyo mahirap. Pero it's really up to them. It's really up to the execution na gagawin ng TNC Predator dito. Knowing na based on the stats, execution, sila lang ang nag-iisang team na nakatalo sa Boom Esports sa 10 game na naglaro ang Boom Esports. Execution lang ang nakatalo. Parang that is actually a huge statement na rin dito sa TNC Predator.
Oo. I think execration nga, they must experience sila ngayon. So yung TNC medyo untested. Nag-play lang sila ng show match sa Neon at I think Neon took that 2-0. So favorite talaga ang execration. And back to the draft, I think the Konka not only diba, double X, yung control din against Ayo and even against Bat. Batrider wants to run around. Kung X'd up ka, obviously you just get pulled back during Firefly. Relocate, save sa Ayo. It's not gonna save your core. Basta may X yan siya, hindi ka makatakbo. And I think TNC is gonna have to themselves a pretty tough time. Faceless Void, safe lane din dito sa execution. So, may combo na sila. Chrono, Kisses, lalabas dito. And that is, again, another way to stop the IO, stop the Batrider. Great control. No counter spells here from TNC. Mag-LC sila sa offlane. So, support Wind Ranger with IO. Yung draft ng TNC, parang medyo kulang sa team fight. Eclipse lang talaga ang big AoE damage nila, yung control nila single target, parang mahihirapan sila up against a Konka, Void, and Snapfire dito.
Yeah, that's true. Knowing ni pa natin sabihin na sobrang ultimate dependent nito mga nito mga heroes talagang ginamit nila. Like what you've said, that is actually a really great combo for that Faceless Void. Syempre, partnered up with itong apat na ultimates nga meron ng execution for TNC Predator. Yes, pwede silang pwede silang makaiwas sa mga ganks. They can actually go in agad-agad. Pero nasa sa kanila yun, if ever kung magpapahuli ba sila or not. Pero yun nga, we're gonna see these teams na maglalaban-laban. What are your final thoughts? Prediction-wise, John X Fire, who do you think will win?
Execration first game. Ganda ng draft nila, ganda ng team fight, ganda ng timings. Yung Bob Conca sa mid lane, kahit na medyo pangit ang matchup versus Batrider, believe pa rin ako kay Bob. So I go with Execration.
How about you, Wolf? Prediction?
Yeah, easier lineup ang Execration. Sa TNC, ang advantage ng nila is pick-off. Sobrang dami nilang pick-off potential with all of their single target spells. Tapos, saktong-sakto yung combination na yun. Pero kung team fight, ang lakas maka-shutdown nitong Doom. You have Mortimer Kisses as well as the Void ult. So, this will be easier to execute para sa Execution.
The question is that going to be easy for Execration or makakabawi pa dito ang TNC Predator? Mga kaibigan, once again, this is Execration versus TNC Predator. Ladies and gentlemen, El Clasico matchup, game number 1. Wolf and John X Fire, let's get into it.
Salamat, Phil, John. Exciting times, syempre, sa napakagandang El Clasico na pwede nating matunghayan. Now, you've seen a lot of Execution versus TNC, but this time it's totally different. Iba na yung mga leaders, iba na yung mga iba na yung mga players basically. And Yowie actually playing against Execution. Any storylines na gusto mong i-remind yung mga viewers natin about this particular matchup?
I think yung focus talaga sa TNC, yung youthfulness, yung freshness ng stack. Like we talked about at the start about filling in big shoes, maybe needing to work on their own storyline, work on their own camaraderie first and kind of building their own legacy instead of focusing on the past. So I think that's what we're going to be looking for from TNC. Yung biggest question mark is definitely dito si Young God. Nakita na natin si Yowie sa DPC. So Young God, medyo unproven. Hindi siya sa DPC. First time niya sa really big stage. I think all eyes will be mainly on our pause one here from TNC. And we've got to see if he can deliver the goods here for TNC.
About your wins and Mike natin. And I believe that this... So si Carlo... Carlo na name niya, na siya BDZ ngayon. Okay, yeah. Miss this guy, yeah. Played with him before. Nando, we've seen this years ago. Siguro masasabi natin safely 2 years now running na ginagamit itong Faceless Void, or at least 2 years ago. Nagkaroon ng time na he was off meta, but obviously Nando still knows this hero most particularly. Now, ang interesting na adjustment mula sa TNC is this Batrider going up against the Kanka na mukhang nakakalabang ng konti dito si Yowie. But Bob is known as a player na marunong mag-setup ng mga stacks for him. So imagine natin yung flash farming ng Konka later on that maybe we'll be looking to see. But how about this top lane we're seeing? It's Luna and Ayo going up against Doom and Grimstroke. I'm inclined to say na parang dalamang dito yung Doom in the early stages. Yeah, how do you feel about this lane?
Medyo passive galing sa TNC, right? Like, you have good sustain sa Ayo. Baka kung may overcharge na, pwede ka maging aggressive. But for the most part, yung focus dito ni Febby is building up Young God's farm. And he is having a decent time farming. But once levels are up, kay Kimizu, kay Carlo, they get the Inkswell combination. Nakita na natin yan eh. Inkswell, Scorched Earth. Madali lang maghanap ng kills. At yung sustain ng Ayo early on might not be enough to bring you through that damage. So I think that's something that Execration will have respect from, TNC will have to respect from Execration here.
Obviously, itong mid lane, it will be just even lane actually. Pero parang yung Batrider, it's very threatening when it comes to kills makapagdating ng level 3. But for now, as much as he can, si Babay kukuha ng kanyang last hits. In fact, he's leading the CS department so far, 9-4 being the melee range. At actually, mali yata ako ng an assumption dito sa lane na to. It seems like Bob is actually winning this lane heavily. At ang ganda agad ng start for Execration as a whole in this particular game.
Lahat ng lanes are kind of coming online for Execration. yung most dominant lane nga is supposed to be Yoa's lane up against a melee Kunkka. Pero I think we've seen this a couple of times in different tournaments. May sa ibang tournaments din si Bob, naga-Kunkka, nagalaban sa Batrider. Alam niya ang matchup. So alam niya ang kailangan niyang gagawin. He plays it safe. He leverages that Tidebringer. At yung Batrider, kahit na mag-build ka ng stack sa Kunkka, tanky pa rin siya. Kailangan mo mag-commit ng Firefly. Look at Bob being aggressive. Just threatening every time.
Exactly. And even with 5 stacks, medyo unfazed siya. Doon lang siya magre-reset at magpapa-debuff. Now, looking at some of the early movements para sa runes ng ating mga teams, as you can see some stacks being stopped by Vincenzo. Sa ngayon, habang si Playhard naman makapag-stack din. Actually, for looking at both teams, pareha sila may ways to take stacks. Like, you have the Kunkka, obviously. And in a way, itong Doom pwedeng makanakaw ng ilang jungle stack camps. While for TNC, obviously, nandyan ang ating Luna. And Legion Commander, which, you know, lagi natin tinitignan siya with duel. But right now, the main focus is the overwhelming odds on gaano siya ka-impactful sa mga mid-game team fights. And it seems like Feby is facing some problems. Might die here. But yeah, Legion Commander, what's your opinion about this last pick from TNC? Meron ba siyang nasa-solve para dun sa squad niya? Is it more than just the duel or the overwhelming odds na hindi natin makikita?
Hindi siya ang perfect game for for the press the attack saves. Diba yung emphasis now, especially on LCS support, is like the Ag Shard. It doesn't feel like the best game for it. Wala masyado i-dispel eh. Maybe yung cookie stun ni Vincenzo, pero outside of that, hindi siya mag-help sa Chrono masyado. My heal amplification with the IO, at the least, but yan lang makita ko. So I think the LC raises a big question mark. Main thing dito, it is a Xiao Yu special. Nakikita natin si Xiao Yu all the way back again on his old team sa Team Mystery. Alam niya ang limits ng LC niyan. So I think that's what they're depending on. Just finding single targets, building off, and starting to get some damage up.
And if anything, mukhang nananalo naman siya sa kanyang lane in that off-lane. 26-3, habang si Nando is just 18-1. Is actually a level ahead. So Legion Commander, so far, hindi natin nakikita sa teamfights, but so far in the laning stage, it proves to be the better choice. Siyempre, hindi naman matatapos lang isang laro sa laning stage. If they utilize this Legion Commander na maga, maybe we can see something happen para sa TNC. And like I said, ang kanilang composition is more on the pickoffs. That also means na kailangan gumawa ng plays ng TNC. Otherwise, they can be run down by the Faces Void, the Doom, and the Kunkka. Siguro ang pinaka-awkward na lang para sa execution is the fact that mainly melee sila, but obviously hindi naman din tayo tumitingin lang doon sa factor na yun. Being Chrono, it can be set up probably well with the kisses.
And my team fight combinations ng execution so they can make it work. I think for TNC right now, actually, medyo surprising, maganda ang lane outcome at least sa off lane at safe lane. Si Young God, 29-9 sa CS. Luna versus Faces Void matchup, di natin na-discuss masyado, pero mas mabilis mag-farm pa rin ang Luna. So, earlier timings ma-meet ni Young God with the IO as well. Early presence nandyan na si Luna. Flash farm lalabas din. Si Nando, Faces Void, kahit na may Mask of Madness ka, medyo mabagal pa rin siya mag-farm up. At yan ang one worry dito sa execution. Kailangan nila talaga mag-stall out para kay Nando para makuha siya ng farm. Baka early on, one combination with Snapfire, Kisses, and Chrono. But for the most part, Nando will probably play it safe, farm lang, build up, kuha ng items at dyan pa siya mag-show up.
And with all due fairness, Vincenzo played it well. Mama Isam, it's my bottom lane. There's the first bomb rotation. At syempre, ilista mo na yan ang napakadaling combination para sa execution. We're talking about ease of execution, di ba, John Xfire? And seems to be ganun na nga case. They want to make more plays. Bob, another movement, napaka-kapal na stacks para sa side ng execution to steal. And look at the positioning ng ating Snapfire already making the plays for this one. Nasaan ang sagot? The Batrider from the low ground. They want to go for this one, pero mukhang nahatak sila dito. And in comes the Isles for more movement speed. They have taken down Bob, punished him. Vincenzo makakatakas sa ngayon, but that is a kill on your mid laner sa execution. Not really worth it for that aggressive move last execution.
Yeah, medyo punished. They still managed to cut off the stacks. I think overall, medyo na-achieved pa rin ang execution ng objective nila to prevent the flash farm for both the Luna and the Batrider. It's still, Yoe compensated naman sa kill, and that is enough to even it out. So I'd say maybe relatively even trade in terms of net worth flying out, but yung EXP coming out from that kill is super important for Yoe. Nakita natin, diba? Sa laning phase, medyo mabagal ang start ni Yoe. With a kill now, he can start playing. Kailangan pa ng farm. Malayo pang travels ni Yoe. At yan ang key timing ng Batrider. So, needs more space out. Right now, inside ng TNC, I think, again, they're looking for the pick-off play, but at the same time, they're still farming on Young God. So Young God, top pa rin sa CS, his net worth right behind the Doom. And yung Doom, diba, pinag-usapan natin, yung Devour, yung Midas timing is the big point. But the fact that your Luna is still keeping up with that Devour Doom, it's very good news actually here for TNC.
Yep. Especially because that's a kill game going in favor of the Batrider. At alam naman natin, kapag ikaw ay Batrider just in the mid lane, gusto mo kumuha ng as much kills as possible, kumuha agad ng first set of items. So pero ang torrent connection agad with the Stroke of Fate. Now in comes the X-Mark into the ship, and the combo is gonna pull through. Makakuha nila yung kill doon sa may Batrider. They'll be chasing for more, however, pero si Carlo ay magbaback out na lang din. And that means the world para sa Execration. Biglang shift na naman sa kanilang momentum, taking down yung Batrider with that play.
And they're not done. Nag-rotate ulit sila up top. They saw the solo Io. Febby can't really save himself, so he has to back off. Nag-soak lang sa lane. Now he's gonna have to wait elsewhere for that level 6 spike. And you can see Bob, you can see Exe right now. Ini-invade na ang jungle. It's 8.5 minutes in, just preventing that farm, applying that pressure we were talking about. And this is keeping Young God in check to an extent. My triangle area pa rin siya, walang wards dito ang TNC. Very well protected for TNC, walang wards ang Exe. At as long as nag-flash farm si Young God at may progress dito si Yoe towards the travels, may timings pa rin mamimit ng TNC. Yung Execration though, pagka tatamaan ng level 6 ni Vincenzo, once the kisses are up, pwede na sila look for those early rotations, look for those plays, look for the bigger team fights, and start shutting down the map that way.
That means ang Execration ay makakapag-push din sa may top lane as there's really no defense from TNC whatsoever. We're talking about yung timing ng Snapfire. Yun naman siguro yung stark difference nila between the supports na makikita natin from TNC and this Execration squad. Like Snapfire, biglang power spike siya, but Twin Ranger as a support tapos bigla siyang makakuha ng level 6, really not that impactful. So Execration, when it comes to timing-wise, ito yung kailangan nilang i-abuse. Well, TNC, they really need to brace themselves for that. So far, they do have the IO relocate now. So, let's see if they will actually use this defensively or offensively. So far, ngayon ay pang-farm pa lang muna with this Luna. And imagine giving up yung... lagi kasi nangyaring dynamic is you give up your safe lane tower para makapag-kuha ng stacks as the Luna. Let's see how TNC will take advantage of this trade.
Yeah, Young God slowly but surely clearing out. Wala siyang Mask of Madness, Dragonlance lang. So stats lang, medyo mabagal. Yung Execration naman, smoking up. Alam nila, hindi nag-show ang Luna. There's some farm being taken at Nando. May Chrono na, may Mask of Madness. So may damage sa Chrono. Tingnan lang natin kung mahanap nila. Good scan from TNC though. So makaka-back off din sila.
Yeah. Execration still wants to pull through. Nakita na ito na yung Chrono. Where's the follow-up? Mukhang hindi na kailangan. Hindi more kisses! They've taken out the Ayo. Mukhang susunod rin ng Luna. It comes to Soulbind. Phantom Embrace. Hahabulin pa ba dito ng Execration? They might be too deep. This might be enough para i-end up on the side of TNC. But they do find the kill of the Batrider after the courtship. Oh, I see that. There's the kill. Nandun si Vincenzo nakakuha ng double after that. Now Doom is in trouble. Very low dito. Ang off-laner ng Execration might be taken out. Still taking a lot of time. And Nando as well being taken out in that particular cash. Was it worth it for TNC? For Execration, I mean, mukhang hindi.
Definitely not the most worthwhile trade for Execration. TNC, ang ganda ng buyback ni Febby. He knew if he was alive, he could just save Young God. Yung value ng LC nga lumabas, yung regen, suppress the attack, kept Young God alive with the amplification coming out from Febby. Napakalaki ng regen at yung burst damage ng Execration, not really there. Sustained damage kasi with the kisses, with the boat and torrent. At this point, Bob isn't hitting as hard yet. Wala pang armlet. So, yung burst potential to deal with that healing isn't there, and I think TNC is making good use of that fact. Back to farming lang si Young God. Pina-pressure ang bot lane ni Xiao Yu. At yung timings, nandyan na. May blink na ang LC. Maka-blink duel na sila. And that is, again, that pick-off potential we were talking about. Once the LC can find a target, my damage ka coming in from Relocate, my Bat Rider ka with the Napalm, so madali lang maghanap ng dual win dito.
And speaking of dual kills, yung counter initiation ng TNC na yun, they did enable din naman ako ng first dual kill at mukhang kuha pa sa dalawa. Hindi umabot yung dual kill, but they will still take down Carlos sabay bottom lane, sabay push with this Luna Relocate na ginamit para mag-push. I reckon, abot ba? Kailangan yung dito si Luna. And, that will mean more far para kay Young God, but taking down ang isang Torre at this point in the game para sa lineup ng TNC, I think that's massive. At kung titignan pa lang natin ang ating net worth, nangunguna na nga yung Luna. Well, eventually na kuha ng Doom. But obviously with Midas and Devour, medyo mahirap i-outfarm ang Doom. So medyo tanggalin natin yung factor ng Doom. I think Luna is on a good track na yun.
Oh, I think it's actually bad news for Exa when your Doom is not that far ahead. Not good news yan kasi kailangan niya maging ahead. Down mid doon, naka-exit play hard.
Yeah. And we'll try to go for the Kisses play once again. Ang ganda na naman ng embrace na yun. Of course, I'm sorry, the press the attack, saving his teammate once again. At dahil doon, mukhang nakikita natin yung value. We kinda question it, but it seems to me na mukhang gumagana ang last pick na LC na to.
Oo nga, si Xiao Yu. Comfort hero niya talaga. Alam niya kung saan siya dapat. Alam niya kung kailan gamitin yung press the attack na yan. And it's making it simple for TNC to disengage and to sustain. May timing pa yan mamaya. 20 minutes in, Ag Shard, lalabas din yan. Spell immunity on hand. So further things to complicate the game for Execration. We're gonna have to watch these timings. So, Exa for their part, my armlet na si Bob. So this is the point where Narconka can hit a lot harder. You can see Execration are trying to roam around the top jungle, but no one's there. TNC, nare-read nila ang movement. They're playing on the bot side, they're playing, giving Young God very free space, and they're holding mid. Pinaprotect talaga nilang mid tower para may control pa sila sa top jungle nila, and Execration aren't fully confident to really just invade without protection.
Speaking of control, mukhang itong triangle sa right side ng Dire ang kinokontrol ng TNC. As we have seen yung kanilang movements, all to secure that kasi na din nga yung ancient camps na pwedeng makatulong ng malaki para dito sa ating Luna. And so far, so good. I'm really impressed dun sa performance dito ni Legion Commander, which is Xiao Yu. At a certain point in time, siya yung pinakamataas na farm. And right now, he's fourth, second sa kanyang team overall, pero ang taas na kanyang impact nonetheless. Now, Execration with the smoke play. Sino ang kanilang abutan? Is this just a warding smoke play? Seems like it, dahil patapos na rin. Wala silang nahanap. Might go for this kill. Xiao Yu is actually in here. Going for the TP, cancelled by this Chrono. And kasi ng Mortimer's Kisses, it seems like hindi na kailangan. Muna na lang sa mukha, and there's the combo for the setup. Seems like Legion Commander will say goodbye. Mortimer's Kisses used last. Samantala may Doom naman doon sa may top lane, but obviously with the sustain mula dun sa Ayo, pati na rin yung Relocate, they will get out. Dalawa ang casualty para sa TNC as Execration. At the tail end of that smoke, nakahanap pa sila ng play.
It would have been really awkward if they didn't find that kill because nagsama si Nando eh. Hindi siya nag-farm, Chrono was ready, naghanap talaga siya ng away, and the fact that they found a kill is a big benefit to Execration. TNC, sinabi natin kanina, yung mid tower pinaprotect talaga. It falls, so now the top jungle invasion can begin from Execration. Yung Roshan din medyo opened up dito para sa Exe. So they can start thinking about Rosh maybe when their spells are back up. You know, by the time next Chrono's up, Nando should be ready to go for that. Force the team fight, going to Rosh next, line up there. Yung gold advantage ng Execration din dito, Wolf, lumaki na, 5k. Yung advantage ni Kimizu, it's still not that big for a Doom. 200, 100 above a Luna is still not amazing, but a 5k overall lead is worrying news for the side of TNC.
Ooh, what a very early na Glimmer Cape pickup coming out from the Snapfire. Saktong-sakto yung timing para ma-pop yung smoke na yun mula sa TNC, and syempre TNC will not like that at all. At hindi natin napansin, sabi mo nga, bigla na lang nag-inflate ang lead ng Execration that they want to use right now. Phantom's Embrace, una na agad nila, but TNC will be able to dodge that initial initiation coming out from Execration. Even yung Bat Rider, hindi mo na makapwesto dito. Firefly is soon to be out. There's the torrent connecting kay Febby, but they don't care as much. Wrap around mula sa Execration, seems like the answer is no, as TNC will still get the push. Dahil hindi ganun kaganda ang D-push ng Execration in that moment.
Yung advantage nila having that Luna, very easy to push in, especially with the Ayo yung overcharge, just providing so much damage and attack speed. Mahirap talaga engage ang Execration side niyan, especially since wala silang Chrono, walang Doom. So, patience lang dito sa Execration. Alam nila kung walang spells na hindi sila makalaban, but they're only a few seconds away from that. Doom, 7 seconds off. Chrono, 20 seconds off. And the side of Exa is already looking to line up here.
Stacks kinukuha. There is going to be the initiation in the mid lane. Kumukonect na din sa Wind Ranger. They did use a lot. That's an ultimate. Pero syempre, mabilis naman ang cooldown ng ultimate yan. That gave enough time actually para kay Luna na makapag-farm. Pero mukhang mga habol pa rin dito ang side ng Execration. Wanna clean up this part of the map and there's the relocate na mukhang makatakas for now. Hindi na, kahatak na with the X-Mark sa spot. Maybe goes down for sure. That is 2 support kits para sa side ng Execration.
Not the biggest kills for Exe, but TNC are still gonna be happy, you know. Protected si Young God, nag-build up rin dyan sa Luna, ahead pa rin sa Doom, may BKB na. So, TNC are hitting those item timings we were talking about on some of these heroes. They're still in a very good point here for TNC. Kahit na 4K lead ang Execration, medyo spread out ang lead. Young God has farm. Sure, sa side ng TNC, si Xiao Yu at Yoe medyo behind dito. Like, travels are up on Yoe, wala pang Blink, walang BKB, walang Force Staff. Xiao Yu, Blink, yung Blade Mill, palabas na din. Pero matatagalan pa ang Shard. I don't think it's gonna line up to 20 minutes, but you have enough to play with. And we're still seeing issues dealing with the IO healing if it's on a core. I think Execration is doing the right job taking care of the supports, but they need to find a core off the back of it. On the bright side dito sa Exe, hindi na ginamit yung Doom, may Chrono pa din. So may option pa sila for further engagements kung gusto nila.
Specifically dahil may BKB na dito on TNC as well as the Blade Mail. And having that Doom, pati na rin yung Chrono, makes it so na hindi sila ganun ka-concerned about this BKB from the Luna. But obviously, this is a big timing para kay Young God. In a way na pwede pa siyang mas confidently makapag-farm. Pwede pa siyang gamitin tong item na to for to buy more time so that he can farm more, maybe get the first damage item. Speaking of, may BKB na rin itong si Nando. And Execration, they're feeling it. Gusto nilang gamitin itong item timing na to. They do have a smoke kay Snapfire. They're not spotted out whatsoever. They're looking for the good entry sa ngayon. Actually, mukhang kinokontrol nila din yung triangle ng TNC just to make sure na hindi makapag-farm na din Luna. But TNC, they're already out of that place. So, Execration, not showing themselves sa mapa, made TNC really suspicious about it.
Yeah, I think down yan to the ward game. Yung TNC wards are very nice, spread across the river. But you do manage to catch out Carlo here.
Yeah, Carlo, there's a dual kill. Blade Mill, nandun na rin para kay Xiao Yu, which coincided dun sa BKB timing mula dun sa Luna. Now they're looking, Execration wants to punish this. Gusto nila kumuha ng trade-off. Mukhang hindi nila maabutan si Xiao Yu unless magpakita si Xiao Yu dito. Nandoon ang ating Faces Void, but Xiao Yu will successfully get out. It's quite close. Makapag-push na lang siguro ang Execration dito sa may bottom lane.
Bot tier 1, not the most important tower here for TNC to lose, so I don't think they'll mind too much. Exe, take what you can get na lang. They've been spending time together as 5 for a long time. Hindi nag-farm si Nando. Medyo behind na ang Void relative sa Luna. Again, core-to-core matchup, mas mabilis talaga mag-farm ang Luna na yan. At medyo behind na ang item progression ni Nando. So, cause of concern yan. Magtitipi sila up top though. Maybe looking to force that defense fight.
Yep. Gonna be the ship committed mula kay Bob just for the defense. And interestingly, nagulat ako doon na humihit ng stack si Wind Ranger. It's kind of awkward to me, but yeah, ambitious. But I guess gusto nilang i-set up yun, but with the deep setup para dun sa after ng pag-push nila sa Torres may top lane, at least makakanakaw sila. But that didn't happen obviously dahil ang Execration ay handa. And in fact, there will be a smoke play mula dun sa may mid lane. Might be just a warding smoke dahil patapos na rin mula sa Snapfire. And seems like mag-farm na lang din muna ang pares sa teams waiting for their next set of items. Speaking of items, ano ba ang mga inaabangan nating timings dito bukod dyan sa BKB ni Yoe?
Yung further items ni Bob atang hinahanap natin dito sa Execration. So for Execration, yung Silver Edge kay Bob, ang big one. deals more damaging break. It's gonna be a bit useful. Not much here's the break. But that's a big spike. Yeah. Kasi medyo kulang nga sa damage up against the IO at against the LC. For TNC, yung LC shard, palabas na din kay Xiao Yu ata, nakabili na. So may spell immunity na sila. That's already one big spike. And I think right now, just maybe the blink on Yoe. Yeah. The blink with the BKB done is gonna be it. But 5-man smoke, Exe, try again.
Yep, try again. And might see play hard position deep enough para mapop itong smoke na to. Xiao is there. This is very scary. Siya na ngayong mahuli. But of course, with the Fresky attack, the shard. Actually, mahatak pa rin siya pabalik. And there will be the counterplay. In comes the Ayo para sa sustain. Pero hindi niya ang kanyang time. In comes the ultimate eclipse. Kasi may BKB na dito si Nando after the fact na ginamit niya yung Chrono. Luna will get out for now, pero he's quite low. And they will try to turn this around. Bob is in the pickle now. Lalong-lalo nandun na si Yowie sa may front lines into Summer Ranger with that power shot. For additional damage, they have taken out the Kunga. Abot pa ba dito kay Nando? Keeping out after that one will not be cancelled out. But that is a good counterplay mula sa side ng TNC. 1-for-2 trade in their favor.
Gandang positioning ng TNC at timely ang BKB used ni Young God. Like, he pops BKB, Chrono, they're relying on kisses for damage. Doesn't come out because spell immunity's up. Tama naman ginawa ng Execration there. Doom up the IO in the backline. Febby could not tether or, save the Luna, but they didn't have damage. I think that's going to be a running issue now for Execration as TNC is looking to be aggressive.
Double shackle indeed. Where's the damage though? Wala na rin mana masyado si Yowie as well. Spin Ranger pa din comes the Legion Commander. Meron pa blade din nakasama going for this Doom and he will get the dual win sa may kill doon kay Carlos. Sinama pa yung mga creeps for more damage on that first skill sa may kuha ng kanilang Roshan. This will be perfect para sa TNC.
Oh yeah, straight into Roche. Walang counterfight ang Execration without the Chrono and without the kisses. Very hard for them to take control in that area, so Execration is just gonna have to surrender it. And for TNC, lahat nito, it kind of boils down to their control, to their wards. Like we saw their earlier wards across the river, all across the map. They warded the perfect spots to find the smokes. And Execration, what? Tatlong smokes ginamit nila para maghanap ng kill. Never came out. They just couldn't kill the cores. And that lead Execration had, nawala na Wolf. 1k lang ang lead nila. And that's what a Doom. When you have only a 1k lead with Doom, it's like an Alk being 1k ahead as a team. Right? It's not good news.
Not good news at all. At mukhang gagamitin na ng TNC ang kanilang Aegis to be more aggressive controlling this part of the map. Snapfire will be trying to spot this rotation out, pero mukhang TNC makapag-farm na rin ng sariling side ng Execution, even maximizing yung respawn nitong mga ancient stacks and ancient camps. Young God is towering over Execution ngayon. At sa kanila na ang lead ng ating laban. Mukhang may play, may 3-man gang squad on TNC dito sa my bottom lane. Will be using their scan. Might be spotting out this Doom na may BKB. We got the blink now. They have the tools, pero not get any successful jump. This case counter initiation mula sa Doom na nabait, and it comes the duel. At syempre meron silang damage output na dyan, and they will take out the Doom. At yung ultimate na Christy attack na naman para pang cancel dun sa combo ni Bob. And now Bob trapped in a bad spot, surrounded by the members of TNC. Oh my goodness. Will still get out. Dahil sa kanyang BKB TP. But the members of TNC are gonna be happy with that. Doom, nakatakas na siya dun sa rotation. Nakaligtas na siya. But he bit off more than he could chew, and TNC will take full advantage of that.
Naglabas na din yung relocate plays ng TNC. No? They just drag in Young God. They get the aggression off. So many ways for TNC to approach these fights. And Execration, limited talaga ang approach na eh. Kailangan ng Chrono, kailangan ng kisses, kailangan ng Doom sa IO. Specifically, and even then, it does feel like it's lacking. My damage issue talaga. Walang damage item pa si Nando eh. So kung walang kisses, kung may BKBs na, hindi siya makapatay sa Chrono, and he has to be a bit cautious. Look, play hard.
Play hard. Oh, Axasif, pero siya kakapit yung playing duel for the setup. What is this? Xiao Yu playing na para siyang Storm Spirit. Out of nowhere, napakataas ng impact sa mga laban. That happened in the top lane against Doom and Grimstroke. That happened again against this Faceless Void. Where does he come from? Paano ginawa ito yung map? Is this just specialty talaga na na ma-maximize niya at efficient siyang gumalaw dyan.
Ganyan talaga si Xiaoyu sa LC. Again, one of his star heroes from his time with Team Mystery, something that he always performs on. And they take the bot here too. High ground na! You have a Luna, you have overcharge with Io. You still have Aegis for 2 minutes. You don't have much to worry about. They will pull back. Void is coming up. My Chrono pa, my Kisses, my Doom. So my high ground hold naman ang Execration, my team fight pa ang Exe. TNC will have to play it safe. But 4K lead now on TNC, up against a Doom, up against a Void who can't keep up in Flash Farm. The game gets harder and harder here for Execration.
Talking about yung ease of execution para sa side ng Execration dahil dun sa kanilang combos. Unfortunately, hindi nila nagamit to their advantage. I have not seen a big combo yet wala sa Execration, I mean team fight-wise. At dahil dun sa fact na nakakuha agad ni Luna yung kanyang BKB timing, it meant no work for them because the jump back instant snap from the center. Of course, anything else for the counter initiation and duel. At ito na, ginagamit na kanilang team fight sila. In comes the Batrider, snacking ito Grimstroke. Buyback mula dun sa Doom, kind of fence off TNC for a while, but meron pang Aegis. In fact, coming out from the Luna, it's gonna be safe for now. Pero may Chrono nakahanda. At the edge, they're trying to deal the damage. They do have it, pero ito may sustain coming out from the Io, keeping the Luna alive for now. But he's left for so many seconds, he will not be able to get out. In comes the Doom onto the Io. Pero ang shackle to stop coming out from Play Hard para hindi na makakuha ng additional kills ang side ng Execration. They will get the kill on the Legion Commander, however. And buyback coming mula sa Execration. Ayun na yung dinahanap nating combo from their squad, from their team fight tools. But they will not stop. Snapfire getting caught sa may badang jungle ng Execration. That will prevent further snowball mula sa side ng Execration.
It's a good fight coming out from Exe. Yung Wombo combo lumabas na din. TNC have to be a bit cautious about overextending like that, especially when relocates on cooldown. They need Febby to be able to save. Yan ang one big spell nila sa Chrono. Relocate save with the overcharge, and Execration did manage to split up that fight quite well. Not enough to turn the net worth lead back. Unfortunately din sa Execration, walang Roche. Pwede sila mag-shove ng lane, pero mabagal pa rin ang push potential nila. So I don't think they can melt a tier 2. Off the back of that, they can try to get some good wards back out on X's side. And again, this entire game, it does feel like TNC has had the better wards. Mas maganda ang vision game nila throughout the entire game. Look at all the sentries on the map. Ang daming sentry just to get the wards off, just to keep control. Execration only have one ward right now watching your triangle. TNC, medyo blind ngayon na D-ward yung cliff ward nila, but it's been consistent. And I think if TNC just keep playing this way, keep playing with the information advantage they've had, mag-widen pa rin ang lead. They get safe spots to farm, and si Young God, malapit na ang Satanic niya. So once that Satanic's up, even tankier, he can just life steal through in the middle of the fights. May items man lumalabas dito par kay Nando. MKB, nandyan na, so may damage na din siya sa Chrono. May konting additional damage na. At maka-solo kill na siya sa Chrono kung mahanap niya. Exe, they could play around that, but they need to wait for that next win. And medyo mahaba ang cooldown, so they have to play this more tempo-based game around these CDs, whereas for TNC, it's really just run and gun here.
Yep. Isang sa mga tricky na item timings. Oh, wait. Just some pokes coming out from the Wind Ranger. But yeah, Grimstroke, meron na siyang Aghanim Scepter. And I think that etong Dark Portrait might be deadly against TNC. Lalo na pag maybe, I don't know, maybe Luna is the target. Absolutely. Mukhang that's a lot of damage na pwede nila makuha if they're looking for more damage output. So it will be one of those mini items na nakuha ng supports bigla around the mid game, around the 30-minute mark na may sobrang taas ng impact. And speaking of impact, Soul Bind on the 2, kasama na rin yung ultimate na faces forward sa Chrono, catching the IO as well. Now kaya pa mag-sustain Luna, Doom will be there. Doom not gonna save this Luna. In comes the Legion Commander with a duel, pero mukhang dahil apat yung kanyang kalaban dito, mukhang siya may mahirapan. They will turn it around. They will take out Xiaoyu for now. Very low when it comes to health. In comes the jump. Mula dun sa Doom. They take him out. At pati na rin yung Wind Ranger. Tatlo agad ang bigyan ako ng Execration. Sudden spike coming out from Execration. And they have taken over the lead once again. Oh my God. Dark Portrait now making wonders.
Step lively now.
Yeah, PNC. I don't think they expected anyone to be waiting on the relocate spot. Pero for PNC's part, wala silang ward din dyan eh. Like they relocate out the farm and they didn't have vision on their landing spot. They spot out from Execration, force the fight, and high ground na sila. sa Execration. Medyo mabagal pa rin ang push. May fortify naman dito sa TNC to defend. So I don't know if they can really fully commit. But this is still a lot of room Execration gotten. They have the lead back their way. Not a big amount, but they have swung momentum back and they're feeling confident. Mid-racks, looks like it'll fall. TNC have no counterplay.
I love the fact na kinuha ni Bob dito is the Assault Cuirass. The Gale, actually, proving to be a problem now. Para pang relocate kay Bob. And now, here comes the Luna actually. Soul Bind agad. Instantly coming out from the Grimstroke. Bob with the Glimmer Cape. Pati na rin yung BKB. Trying to get out. Yowie, mukhang hindi siya makahabol for now. They have found Bob. They do have the cancel. And now Bob is in trouble. Bob to be taken out. Sama pa yung duel. For additional damage for TNC. At least that's a way to punish wala sa TNC. Pero yung kanilang, yung mid lane barracks sila, may isang siege creep doon. Have to be careful about that. And yeah, the range barracks will indeed be taken out. Don't think your face like that.
Oh
My God.
Yeah, the small mistake. I think it's one of those things you want to punish while they're pushing in. So Execration do get the full set of racks mid, which is good news. But TNC showing us they've got the counter fight in, right? Yung run and gun lang medyo malakas pa rin at relocate. Vincenzo, okay pa, down bot.
Yeah, meron silang cross map play na magagawin dito. They have taken out Carlo. That's an important kill then. Gale to find actually. Nakita niya dito si Vincenzo kinda stuck in this spot. Yowie nandito na, meron silang upward vision. They have to do it. In fact, they will get 170 damage. Not too shabby. Hindi na tayo makita ng LC and mukhang Xiaoyu special talaga to. 170 damage at 32 minutes. I think that's impressive, John.
Oh, very impressive. It does so much work. That means kung mag-duel ka kahit na mag-isa ka, you can kill off the supports really fast and that's a big opening. And very fortunate dito sa TNC, half a minute away na lang si Roshan. So with the mid-tier 2 gone, easier to invade Rosh. They can start thinking about planting more wards forward. They do have wards watching good spots opposite the river. Or wala silang wards sa triangle. So medyo may opportunity ang Execration to sneak in, especially with the chrono up. So play safe muna, take out the tier 2 top, taking out more TP points. Baka ngayon, after this tower, they can go for the Rosh and then look for the high ground. TNC, again, taking the lead back. Your Wolf 2k up. And Execration, my team fight potential. If they get a good read on the Roshan, they could try to make that Chrono Kisses play once more.
Shiva's guard, tapos may Assault Cuirass. This is very important for Execration when it comes to their timings. Dahil dyan mag-smoke up na sila. And they know that Roshan is up. In fact, TNC makakaamoy dito, but nobody showing from Execration. It just means one thing. Pero gusto pala nila mag-counter smoke play dito. Smoke versus smoke action. Sino na mapop? Grimstroke gonna be seen and spotted out by Play Hard. And that means both teams will not engage unless may narinig akong expert sa spot. And then nag-jump nila doon kay Bob. And they do have the duel. There's the pickup that we're looking for. Do they have the damage? It seems like it. They're taking down the Gonka so long. Walang dual damage, but that is still a kill para doon sa Gonka without the buyback.
That's major. Execration, no, sneaky play. Nag-smoke ulit sila. So they might look to turn around. TNC might feel confident going, but Chrono nandyan pa, Kisses nandyan pa, Doom nandyan pa. So Execration do still have spells to play here.
In comes the Face this point, naka-BKB agad. In comes the Void, the Chrono Sphere. Pero in comes the save coming out from TNC. At mukhang na nila dito yung Bad Rider, instant BKB. Then comes the Eclipse. They wanna go and for more on the uli dito na Shadow. Doon si Nando. No buyback on the Face this point. Instant tip to that man. Meron pa rin Doom doon sa Bad Rider, but it doesn't matter. What a nice use of the Gale para ma-stop dito yung Snapfire. And more damage being given doon sa ating Legion Commander for now. That's a total of 200 bonus damage to Legion Commander. And how about that Shackles coming out from this Wind Ranger?
Playhard has been setting up for TNC the entire game from after laning phase. Like, si Playhard lands the double shackles, lands the 3 shackles every time. Yung levels niya, yung skill build-up niya din. I think he ignored Focus Fire until he maxed everything else.
That's right.
So it's just that really control focused, and they're just abusing that kill so well. Like Young God stands forward.
Ooh, even forcing a BKB. just a blink. Tapos shackle. I mean, just the threat of that forcing a BKB agad kay Bob. That is bad. Want to go for the blink out actually. Hindi na din kasi nakakapag-cancel. ng ang flame break, I mean. But now, TNC will be knocking dun sa mga tore ng execution.
And it's so hard when you're against a Luna. Again, at least my Dark Portrait ka, so you can try to clone Young God and push that against her. But with 2 lives up with BKB, Daedalus, and Satanic, Young God's really not scared. You saw that Dark Portrait, it didn't last long.
Yeah, it didn't last long. Sobrang bilis matunaw. And to add to that, yung timing din ng press the attack, diba? It's so perfect for that particular play. And this is proving to be a problem para sa side ng execution. We doubted this Legion Commander, pero pag si Xiao Yu pala ang humawak ibang klase, they're really rallying around this Legion Commander. Smoke play, and out from TNC. Wonder surprise for this spot. Alright, connected dito kay Young God. Where is the defense? Nagmitay sila ng kanilang void ng Chrono. The fun from base, pero syempre mayroong first get attack when it comes to Satanic to turn it around. Dark Portrait actually deals semi a lot of damage, pero syempre mabilis ang divine clear out yan. Barracks in trouble. Mortimer Kisses, fence of this attack, pero sabi ng TNC, refresh lang. May torrent ulit na pwede magamit dito. And actually, quick relocate out of there. Relocate, I mean. And that means, you know, a very textbook way para mag-push bilang isang Luna.
Oh, just in and out. Playing safe here on TNC side. Execration ngayon. 1 racks down, mid melee racks down. At least they took the opposite mid racks themselves. Pero mahirap na. Like, high ground hold is still good, right? My threat of Chrono, my threat of boat follow-up with the Kisses, my Doom pa. Double Doom kung may Soulbind, but it feels so hard to execute for Execration, whereas for TNC to run and gun, it's just a lot easier. Yung cooldowns, a lot shorter. The only long cooldown you have is Eclipse. At this point, Eclipse parang bonus lang yan eh. It's not necessary for these bigger fights. And TNC are just ahead. Like, they've got control, they've got the map. My 5k sa bank to Young God just for fun. Fully slotted up na din. I think maybe you'd go for a Hurricane Pike, upgrading Dragonlance, and sell your boots, perhaps, but you're pretty much done. And this is the big spike for Luna. Earlier spike, again, mabilis siya mag-farm. Almost 2 times the net worth of Nando. That's how much faster Luna can build up.
Yeah. Ganda rin kasi ng control ng TNC sa kanilang ancient stacks. Now, top lane ang kanilang target. In comes the turret into the ship. Actually, press the attack lang yan. Oh, jump ramping out from this Doom, forcing BKBs parehas na side. And even the Lotus Orb. So at least yun yung kanya nakuha doon. No commitment just yet. Any big ultimates is ngayon. Mob, for the setup in this one. Pinapalipad na naman dito si Young God. But obviously, it's hard engage is quite difficult. Look at Young God. Abusing yung shards na meron ang Luna. Instant way to kind of check the backlines. Sobrang lalim ng pwedeng range coming out from that Lucid team. And now they want to jump onto Young again. Again, meron niyang ages. Try to go for the press the attack. And actually, King's move. Ganda na kanya Shiva's card. But immediately, there's the Legion Commander with the duel. But may counterplay with the Chrono. Kaya mo din patay dito. Of course, Snake coming out from the Ayo. He's gonna be perfect. The Yowie will be taken out. Pero ang kapatid niyan is Nando. The voice is void. Is down for the count. Now the buyback. Samantala may buyback naman dito yung Bat Rider. They wanna use it. Doom. Mukhang wait out na nila ang Doom na ginamit ngayon ng Execration. No way to refresh that for now. And that means round number 2 para sa side ng TNC. Nandito na naman Luna, manning to frontline. Slowless Orb, intact. At the damage, napakataas na kanyang output for now. Even with the Daedalus, anyone who gets near here will be in a world of hurt. Talon mula na naman doon sa Doom, pero wala siyang Doom sa ngayon. Ito na yung feed coming out from the ship. I mean, coming out from the Concap, not hit anything. At syempre, ito rin Gale Force with the initiation. Grimstroke down for the count. Ang gandang counter naman nun mula sa side ng TNC. Surprise factor is in their favor sa ngayon. And Megas para sa side ng TNC.
Yep. Straight here for us. Wala pang Chrono, wala pang Doom. Mahirap ang defense dito sa Execration without those teamfight spells. And yung Chrono, kahit na mag-respawn na si Nando, it's still a minute 10 away. So I think TNC, they're confident in the, yan, GG. TNC game 1. They do it.
They did it. And we're gonna hear a mouthful mula kay Phil. Panigurado.
I mean...
Not believing too much doon sa composition ng TNC. They did say na ang ease of execution ay nasa side ng Execration with TNC with that victory sa game number 1.
Like, TNC just played way too well there, and kahit na, we kind of doubted yung LCD, but early on, you and I, Wolf, parang, anong gagawin ng LCD dito? Wala naman malaking spell na i-dispel ng press the attack. So they built around it so well. They got those early kills and just played this run and gun strat. Like early on, it did look better for Execration, but TNC just managed to hold out.
Grabe namang mouthful yun, Mr. Kaisam. Pero, anong klaseng mouthful yun, ha? Pero yun nga, nakita natin ngayon yung mga laban ng TNC Predator at saka syempre Execration. Para sa akin, it's just they're really utilizing the extra damage of that LC, of that... Makita natin yun. Once na merong na-duel si LC dito, matik, pam, wala na. Cancel. -1. -1. Sobrang solid doon, pero later on pag-uusapan natin yung post-match. Kung ano ba talaga nangyari doon sa game niyon. Pero ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are watching Mineski Masters 2021 for Dota 2. Sana magkaroon next year, diba? Yeah. Ewan ko sa inyo, syempre, just don't forget to like and share this stream for you to share to your loved ones para syempre ipakita nyo na nalaban ngayon yung El Clasico ng TNC Predator and syempre Execration. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are your fans for today. I am Vil, your panel host, and syempre alongside with me is John X Spark that is literally on fire right now. And syempre, with Wolf. See you later.
Para grabe mo ako doon. Yeah.
Hide away.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it.
Boom!
With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge Fiber X.
I row my boat across a moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. Live lonely. Hide away. Why do you hide your face? What made you find a way to shut yourself away for life? Keep you safe. You're trying to keep you safe. You board up your window panes and cover every ray of light. Oh, 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 I'll row my boat across a moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely.
Welcome back here in Mineski Masters 2021, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I am Evil, your host for today, and of course, alongside with me is syempre ang pinaka-pogi na si John X Far at yung Wolf. I mean,
Huwag ka
sorry, Wolf.
magkalala, babawi ako sa'yo, Bill.
Oo, makakabawi ka rin, Wolf, sa akin. Pero yun nga, nakita natin ngayon yung laban ng TNC Predator versus Execration, and sobrang nagulat tayo sa pangyayari. It's just for me, LC with more than 200 plus damage on that duel.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really intense, man. Pero, what are your thoughts on that, Mr. John X Fire?
I think we were having discussion with Nathan, right? He was in the background, and I think I agree with him. He said na kung mag-draft ka ng wombo combo at hindi mo ma-execute, mag-fall flat ka talaga because that's your win condition. It's not a hero, it's a playstyle, right? No matter how much form you get, you have to pull that combo. And we saw it a couple of times from Exa. You know, Nando, he gets the chrono, they get hisses in the back, they doom up the IO.
Yeah.
But then they were doing it early on, they lacked damage, especially once the BKBs came up to TNC. So I think for Exit, maybe less reliance on outplaying or at least out executing TNC, because TNC is still a team and that can play. Like the veterans backing up these younger players like Yoe and Young God with Xiao Yu, with Febby, would play hard on Wind Ranger. It was just so much work done, and I think you've got to respect that on Exit. So they need stronger win conditions. Say, better farming core, especially say Fernando. Like the Void fell so far behind from that Luna, and it's just because Void can't flash farm.
But at least sabihin, it's just the mobility and the flexibility of TNC just really on point right now. And nangyayari dito, if ever papasok si Doom, biglang maglalaso na si Batrider and biglang na-turn around agad yung team fight na pwede mangyayari dito in favor of TNC Predator, and hopefully makabawi ang execution ngayon sa ating game number 2. Pero ikaw, Wolf, ano yung thoughts mo dito sa match na to?
Oh, good old shot calling para sa TNC kasi makikita natin dami ng mga cross-map plays at meron din silang mga malalayong mga plays na bigla na lang magtataka bakit nag-initiate dito si Playhard, and then eventually biglang tatalon doon si Legion Commander. That happened at least twice in this particular game, at it boils down sa communications pati na rin sa warding ng TNC, at doon na nga mangyayari yung good shot calling from their part. That's why they were able to win this in this game.
Yeah, it's like anong nangyari sa TNC, they're just actually utilizing as well yung Ayo and Luna combo, and lalong-lalo na tulad nga sinabi ko kanina, it's just the mobility of these heroes na din talaga, palipat-lipat lang sila sa mapa. It's just, this is their haven. All they're gonna do is just syempre play lang yung buong mapa full map control, yun ang ginawa nila. And for execution, they can't do anything about it. Hindi sila nakakuha ng sagot doon. It's just they're actually stuck inside an icebox.
Kasi yung execution medyo parang split sila around the map. Kahit pa sabihin natin kailangan nila mag-group up together. Kasi di ba nga wombo combo yung gusto nilang gawin. But
Yeah, that's true.
you know, it's difficult kasi nga sometimes they're too much split around the map.
And dito naman sa ginagawa ng TNC ngayon, John X Fire, it's just parang hit and run. Catch one, kill one, run. There's actually utilizing that duel.
Yeah, like off the back of Xiao Yu nga, yung saves niya would press the attack. We didn't expect it to be done. I think for TNC, a lot of their plays were coming off the back of Xiao Yu and Play Hard. So these two guys were setting up plays, getting the control, isolating the heroes, and just making it work. Like they provided so much space for TNC, and I think one of these two have to be in the running for that MVP at this game.
Yeah. And tulad nga na nakita natin kanina na pag-usapan natin sa draft phase, it's just for execution. Sobrang nakadepende sila sa mga ultimates sila. It's just that wombo combo lang talaga ang kailangan nila mapasok dito. And if ever lang din talaga na hindi nag-work yung isang skill, yung isang ultimate sa execution, sobrang wala na, sira na yung team fight nila. And knowing na talagang unang papasok dito is just that Faceless Void. If ever napasok na ni Void yung chrono niya, everything will follow. And pero ang problema lang din talaga is hindi nila masyado na utilize yung wombo combo nila dito. Pero tingnan muna natin sino ba ang MVP nitong match na to for the side of these players. I have a feeling na merong si Xiao Yu nga talaga. I have a feeling talaga si Xiao Yu. Okay. Meron akong gustong sabihin pero meron akong gustong sabihin pero nagka-problema ata ang isip ko. Pero but still, yeah. Xiao Yu being that MVP, what are your thoughts, Wo?
Yep, I think sobrang crucial na ginawa niya mga talons sa counter duel side. Siyempre, sabi natin na cross-map plays at feeling ko yung talaga nagpa-MVP para sa kanya. For me, is yung kanyang counter initiation dun sa may mid lane na if you remember nung tumalon dun yung execution doon sa ating Luna, ginamitan nila ng kanilang ultimate na chrono. At syempre merong counter kasi, di ba, nag-buyback dun yung Ayo tapos natulungan niya with the Legion Commander, tapos eventually nakakuha pa ng kill si Legion that allowed him to get that Blink Dagger agad. So bukod sa naipanalo niya yung lane niya, really destroying that Faceless Void din sa may bottom lane, tapos ang ganda pa ng kanyang mga rotations at tamang-tamang paggamit niya ng kanyang Blink Dagger, eventually getting so much dual damage. Feeling ko deserving talaga ang MVP na award dito ay Xiao Yu.
Yeah. I mean, lalong-lalo na talaga na-utilize nila yung burst damage and syempre that full map control na meron talaga ang TNC Predator dito. Yeah. And setting all these aggressive sentries tsaka yung obs, talagang mahihirapan na din talaga gumalaw yung mga players dito ng execution. Pero once again, congratulations to TNC Predator for getting that first win dito sa ating game number 1. Pero game number 2, the question is, are we gonna see the same thing all over again, or probably it's just for execution, are they gonna push this on a game number 3? Pero on to the drafting phase ngayon na naman, magbabalik na naman tayo dito sa Castillo ni Roshan. Pogi ni Roshan no? Parang no?
Si Roshan naka-converge, pre.
Oh, man.
Sana all.
Sana all my fiber, no?
Oh, man. Pero, I mean, sobrang solid na nakikita natin dito. I mean, ito na yung El Clasico talaga yun. Ito yung mga panahon talaga na pupunta tayo sa mga computer shop. Parang sobrang solid na intro mo kanina, Wolf. Na pagkatapos ng trabaho, papasok tayo sa computer shop, may sisigaw na, 3 hours. At saka Pansit Canton. Alam mo yun, parang, miski ako nung college ako no? I mean, ito na talaga yun, nila-lunch ko Pansit Canton, rice, tsaka itlog. Matik na yun.
Yeah, weird sa Pinoy no? Pinanguulam yung Pansit Canton.
Diba?
Carbs on carbs. Pero, I mean, yun talaga saktong-sakto gamer fuel, you need that. Malasang-malasa naman. At, I don't know if John actually, did you ever try that? Pansit Canton sa kanin?
Ang combo na yan, na-try ko. Oo, na-try ko na. It's overwhelmingly energizing. At
Yeah.
ma-overload ka talaga
Oo.
kung yan ang kakain.
At saka if ever na kumakain tayo ng pancit canton habang nagdo-Dota, parang sobrang konti ng pancit canton, 'di ba? So mapapa-order ka ulit, 'di ba? Parang sobrang kulang ng isa. Tapos pag ginawa mong tatlo, parang sobrang marami naman. Pero depende naman din talaga sa mga players natin if ano talaga yung kinakain nila. Pero dito lang ngayon, Execration tsaka TNC Predator, sino ang mananalo dito on towards the drafting phase, mga kaibigan? Monkey King, first ban of Execration dito. What are your thoughts on that, John X-Fire?
Protective ban. Nakita na natin yung Monkey King from the last series, diba? Si Tims did a lot of work for that hero on the 4. Madaming roles yung Monkey King. One, support, mid, at nakita na din natin offlane Monkey King galing kay Mizu sa NGX actually. So, super flexible hero, super high priority ban. Yung vision game as a pause 4 is just insane, and I think Execration realizes that they have to take it out, because we saw, going back to that point about vision game, we saw TNC use their wards really well. Like in early wards, not just prevented those smoke plays from Execration, did not give them the angle to look for those wombo combo plays, and I think Execration are much more aware of denying off that sort of map control here.
Look at that. TNC mismo yung nagban ng Luna. I was about to say kanina na Luna has been so impactful para sa side ng TNC. And baka yun yung iba ng Execration, but they themselves banned it out. Well, last pick ngayon ay TNC ulit. And there's the Dawnbreaker. So, what was the first ban in the first game? I believe it was... Was it tied? Ay, hindi siya tied. Yeah, Execration. Will they get the Snapfire once again?
I mean, matik naman eh. If ever lang talaga nakukuha ulit nila yung mga comfy picks nila, hit or miss yun eh. I mean, what if talaga ma-counter agad ng TNC Predator yan? Pero as long as comfy naman ang Execution sa mga pipiliin nila, edi mali mo, baka makabawi sila dito ngayon sa game number 2 natin. Pero yun nga, ang maganda ang ginagawa ng TNC Predator dito. This is their first official tournament dito na gagawin as a team, as a newly formed team. So, pwede nating sabihin na they're actually setting up a statement dito sa side ng team nila. This is who we are. This is what we can do as a team. And knowing na if you're gonna compare the timeline of TNC Predator and Execration, lalo na yung mga players nila, wala, I mean, for Execration, sobrang tagal na magkakasama eh. Pero yun nga lang, TNC Predator just picking up Snapfire, tsaka syempre T-Blade agad.
Yeah. It's a strong opening out from TNC. Like, you have a very strong win condition sa TB. Sure, medyo early pick siya, so may potential for counter picks coming out. Execration, something like Lion prioritizes the support, but I think kasi nag-open ng Weaver sa Execration, core-to-core matchup is not great for Weaver, and as a support, it's also not amazing against Terrorblade, right? Like, you mainly soften up with minus armor, so Medallion, Solar Crest build up kung support, kung ano naman, core, mainly magic damage with Mjolnir first, or maybe some utility out with Ags and some defense with Lincoln. So I think that's something Terrorblade works out well, and I think TNC have just done a really good read getting these big heroes out. Yung response ng Execration with the Ember is good though. Walang hold pa dito sa TNC. Walang Hex on hand, maybe coming out in your support next. But it is also one way to deal with the Terrorblade. He does have good early magic damage, kind of going away from the Weaver's physical there, especially with the Mjolnir build or the Maelstrom build into the Ag. So good win conditions, Execration from mid, and of course Bob's special din yan sa mid.
Yes,
so
that's
comfort pick for Exa here.
Allows them to play more, siguro pwede silang aggressively, pwede rin sila mag-farm with the Ember Spirit, but yeah, it allows them to have more plays. Ang ganda rin kasi nga lang naging reflection against the Weaver. It's also one thing na nagusto ko sa first 2 picks ng TNC Predator. And they do combo up palagi yung kanilang support plus yung kanilang carry. But in this case, we don't know yet if the Snapfire will be your 5 or your 2. As we saw in the first series, ginamit agad yung Snapfire in the mid lane. The ban will be Invoker once again. You don't want the Yowe of the Voker. Siyempre, Execration, kilala din nila yung kanilang former player. Now, it's gonna be amp up the Terrorblade for now. Bloodlust. Siyempre, perfect yan sa isang Terrorblade.
Yeah. Like, it's one of the biggest beneficiaries to those buffings. Yung issue lang with Ogre Magi at Snap is yung control. So control for Weaver and control for Ember, medyo lacking. You don't have, say, instant hexes, instant ways of hold. So I think the Ember and the Weaver, to an extent, can kind of run around, take control in these fights. They just need something to follow up. So I think it's good for TNC to build up under win condition, but it leaves openings here para sa Execration to kind of work that against their draft. They go with the Legion Commander gun, so they pick it up against TNC, take it their way. My potential here to run it off lane or support, but I think with a Weaver, you're likely not running that as support, so should be off lane. Ma-manage niya ang lane against TB through overwhelming odds, right? Like Terrorblade, you want to play with your illusions. Overwhelming odds punishes that, so it's a good way of playing around that. And this will give you decent enough hold on a single target. So I like it a lot more for Execration this time. Just by reading the draft, parang mas bagay ang LC dito.
Yeah, pero yun nga, in terms of pick-offs, parang napansin natin ngayong araw na to, it's just the game of pick-offs lang. Pero dito ngayon sa side ng TNC Puerto, yes, you have the Snapfire and Ogre. Pero ang thing pa dyan is, the thing that you're lacking is syempre yung mga incoming damage pa na pwede pang follow-up damage pa sa ganyang combo. Pero dito na ngayon sa side ng Execration, yes, you have the hold of Ember Spirit, you have the hold of Legion Commander, plus that Weaver, yung first skill niya, medyo masakit ang
physical,
medyo masakit ang physical damage kayo ng Execration. And para sa akin, maglagay na sila ng konting siguro magic damage or anything like that para lang at least ma-balance out yung physical tsaka yung magic nila. Pero yun nga lang, TNG Predator getting that puck already.
Not wasting any time picking up that puck. Syempre, may control ka na kailangan dito sa Ember Spirit. The only worry about here is that may may press the attack. So, almost all of the control naman ng TNC, like, what they want to do is to have the stun coming out from the Ogre, tapos follow up. Diba? Parang chain stun yung gusto nilang pang-control. But with that overwhelming, press the attack, be a good dispel agad. This Pangolier picked up by Execration is ganang-gana yung swashbuckle sa mga anti-armor ng Execration. Good combo, good damage, amount damage, and syempre may magic damage yan through the combo. Question is, will this be a support, a pos 4 Pango or a pos 3? Kasi kilala ko si BDZ. Really loves that position 4 na Pango.
Yeah, parang yung flex factor nga malakas sa Execration. Not only the Pango flex, but again, we're not sure where the Weaver will go. We've seen pos 5 Weaver before. Yung LC din, dati pos 5 shard timing lang hinahanap. So I think Execration can really flex the lanes out hard. I do worry about over-flexing it. Right? Like if you run, say, Pango LC support duo, medyo awkward ang control timings mo. That's kailangan mo nung madaming EXP, especially sa LC, para maging effective yung spell kit niya. So I think it can be a bit awkward, and I think Execration have to watch themselves. I would prefer for Execration, we are seeing their 3 cores. I want it to be that Ember, Weaver, and Pango or LC core. Tapos last pick lang ang pos 5 or pos 4 dito.
Actually, if ever pinagko-compare nito, sino sa tingin nyo ang better sa Snowball? TNC Predator Execration, John Xfire?
Snowball effect. Parang Execration have the snowball effect going their way. Like they have earlier timings here. Like we always talk about Ember, Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion ready to go now, minus armor with a Weaver, with the Pangolier can be good. So I think they have that stronger hit and run. But it's not like TNC doesn't have it. Low cooldown lang sa puck yung Dream Coil. Longest cooldown mo dito is actually Metamorphosis. So the rest of the heroes can just run and gun. Maybe the kisses take longer, but you do have that potential to run and gun as well. I just think it's more impactful from Execration kasi mas maaga nga ang power spikes nila.
Yeah. Actually, ganito lang yun. Dito sa matchup na to, nakita natin yung mga iba't ibang matchup pa natin sabihin na, we're gonna know kung sino nanalo dito. It's gonna be a one-sided match between these players or these teams kung sino man ang maglalaban. Pero dito sa Execution TNC Predator, to be honest, we still have no idea on who's gonna win this. kahit wala pang drafting or anything, wala pa kami idea kung sino ba talagang pwede manalo dito because yun nga, bago pa lang ang TNC Predator. Pero doon sa ginawa nila kanina, they really want to set a statement agad dito sa iba't ibang Southeast Asian teams. This is what we can do, this is who we are. Pero dito nga sa execution, mga kaibigan, this is the time that they really want to break that momentum of TNC Predator, and execution, getting that Medusa will give them more physical damage pa rin talaga.
This is your Nando hero, I would say. TNC, ano kaya, really, they can be very flexible about this. In the last pick ulit nila yung kanilang offlane, I would assume. At hanap sila ng matchup against the Medusa, or that can really be a big problem. You know, di ako magulat kung mga tipo mga Timbersol like heroes sa kanilang kulay, you know, very beefy, can really buy so much time for the team. At hero that can stay in the front lines para hindi masyadong worried about the Legion commander. So yeah, like your tide, but the tide's already banned out. Even
I'd say Timbersaw. I think your call for Timbersaw is really good. Kulang sa control dito at kulang sa magical burst ang execution kasi all in nga sa physical. Yung magic dealer lang nila really is Ember, so I think a Timbersaw is gonna have a good time. Doesn't care too much about the dispels on hand or the physical damage output. And rips through the Dusa in lane. Actually, yung Dusa aspect ng Exe makes me worry. Kasi yung core-to-core matchup ng Dusa at TB is always ahead early on. Metamorphosis gives you damage, you farm faster. They go with Slardar instead. So yung yan ang team fight factor na ng TNC, and I think that ties in really well. The lane matchup is still good. Yung issue dito sa execution is they're flexing their Weaver or their Weaver LC or Weaver Pangolier support. And we talked about it, right? Like these kinds of flexible supports now together, like running Weaver 5 and LC4 or Pango 4 is fairly greedy. Mapapunish yan ng TNC. Their supports are much more selfless. And again, you're playing with Terrorblade. As long as my initial farm si Young God timing into SNY or Manta with Dragonlance, he can go. Pwede siya maglaban. Yung Medusa, kailangan pa ng Skadi, kailangan pa ng kung anong item at he needs a lot of space to really be big.
Reflection is gonna tear them apart, honestly, on this Terrorblade.
Before we start the match, ladies and gentlemen, puntahan muna natin dito. Predictions, is it gonna be 1-1 or is it gonna be a 2-0 in favor of TNC Predator? Let's start with Wolf.
Hate to say it, pero mukhang 2-0 ito. TNC just reading the draft. Ang ganda ng synergy ulit ng kanilang mga heroes. Beef up etong Terrorblade ulit with a Bloodlust. Tapos meron kang Corrosive Haze. Sobrang ganda ng teamfight ng TNC. While Execration, parang may disconnect. You can see na maganda yung kanilang late game or at least yung kanilang focus fire, but there's still a big disconnect naman sa kanilang composition ngayon na parang Weaver, where are you gonna go? Pangolier, will it be enough to alleviate the pressure? LC, can it help? Parang daming questions para sa Execration. So that's why I will favor TNC this time.
How about you, John?
Yeah, I'd lean the same way. I think TNC read the draft correctly. They go with very safe supports that can be sacrificial. And hindi sila all in sa team fight. Like may combination sila with Dream Coil Kisses, but they're not overly reliant on that. They can also play run and gun and think they should be able to hit those early timings in the TB na ma-overwhelm yung Medusa niya ni Nando.
Game number 2 is on its way for Execration TNC Predator, ladies and gentlemen. It is all or nothing for the side of Execration. Are we going to see 2-0 clean sweep for the side of TNC Predator, or Execration can do a big comeback for them to shut down TNC Predator to push it to a game number 3? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a game already. Once again, Execration for TNC Predator. So, welcome to the next far. Hindi na natin to patatagalin pa. Game number 2. It's on. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Nandito na ang TNC ulit, wanting to secure this 2-0. And Execration sa kanilang flex picks gamit ang Weaver na lalaro ni Vincenzo at ang Pangolier na lalaro naman ni Carlo aka BDZ. That's the support duo. Tignan natin kung magiging effective ba ito. But so far, we doubted this. Any silver lining na pwede natin makita except, apart from this 4-man gang squad na mukhang makakuha agad ng first blood. Apart from that, any silver lining we can say para sa side ng Execration, John?
I think sa Execration, you've got Bob Ember. Diba? Alam mo din, Wolf, diba? Si Bob Ember. Mid. Bob the Wrecker siya, diba? Dapat maglabas yan sa game na to. We need to see Bob the Wrecker. He needs to get off to that early start. Yung matchup niya against Puck, Puck actually feels like it's in a pretty bad spot. I think most Spirit Brothers win the matchup the last time we've seen. So I expect Bob to take control of that lane and just be the tempo setter for the team. So they need to play around the Ember, and if they can get that done, if they can actually get these supports built up in levels and farm, then the greed of Execration's draft can pay off.
Ooh, Young God already taking so much damage. Pero meron naman siyang 6 tangos and with a lot of help mula kay Febby. So, should be no problem at all. Orb of Venom para sa Ogre Magi. Running with 290 MS against Pangolier na 300 MS as well as Legion Commander na 330 MS. So, I think that Execration will have a decent lane dun sa may top lane. Knowing na kahit may Terrorblade yan, they just have to really just play around yung Metamorphosis timing. Pero actually, si Young God nga, inuna yung Reflection. Is this something that he's trending right now sa Terrorblade? The Reflection first?
Yeah, it's coming out a lot more because the level 1 aggression you can get out is good. And yung tendency nga ng mga Terrorblade, they actually save their Metamorphosis for maybe 2 minutes in. So they don't tend to pop it for that initial aggression. They just play with the Reflection, holding back the off lane. And yung slow stacking, once that comes through, is insane. And you can see Carlo already getting a hit from Febby. Once the Ignite is up, that move speed advantage is gone. And you run up, Orb of Venom means that you can just run them down. So I like that zoning coming up from Febby. Nakapull pa rin si Carlo. So he's gonna play greedy, build up on EXP in the Pango. And Kimizu is just gonna have to cop the short end of that lane. As long as Kimizu doesn't die, they are trying to make that greed pay off here.
Yeah, he already died once, pero mukhang makakapanalo siya kay Young God. Young God fended off. But then again, Febby is here to save case. Kailangan niya umalis na konti. Have to be careful about that fat stack of creeps up top. Samantala, ito naman si Carlo, like you said, greedier na kanyang naging choice. Interesting mula sa side ng Execration to give one whole lane sa isang position 4. And we'll see later on paano nila i-utilize yun. So, other important things of consideration, do you like this lane para sa Slardar? Because I believe na with 840 HP maximum at level 2, might be good against this lane, bottom lane. Pero mukhang actually nagkakaroon ng bakbakan sa may bottom lane. Play hard using that Fairy Fire early on. Actually, nahihirapan. At he's quite low, 11 HP, 22 HP. Buti na lang mabilis talagang regeneration ng isang Snapfire. But yeah, this lane bottom, who do you favor in this lane?
I'd say mas aggressive talaga sa Slaughter lane. Double stun lane yan eh. Cookie into Slam,
I see.
along with the Bash of Deep can kind of overwhelm. Yung durability ng Medusa sa laning phase, di ganyan kataas. At yung Weaver din, medyo squishy. So, I think you've got the tools to play with on TNC, especially once my level 6 na kay Xiaoyu. Minus armor strat din ito, with Little Shredder up. Corrosive Haze plus Little Shredder is a lot of minus armor. That's going to make it tough for anyone to tank through in the early game. So, I like the lane so far, but I think Execration doing the right thing for Nando. He is getting his last hits. Parang medyo free lane nga right now for Nando. Kasi si Vincenzo zone out. He's getting the pulse. He's forcing a response from Xiao Yun. Play hard and giving the space that the Medusa needs to be big early on.
Well, that's exactly what you need from the Weaver. Top lane, there will be a clash. Actually, Carlo did so much damage already. Meron siyang fluffy hat. And obviously, with the Orb of Venom, ang dami din yung bonus damage mula doon sa Swashbuckle. So far, mukhang nag-payoff naman yung greed na ginawa ng Execration. That kinailangan lang nilang tiisin yung isang lane na mawawala din sa Legion Commander, and now they're up in a good spot. And I would say Terrorblade will not have a good time anymore. He's level 2 at ang baba na kanya CS 9 and 2 compared sa ating Legion Commander na 10 and 2. In combination dun sa XP din and sa gold na nakuha na ni Carlo on this Pango.
Yeah, ang ganda ng zoning ng Execration dito. And I think they understand just how passive the TNC lane is. Like when you have an Ogre with something like a TB, maybe you could be aggressive when Metamorphosis is up, but likelihood is your TB wants to farm. So there's a disconnect there with what the support wants to do and with what the core wants to do, and that just throws off the pace of that lane. So actually getting a right read there. Yung mid lane, did not know.
Oh my god. The slows, the stuns, double stun, like you said, and squishy na supports. Kitang-kita naman natin kung ano ang impact na yun sa may bottom lane. Isang misstep lang from the Weaver. That gave so much already para sa itong TNC. Then again, 2 kills TNC, very stale na laning stage. And now we look into the mid lane. So far, we know na parang nasa advantage pa rin talaga ang Ember Spirit, but Yoa says, he's now leading in terms of CS over Bob.
Yeah, he's managing to harass out Bob quite nicely, and I think it also boils down to water rune control. Execration's not able to deny off Yoa's rune control, so he gets top up, although the up top, see Febby low again.
Yeah. Febby's low, but there's not much damage. There it is. Overwhelming odds level 2 na kinuha ngayon ni Kimizu. That's so much damage. And by the way, meron na siyang soul ring, so it's not that scared. In fact, they will try to dive deeper into the Terrorblade. Alam ba nila kung nasan Terrorblade is no longer in that spot using yung kanyang TP. At least he's safe for now. And TNC kind of needs to dampen that top lane. Kailangan nilang bigyan nito si Young God. Otherwise, it will not be as good a game in this for that carry. But Nando getting smacked by Xiaoyu. No more mana para kay Medusa. Going for the level 1 mana shield. Alright.
Yeah, just playing it safe. Walang split shot kay Nando at level 5, so he's not going to be able to flash farm. At the same time, he's having a free lane anyway, so I don't think it's too pertinent for the Medusa to focus on taking stacks when your lanes are winning out this hard. And I think that the only thing right now for Execration is just riding these lanes until you have Bob ready to rotate. Siya mag-settling tempo eh. So you are winning your side lanes, you'll win them even harder once Bob gets to come in. Level 6 na ang Ember natin, pero he's still kind of stuck mid, keeping track of Yoe. But it's still working out here for Execration. One issue lang is that they have to watch the stacks from TNC. Play hard, naka-build up na ng stacks dito sa triangle. My Obs ward naman dito ang Execration. So they should be able to rotate in. We saw that in different, we saw that today already where they do just wait for core to come in and then punish that greed. So I think that's what Execration will look for. Let the stacks build up, come in, kill the heroes, and clear out the stacks once the farm begins.
Again, si Pangolier naman, meron ng Orb of Corrosion. So, actually, sobrang taas na rin ng farm, considerably. Nitong si Carlo. He is 4th from the lowest. Actually, highest siya sa lahat ng supports na nakita natin ngayon by a big margin. That means Orb of Corrosion, tapos Swashbuckle. It will be of big importance. And he went for the level 2 Shield Crash. Not going for the Lucky Shot whatsoever. Ang dami rin yung mana regen. So I think it's gonna make a move on either through the mid lane or dun sa top lane pabalik as they are now back in action. While sa supports naman inside ng TNC, looking at this Ogre Magi, obviously it's just very defensive. Parang walking NPC siya na nagbibigay ng mga bots doon sa ating Terrorblade. That's all he can do for now. Fortunately, and main move dito sa may bandang mid is River. Now, gonna go for Yoe. Already using his ultimate, ginamit nga lang dito ni Playhard yung Snapfire Little Shredder para tanggalin agad yung the bugs, the swarm.
Yeah, and that's not a good sign when your Dream Coil is defensive, although lining up now, ooh, Nando.
Okay. Not even too hard sa side of TNC. Masyado malalim without so much mana at wala ding tulong sa kanyang teammates. Doon si Medusa. And Xiaoyu does have double bracers now. So, my God. Back-to-back games. Winning is late. First team.
Yeah, just building up the gold. Medyo ahead pa rin si Nando sa lane as you'd expect a user to go, but the Slaughter is still set up. And remember, that kill came out without the corrosive haze. Once that's up, it can get dangerous. Look up top though, Young God chased all the way to tier 2s. Level 6 na yung LC natin, may duel na yan.
Yeah,
the Terrorblade can't actually hold the lane. He's gonna have to jungle at some point. And Execration already ready. They've got wards in the top jungle as well to watch when Young God does go in for that farm.
Yoe spotted out. Actually, will man fight against Vincenzo. Pero nandito naman si Bob. That is a big threat. Spotting out yung stack na rin mula sa TNC. Not much that they can do up until this point. It still is a big threat. So far ngayon, yung sacrifice na ginawa ni LC to help Carlo get farm and get the early items, get the early Overvenom, tsaka yung Floppy Hat meant the world para sa Execration. Now they're leading so much dun sa kanilang top lane. And the Terrorblade will have, a lot of trouble heading into the post-laning stage. It seems like top lane ang target ng Execration sa ngayon.
They know, because alam nila nandyan si Young God. He can't clear out the stacks yet, so he's gonna have to play passive, and they're already forcing into that top tier 1, looking for the duel.
Yeah. Febby, nice stun, pero the duel will still be pulled through. Ayan, Febby's actually quite beefy sa ngayon. Actually juking around, using yung mga trees to his advantage. And all of a sudden, nandito yung Slardar. Good turnaround para sa side ng execution. Now the stun is there para doon sa ating Bangalore. Doesn't have his swashbuckle anymore. And that means the first kill ulit na Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu out of nowhere. All the time. 2 games na, John. We don't expect him to be in places.
Yeah, he just shows up and sets up for the team. That's what you like to see from the offlane. Xiaoyu making the most for the team, and that does buy space for Young God. So si Young God punta na sa jungle, safe na. May ward pa rin dito ang execration, but they're not really able to cross the river yet with the towers to protect from TNC. So TNC is still in a spot where they can play the slow game and try to hit that early spike. You can see execration, they're still lining up top. May movement out dito, nandyan pa rin si Kinzu, may duel pa. Dito na din si Bob, so commitment na for that tier 1 push.
Sounding the horns now. Level 4 Pangler. Obviously, nandito si Ember Spirit. Spotted out. Xiaoyu is quite beefy. Meron din siyang infused raindrops. One more charge of that. Double bracer. Not much movement speed needed dahil syempre meron din siyang sprint. And bottom lane ang actually exchange. Dun sa... Wow! This switch mula sa side ng TNC. Indeed, mawawalan sila ng Torres sa may top lane, but that is a kill bottom and likely a tower trade. So this is a big win on their part.
Yeah, good trade. Again, giving Young God space. Once you clear this tier 1 tower, may room na si Young God mag-farm sa bot. Yung triangle area, medyo safe na din. So, you can just build up and ride along. This is what TNC needs. May space naman dito para sa Dusa mag-farm. Si Nando nasa triangle din sa side niya. Uncontested, walang vision dito ang TNC. So, the Dusa will hit its Dragonlance timing and we'll have to see where Nando goes from there. But there is still that earlier spike from TB. Despite being a 1k gold behind, it sounds pretty bad. Yeah. But you will always have Metamorphosis to play with, which gives you a big advantage over that Dusa early on. Kailangan lang ni Young God ng stats. Yeah. Once he has HP, he's good.
Speaking of stats, meron na siya, I believe, the Falcon Blade just waiting to be delivered. They get a kill dun sa may mid lane. Much on the support. How about this? Anong opinion mo sa napakaagang Midas take dito ni Xiaoyu? And will this actually help the team knowing na scaling din yung kanilang kalaban? Is this the item that you really go for? The item going order?
Nakikita natin yan if you're ahead on Slaughter. If you feel confident to get your early item spikes. They are chasing Bob though.
Yeah,
but may remnant siya eh.
Ambitious, I would say, chase. But anything you do para tulungan ang iyong Terrorblade, you're gonna be happy about that. And syempre, with passive farming naman mula kay Slardar, gamit yung Midas at siya yung kuha dun sa dead lane top lane. And all the while, si Yoe just farming it out, waiting for the blink so that he can move on. And they will go on to Febby this time. But at this point, nasa Pilay Die situation na kasingin si Febby.
Yeah, sacrificial siya. And, pinag-usapan naman natin sa draft, diba? Yung Ogre Magi Snap are a bit more sacrificial, so you can buy space out for those cores. I don't think you're getting enough space for Young God. Like, you see at level 7 Terrorblade, and your Snapfire is also level 7, and that means your Terrorblade's pretty far behind, at least in EXP. So more space is necessary here for TNC. At the least, medyo safe na dito sa triangle with that tier 1 bot, still standing, but with a vision to protect. So Young God can still go for the clear. Medyo slow process lang nga, kulang sa damage, but eventually he'll get that flash farm he needs here.
Speaking of Flash Farm, working on the Ancient Stacks dahil na-deliver na sa kanya ang kanyang Falcon Blade. Does have some duration pa rin sa kanyang Metamorphosis. Unlikely na makiklear out niya itong camps na to with that Metamorphosis up. Tinulungan na lang din siya kanyang teammate and quietly, meron ng Medallion of Courage doon. Si Playhard actually popping the more skills to punish that Pango. Napakagandang punishment mula sa side ng TNC. Talaga pinoprotektahan nila itong part ng mapa na to. John, it's a treasure trove para sa kanila. Sobrang importante itong triangle na to.
Naintindihan nila kasi ang conditions nila for winning here sa TNC. It does rely a lot on the Terrorblade to hit its early farming spike. So, prioritize nila to protect si Young God. Ensure may space out. Although, I have to be careful. Young God nag-show mid, playing in and out in that lane, trying to get farm. Pero the numbers of execution are there. Nando even showing up early on, having the full Dragonlance and Yasha. That's the Deuce's early spike. And the side of TNC, it'll take a lot of commitment to punish Nando here.
Well, they will still commit kung hahabulin nila dito ang Embers, but they do have the silence. Bob kind of turns it around, wants to go for this. Well, dahil may tulungan ni Pablo, it was Vicente, there's the duel. And that is the blink reveal mula sa Legion Commander. They want more, they want the starter, they want Pepe. Pepe is so low, Pepe will be taken out. Ito na yung Dookie coming up from Playhard, but will not save his teammate. Nakataas na si Slardar for now, but that means this Playhard Stampfire will be taken out. Pinipin nila si Xiao Yu actually popping the smoke just to make sure they get out of there in safety. Pero 3 kills going in favor of Execration. Maganda ang tempo na kanila pinaglalaroan sa ngayon.
It's a lot faster than you'd expect with the Medusa up, right? Like Nando showing up in lane this early on is a big sign of confidence from Execration, but he has that initial farm. 7k net worth na si Nando, way ahead of Young God. Young God actually behind even Bob, the Ember, just above the sports. Lowest net worth core right now is the Young God. He needs so much more in the TV. Even though he has that advantage with the Metamorphosis, he doesn't have the items to sustain him in the front line. Yan nga, back to the point of that Midas on Xiao Yu. Steady ang EXP at farm niya, pero wala pang Blink, wala pang BKB. So, wala pang magandang follow-up ng TNC sa Dream Coil initiation ni Yoe. At mahirap maghanap ng laban dito yung TNC. So, they have to play it a lot safer. Execration with a mid-tier 1 taken out can take control of the top jungle a little bit better and can even start considering Roshan. With the minus armor they have on hand, with the swarm up, they can actually look for an early Rosh if they wanted to. So that's something TNC has to be aware of now. TNC though, kind of repeating from game 1 here, Wolf. Maganda pa rin ang vision nila. They have this nice aggressive war down bot, so this is a safe area for Young God to farm in if he wants to hold the bot lane, cuts off rotations into the triangle, and that does protect your terribly a bit more, but we need to see more. We need to see that info game in action here for TNC.
Unlike the previous game na lamang yung Execration nun eh. I remember they were like leading for about 4,000, 5,000 in the mid stages of the game after the laning stage. But that is different kasi Doom yun eh. And there's Midas as well. In this case, in fact, ang Midas carriers ka in TNC. So this lead is actually very, I would say, massive para sa Execration, even with just 2,000. Especially kasi they're running this Medusa. And remember, Kimizu, when he gets that shard timing, that will make Medusa incredibly stronger. Lalong-lalo na pag may advantage when it comes to the farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yung spell immune yan, it's gonna make it tough for TNC. They'll have to really rely on Xiao Yu to pull through with the bashes and time his auto attacks to get that control off. At the least now, they take care of the bot here once again, giving that space to Young God for farm. They do get the wards again, refreshing the ward in that bot jungle to protect the Terrorblade to farm. But look at Execration. They're just playing on the opposite side of the map. They still have their triangle for Nando. Yung Manta ni Nando malapit na. So he's gonna have some self-dispel. He can maybe look to break off the silence, turn around fights. And I think TNC, perhaps once they hit this blink timing in Yoe, dyan na sila online. May travels na si Yoe, the puck's very mobile. They can just look for the blink Dream Coil and follow through with the kisses from a mile away. But this time it's TNC who kind of have this wombo combo that they have to play with. The game 1, the Execration with the Chrono and Kisses. This time, TNC, the Dream Coil Kisses, actually need it at this point in the game to get some fights their way.
And TNC still managing na kumuha na kanilang mga stacks sa ngayon para makabalik ng farm. Etong si Young God, he is trailing heavily. Actually, there will be a little bit of rotations now. Weaver ang kanila mas patan, but obviously Vicencio, not the target that you want to go on, or at least hindi ganun ka expendable. It's very expendable para sa ng Execration. That spots them out. Actually, yung fact pa lang na pinipigilan nila si Terrorblade na makapag-farm, even having to call Xiao Yu just to help out dun sa pag-farm, it's really not the best use of the time na meron ng TNC sa ngayon. And I wouldn't be surprised kung hindi mo nalalaban ng TNC for the next minute. But in the case of Execration, they will fight. Dual agad, hindi aabot dun sa dual damage, but that is still a kill. They play hard. Take a little bit of time there. A kill is a kill para sa Execration.
Na-expend ng roll though, Yoe. May angle dito for the Dream Coil.
Does commit it. They want to go for the kill to Carlo ngayon. Support position 4. Kimizu is actually in here but will not be able to save his teammate. Nataman lang din ng Ignite. That is what it is. 1-for-1 trade-off with the commitment mula side ng TNC. BKB ang next timing nila on the Slardar.
Yeah, that's the one we're still waiting for from Xiaoyu. I think di lang BKB kailangan na eh. Kailangan din ng
Yeah.
Blink para ma-follow up sa puck.
I agree.
Yung BKB mismo, it's not enough. You have to keep up with a puck's initiation.
Yeah,
And once you have that combination, that's where it's a bit smoother. So a little bit more waiting for TNC. They're stalling out nicely, and as long as you're protecting the Terrorblade to an extent, it is fairly worthwhile. Si Young God nag-rush ng Manta himself, and that is still a ways off. So more time necessary for all the cores here in TNC. Yung 2K lead ng Execration is big, but once we hit 20-minute mark and it doesn't grow, then you know TNC is still kind of in the game there.
They want to make it grow now. Ganap sila ng kills. But nice cookie out. Manai play hard. They do have the turnaround. May dumal na ginamit pero ito naki-turnaround mula sa side ng TNC. Where is the Metamorphosis? Not even committing it. Duel will be expired. Play hard. Taken out. Mula sa side ng TNC. They want more execution. Once more, I mean, they take out the next kill. Ogre Magi. At sumusunod dito yung kill nga lang doon sa ating commander. Now there is the ultimate coming out from Yowie. Fox Dream Call is gonna be committed. Dissension gonna be chased down by this Terrorblade pero wala masyadong chase doon. And that will be the end of the fight. Or will it? As Young God actually commits the Metamorphosis. Maybe to farm. Pero lahat ng plays na yun, I would say Execration just took advantage of it and gave Nando so much farm. En route sa kanyang Aghanim's. By the way, this will be perfect set, I believe, against that Conjure image, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he just frees up the illusions. You're gonna have a really good time here for Nando with that spike, and he's just allowed to free farm. 10k gold on Dusa. We expect again TNC to be more aggressive to stop the Dusa farming and not coming out. They haven't been able to ward the triangle. They've had wards in the bot jungle, but they haven't been able to use that area all too much. At yung item spikes na delayed pa rin. The only good news for them is that the lead has not grown. Despite these kills for Execration, TNC within 2,000 gold per incident. So they're not falling behind further, which is good news. And I think as the game goes on, of course, yung 2K lead na yan, at 25 minutes, it's not going to feel as big as it does now. So that's the game plan for TNC. Ensure that you're keeping up in farm and you're not dropping further behind. Eventually, you will hit those spikes on the TB, but nakaka-worry yung yung Ags timing ng Dusa. You're gonna need a BKB on your TB, or at least a Manta, but that's Mystic Snake is so spammable that I don't know if you're really gonna be able to run around here for Young God and get the damage off.
Yeah. There was a time na ang Stone Gaze na you know, yung Petrify mismo instantly takes out illusions. Maybe yung mga basic illusions. But we'll see later on. Mukhang may movement din sa my mid lane. Nakamit the Dream Call. But maybe this is just a defensive Dream Call coming out from TNC. Indeed it will be. As they need really to buy more time. So ngayon, ang hinihintay nila next item is the Blink Dagger dun sa Slardar. Which is malayo pa. 3,000 pa ang habulin dito na Slardar. Because he still haven't not completed yet yung kanyang BKB.
Yeah. Mahabang process but for TNC and Execration already applying pressure up top. They're looking for a tier 2 to take. Yung top tier 2 is so important because once you lose it, wala ka ng Roche control dito sa TNC. At tingnan mo ang words ulit dito, Wolf, from Execration this time. Watching every single part of that top lane, just ensuring that they can always pick someone off who's trying to farm the dead lane and ensure that the push comes through. So nice information out from Exe. TNC though, playing on the opposite side of the map now, still stalling out as much as possible. And that does lead to this medyo stalled out game. Now, 9-9, yung lead ng Exa does fall. 1k na lang. So that is good news. That means the strat of TNC is working, but they need to hold this for, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. That's how much more time is necessary.
Agree ako dyan. This will be a slow game. Baka wala tayong makita mga fights. Maybe even pickoffs. Baka hindi tayo makita nun as both teams are just waiting. Siyempre, Medusa, magkakaroon na siya ng Aghanim Scepters ngayon. Just on point, saktong-sakto. But I think kailangan pa rin niya ng sort of defense. Kasi dahil din magic dito eh. I'm not very sure if BKB is the choice para kay Nando this time. But in a way, in hindsight, mukhang maganda siya. Kasi if you're looking at Ogre Magi, meron siyang Veil of Discord, tapos si Snapfire magic damage, and of course the Puck. So baka kasi ang reliever or dampener ng TNC is yung magic damage before na maging online yung Terrorblade. So in this particular game, if they wanna, you know, group up, maybe BKB is a choice para sa side ng execution. But BKB picked up ng TNC. Ngayon on this Lardar, pero yung smoke. Side ng execution. They know. Ito na yung initiation. Wala kay Bob. Dalawa yung nahuli. Still wanna go for more. We're looking for that blink. Kimizu hindi nga lang on point dito. Nag-duel pa rin siya. And they still won. And that is bonus damage na bigay sa Snapfire. Now Puck is in trouble. Puck goes down. Pero kapalit ni Saber Spirit. 2 for 1 so far. The Young Gun really towering over execution for now. Harapin niya dito si Nando. And Nando, kaso nga lang, mistakes take na yun. My goodness, and a chain stun as well from Carlo. Yung ating Rolling Thunder giving so much para sa side ng execution. But look at that again. When you fight na naman si Xiao Yu, hindi siya makahampas. Does so much damage but not enough time para doon sa Slardar. And they will still lose that fight. Nando coming up clutch with the Mystic Snake and the Stone Gaze.
It looked like a good start for TNC, right? They come in, they managed to kill off the LC and the Ember.
Yeah.
But si Young God kasi he waited so long to use the Sunder. He wanted to drop
that's
lower, looking for the play-in. Sobrang greedy ng play na yan. He doesn't have much HP, even with the SNY up. Like, he had to play it safer. I think kung nag-Sunder siya earlier on sa Dusa, baka mahanap ng kill na yan kay Nando. And that fight would have turned out differently. So
I agree.
Taking a really big gambit there on TNC, not paying off. Pero still not too bad. The lead does widen though, and that's big news for Exit. 5K lead na, kanina nag-drop down yan to 1K, so now there's a massive lead at this point, and we said it for TNC, they need to keep that lead within 1 to 2K. So it's time to go back, try to build an advantage up, maybe wait for that blink on Xiao Yu. Pag maka-blink na si Xiao Yu forward, take control and Dedusa, prevent the snake from coming out, and that could be your answer. Pero may ags na dito si Vincenzo. Time-lapse up on Dedusa, that's insane. You can't kill her.
Yep. And not only that, may overwhelming odds kami. Shards na rin dito si Legion Commander. Will commit yung Dream Goal just to scout out. But yeah, imagine this. Aghanim Scepter on the Weaver. May time-lapse yun. Tapos meron kang press the attack. We also have a Skadi coming up dun sa Medusa. Malapit na rin. That means magiging tunay na walking tower itong ating Medusa. Let's see if that will be the case. Ang laki na ng namang na execution ngayon, all they have to do is to just systematically take this. Top lane na kanilang target, Xiao Yu is just hiding around the trees. Not likely to be able to defend top lane. At yan ay execution taking another tower for their side.
Yung TNC, all they can do is kind of take mid even then. Kimizu.
Yeah, Kimizu jumps doon sa ating Puck, will not get the kill. It comes some more cases for the counter, but the chain stun to take out the Puck. Yun yung nangyari doon. And now Yowie is down for the count. Pero pang kasama, collateral damage as they take out play hard. At mukhang either Roshan or mid lane ang target niya ng situation.
Yeah, sobrang open na ng map. Top tier 2 gone. Pwede na kunin ng outpost. Wala nang Roche control dito ang TNC. So they don't have a counter fight. They don't have an access point to hit the Roshan. And that's what execution will be. They know they have this big advantage now. Still 5K up. But once you have that Roche, imagine mo, Aegis kay Bob, my time-lapse para kay Nando, neither of these heroes are gonna die. I think that's gonna be so scary for TNC sa high ground hold. Yung high ground defense ng TNC, meron naman, may team fight sila with the kisses with the Dream Coil. To a certain extent, yung reflection din effective sa high ground hold. Pero parang kulang. Kulang sa items kulang sa durability ng TB, kulang sa initiation pa ng TNC to follow up. At instead, si Nando naman ang may Aegis. So Aegis time-lapse save on one hero. Nando is going to be very confident for the next 5 minutes here.
Nando with that last pick Medusa, kinda doubted it. Ayan, sila naman. Now, BKB up for Terror Blade. More than important. Stone Gaze pa rin ay magiging problema para sa kanya, but at least yung Mystic Snakes, not so much of a problem for him anymore. The bigger problem is, how about your supports para sa TNC? I mean, siguro Snapfire, if he like puts himself way back, that could be good. Team fights, Ogre Magi, nothing but Bloodlust na lang siya ngayon, and maybe a start with the Fire Blast. Maybe the Veil of Discord. But yeah, we have not seen so many plays from Yowie as well. Kasi parang if you're gonna look back dun sa game number 1, execution yung parang may disconnect with their composition. This time it's kind of true para sa TNC. They're not utilizing their team fight tools yet. Pero kasi naman, they did not win the laning stage anyways. It's part of the reason why.
Yeah, they didn't have the opportunity to hit those early item spikes. You can see again the execution, clearing out the mid tier 2. So isang lane na lang naiwan dito sa TNC, tier 1 bot
Radiant's
left
bottom
standing.
tower is under
And
attack.
once that's gone, may potential na for mega creeps for execution in the next few minutes. So TNC has to be cautious. They are still playing safe. Their triangle is taken over. Nando is just getting more and more farm. 19k sa Dusa. 13k
Yeah.
pa lang si Young God. Yung gap na yan, we talked about Dusa versus Terrorblade, right? Like, you needed an item advantage. This is much more than just one item. That's like the Scotty above
Yeah.
TB. That's a Scotty and Ags above a BKB TB. So you have everything you need on the Dusa now to meet those win conditions, and TNC
Ooh.
stall game pa rin.
Yep. Forcing ang BKB doon kay Bob. Any small win para sa TNC, but that's something that they'll get. Pero yung Torre nila sa may bottom lane, sobrang compromised na. Just a little bit of time ang kinailangan ng execution para makakuha ng control over this map and eventually will take out that tower, tier 2 bottom lane.
Yeah. And yung side ng TNC, they can't fight outside. So they know they have to surrender these outer objectives. Free money, free control for Exe. Yung TNC naman ngayon, grouped up top, just trying to get what they can in exchange. But they'll have to come in for that defense. So yan nga, may ages dito si Nando. 2 minutes pang duration. So high ground is definitely open. Time-lapse save with a Weaver. I mean, there's so much to protect Nando. Like, he is just not gonna die.
Yung dami na rin initiation. The control from the execution is really high, especially with this Pangolier na may shards and link. So much control in team fights. And not only BKB carriers, Slardar as well as Big TB. Could be a fight breaking out. Depensa will be a little bit of pokes coming out from the back. Pero may fresh set of lane creeps coming in sa bottom lane. Torre yung mga patumba dito ng side. Execution, they jump down the Ember Spirit. Sobrang taas ng burst nila, but they will not be able to take him down. Buhay pa rin dito si Bob. Bob gets out. Samantala, they have been fended off. In comes the puck para pigilan ng any further na counter initiations coming out from TNC habang si Yowie nag-clear out na lang ng creep wave. Not successfully doing so dahil malapit pa rin sa vicinity ang execution. That is TNC at least putting up a fight sa defense.
Yeah, but we're seeing that effect of the press attack. You know, ngayon si Kimizu with good saves coming out. Bob gets live. They just reset, pull back. They already got tier 3. So there's always got to be someone to respond on aggression down bot. At execration, may oras pa man sa ages. Isang minute na lang. So not too long for Nando. But what else is not too long for Nando is his dateless timing. 800 gold away na lang. May DD pa dito.
Oh my goodness.
Kas ng tama ng Dusa ngayon. So I think if you're execration, even if this ages expires, you still look for a fight. Like, you are so far ahead, there's no reason for you to sit back. You can just kind of force it, because if you allow TNC to farm, there's still situations where that TB can get big.
Nahuli na ceiling shades dito si Pop. Can he get out? There's the Lincoln's Pop and he's bursted down. The double damage doon. Kay Nando dito sa may bottom lane, this is so much of a threat. Lalo na may minus naman sa Pop. -2 even as they have found more. An execration, eto na, inarap natin. Online na si Bob. Nando is way too farmed. At sobrang bilis lang yan tinitake itong barracks sa may bottom lane with this double damage. Pa-expire na just as he is able to take out this barracks. Well, magkaroon ng backdoor protection for now. Actually, still takes it down.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yan na yan. Aegis expires, pero may Daedalus naman si Nando papasok. So yan, damage pa rin kahit na walang DD. Taas pa ng tama ni Nando, and yung play pa rin ng TNC, yung team fight still on the puck. They have to get dream foil kisses, but at this point, yung output, yung damage output niyan, it's just not
look
enough.
at that. No metamorphosis. At tingnan mo yun, even just the illusions, big problem already. Para sa Terrorblade. This means execration ever so close to forcing this to game number 3. Bob even, isa pa siyang problema. 2 problems now presented at the side of execration. How will he solve this? Smoke ang sagot for now. The side of TNC, they want to jump Nando. Nando doesn't have BKB whatsoever. They're looking for this, but Nando is already out. This Yowie looks for an answer. Still want to jump. They're looking for the backlights, but the backlights not even close sa execution. Walang nahanap ang TNC sa smoke na to. And that will mean execution will still take control of the map.
2 lanes up now on execution in terms of racks, so they can just take it slow at this point, build up farm. I mean, with Daedalus up and Dusa, I really don't know what you farm up for.
Yeah.
Magba-butterfly lang ata si Nando dito para may evasion and additional agi. But if they wanted to, next safe objective would be Roche. Again, with TNC having to face 2 lanes of mega creeps or super creeps, you're not getting as much gold. So yung comeback potential in terms of gold farm for TNC is leaning more and more into teamfight. At sabi mo nga kanina, Wolf, true problem, si Bob may ags na. So it's that big spike again with the Ember. We know you can jump across the map, do so much burst damage with your magic, and just take control in these fights with the BKB up. TNC has got a lot of troubles here. They are smoked though. Try na naman dito sa labas.
Try this. Kasi ngayon may metamorphosis na sila. They wanna look for the fights. Only the Legion Commander is out. At actually, dalawa doon. Dalawa yung nahuli ng ating Dream Call. Young God dealing the damage. This is promising para sa TNC. 2 big kills. At least buying more time. Maybe wait for the next Roshan, which will spawn in 48 seconds.
We'll see the timer then. We'll see the timer. If TNC is lucky, that could be an opening. I don't think they have much room because 30-second respawns lang sa dalawang hero na yan. So Execration will still have time to respond, but stalling out. That's the name of the game. Execration, TNC get room to go outside their base, farm up some stacks, build up farms. Si Young God, malapit ng skadi niya. Issue lang, wala siyang buyback kung bibili niya. So it's a massive risk for him to go for that play, but it almost feels necessary. And I think you're also needing to see Yoa pick his items up as well. It looks like he might be going for his Ags. Kulang lang ang point booster dito. So full Ags will be up. That could be a turning point with a BKB Pierce on the Dream Coil. And should at least take off some of the impact of that spell immunity coming through from Execration. So some tools on hand. I think yung shortcoming dito ng TNC, Wolf, yung Slardar ni Xiaoyu, kahit na may blink, mahirap na mag-find ng control dito. Like, yung scaling ng Slardar also has a hard stop unless you itemize for, say, Ags. I think Ags is the big one with the puddles and the added move speed and durability. Pero ang layo pa niyan para kay Xiaoyu. So, utility lang hanap niya, looking for the disarm with a halberd. And that's gonna help against Sedusa, but it still leaves the question of what you do about Bob. Like, with the Ags up, sobrang slippery ng Slard ng Ember Spirit at yung reliable stun mo through BKB outside Dream Coil is just Slardar Bash.
And at the same time, hindi nila pwedeng give up itong upcoming Roche, which have already spawned for now. And, additionally, para sa the TNC, yung Halberd, it will be of great help, but with all of the ang dami kasing tulong eh. May Ags dun sa Weaver. You also have the Shards and press the attack. So, still a lot of problem. But you take what you can get. Meron bang Metamorphosis? 36 seconds pa bago magkaroon ng Metamorphosis ang TNC. And Execration wants to take full advantage of that. They're already positioning sa may top lane. Then yung Reflection, but instantly taken out. Alam naman natin na the Reflection will be good. Kaso sobrang baba ng level ni Young God dito. It's just level 18. Di pa siya abot dun sa Conjure Image duration.
Yeah, it's way too low. And early fortify out. So kung ma-pierce through ng high ground dito, racks are gonna be open, tier 4s, ancients can be open as well. I think they understand they've got a window here on Execration's side. May DD pa nga bot sa bot rune spot. Medyo malayo lang sa Exe, but if they swing around, if Bob decides to be adventurous, looks like he is. My bot will try.
I mean, he's got Ags, so
yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love the fact na yung Execration ay mukhang mag-play safe at kukuha mo ng Roshan. Obviously, that's Aghanim Shard. Kanina mo siya ibibigay ito. Give it to the Dusa. Oh, Dusa already has Gak. One. You give it to Ember or the Weaver.
Either or. Like, yung Ember ata is a bit more utility. The Weaver is just more damage. Smoke opportunity here from TNC though. Baka malaban na itong Roche.
Let's see how that goes. Sa likod ng kanilang target. Nando, very low dito. Ang Roche will get it. Actually, the real snatch for Xiaoyu. He wants to fight this. Pero naman burst down siya immediately with that duel. But that is the Aegis pop. Mukhang papalag pa rin. In comes Young God. Meron siyang BKB. Wants to go forward. Ang ganda naman itong Dream Coil ito. Catching to low on mana dito ngayon na ating Medusa. Can they still take this down already though? Take it out itong ating starter. But bursted down na rin si Young God. No Thunder. Nasakto yung stun ni Carlo. Oh my goodness. Rolling Thunder. Giving so much mileage aside ng Execration. They still lost yung kanilang Dusa. But that also means na wala na rin carry ang side ng TNC. There will be a buyback available para kay Slardar. That was a clutch rolling thunder position mula kay Carlo.
Sobrang clutch yung follow-up fight for yung blink in ni Xiao Yu, saving the day, snatching the Aegis. I mean, massive turnaround there for TNC. They're still not in a good spot. 15k behind pa rin sila. They still lost Young God, so walang bounce back farm or bounce back work kay Young God from finding that kill to do so. But they're still in the game. TNC, they still have a little bit more time to play this defense, to try to hit some item spikes, and we've seen it. Yung Metamorphosis ng TB, kahit na Skadi lang, SNY at Dragonlance with the BKB and Falcon Blade, may damage pa rin dito kay Young God. Kailangan lang mag-stand and fight siya.
Oh, okay. So the defense will be there. I think they're gonna lose their tower for perhaps, but at least they get to keep their racks. So ngayon, bigla na nga lang nag-inflate na naman ang lead ng side ng Execration. 15,000 at this point. Looking at the items, Shiva's Guard ang susunod para kay Puck, and Terrorblade is considering the Daedalus as well. Pero syempre, mas problema pa ay yata ang buyback. Very important. Well, the Slardar does have the Heaven's Halward soon enough. Pero wala din siyang buyback eventually if that will be the case. So, TNC, even when they are buying time, the odds are still against them.
Oh, for sure. If you look at the graphs sa Dota Plus, 97% pa rin dito sa Execration ng probability. They still have this massive net worth advantage. They've got at least 10 levels above TNC in terms of EXP gained. So, lahat ng tools nandyan na para sa Execration to close out the match. But TNC, despite that disadvantage, are still holding out in this game a lot longer than you expect. 38 minutes in. They've been behind for pretty much from minute 15. So they've extended this game by a long time, and they still have a decent chance if they find an opening.
Tore yung mapapatumba na dito ng Execration top lane. Another smoke. Buti na lang madami pang smoke set tira dito muna sa TNC. Really managed it well, pero ang ganda ng pwesto ni Carlo. Responded out. Maganda para mag-pump ng smoke, but is it good to defend himself? Maybe not, as Carlo will be eventually taken out. Instead nga lang dito na go on to Snapfire. Snapfire is low, Snapfire goes down. Ang habol dito is the Medusa. Nando is quite low in mana, pero may control pa rin mula dito sa Ember Spirit. Bob being the defense para sa side ng Execution, using on Searing Chains, using that combo. Then, going for the backlines. Actually, the root dito yung Ogre Magi, but there could be a turnaround. The bash! The phenomenon of the Slaughter! My goodness, that's huge! May buyback dito si Bob. Now Nando wants to turn this around. This young god needs to run away from Nando. They jump the Slaughter this time. He needs to play hard. Cannot save his teammate for now. Xiao Yu is low. Xiao Yu tries to run away, pero hindi siya makatakbo. Doesn't have the buyback. And speaking of buyback, nakuha dito ng Snapper yung kanyang buybacks. Habang si Nando, ginamitan na Agony Scepter. Young God is in trouble. Body block by Kimizu and slowed down by the Scotty Mystics. Take to really control him, and that's the Terrorblade down for the count. Execration. 3 versus 2, tapos may isa pa silang buyback on Bob. Not even needing it. Now, they will use it para dun sa kill kay Yowie as they are chasing down this Puck. Puck is quite low. Puck goes down, does have the buyback, pero wala na silang barracks at this point. Narinig na natin ang mega creeps mula sa side ng Execration. And Nando, wala siyang pakialam. Yowie needs to clear out the creep waves for now, but Nando just hitting the towers. Slardar finally gets the buyback. In comes the blink mula kay Kimizu, pati na rin yung initiation mula kay Bob. Well, we're gonna be popping the glyph for now. Gonna be staying alive for a while. Yowie onto the back lines. Going for the jump. Going for the Weaver. Weaver, can he be taken out? He did! Nalig na siya ni Carlo! And now he comes
Oh my God.
They will go for the buyback on the Terrorblade. The Puck punished. Puck goes down. Young God doesn't have the Metamorphosis. BKB lakad patatag pa uwi. Pero control na naman siya ni Carlo. Once again. My God, the captain of Execration giving so much impact, and now they've controlled the Terrorblade, and it's a GG. Execration forces Game 3.
That was way closer than it should have been from TNC and Execration. Execration, early game pa lang, maganda ng lane slide. They managed to find everything they needed. They slowed down Young God, a huge factor. Yung last pick, Dusa, we were a bit skeptical. Right? We thought Terrorblade with Metamorphosis with the same farm would be able to keep up, but hindi same ang farm eh. Young God was so far behind for pretty much the entire game, and Execration just played well. But TNC, props to them. It's a late game fight. Si Xiao Yu sa Roche fight yan, taking the Aegis, getting the stuns off in that high ground fight in the jungle as well. They held on. And it's just showing us how close these two teams are despite the disparity in experience. But TNC less experience, execration together for such a long time. It's showing us that TNC definitely do have a lot of potential there.
What a huge match between these teams, mga kaibigan. Once again, this is gonna be we're gonna have a game number 3. Pero mga kaibigan, magre-relive muna tayo dito sa ating page. So, refresh nyo lang yung mga browsers nyo. Check nyo lang ulit yung Mineski Masters fan page para lang at least makita nyo yung next live natin. We're just gonna have a very, very short break. After the break, it's gonna be the game number 3 of Execration versus TNC Predator. For the last time, para sa live na to. Ako nga pala si Phil, your panel host for the day. And alongside with me, ang nagagwapuhang Wolf and John X Fire. We're just gonna have a very, very short break. See you later. Mainit. Mainit.
Yeah.
Kasi hindi ba patay-patay si Nandomin malayo.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
I roll my boat across a moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closer from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you closed off from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. So you ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. Live lonely. I want my boat across the moat that you live inside of. I'll cut the bolts to keep you close off from the light. I'll barge right through your doorway in spite of what you told me. You ain't gotta live lonely. You ain't gotta live lonely. I feel the weight behind my eyes. Lean towards the color that lies within. Nothing between you and I. Still you right there under my skin. I've been waiting. There's no fault lines to crack and leave me aching. Thinking on a fallout, it leaves me numb, but it's something that might never come. So I'll be waiting here in your arms. There was a silence deep inside, held on a wish and gone with the wind. A whisper, just give me a sign, 'cause I'm right here, beyond and within. I've been waiting. There's no fault lines to crack and leave me aching. Thinking on a fallout, it leaves me numb, but it's something that might never come.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back here in Mineski Masters 2021 for Dota 2. And once again, I am your host for the day. My name is Vil. Alongside with me is syempre naman nagagapuhan we of Wolf and syempre John X Fire, which has witnessed the game number 2 of all these players, of all these teams. At talaga ipupush pa talaga natin sa game number 3. And one thing is for sure, nung game number 2 natin, that's one hell of a match between these players, mga kaibigan. It's just, sa totoo lang, Nando, hindi siya mamatay-matay mga kaibigan, pero nakakita ng mga konting mga butas ang execration dito. I mean TNC Predator para lang at least mapatay si Nando, pero at least nabawi naman niya ang mga kailangan nilang gawin. Pero it's just execution. All they gotta do is syempre just try to maximize their advantage, maximize their leads, and syempre leading sa pagkapanalo nila. I mean, Wolf, what are your thoughts on that match? That is actually amazing.
Yeah, saktong-sakto makita natin yung highlights with it. So, really, we were kind of expecting na magiging event to na para magkaroon tayo ng showdown between Terrorblades versus Medusa, wherein the Terrorblades will have a better time. At unfortunately, hindi natin nakita yun because of the laning start mo na sa execution. At hindi lang naman yun, the way that they utilize yung lead na amass nila in the early stages, I think minimas po siya. It's not really them like trashing TNC dun sa laning stage, but more of them utilizing kung ano man yung lead na meron sila sa early stages into the mid game. And up until that point, biglang na-checkmate yung TNC. It went long enough for sure, but we know that execution did have the advantage.
Ikaw, John X5, I mean, sa tingin mo ba na for Xiaoyu, okay lang ba talaga na Midas yung first item niya or probably talagang nirekti na sa dagger?
It kind of makes sense. Like, it does happen. I've seen Midas offlane slaughter a few times. I think he expected na yung other lanes would go a bit better. So, Midas siya, tas yung Terrorblade hits a better timing on Manta. Then they start playing together once Blink and BKB is up. But instead, na-stall out lahat ng timings. I think yung big issue din si Yoef could not playmake for the team as much. Kasi yung follow-up niya, walang Blink yung Slardar. Follow-up ng talaga ni Yoe yung Kisses, the Snap. Walang follow-through yung Ogre Magi. Walang contribution as a pause 5. So, yung timings hindi nag-line up. Maybe it goes back to the Midas. In a way, it also worked for Xiaoyu kasi late game, daming plays ginawa ni Xiaoyu with the little farm we had. The Halberd was stalling out, but it just delayed the times a bit too much. So, maybe it stems back from there. I think it's a larger issue with TNC. I don't feel like Ogre Magi is such a high priority pick, even though you're going for the buff play on Terrorblade. Not high value enough. Like, it just doesn't do enough with the rest of your lineup to really help you out there. Like, sinabi natin sa draft, diba? Ember Spirit came out. Yung stuns nyo with Ogre Magi and Snapper, hindi sapat to keep pop down.
That's true. Hindi sapat indeed. Kasi we all know na for you to take down that Ember Spirit, you really need that really huge damage na right clicks dito. Pero yeah, you have your Terrorblade, pero yung nga lang hindi talaga nag-work si Young God dito. Pero we've seen these matches talaga na sobrang solid for TNC Predator. They did snatch the Aegis and they really thought that that's gonna be the biggest play doon or probably one of the most impactful plays sa gagawin ng TNC Predator. Pero yun nga lang, parang wala lang din eh. Yes, na-snatch na Aegis, pero tatlo yung namatay. Pero in terms of net worth, in terms of lead sa gold, execution pa rin talaga ang makakakuha dito. And in terms of net worth, mga kaibigan, it's just for the longest time here in this game, it's just Medusa on top of the food chain for net worth. And talaga hindi talaga makita ng TNC Predator yung sagot dun sa tanong kung paano nila babawiin yung lead, paano nila babawiin yung gold, yung net worth, and everything, kung paano nila masya-shut down ang execution. Pero on towards sa ating game number 3, mga kaibigan, pwede muna natin ang MVP ng game number 2 for the side of execution. Who would that be? Ikaw, Wolf, sa tingin mo sino? Oh, it's Kimizu. Yeah. Another Legion Commander indeed. I mean, Legion Commander, no doubt talaga. I mean, he's one of the best heroes so far sa ating tournament ngayon. Talagang ilang beses rin siya nag-MVP, and it's just the press attack, the duel, really impactful for the side of execution. John X Fire.
Yeah, it just allowed all the cores of execution to stand forward. We saw so many good saves on Tonando to enable him to win, and even beyond that point, yung laning phase ni Kimizu up against the TV was just so perfect, right? Like, he zoned them out. He allowed Carlo to play that really greedy style, pulling back the creep wave to get levels in the Pango, and it just all built off of that. Like, from the lanes into those saving plays, I think it is fairly worthwhile to say that he set up the conditions for execution to find that win here.
Yeah, and yeah. Pero yun nga, medyo hindi pala talaga natin naririnig si Wolf, pero going back here in this game right now, and it's just for the side of execution, in terms of objectives, they need to take, I mean, for TNC rather, they need to take down that Medusa, pero mahirap eh. Yes, while they're taking down that Medusa, merong mga heroes sa paligid nila. We have that Ember, we have that LC, paano mo mapapatay yung Medusa na yun? It's just everyone is just really revolving around that hero.
Yeah.
Pero moving forward sa ating game number 3, mga kaibigan, tulad nga na sinabi namin sa inyo, this might be one of the closest games so far sa ating tournament ngayon. Because of execution, this is the only team na nakatalo sa Boom Esports sa kanilang 10 games, mga kaibigan. It's just this team only. Meanwhile, itong TNC Predator, this is their first official match so far sa ating sa kanilang team. So, pwede nating sabihin na we really have no information at all sa isang kabuuan ng buong TNC Predator. Pero individual players, of course, we have. Pero moving forward nga, nakikita natin ngayon ang drafting phase dito sa Castillo ni Roshan.
Yan.
We're gonna get to see these players ulit for the last time. Ngayong araw, maglalaban-laban ulit sila. Sino ang makakakuha ng third game? Who will advance and who will gonna drop down onto the lower
10
bracket?
seconds remaining.
Mainit, mahirap sabihin kung sino.
Dire team
Wolf, you have something to say about this drafting?
Yeah. So, hindi na naban yung Luna and TNC likes that. Maybe they get the IO this time first. Parang isa sa mga priority nila. Feby
Radiant
might be
team
very comfortable with that hero. Yun na nga. Ang kanilang kukunin sa ngayon.
Yeah,
How about
I
you,
think it's
John?
fair. I think for TNC, parang din sa Boom. I think Boom also said this with Scam, right? Na the IO just lets them play around the way they want to and provides a very stable playstyle. So
10
kahit na,
seconds
let's say,
remaining.
Execration maybe steals away the Luna here to block it off from
5
TNC.
seconds
TNC still has options outside of Luna IO.
Radiant
May ano pa
team,
man, may
the
a lot of
Dire
options.
team
Troll,
tied
Ursa
onto
could work out, except instead we see Execration again going into a T-fight lineup, going to the Snapfire and Tide. So may minus armor din dito sa Execration side with the little Shredder, with the Gush, with the usual Orb of Blightstone start.
Yeah.
Medyo aggressive yung lane dyan sa Execration and
10
flexible pa rin
seconds
ito na
remaining.
opening. We've seen pause 5 Tide, we've seen off lane Tide, we've
5
seen mid
seconds
snap. So
remaining.
my flexibility si Execration, and yan ang consistent thing sa drafting nila from game 1 to game 2. They have wanted to open with very flex picks, whereas TNT run much more defined lanes on that first phase. So I think that's something Execration can further flex out as the rest of the draft goes on.
In
Sa
terms
mga
of flexibility, talagang maganda talaga na talagang ayaw ang first pick natin because we can pick a lot of heroes and pick a lot of pairs dito sa ayaw kasi. Kaya in terms of flexibility, nasa side talaga ng TNC Predator for sure.
Yeah. Akala ko sasabihin mo nasa side talaga ni Vil for sure, which I would agree. Pero sa TNC, what if they pick up yung Legion Commander agad? Kasi baka maban out siya sa second phase, knowing na isa siya sa important na hero sa ngayon. Or maybe they get Luna agad in this game, just like what they did in the previous game. So, yun yung dalawang hero na nakikita ko na sa second pick ng TNC ngayon. As
Dire team
really,
back.
there's so many options for sure. Pero there's go for what works.
Back to Luna. Yung lane, I think, is going to be a bit more aggressive coming out from Execration. Like, they allow the IO to come through. They go with a Snap for a Tide. They understand they have to punish it early. And I think with IO Tide, if you
10
do run
seconds
off-lane Tide,
remaining.
pause for... Snap Tide, if you run pause for
5
Snap off-lane Tide,
remaining.
madaming early damage that you can do, especially once you hit your level 2, level 3 spikes. You can actually completely zone out the IO or the Luna if you jump up. So I think willing ang Execration to allow the combo
Radiant
out,
team back.
and maybe they're much more confident
Dire
after
team
seeing it in
back.
game 1. Baka alam na nila kung paano i-handle. They do ban out that LC. So you don't have the saving plays now from Xiao Yu. You don't have the healing amp that the Legion Commander can bring out there.
Radiant
I think some
team
other
back.
options for TNC with the LC gun is maybe something like a War Undying for Xiao Yu, or even the Slardar again. Like Slardar can work with your IO, so my IO Luna ka, my IO Slardar din. Kung nag-farm pa yung Luna mo, relocate
Dire
with
team
Slardar.
back.
Lots of move speed. Like that's one thing that I think Europe tournaments, Europe teams really prioritized for a while, like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Just IO Slardar, because once you pop your dash, the IO just moves at an insane move speed. So it's very hard to slow down, and I think that
10
could be
seconds remaining.
what TNC guns for, especially if Exa doesn't ban it. They ban out Doom next. May room pa
5
dito para sa
seconds
Slardar ni
remaining.
Xiao Yu.
Yeah. I mean, sa totoo lang, Undying is actually a really great pick.
Radiant
Number
team
one,
back.
you're gonna have your sustain, you're gonna have your tank, lalo na if ever
Radiant
lumabas na
team
yung tube na yan. you will really mess up the positionings of
Dire team pick.
Execution for sure. Pero yun nga lang, it's gonna be Dark Willow pick for side of Execution. It's just again the pick-offs na nasa isip nila.
Willow, big team fights.
Yeah.
Maganda rin na I would say pang harass in lane
10
if
seconds
ever.
remaining.
You really isa sa mga bagay na ayaw mo when
5
your IO
seconds
relocate
remaining.
kind of team is obviously yung terrorize kasi it really ruins the whatever idea na meron ka na gustong gawin. So kind of makes sense na Execution pulls it up, and it seems like hindi Grimstroke yung kanilang target as it did not
Dire
work in the
team
first
pick.
game. Kahit naman sabihin natin mga malikot na player si Barlow ano pa rin, it didn't give them the
Radiant
decision they
team
needed.
pick.
Now, si Krobelus
Tusk.
at si Tuskar.
Yeah.
Tuskar.
Yeah. Strong lane. My flexibility dito for TNC to run Xiaoyu off lane DP. So same thing as we saw sa Boom, diba? Flex off kay
Yeah.
FBZ. And combination
10
with Tusk.
seconds
Tag
remaining.
team, may slow
nga.
pa sa Spirit Siphon, ang lakas ng early damage sa lane na yan.
5
At
seconds
may
remaining.
push potential ka din. And yung isang value ng Tusk that I think people underrate is snowball save. So once you have blink up, right, you come in, you save someone, you have a great way of just protecting your Luna even further. So I like that pick. Pero sa Execration, I see one strong combination move if they want to run it. Dark Willow Morphling. Ag's timing sa
that's right.
Morph, tapos Shadow Realm. There's no counterplay. It's such a
Yeah.
hard thing. You don't have big AoE spells from
Dire
TNC. So
team
kung
back.
gusto ng Execration, that could be one thing they give to Nano.
Phantom
Instead, PA. So yung, it's like Rambulan to Pinoy versus
Yeah.
Pinoy. So PA has to come out at some point, right? Like
Yeah.
it's our favorite hero here. And it does still play with a minus armor. Like my Snapfire pa rin, my Tide,
Radiant team
madaming
back.
minus armor, my Desolator pang PA mamaya. You can look for that physical
Dire
burst with this
team
line.
back.
Ito yung kompleto ngayon sa side ng Execution. You have the AoE damage, you have the magic damage, and syempre you have the right clicks of that Phantom Assassin, lalo na if ever nag-trigger pa yung coup de grace. It's gonna be really painful for the side of the NC Predator, and if ever lang talaga nalalabanan ni PA yung Death Prophet, talagang mawawala na agad yung HP yan. If ever lang talaga nag-trigger na maganda yung coup de grace na dito. Pero yung nga lang, tulad nga sinasabi mo, you have that Tusk, you have that snowball for you to save these players.
10 seconds remaining.
Moving forward sa ating last pick nito mga
5
teams
seconds
na to, I
remaining.
mean, you think na meron bang
Dire
room
team
ang
pick.
Ember Spirit dito, John X5?
Oh yeah, both sides can
Radiant
kind of go
team
for it.
pick.
PNC pwede sila. Instead, Pangolier. So mid DP ata
Mid-DP.
lalabas dito para kay Yowie. Offlane Tango kay Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu special din yan.
Yeah.
We saw him play it a lot on Team Mystery and the DPC. So it's a comfort pick once more for their offlane. We'll see if Xiaoyu delivers another strong performance. Kasi last game, slower start, yung Midas maybe didn't pay off, but he still made plays. I think the Pango is one of those flashy offlanes you can rely on as well.
Choose your
Execration back sa bat for Bob. So Bob Bat, we've seen that multiple times. It's, again, one of his favorite heroes. Matchup against DP is a little bit more awkward. I think DP can maybe sustain early on. Level 1 to 3 is a bit stronger for DP. If the Bat Rider can catch the DP out by level 5, you can still run her down. So my back and forth, John, I think you are looking at very different drafts once again. And it looks really even to me. Like I actually can't tell who came out with better draft. They both have really good timings and really good ways of winning out these fights.
Makes me think, what if hindi to Bat Rider ni Bob? What if they change it up? Because like you said, Bat Rider versus DP. Early. Pero syempre, Snapfire or Tide lang naman yung other choices, which obviously not good against DP. So might be just the Bat Rider. I will bank on my boys now for the game number 3. Thinking Execration gawin nila is the traditional 4 protect 1, wherein yung 4 other players will just make the space and then PA will come up on top in the end. So that is it for me.
Which is actually yun din ang pwedeng gawin dito ng TNC Predator, yung shot na sinabi mo, Wolf. Pero yun nga, before we start the game, isang mabilis na predictions lang. Execration or TNC Predator, Mr. John X-Fire?
TNC, I think they ran this Io Luna, they're comfy with it, and they'll look to repeat that game 1 performance here.
I'll assume na Execration ka, Wolf.
Yep, exactly. Finally, hindi kami magkasama. Sabi.
It's time for the game number 3 of this series might be gonna El Clasico. Execration versus TNC Predator will battle at first, and who's gonna be the very best, who's gonna be the best master of them all. Game number 3, Wolf John X Far. It's time! Let's go!
Let's go indeed. So far, medyo na-casters curse kaming dalawa ni John Expar sa ngayon. Both of our games we predicted wrongly, pares kami. But now, we have a split decision. Will it be the Execration na may fast-paced na tempo na pwedeng laruin, or will it be the TNC with objective-based gaming naman? It's not really that fast, but it's timing-based. Gamit ang kanilang Death Prophet Ultimate, maybe it will be running over some towers, while Execration, PA ang kanilang target, which will now be gone upon ng side ng TNC. And now, forced to use the Phantom Strike. Not the best start. But yeah, what do you feel about this composition as TNC? Why did you vote for TNC?
I think comfort pick lang talaga eh. Luna, Ayo, yung burst damage ng Execration nandyan physically, but marami pa ring healing coming through from TNC here. Like we saw it before, right? We thought they had enough to handle Ayo Luna with burst. They didn't, and I think the same thing might happen here, especially if your PA goes off to a slower farming start. Kailangan talaga ng magandang Battle Fury timing dito si Nando para maka-keep up siya with Young God's farm, who will naturally have good farm. So I think you really have to assert your lane dominance here, and think TNC understand that enough that they can play against it.
Right now, Mommy 3v3 dun sa may rune area. Ang Brabble Maze na first spell na pinili dito ni Dark Willow, that's Carlo. Brabble Maze, not really the usual start, but again, mukhang kailangan siya dun sa situation na yan. And now it's going to be, is this a tri-lane top versus TNC?
Yeah, it looks like it. And Execration din, may tri-lane sa top eh. Nandito si Vincenzo, so they know the aggression's coming out. Play hard.
Yeah, wanna go for Carlo this time, pero nasasaktan si Playhard muna. Might be the first one to go, pero may sustain kasi. It's not gonna be enough, however. Nice body blocking coming up from Execration para iligtas si Carlo. And now Young God is quite in trouble. May Gush na kasama. Peppy just started body block his teammate there. Ang sakit na rin na Scatter Blast. Maybe, I think, thrown at least 3 or 4 times already in the early stages of this laning stage. Taas ng value na nakuha natin mula dito sa ating Snapfire already.
Pero mini-maintain pa rin ng TNC yung tri-lane. At Execration din, tri-lane pa rin top. So both sides are looking to be aggressive here. 6 heroes in one lane. Likely the actions here, but si Febby is actually going to TP away. So they're running Luna Tusk lane at Io DP, Io Pango lane. So just switching it up, and that will force the tri-lane away from top as well. Interesting change out. Not running Io Luna. I think they understand that you're not going to get as much playing passively there with the Snapfire Tide. We talked about it, right? The damning minus armor gen. Early on, the Io's not that tanky, so you need to get something else and apply aggression elsewhere. Pangolier and Io is still a fairly solid lane. May decent amount of regen and tankiness ang Pangolier, especially with Shield Crash. So I expect that Xiaoyu should be able to hold the lane, but at the same time, you're not going to completely zone out a PA. If things get rough, Nando is level 2. May Stifling Dagger naman para mag-last hit na.
Absolutely. Then again, yung extra mana regen, sobrang taas ng value niyan sa isang Pangolier, especially running the Shield Crash build. And slowly working his way, actually Earn ang gusto niyang targeting first. Now, into the mid lane, a true 1v1 na makita natin, it's going to be DP going up against the Bat Rider. It's quite an awkward lane, as we mentioned it. No one actually wins, unless of course it's a skills matchup basically. Pagalingan sa may mid lane. Top lane though, I would say masaya dito yung ating Tidehunter, especially after getting one assist already. So much experience. At ganda pa ng lane control niya. The equilibrium favors him. So this Tidehunter will have a good timing in this game.
Pretty much set up. You're seeing Carlo again just going for contesting pulse, giving up a lot of space to the Tide. And yung matchup ng Luna, short range kasi siya for a ranged hero. So the anchor smash is always a threat. And that does mean Young God's going to have to watch his spacing a lot more. You are seeing some trouble for Nando. He did start to drop low, but there's just not enough follow-through damage yet. But still a lot of aggression out from TNC dito sa laning phase now. They are utilizing this Io once more. They know they can push Xiaoyu further with the added regen, and that mana regen you mentioned as well. At nandyan na din yung Earn ni Xiaoyu, so he's hungry for a kill to get a charge up.
Yes, absolutely. At ngayon na meron siyang wand, you can spam out yung shield crash as well as the swashbuckle. And we know yung Phantom Assassin kasi is not gonna stop using skills. Kailangan niya yung stifling dagger na yan. So far, so good. Although, para kay Nando, 18 CS to 2. At I would say kahit sobrang taas ng pressure dito sa may bottom lane, being top of the CS as the PA is pretty good.
Like, you're still getting what you want despite that pressure, and even though you're playing safe with the dagger, yan pa rin eh. Yung ride up to power threads at Battle 3 lang kailangan ni Nando. Doesn't care too much about what Xiaoyu gets, and I think the passive play will mildly benefit Exe just because they have those earlier spikes, and the PA's the one here that you should be shutting down, which isn't really being done here. Kahit sa mid lane, Bob is a bit behind in CS, pero malapit na yung level 6, and you can just clear out some camps right into the battle. The travels timing, once you hit that point, that's when you can really start running.
Oh, wow, napakaganda talaga ng Realm, actually. Shadow Realm coming up from the Dark Willow to save himself. Perfect na answers sa tag team. I mean, majority of the duration of the tag team, you don't really care about that when it comes to like the cooldown. Halos pares ng Miguel. Just, Shadow Realm is at 26. The tag team is around 24. So, really a good answer for Carlo. And obviously, si Kimizu, walang pakialam sa tag team yan. Tidehunter with Aqua Smash and Kraken Shell. That's really a problem for him. Bottom lane though, Febby and Xiaoyu want to be aggressive. Kita mo naman yung one charges na yun, but Febby's quite low. And Nando threatens for kill now, especially with the Blightstone. And now he slowed down Febby ng sobra-sobra. He won't be going for the chase. No third skill for Xiaoyu, so no dispel at his arm whatsoever. Isang problem. Isang maaga rotation mula kay Carlo. Gamit ang Bramble Mace na rin. It's being chased down. It's the Shadow Realm, Essential dealing more damage. Yowe is here to stop this, but Carlo is quite committed. Kung lalaban si Carlo dito, and now that's the early charge para kay Carlo. Ginamit agad, and I think that's worth it. Samantala, top lane. The lonely Tidehunter top lane will be taken out.
Yeah, and back and forth trade. Benefit for into execration because they're zoning out this hard at the same time though. They're not able to farm. Still mid. Bob, may lasso na.
Sakto-saktong coordination dito na Snapfire. Gamit din ang flame break na yun. Yowe is definitely out of position. But actually, Yowe still gets a kill. So, one thing. Gets the burst down. At least hindi yun one-sided trade para sa execution.
Yeah, it's more than you could ask for from TNC. My early rotations not coming through from Exe, I think, for TNC. Pwede naman mag-rotate with the Tusk, but we're not seeing Play Hard emphasize that. You know, they're just trying to secure this good game for Young God. Again, goes back to that point where TNC understand their win condition. All they need to do is keep holding out, keep farming up on the Luna, and hope those timings line up. So far naman, nasa taas pa rin ng farm si Yowe at Young God. So your Luna and your DP are hitting its farming spikes, and eventually Young God can look to play in the jungle. Not many stacks built up at skin out na naman ni Carlo ang top jungle. Drops on early obs, but ready na ngayon ang TNC. They get some early sentries, they'll protect that jungle.
Seems like may konting top lane pressure gonna be alleviated by Carlo, but with Play Hard, si Febby, and helping Young God clear out that early camps. Absolutely good para sa side of TNC. Wanna go for the Tidehunter this time. Pero may tulong of course ni Pichecho. There's the full game, may Bramble Mace for the defense as well. Kimizu will stay alive for now. Napigilan din si Young God ng Bramble Mace na yun at the edge, right at the edge. The Young God will be safe.
Yeah, they miss out on the kill. It would have been big. Kaya sobrang behind na si Kimizu dito sa lane. Level 4 pa lang. Wala pang level 5, wala pang level 6. So walang ravaged threat. And TNC realizes this is a big opening for them. They're an aggressive support duo. And nandito pa rin si Febby and Playhard. They're still looking for angles. The side of Execration is playing around their triangle though. They've got 4 heroes near top. So they've left the bot lane. They're opening up the side lanes a bit. Giving Xiaoyu a bit too much room. But Bob, ready to go now. Lasso is good to go as well.
Xiaoyu having forced to use the ultimate Rolling Thunder, it's totally fine kasi naman buying time lang damit talaga ang TNC sa ngayon. Anything that they get right now is a surplus, pero ang talagang gusto nilang makuha ay farm para dito ay Young God. However, dahil naging busy din naman itong si Tusk and si Ayo, there's no ancient camps na stacked para dun sa ating Luna. So that flash farm will come a little bit later. For now, the real target is how will they use Exorcism? Exorcism is up quite some time now. 8 minutes in, saan ang first rotation nila. Might even be used to steal some ancient stacks that will not be a problem. Para sabi nila, let's go on to the top lane. Nandun yung Snapfire gamit ng cookie para makalayo. And actually, walang makukuha ang TNC from that rotation.
Medyo wasted ang time nila dito. I think for TNC, when you got the Death Prophet, you need a push. Like, kailangan nila mag-group up as 3 heroes at least to get a tower down. Ideally mid, but even bot tower can work out para ma-safe it, ma-secure ang triangle nila, ma-secure ang bot jungle for them to farm up in. And I think them not achieving that is to the benefit of Execration. Execration right now, kahit na medyo mabagal ang game, 2K lead coming out for TNC, nandyan pa rin ang build-up ni Nando. Nandyan pa rin ang timing ng Battle Fury. May power threads na, Ring of Health up. So, konting farm pa, maybe by 14-15 minutes, BF din.
Yep. They'll be chasing down Bob. This is a big kill kahit paapat ang kanilang kami dito. Nice usage of the illusion. Bob still actually saving himself. And at the tail end nung Crypt Swarm, napatay nga siya doon. Will this be an opening? Some either mid lane or bottom lane? Bottom lane, sagot. Carlo is in here. Does have the Shadow Realm. Level 3, max, almost max, pero wala siyang TP, so hindi rin siya makakalayo nun. And sabi ng TNC, let's not go for him anyways. Let's just push bottom lane. Hindi pa nila gagamitin ang kanilang exorcism sa ngayon. They do have the relocate. For now, yan, finally, gagamitin nila. Pero yung execution, makakapag-trade dun sa may top lane. Be it damage dun sa may tower sa may top lane, it's actually, you know, ahead of the lane. Pero may relocate naman kasi, Kimizu did not expect that at all. Punished ang greed ng Execration top lane.
Mabagal lang masyadong push ng Execration yun. They don't have big tower hitters. And now they even see Carlo.
Oh no. May konting exorcism ba? Meron silence din. No Shadow Realm Faria. And killing spree ni Glacio in out of nowhere. What a nice usage. So much value mula ng sa relocate.
This is what we love to see from TNC. Alam nila kung paano gamitin yung Ayo para i-control ang map. They apply pressure on 2 lanes, they save their top tower, they're buying more space for the Luna to farm. Yung jungle, may konting stacks na. So may ipa-farm na din si Young God. And the timing of that Luna is gonna skyrocket. Of course, si Nando pa rin has not been contested too much, although may pressure na coming through from Yoe. But yung Battle Fury timing, it still looks like it's gonna line up on Nando.
Yeah. Play naman si Bob na kontra between 2 rolling people top lane. At napatumbangan nila dito yung Batrider. Will they want to go for more? No need at all. Cursed Crown will actually stop that. Samantala, they actually don't. They actually want more top lane. Pero this is giving enough time para kay Young God. And eventually nakapag-stack na nga dito ang TNC. Giving more gold in towards the direction of the Luna. And so far, Young God is 5.6. Back in game number 1. Siya rin isa sa mga top net worth ng ating game. May kalaban lang siyang Doom nun, but that's a Doom with Devour and Midas. But for now, it's actually repeating what he was doing in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's really good news here for TNC. 4K lead, 11 minutes in. Mataas na lead yan. On the side of Execration, the only hero with farm is really Nando. So it's all in on the PA, all in sa Battle Fury timings, Desolator, BKB din. Medyo malayo pang power spike ni Nando. At the least, isang part na lang kulang sa Battle Fury niya. Claymore na lang, but it's still 1,000 gold away. So even then, even without the Battle Fury, your farm speed is way slower than a Luna, and a Luna with an Io is just that much faster. So I think that's something Execration need to be aware of. Malapit na ang travels ni Bob though. So with that timing with travels, they can also start to take control a bit more on the map, start playing forward in the lanes, look for the lasso plays, and I think they have to look for an easy Ravage kill, right? May Ravage na Skimizu, level 8, he's been sitting on it for a while, but they still haven't been playing aggressive. And again, for TNC, for the game to go slower, it's to their benefit. Their top jungle's protected, there are lots of double stacks coming through. There's a lot of farm for Young God to take, and he will just take it if given the chance.
Now, gagamitin na nila ang kanilang exorcism sa may mid lane. Actually, tinawag nila ang buong barangay dito. Except yung kanilang creep wave. Everyone is in here. Let's see kung paano nila i-push na. I don't think na ang Execration ay interested na dumipensa sa kanilang mid lane Tore. And actually, lagi natin pinag-usapan yung value ng mid lane. In fact, in this particular game, dahil may mga Roshan takers, both teams, I think ang ganda ng pag-push ng TNC dito sa may mid lane, and that will give them so much value. Do you agree with that, John?
Oh, for sure. My chance for an early rush out from TNC. Maybe once you get more items up on Young God, that's when you feel confident about it. And malapit na yung timing na yan. Yung BKB next for Young God. So yung same philosophy from last time, where he wants to join these fights early, use the eclipse, get the damage off, get control for the team. TNC, smoke up his tree, looking for the rotation up top. Alam nila nandyan ang execution yun.
Exactly. Spirit Vessel at Medallion of Courage available na ito na naman. Double rolling thunder coming out from TNC. Yung isa hindi wrong thunder but they still roll with a snowball. And even catching ito si Kimizu sa Mayantala. May counter dito. More skizes. Actually fending off Yoe. Even finding Kimizu, they're already okay with that. Siyempre meron din naman silang Tidehunter ultimate. Will not be forcing that issue. But this is good. Bob, speaking of the Tidehunter ultimate, ginamit nila sa may top lane. It comes to terrorize. They are controlling this Pangolier and the Pangolier goes down. Ang trade-off is one usage of the Ravage para sa isang kill at isang Torre. And yeah, Execration will take that trade.
Radiant structures are
Sure, I
fortified.
think TNC still looking for the defense. Naka-TPN. The deny pa ni Young God and tower, but the lasso.
The snag onto the Luna, this is perfect. May meron relocate save ba? It seems like the answer is no. Luna goes down. Feby will get out. Hindi nga lang niya kasama yung kanyang Luna. And that is... That turned out to be massive para sa Execration.
Yeah, medyo greedy na play yan from TNC. They relocate in for the deny and looking for that team fight, but all of Execration was still there at naka-respawn na si Bob, so he just shows up with the travels and makes it work. I think that's a massive loss for TNC, and now their top jungle's under control. At the least, na-clear out na ni Yoe yung stacks kanina, so there's not much farm being lost here, but you can see that Execration now is starting to build up. They're dropping a really aggressive ramp ward, and they have to watch themselves. TNC though, looking to be aggressive now as well.
No one to go for Carlo this time and the Shadow Realm to get out. May use nga na para set the Snapfire. That might be the casualty para sa side ng Execration. What is the next movement though? It's the Roshan. They're looking for this. Hindi na nila hinintay ang kanilang Exorcism. Actually may Exorcism na pero wala silang mana. Right now it will be used. At dahil may Medallion of Courage, everything that they need is there. Roshan at 15 minutes. TNC, yan ang gusto nilang makuha.
Yeah, big opening, 2 lives up. May protection pa ng Ayo ang Luna. So, yung issue niya ng Execration is that they don't really have a good way of bursting down Ayo outside of either committing lasso, which seems a bit excessive, or Nando getting crits. At wala pang damage ni Nando, so he's still gonna have to work. Although,
nagtitipid sa kanyang Spirit Vessel at sa kanyang Rolling Thunder as they eliminate Bob and TNC. I love that decision. Wag nang magtumpik-tumpik pa, Xiao Yu. Grabe talaga to player na to for 3 games now being the, I would say, good decision maker for the team.
yeah, he's just been setting up. Siya talagang playmaker. From game 1, game 2, we saw it with the comeback plays as well. Xiao Yu just delivers every time, and he doesn't have much farm in the Pango. Like number 4 siya across all cores, barely above our Tide and our Batrider was still enough, and they're making more moves down bot.
Relocate to. Pero ang ganda ng Bramble Maze to stop this execution. Carlos lumos to threat and here comes the Blink Kimizu. Maganda yung Tidehunter ultimate to, but the save with the snowball. And yung sinasabi ni John kanina, now Yomi, they want to turn around. Now playing is quite low. Nakikita ko si Nando, but it comes the Eclipse. Young God though is quite low. Wala siyang tulong na kanyang Ayo, but it doesn't matter. Now Spirit Vessel will take him down. Aegis will be popped. Nandito nga lang yung terrorize. Nicely done from Execration. They are taking down the members of TNC. Samantala si Nando na trap. Unfortunately, yung Aegis biglang napaganda pa para sa side ng TNC. Makapag-TP out doon ang ating Snapfire. But that means Nando will be trapped. Sobrang all-in niya dun sa moment na yun, and that Aegis proves to be good para sa side ng TNC.
Yeah, overcommitment coming out from our PA. Napatay nila ang Ayo, which is nice, and they did manage to take out the plus as well, but they lost 2 cores next game. They take out Aegis, not too important for Young God kasi nabuhay din siya. And yung timing ng PA is just a bit too clean. Kung may Deso siya sa fight niya, kung naghintay lang sila na makuha niya ang Gasolution niya, I think you'd be off to a much better time with a minus armor strat. And now you're starting to find yourself back to that same point. 4K lead once again for TNC. They managed to ride through that spike early on. And Execration naman is the one that needs to play patiently here.
Oh, the best at the combo from Carlo. Nagpunta na tayo. Successful sila in doing so. Na-pick up ni Young God yung kanyang BKB when it comes to Saya out of nowhere. My God! How many times in this series? Hindi pa sila tapos. Rolling another snowball in the mid lane. And quick work doon sa another support ng execution. 2 supports down for the count. Habang si Bat Rider, that's Bob, setting up for the defense. And Xiao Yu once again in here. And actually, Lucky Shot is proving to be a problem. Yung extra slow, disarm, that will be proving to be TNC's ace against the PA later on.
Yeah, wala pang spell immunity or dispel si PA, so no source of breaking off that disarm. My Desolator up na do, si Danda. So at the least, he can come in, get control now, but you're facing massive issues. Alam mo, Wolf, what these, all these rolling heroes remind me of? Parang ano, no? Parang nasa IKEA tayo. May meatball, Swedish meatballs dito pala sa Dota 2.
Sakto, kaka-launch lang. Everyone is happy to trade. And here comes the meatballs! In the mid lane, pero may counter. Here comes Bob. Jackson na-control din agad siya. Mortimer's Kiss is dealing so much damage with the Spirit Pistol on top. And then the Tide Hunter with the ultimate. Ang gandang kontra ito mula sa isang side na execution. Dalawa na ang napunta sa TNC, make the 3. But Nando is bursted down. Young God and Yowie. So much farm on their side. Ang taas ng damage output nila. And now they have taken out 2 important cores. Mula sa execution. It still is a 3-for-2. Pero yung TNC really flexing their cores right now.
On paper, medyo worthwhile for sa execution. Yung issue dyan, the farm, the gold from the skills went to Carlo. So it's not going to your PA, not going to even Bob. It doesn't really find it there. And it makes it not worthwhile. Like, you're really happy right now if you're Young God. The Manta style is almost done. Once you have that, you're very well protected. My issue in dealing with the Bat Rider, but that's something you can, again, save with Snowball if you want to save it up for that. Or once you hit some item time, let's say a Lotus Orb down the line, you can easily just dispel. So I think kahit na may BKB piercing dito sa Execration to handle some of those BKBs, it's not enough, especially as the game goes on, because you will have answers on TNC. And Exa now, need to focus in on just allowing Nando to farm. He keeps joining these fights. Siya kasing damage. Siya ang only here that really plays with a minus armor. Yeah. But he's not ready. Kung may BKB na si Nando, maybe then, because you don't have a spell immunity piercing spells from TNT outside of the punch and Vincenzo.
Oh, never even stingy dun sa kanila. Hindi talaga nagtitipid, mga kaibigan, ng kanilang Rolling Thunder. Really surprised na how Bangalore is performing sa ngayon. And dahil dyan ay makapag-push ang TNC. Even, imagine mo, yung mga kills lang yun, they're just kills sa mga supports. But massive siya enough para mag-apply ng pressure sa mga Torre. That is exactly what TNC is doing right now. Ginagamit nila yung kanilang Luna to push bottom lane.
Yeah, and it all boils back to the draft, right? Like the fact that TNC go back to this core foundation of IOE, I think it just establishes what you want to do. Alam mo na kung anong gawin mo sa map, alam mo na ang farm timings mo, ang fight timings mo, and it just allows TNC to dictate the game. So they take a bot tier 2, they take outposts, they control the bot jungle, they have a really good spot for Young God to farm. Execration doing the right thing. They're playing up top, so nag-farm lang sila sa opposite jungle, building up as much as they can onto Bob. But rotations are out, TNC, they're not resting.
Not resting, smoke agad. Kahit pa, through the trail of Bob. Ginagamit pa nila to their advantage. Inaalam na si Bob and now they have found him. May use para set up a little bit of disconnection mula sa side of TNC, but it doesn't matter. They have control and they have taken out again Rolling Thunder. Gamit na gamit yung Rolling Thunder dito ni Xiao Yu. Not even needing it at that point. Yeah, TNC, hindi nagpapahinga sa game na to.
Yeah, you know, for sure. You know what this is, Wolf? Parang may nag-order ata sa Execration ng Food Panda ata. Order ng Swedish meatballs.
Yeah.
They're getting delivered every time. Yeah. Like, no rest. May delivery talaga ang
nasobran sila sa pagpindot ng order. Walang tigil na dumadating sa kanila yung meatballs. My God.
I mean, may role yung Tusk, yung role din ng Pangolier. At, syempre may IO, may bonus meatball pa.
Bonus meatball, yeah. You love that. Okay? Parang pag umorder ka ng meatballs, may extra na small meatball out there. But yeah, Kimizu! Again, gonna be taken. That's so easy.
Yan. That's the extra meatball.
That's the extra meatball.
Nag-show up si Febby at relocate top, nandyan si Bob. Travels up siya. They don't see him yet.
Kakabuhay pa lang ni Bob.
Radiant are
It's moving
scanning.
massive. Mayroong Radiant scan, so that
Dire's middle
that
tower
gives
is
away
under
their
attack.
position. Obviously, hindi yan alam nila Young God, but yeah, Bob with the big dagger. Showing himself once again na cutscene.
Oh, what?
Yung blink niya, oh no, this is bad. Does have the Firefly. Bob already spending yun. Pero ito na, the snap, the counterplay. May kasamang terrorize for the control, pero walang damage. BKB para kay Young God. To save himself. At kinailangan tumakbo ni Carlo. Now sa likod, Xiao Yu looking for a target. Will not find it. So far ngayon, Execration will keep themselves safe sa angry meatballs ng TNC.
And with that opening, alam na the BKBs were expended, the Rolling Thunder was expended, smoke up naman ngayon sa Execration, but they're on the low ground.
Okay. You committed your Ravage para sa isang task. At this point, Execration, sinasabi nila, siguro kailangan natin to. Maybe they're timing it well. Alam nila na malapit na mag-spawn si Roshan. Will spawn in 30 seconds. For us, alam natin yon. Pero sila, alam nila na within 3 minutes yon. So, maybe that Ravage is for this Roshan.
Yeah, I think it's kind of trying to zone out, but I think it puts them at a disadvantage. Short respawn for the Tusk. So that means when they go in for that Rosh, wala nang Ravage ang Execration. They lack the teamfight to control. They can't even find the mid-tier 1. TNC doing a good job of zoning them out from finding any objectives. And now, if TNC wants, sila naman pwede mag-fight. Rolling Thunder up in 6 seconds. Such a low cooldown spell. They just need to group up and keep running around. Ready na si Young God. My Manta, my Crystallis, his damage is up. Just needs a Satanic for sustain. And they'll just take Roshan. No Ravage. How do you fight here?
Walang intro-intro. Pasok na agad sa Roshan pit ang TNC. At ang Execration, di man na maramdam sobrang bilis ng pag-take shot na may tag team. You have your minus armor. Obviously, Luna na sobrang farm at this point. Kailangan ng Exorcism. Execration, no idea whatsoever. Wala rin naman silang panglaman dito. And that's shards. Kanino nila ibibigay ang shards though? It's given to Pango here. Or did they already have it?
It's Young God ata. They gave it to Young God. So
Young
the
God,
Lucent Beam
alright.
upgrades
Oh
there.
my God.
With the damage coming through. Actually, feel ko kung utility hanap mo kay Yoe. Yung Spirit Siphon with Fear is actually super impactful, but I think they're not finding a lack of control sa TNC, so they're willing to give it to the Luna. Si Bob na naman acting as bait. Nandyan si Nando do.
Yup. Ito na. Position to. Grabe talaga yung pang-bait, pang-check actually ng Lucid Beam. That's really massive. Now, nag-relocate sila. Wait for this target. Kimizoka nilang i-go and they will get that kill. Maybe yung Ayo, pagtapos ng relocate ay mapapatay. But they will try to go for Carlo. Actually, maiiwan sila doon. But, in fact, Nando and the gang, Nando and Bob, sila papalag now. They want to fight. They want to turn it around. Pero Yowie is already here. They might be punished and they will be punished. Oh my God. Bad decision coming out from Execration. At sabi ni Xiao Yu, Bob, you're not escaping. Player is here. Everybody's here. There's the meatballs. Yung combo ng meatballs na to mula sa side ng TNC. It's just so good. And Execration is having so much of that.
Oh yeah. Yung shards ni Febby, pag blink in ni Nando, instant micro stun. He could not look for the burst window, and that allowed TNC to just come in, take control of the fight, clean up. Execration, sobrang forced ng fights na to eh. Alam nila the Ayo was gonna come back. They felt confident they had enough damage, and they just don't. I don't think your PA is in a very good point. 5k advantage ni Young God over kay Nando. Yeah. That's a major item discrepancy. That's a silver edge up. Young God can handle the PA evasion with that break, and that just removes a lot of durability from Nando. Nando's got to be very careful. Although, oh no, Kimizu.
So once again, BKB yung item of choice niya, which is, I found it weird. And ito, the Execration could have got your doses na lang. Parang hindi na sila lumabot. Bob and Nando, meron silang indecision na nagawa doon, and that meant na napatay silang dalawa. Now they're forcing to BKB against the Luna na nila-right click lang siya, napatay na doon si Carlo. And not much na commitment kami not from PNC dahil makakapag-push pa rin sila dun sa may top lane. Even then, si Luna, still, BKB now para kay Bob. Tignan natin kung magagamit nila ito. They don't have the Ravage. Nando will be revealed. Ito na naman, Lucid Beam na side talaga. There's initiation, it's not na punch! And finally, makakatakbo dito ng counter si Nando, but that meant na wala na siya BKB sa next na fight. Oh, Ibisu even. Pagka-blink in, nasaktan gamit ang Eclipse, and he is taken out. Young God, grabe talaga yung decision making nito. And now, Daybreak actually well, this positions Young God pero wala siyang pakialam kasi meron siyang shards na free coming out from the Roshan. Even using yung Silver Edge for the dodge. Oh my god. TNC is just on the roll right now. Now, look at that. Ginamit yung mata para mag-dodge yung Bravo Mace. Play break will hit, pero may Aegis pa rin yan. And still, BKB up. So, RR, nasasaktan na rin just from the glaives. Carlo, meron mo siya nga ng pick dito. In comes the snack. Pero may counter. Grabe, handa-handa sila para protektan yung kanilang Luna sa ngayon. The connection coming out from TNC is just so amazing. And that's well played coming out from Xiaoyu because that is indeed well played. Nando taken out. Sa pag-jump ni Nando doon, coming out from execution, they were countered by TNC. Eventually, Playhard might be taken out, and indeed he will, but they don't care. Nakakuha na sila ng set ng barracks sa may top lane. And immediately, Mamba out mula sa side ng TNC. Malinis na pag-take ng Torre in exchange ng 1-for-1 sa support para sa carry.
Yeah, very good trade coming out from TNC. Getting control early on. 17k lead now. Lahat ng saves lumalabas na sa TNC. Na punch saves, na relocate saves onto Young God. Wala nang Aegis, pero may satanic na malapit na ma-farm ni Young God. So he's gonna have way too much HP anyway. And now the question is for Execration, do they have enough damage? Sure, may minus armor strat ka with Gush, with Desolator, with Lil Shredder, but parang hindi lumalabas yung durability ng PA. Just the break from Young God is ruining that entire playstyle. And again, without evasion, PA doesn't have much strength.
Yeah.
Doesn't have too much agi gain as well. So, konti lang yung EHP ng hero na yan. Madali lang i-right-click ni Young God. Kahit ng mga supports or kahit ng DP, kayang-kayang i-burst down ang PA na yan. So, I think TNC are in a really good position. Execration, we need to see them do the wombo combo, right? Ravage Kisses.
Yeah.
It needs to come out. We haven't seen it this game. Kimizu, I appreciate that he's been going for one-man Ravage, looking for pickoffs, but you need that spell for the high ground defense.
Nagustuhan mo ba yung BKB na pick-up niya? Obviously, may mga silence whatsoever, but yung Tide Hunter na kinailangan mag-BKB, I always almost cringe at that point. Kasi parang majority na, you wanna be that beefy hero, di ba? You wanna get your sustained items afterwards. So, forced to go for BKB para lang makapag-ravage ka. Not the most ideal situation.
Very forced. I think ideally sa Tide ngayon, like you get your one defensive item, so usually Hood of Defiance, Blink, Arcane Boots, tapos after, straight refresh dapat yan eh.
Yes.
Like you go for the double Ravage, and Kimizu with a BKB reroute, I don't see that coming out. Next item pa nga, Yulse. Pang-defend pa. Pang-purge off ng sounds kung walang BKB or line up for spell use. So it's all super defensive, and it just means that your all-in is really just Nando.
Yeah.
Like, this is your all-in play. We've got to see if it will pay off for Nando. Nando naman, saving up in for the Ags, which, again, it's great to have that source of dispel. It's great to refresh your spells. Parang hindi ata iaayos yung issues dito ng Ags ng PA.
Yep. And by the way, may Silver Edge na for the longest time itong si Young God, which, is a big problem para kay Nando. Now, counter smoke play, pero si Nando actually showing himself play hard, threatening for the blink play. Makakaramdam dito outside ng Execration. Curious to see kung bakit ganito yung play na naisip ng Execration. Like, the smoke timing isn't that, the most ideal. Nagamit lang din nila. And yeah, I guess back-to-back smokes yun, by the way. So, it's very curious na decisions mula sa Execration.
I think nakita din natin yan sa game 1 actually, where they kept trying to smoke, right? That PNC had that really good vision game coming through, so they always dodged. I think Execration is just the kind of team where they get it, they feel like they've invested time, they've grouped up, they need to find a kill. Kasi sayang ang oras. Wala, you're not getting gold, you're not working the map. So they get pressured into it, and TNC just constantly baits that. Now with their smokes down, TNC back to the mid lane. Roche, isang minute pa until we see that respawn timer. It doesn't feel completely necessary at this point for TNC, but they're ahead. That's the safest target they can go for. Perhaps yung mid-tier 2 then, easy target if they want to commit for the push. But they're respecting the team fight of X. I think TNC understands a good Ravage Kisses with PA hitting you. In that stun duration from Ravage, that's enough of a window for that physical burst to shine.
Kaya naman natin mula sa veterans mula sa side ng TNC, knowing na nandyan din si Feby. Respecting that. Alam, they know their timings. They played this Luna before. They're doing well at it. Tagal pa si Roshan, 33 seconds. And actually, okay, that's a TP out. For some reason, hindi ko nakikita yung mga animation ng mga TPs
Oo
ngayon.
nga
So
eh.
I'm wondering.
Oo.
Yeah.
Medyo bugged. Bait the game pa to, Wolf. Bait
Yeah.
the game pa.
Okay, yeah. Right. For the longest time.
Oo.
$1 million
Bait since
meta
2010.
game.
Yes. XO, smoke na naman, Wolfo. Another smoke.
Radiant's
What is
courier
this?
has been killed.
All due fairness, all about the smokes for TNC. At if you're watching yourself, obviously, ang TNC, sabi mo nga, maganda yung kanilang warding and yung vision. This might be the opening para sa execution. Kaso nga lang, etong pesky na Torre sa may mid lane. Biglang mapapay sa execution, bakit hindi natin ito napatumba in the early stages? Sobrang taas ng value na nakuha. In fact, they want to jump now. Bob! Naku po, Nuli! Stop! My God! Even through the BKB, wala siyang nagawa doon. That's instantly what they want to go for. Relocate for the advance. Nagamit na nila yung kanilang exorcism for now. Will they push it dun sa may mid lane? Or will they take the reroute and go for the Roshan? It seems like mid lane ang kanilang sagot. They don't care. Nasasaktan na si Carlo. They want to go for the mid lane tower for now. Will be quickly taken out for sure. Lalo lang nakit ni si Young God. Even yung stifling dagger at this point, kinikiliti na lang yung Luna with all of the armor that he has in all dagger. It's 2.9k with 28 armor on this Luna.
Sobrang tanky na ni Young God. You might say tank na kasi talaga eh. TNC, they play it safe to go into the Roche. I have to say, again, si Xiao Yu, sobrang bilis ng reaction niya dyan.
Yeah.
Yung instant roll-up sa blink-up ni Bob at yung micro-stun ulit. Enough of a window for TNC to clean up. Now, Roche goes down, free Eric's blessing. Pupunta kay Yoe. And now they're going for the chase.
Yep. Xiao Yu, not done. Not the most perfect one, pero meron pa rin punch. BKB TP out, mula yung Zoo. You don't want that to happen at all. Ito yung Tidehunter. But it is what it is. At least, hindi sila mamamatay. May Ravage pa rin sila na threat heading into this defense. I wonder though, Cheese is on Io naturally. So where is your Ags kay Death Prophet?
Yeah, kay Yoe. Laking power spike yan. The
That's
additional attacks with the ghosts just allows these pushes to go a lot faster, these fights to work out a lot better for TNC again, and it limits the options for execution. So Exe banking pa rin yan sa high ground, threatening with the Ravage plays on the high ground they have, and TNC still continuing to respect that, but with no outer tower left, execution's really stuck here. Dito lang sila sa high ground, hindi sila makalabas mag-farm, mag-build up, mag-catch up, see itemizations na kailangan nila sa heroes. And like Bob, if he was a much more farm Batrider, say Octarine up, first, Ags up for double lasso, you feel a lot better. But they have to play with the numbers they have, which is not much here.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Siege
tower
coming
is
out
under
mula sa
attack.
TNC. Sobrang bilis lang din ito. Now to jump mula doon kay Bob. Will this be enough? Then comes the Ravage. Medyo nakakontrol dito ang side ng TNC pero kasi nga reset coming out from TNC. Now they want to go for Xiao Yu. Again, out of nowhere. Gamit ang roll-up. Pati rin ang Rolling Thunder. They take out Carlo for now. Actually, madami nang na-spend dito sa side ng TNC. There's the Cheese actually. Utilized by Io para iligtas si Young God para for the saves. Ang sakit na ng mga crits for now. So the lucky procs, but their barracks, their base buildings are taken out easily. At yung Aeon Disc, sobrang gandang reset para kay Yoe for now. Tignan natin ang execution. Wala na silang lasso. Wala na silang Ravage. What will they do this time? They do have Nando still. Pero walang BKB si Nando. Nullifier lang yung meron siya. And Young God and the gang, wala silang pakialam. Naturally just taking down all these barracks. And that's Megas para sa side ng TNC. Bob looking for an angle. Still 52 seconds before the lasso. Now they're hitting tier 4s. And Xiao Yu, 12 seconds bago ang kanyang ultimate. I don't really care. Flame break is there. May ages pa nga dito si Young God. They don't care at all. Massive lead para sa TNC. What could be the defense now? Meron pa bang pag-asa dito ang execution, John?
Lahat lang sa lucky crit.
Lucky crit sila. The jump coming up from Nando, pero hindi siya lucky at all. In fact, he's controlled so heavily. Look at that control. May BKB na. And now activated na rin ang Rolling Thunder. So it's opening para si Carlo. Even with just the glaives, he's taken out. Exorcism used. And the damage of the entire team ng TNC na tinap. Nando goes for the Hail Mary plays the backlines with the BKB. Pero Young God runs him down. Nando wants to run. And Nando only can run right at this moment. Na wala silang magawa ngayon. Yatan taken out. TNC to take this game for sure. Triple kill para kay Yowie. And that's game 3 para sa side ng TNC for this series.
Yeah, TNC, again, comfort picks sa draft. They open with Io, they get the Luna. This worked for them really well in game 1. At nag-establish na ang foundation, yung baseline ng game nila nandyan na. Alam nila ang win condition nila. They had to just play around Young God, ensure the Luna farmed up. They had really strong lanes coming out again. Yung meatball orders dito, no? Yung IKEA platter with the Rolling Thunder and the Snowball were always delivered on time. And Execration, bumalik sila sa PA, which is a great core. They went into this mindset of all in sa minus armor with some wombo combo with Kisses Ravage. But same issue from game 1 where they went for a wombo combo lineup. They couldn't manage to get that combination off.
Wow. And that is game number 3. My goodness.
Game number 3 indeed. Pumunta ngayon sa kamay ng TNC Predator, mga kaibigan. We've seen all the struggles na ginawa dito ng Execration, pero yun nga lang, it's just everything is overflowing for the side of TNC Predator right now. I mean, the gold lead is actually insane. We've seen the damage output of that Luna plus that Io. That Luna Io combo is just really, really great. And kung mapapansin nyo, it's the mobility as well of these players. Sobrang solid din. I mean, full map control, the mobility, the sustain is actually in the side of TNC Predator right now. And kung napapansin nyo rin, it's just one tier 1 tower lang ang destroy ngayon ng Execration. Hindi nila makita yung sagot sa tanong nila kung paano ba nila kukunin yung momentum dito sa side of TNC Predator. Pero tignan muna natin yung highlights natin ngayon. And para masabi nyo rin yung thoughts nyo all towards the early game papunta dito sa late game sa next fire.
Yeah, it's mahirap lang talaga sa Expiration. I think they expected stronger lanes to come out, especially for Bob's mid lane, but we were seeing that Yo was keeping up. Yung side lanes din nila, like early on, it did look a bit rough for Young God. Yung Tide was looking like it's having a great time, but once the levels were up, our Luna could hold back. But there was a lot of commitment to rotate out from the sports, so yung solo lane ng Luna was very manageable there for Young God.
Yeah.
He managed to build up. I think my issue din sa itemization, as in point out ni Wolf, yung BKB sa Tide, not ideal. Now, you're forced to go BKB, look for the Ravage plays, but you also have to time yourself against the enemy BKBs. You have to think about that. You didn't have a way to build into Refresher for the threat of double Ravage instead. And the timings just didn't line up. Nando, sure, he had some decent timing into the battlefield, pero kita nga natin sa highlights, no? Medyo early forced siya to fight, to jump in, kahit na Battle Fury lang ang item niya. Just not enough, and he needed to really use that time to farm, but he was pressured from the way his team was playing, from the way the game was going to actually contribute damage, and that just meant he missed out on that opportunity to catch up.
How about you, Wolf? What are your thoughts in this match from early game to mid game?
Tingin ko yung TNC, kabisado nila itong IO play. I think many times, sobrang sulit nung kanilang IO relocate play.
Tama.
So, ang pinaka-difference din mula sa game 1, game 2, hindi nila masyadong na-utilize si Yowie. Pero ditong game 3, sobrang ganda ng paggagamit nila with the DP.
Ito na to.
Yung relocate plays. It's so good. This is so much value. And again, indecision mula sa Execration, parang hindi sila ganun ka-connected in this game. At dahil dun sa mga disconnection nga nila, ang dami na kung advantage ng TNC.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, minsan na debate dito ang Execration. They really thought that ayaw lang yung babalik dun sa relocate at magugurto na sila. Hala, kasama pala si Luna. So, ano na yung susunod natin gagawin dito para natin susustain ito, para natin i-maintain itong lead na sana nagkaroon tayo. Pero yun nga, seeing the stats right now, 33-15 still in favor of TNC Predator, is just everything is actually in their favor talaga. The burst is actually painful. The right clicks are just insane for the side of Young God, lalong-lalo na pagka-partner pa niya si Febe dito. Sobrang nabibi si Young God. Kung napapansin niyo, if you're gonna compare this Luna sa mga dating Luna plays dito sa Mineski Masters, hindi medyo nagpaka-passive si Young God. Parang pwede natin sabihin na siya talaga yung nag-a-anchor sa every team fights na rin na ginagawa dito ng TNC Predator. And kung napapansin din natin, it's just the early game, papunta sa mid game, play hard. At saka si Xiao Yudi, that Tusk and Pango, full map control mga kaibigan, just utilizing the snowball
Yeah.
Snowball ni Playhard, and syempre, moving forward, yung pagka-snowball ng mismong TNC Predator.
Yeah.
Moving forward, MVP, sa tingin nyo sino? John X Fire.
Ooh, medyo mahirap. Maybe Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu
I feel
again,
like the
no?
Pangolier is pretty darn good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yung Tango eh.
Oh, it's
And
Yowie.
COE sa mid. Stable anchor din yung DP niya. Like, he won out this lane. You don't expect that against a Bat Rider. Like, Wolf described it mechanics-based. Mechanically, lumabas COE, managed to hit his farm timings, rotate out. It took a little bit of time to find the tower they wanted, but once they did, nag-snowball na. And from there, unkillable kasi yung DP with the IO to protect, with all the lifesteal it had and all the healing it had. Walang burst outside yung physical burst combo. Meron yung execration, and even then, too much HP on Yowie, so they couldn't really handle her.
How about you, Wolf?
Yowie kasi, parang ano siya yung game MVP, but I would say yung pagka-utilize nila as a team, yun talaga yung nagbigay ng MVP na regards dun kay Yowie. I'm not saying na hindi siya maglayo. I mean, sobrang phenomenal, sobrang ganda ng kanyang laning stage. Hindi siya nalugi dun sa Bat Rider. At ang ganda rin ng kanyang pagka-utilize ng exorcism, yung kanyang decision. So, overall, magaling yung ginawa niya, but as a team, I think that's the utilization of these objective-based heroes, yun yung talaga yung nagbigay ng panalo doon sa TNC.
Yeah, I mean, lalo na if ever nag-pop off ng EXO, it's gonna be so hard for you to take down that crop for sure. Kasi alam naman natin, if ever nag-pop na yun, that AoE damage na talagang pumapalibot kay DP is actually that huge, that insane. Lalo na if ever pag bumalik na yung EXO. So, talagang, alam mo yun, the sustain, the healing, she can be a damage dealer, AoE, and she can be a tank as well. So, in terms of Yowie being MVP, sobrang versatile talaga niya. You guys picking Death Prophet is like hitting two birds with one stone talaga. Kasi literally you can do a lot of things with that hero for sure. Pero yun nga, we've seen the 3 games of TNC Predator and Execration, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to TNC Predator for winning 2-1, and of course, they're gonna advance to our bracket. Mga kaibigan, meron pa tayong isang match na mangyayari. It's gonna be Motivate Trust Gaming versus UD Vest 1. I really can't wait for this, mga kaibigan. We are your talents for today. I'm your host. My name is Vil. Alongside with me, syempre, ang nagpopogian, we have Wolf at saka syempre si Johnny X Fire. After the break, ulit is Motivate Trust Gaming versus UD Vest 1. See you later.
Meatball platter.
Luna Meta man.
Luna Meta.
Lamang papogi.
I've been waiting, I've been waiting. There's no fall.
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps, and FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
I feel the weight behind my eyes. Lean towards the color that lies within.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. Nobody can get what you're going through. Nobody can get what you've done. Nobody can get what you're going through. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna
Welcome to the Mineski Masters X Dota 2 Playoffs 2021. Day 1 pa lamang pero napakarami ng mga games na nadaanan natin. First game na nadaanan natin yung game number 3 with TNC versus Execration. But of course, this is our final series of the day with Motivate Trust Gaming versus UD Vesoan. I am of course joined today by Wolf and Manjin. Good evening sa inyo guys.
Good evening!
Short, kumusta lang?
Good evening, Nathan. I will call you the ikaw si Meta. You're in Meta right now, so I'm happy to be with you.
Meta, pero men, ang masasabi ko lang dito mas meta ang Lucky Me kasi nga ang Lucky Me Pancit Canton at dinner noodles is available in all your favorite flavors. Syempre, original, calamansi, chili mansi, extra hot, and sweet and spicy. Uy, sweet and spicy, favorite ko yan. Easy to prepare and can satisfy your craving. Kaya perfect pang midnight snacking. And medyo malapit na nga yung midnight. But of course, with midnight comes gaming as well. So Converge comes in to co-present Mineski Masters, and your winning weapon is just that. Now with the new upgraded Fiber X plans, plan 2,500 loaded with 300 Mbps and plan 3,500 turbocharged with 800 Mbps. Wow, ilang years na tayong parang packet ng packet exponentially yung internet natin. Pero syempre, may lalabas dyan sa screen natin mamaya-maya. Scan the QR code to sign up for the raffle and get a chance to win exclusive Fiber X game gears. At 500 entries, the Linksys Deluxe Tri-Band, a mesh system that provides fast and reliable Wi-Fi coverage for gaming, 4K streaming, and more will be up for grabs. And at 1,000 entries, the Linksys Wi-Fi 6 Tri-Band will be unlocked. Ito ang true speed, guys. Whether in a condo or multi-story home, it will deliver 4 times faster speed. Both mesh systems are easy to set up and control through a free Linksys app. So ano pa hinihintay nyo guys? All you have to do is sign up to enter the raffle. Call your friends to sign up as well para ma-unlock yung best raffle items natin dyan. Pero, syempre, pwede pa naman kayo manalo lang iba pa. Like 500 Steam credits. Get a chance to win 500 pesos worth of Steam credits. All you have to do is share this live stream and include hashtag Mineski Masters 2021 in the caption. Make sure your post is set to public guys ha, kasi kung hindi, wala. Iyak talaga kayo dyan. Pero syempre, meron pang iba pa guys. Bukod sa 500 Steam credits, meron pa tayong Mineski Masters jersey and get a chance of course to win the exclusive at napaganda na blue with gold trims. Yun, jersey.
Sana all.
Answer this big question nga lang. Comment below and include hashtag Mineski Masters 2021. Pero ano kaya yung question natin this time around?
Yun nga eh. Yun.
Okay, so kapag na-activate mo nga ba yung haste rune, what will your movement speed be? 500 ms? 560 ms? Or 522 ms? Uy,
Hala.
medyo ano yan ah.
Grabe, sa sobrang tagal na ng update, biglang pag nag-haze ka, parang ang hirap nito ah.
Parang mapapaano ka talaga din eh, no? Hindi
Oo.
rin alam, but well guys, of course, there is your question for this series at least. So abangan nyo na lang din. Siyempre, sagot-sagot na kayo dyan sa chat guys. Pero, here we are for our final series of the day. Again, this is MG Trust versus UD Vesoan. Ano take nyo dito sa series guys? Wolf, let's start with you.
Yeah, I really love UD Vesoan so far kasi yung kanilang improvements over the course of the off-season ay nakita natin. Really appearing some of the, in some of the tournaments na makikita natin. I'd like to put put the spotlight kay Rupido, and I think parang medyo siya yung nagli-lead dito in terms of like the skills. At medyo konting bias because I actually, one of my players from before.
Okay,
But
okay.
so far ngayon, siya yung mas nagli-lead ng team, and I think naging successful yung team na rin dahil kay Rupido. But I would say hindi sila yung favored in a way, but at the same time, hindi sila push over at all dito sa series na to.
Alright, your take between these two teams naman, Manjin.
Akin, ang ine-expect ko lang, ang tagal ko kasing hindi naka-experience ng ganitong klaseng oras ng dots, and yung Motivate Trust, like for example, yung nakita natin yung Grind Sky kanina, mga parang teams na magpapakita muli ng lakas para dito. Especially yung kanilang malupit na boy.
You know? So ayan na nga. Speaking of this team, syempre pakita muna natin yung team introduction ng MG Trust. Motivate, Trust Gaming, of course. Our boys with the green screens. Look at that. Napaka-tropical naman.
Lupit
Ng
naman ng
tatlong
green
players
screen
natin
nila.
dyan. Napakalupit, oh.
Manifesting.
Not bad.
Manifesting agad.
Oo,
Medyo chill eh, no? Yung
Oo.
dating. Parang
chilling.
ikaw lang, Wolf, ah.
Chillers sila sa ano eh.
Chillers
sa,
lang tayo dyan.
sa kanilang setup eh, no? Sila lang ata yung na ganitong setup eh.
Oo, ano.
Parang, yung mga iba, parang
Prepared.
medyo blurry yung background, o kaya medyo,
Handang-
pero okay ba? Yeah, of course, 4 of our players are from Thailand, the other one from Laos. Jackie is actually the player na medyo gusto kong i-point out ng onti. He is maybe widely regarded as one of the best carries in Southeast Asia, maybe alongside 23 Savage, but yun na nga din eh, no? Paano nga ba yung gumagana, kumbaga, ng MG Trust dito? Sino ba yung titignan talaga natin? Yung carry nga ba? Supports? Sino ba?
I would say easily for me, Masaros talaga eh. For the longest time, I've been following Masaros. Kahit pa last year, nung kanyang, I think yung breakout season niya was
Breakout
last year.
season.
Yung mga ganun eh. Mga times na yun. And up until this point, yan, Motivate, they are winning because of Masaros. So ako talaga, if I were UD this one, siya yung watch out ko.
Napakalupit eh, no? Ng team from Thailand. Pwede actually yung dami, kahit sino eh, pwedeng magkaroon ng X factor dito sa team ng Motivate Trust. Formerly known as Trust Gaming, 'di ba? Ako gusto ko makita dito is something new. Actually, ang in-expect ko nga Marcy, kaso hindi pa pwede sa CEM.
Nanganganswer muna ng mga pods na. Hindi pa kaya
muna.
sa Captain's Mod. Actually, nakausap ko nga si BDC off topic lang yan. Sabi niya, tinanong ko kasi siya, ano yung mga changes na pwede magawa kay Marcy? Sabi niya, hindi, tanggalin na lang yung hero. Masyadong cancer. Masyadong malakas. But yeah, that's of course MG Trust, and in just a bit, we will be introducing UD Veso 1. But if ready na nga ba yung intros natin for UD Veso 1, let's show them up.
Yun.
There we
Veso
go,
1.
UD Veso 1.
Grabe.
There we go, like we see. Medyo parang colorful yung background. Not as tropical, no? But
Parang corporate setting eh, no?
Ba't mali sa office sila, no? Parang may nagpa-party pa nga sa likod doon, eh. Makikita mo, parang may corporate meeting. But anyways, names, of course, that are a bit more dear to the hearts of the Filipinos. Kasi nga, Filipino squad with, of course, a foreign team name. But ano ba naman take nyo dito sa UD Veso 1, guys? Meron ba mga ma-highlight natin dito sa dalawang, or sa mga players natin na to?
Sino ulit yung dati mong player dyan, Kuya Wolf?
Si Rupido.
Yun,
At
si
actually si JG rin na handle ko rin ito si JG. Sa quid pro ko very for a short, hindi naman short but you know it's ano din yun TI run din yun. Unfortunately we're not able to make it. But yeah, for the longest time I've been in contact with JG at papalit-palit siya ng roles but now
actually
sana mas define na yung role niya. Now with Tihi, at least meron siyang kasabay na mag-lead ng squad. And again, like I said, Rupido yet to bloom as the offlaner for this team.
Yeah, actually, I think nandito sila, maglalaro sila ngayon. Kaibigang Wolf. Nakalabi kasi ako nakikita ko rin. JG, no? Quid pro kasama si Tihi. Old school pala din to kahit papaano. Veteran movements mula dito sa sa side ng team ng UDV.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm excited to see JG actually. Hopefully, lagi natin sasabi, is this the season? Is this the year para kay JG? Sana ito na yun. Nano, as he is called from previous times. At least, I think, ganun pa rin yung tawag sa kanya ng mga teammates, mga former, friends. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, pero ito na nga, nakapag-blink in na tayo, no? So, Roche Pit. Ang tawag nga yata ni Bill dito, Castillo ni Roshan. Tambay lang muna tayo dito, guys. Medyo malapit na. Kung nakita nyo na tong screen na to, alam nyo na medyo malapit na yung draft. Pero, mid-lane matchup, actually, gusto kong lang ma-point out din because it's something that we haven't really got to talk about. Pero, Ken, we talked about veterans and experience dito sa UD Veso 1. Ken, what are the newcomers, actually, for into the Dota scene? I think breakout season niya for the first DP season last year was with Execration, one of the teams na kasama natin dito. Pero, enough about that. Pasok na kagad tayo dito sa draft, guys. Ano yung mga heroes na gusto natin makita na maban at ma-pick in the first phase?
Okay. Easily Mars. Gusto ko makita
Pa
siya
rin,
actually.
no?
Because I always feel that pag may Mars sa isang team, they wanna fight. And I like
Mhm.
fighting. I like fighting in general. Ayaw naman kung gusto ko ng parang may mga tipo mga macro management type of games. So
Yeah.
those are the two
10
heroes that I'm
seconds
looking for
remaining.
in the first few phases.
I think ang dami na rin emphasis sa mga
5
mid-tempo
seconds remaining.
heroes ngayon like yung Spirit Brothers. Na-mention nga ni Kuya Nathan na yung mga mid-matchup natin, si Kuya Ken at si Mr.
Yes.
Fearless dito ay pwede
Or si Gacha Boy.
Oo.
Nag-iba na ng pangalan eh.
pwede mag-agawan, 'di ba? Pero siguro ano muna, respect muna sa mga pwedeng fave heroes dito. Like for example, yung Weaver na nakita natin kanina, no, na nagiging favorite na din. There you go, the Mars na pinili ng Motivate Trust Gaming, isang magandang pang-initiate sa kanilang squad.
Nice call, Wolf. As actually, we did highlight yung offlaners ng bawat side. I think Rupido also one of his favorite heroes, yung Mars, but definitely the same naman dito sa kabila. With of course, picking up the Mars for MG
5
Trust
seconds
could be used well, but ano pa yung mga ibang heroes, guys? Pangol na natin nakita natin multiple times today. Supports na pwede natin makita.
Lion.
Classic.
Mirana.
Classic
Lion
combo.
Mirana, classic combo. I mean,
Oo.
ang tagal na rin nila sa eksena. Always go and pull out.
Ito yung mga alam mo
Ito
pag may mga ganitong hero pang Pinoy to. Automatic ay nati ito. Kumbaga, what are your favorite heroes nung nagkalistahan sila? Ayan, Lion, Mirana.
POTM.
POTM. Lagi naman din, Lion, in the late game, definitely kapag merong mga carry heroes, ang laki kasi ng disable na naibibigay talaga nung Earth Spike with Voodoo eh. Lalo na yung Voodoo na bigla ang dagger Voodoo in combo with the arrow. So tatapat dito yung team ng UB Beso 1 sa aggression at sa pick. Oh, man, taas ng damage.
Okay, yari tayo. Puro classic na pag-usapan natin. Baka naman maya-maya may lalabas pa na SF dyan, no?
Pwede rin. Kung happy fit to, may ESF pa dyan. Kaso, parang,
Wala
Hindi ko
pa
lang alam.
sa yan. Pero imagine na call mo din, one of the Spirit Brothers, lumitaw na Ember Spirit na ma-offer niya dito sa game na to.
yeah. It's a great hero, especially if you're up against, if you're with the Mars. Kasi combo routine kayo niyan ng Mars eh. Madaling, actually anyone ay pwedeng i-combo sa isang Ember Spirit. At ang dali niyang mahuli yung Lion at yung Mirana. So I like it. Nagbibigay ka agad dito yung Motivate Trust Gaming ng alas nila. Pinapareact nila yung UD Veso 1.
Which, Pangolier ang kanilang added na na-mention mo nito, Nathan. Okuka. I think isa sa mga longest running na signature heroes ni JG is this Kumka and Motivate Trust. Although, alam naman natin, hindi naman siya targeted talaga in a specific player. It might be, pero maganda rin kasi siya na anti-counter dun sa Mars as well as this Ember Spirit. Mahirap din kasi yung yung combo ng control ng Kumka. At syempre, yung Mars, gusto niya nakakapag-burst sila under that arena. At syempre, yung Ghost Ship prevents that from happening.
Yeah.
Alright.
Tsaka may X mark pa no? Kung ka napakasakit definitely kapag yung strength dagger, napakakunat na pirata. So yeah, I like it. Kumbaga, ban din to para sa, sabi nga ni Wolf, ban din to dahil ito yung main na pang-counter sa dalawa nilang heroes, di ba? So yeah, we shall see yung mga next few picks pa. Like for example, itong bagong nauuso na Snapfire, na ilang beses natin nakita sa tournament na to. I like it para sa ban ng Beso 1. Ayun na. Mid lane versus mid lane.
Classic nga na usapan. Hindi nga lang SF pero Invoker naman dito. Pinoy na Pinoy, no? Yung lineup natin dito so far for UD Veso 1. Not too bad versus the Ember Spirit. Kaya niya matanggal yung Flame Guard, of course, the Tornado. Very active nga lang ng hero coming up from UD Veso 1. So expect nga ba natin na maglalaro na medyo mabilis or very aggressive na mid-game ba yung UD Veso 1 dito?
Possibly. Mataas din ang chance kasi ang dami nilang pang combo. Pwede kasing mag Sunstrike build yung mga ganito pag may mga pang-hold ang team ng UD Veso 1. At saka ang tatlo na kagad yung pang-counter nila kay Mars. Again, na-mention natin sa Motivate Trust Gaming, nilabas nila kagad yung alas eh. So kumbaga, kuma-counter na lang ang Veso 1.
Bane pick for Motivate Trust.
Puso rin yan no?
Wonder what it will be. Pero siya strong laner siya.
Definitely.
Para makatulong. Set up with a Fiend's Grip, obviously. At maganda yung team fights nila eventually. Ano ka yung partner? Dark Willow. Okay, so Mars, Arena, tapos Terrorize. That's just
Oo.
the classic combo ng Motivate Trust.
Yeah.
Oo nga. Faceless Void kaya dito for UDVS 1. Cataclysm combo, maybe?
Maganda.
Sasabay, no?
Or maybe
Kailangan
Magnus.
nila. Oh. Magnus pwede rin, maganda. Yung Bane ngayon, sa mga rank games, ang daming pumipili kasi yung ultimate, ang layo nung range.
Fiend's
Easy
Grip.
Oo.
Fiend's Grip, yeah.
Parang yun na yung sinasab doon sa voodoo ng Lion eh. Lalo na pag magaling pumwesto ang isang Bane. Pero we shall see kasi malambot pa rin naman. Easy combo with the Invoker tapos yung Mirana kaya din namang setupan. At maraming pwedeng pang-cancel ng nung Fiend's Grip. So tignan natin, action ang team ng Motivate Trust Gaming dito, Kuya Wolf and Nathan.
Alright.
Bigla ako napaisip, no? Parang maghahanap ka ba talaga ng combo mo rin, no? With the Invoker? Or will you just use the Invoker na parang pang-dispel? More on that side. Tapos hanap ka ng isang off-lane na pang-playmake, tapos hard carry ka with your UD Vessel. You have that choice kasi. Especially kasi when you're going up against Mars, maghahanap ka ng mga tipong mga range na carry para at least yung laning stage nyo ay maganda. So kind of means baka nga, I mean, Magnus or Faceless Void, those are the choices para sa Universe 1.
Isang pang-hold din, no? Pang-setup, pang-initiate. Faceless George, yeah, I think is a great pick. Dami nilang pwedeng i-combo with the Chrono Spear.
May araw pa.
So rating na lang. So no Faceless Void this time. So no Womo combo coming out from UDVS 1 para very reliable carry. Yun nga lang yung medyo napaisip na kasi ako dito. Na-pick na yung dalawang support for UDVS 1. You do have the Invoker na marami namang disabled but wala kayong Dispel. So wala kayong way para matanggal yung Fiend's Grip. Kailangan mo mag-go yung kalaban para at least matanggal or at least makancel man lang yung mga ganun. Pero ano man naman yung pakialam neto ng Wraith King kung magbibigay ng mga ulti, kung may pangalawang buhay lang naman, may libreng ages nga lang din. So yung reset factor for UDVS 1 could be huge here for them. Kaya paano naman yung tempo tuloy dito ng dalawang team na to kasi Wraith King, medyo farmer yung type, MG Trust still looking for a carry. Ano pa ba yung mga hinahanap pa natin dito for both these teams?
We did see yung Magnus ban, instant Medusa nga lang. Tatapatan ng Motivate Trust. So parang ganun for Protect 1 pares na teams, parang ganun. And although masasabi ko yung Invoker, it's really dependent kung paano nila lalaro ito. It could be a farmer, it could be a playmaker. Mas naglilin ako sa playmaker side ng Invoker.
Quaswex.
Quaswex tayo. That means na yung off-lane ng UDVS 1 has to be strong in the early stages.
May hulog dapat.
Ano kayo kay Rupido? Maybe mga Centaur, Timber, or maybe Pango?
Pangolier. Binan kasi
Pangolier na ban kasi.
Binan din yung Magnus. Magnus sana isasuggest ko kasi kailangan nila ng extra pa na Brusco. Yan.
Breaker.
Ayun.
Brusco.
Of course.
Brusco.
The thick.
Yeah. And I like it. Maganda siyang pang counter go. Yung kanyang ultimate na global. Tatapat din sa global presence na meron yung Ember Spirit. So mukhang action-packed ang laban. And the fact na merong Medusa, ay nako. Welcome to the late game.
Welcome to the late game. Wraith King Medusa.
Right. Matchup nga naman. Of course, two heroes na medyo, bukod sa green sila, medyo mahilig nga lang mag-jungle at medyo mahilig mag-farm. But I feel like yung timing na itong dalawang team na to, we talk about the late game, pero yung tempo kasi na kaya laro nata na itong dalawang mid laner na to. And of course, yung offlane din can be a factor na pwede mapabilis na yun nga, nasa isip nga natin with the carry na pwede mabagal, but I feel like yung dalawang team na to pwede sila maglaro ng mabilis. Pero between these two teams, of course, draft natin is done and dusted. Wolf, kanina ko muna dito sa side nating dalawa na to. Quick prediction lang kumbaga.
No bias at all. UDVS 1 kasi kidding aside, kasi parang nakikita ko dito mag-all in yung Motivate Trust with all their combos, big combos sila. UDVS 1, meron silang option na mag-split push and they have that advantage. Tapos may Dawnbreaker sila which allows, parang lalo pang ini-incentivize yung split push na yun kung sakali or yung farming ng UDVS 1 kasi global ka in a way. So pwede kang maka-rest point team fights. I like that dynamic sa UDVS 1 at pwede siyang makontra yung all-in na Motivate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ako din, walang kabayas-bayas. I'm a fan of the any Mirana combo. Pinakita ng UDVS 1. And I feel na marami rin kasi silang catch. Dami nilang disable. So BKBs, BKB is a must kung ikaw ang Motivate Trust Gaming. Meanwhile kasi sa Motivate Trust Gaming, kailangan nila dito ng ng mas patient dapat sila dito dahil sa skills nila Medusa and Ember Spirit kailangan nila ng item ng farm para kahit paano makasabay sila sa damage output.
Agree. Pero single target wise, medyo ganun nakafocus si UD ba sa one dito. So more on pick of potential maybe yung hanapin natin. Of course, we do have the Dawnbreaker na pwede mag-farm AFK off the map and biglang pwedeng mag-setup. Kasi maganda rin naman yung setup nila dito Pero ito na nga, game number 1 in the horizons. We do have UD Vessel 1 versus Motivate Trust Gaming as our first game of the day, or first game of this series, of the last series of the day yon. But do take it away, please, Wolf and Banjin. Here we go.
Here we go. Thank you so much, Nathan, sa napakalupit na ating panel host. And it's been a while, Mr. Wolf.
It's been a while.
UD Vessel 1 versus Motivate Trust Gaming. Kung napalaban sila, napalaban din tayo, pare.
Tama. Nandito tayo sa mundo ng Dota 2 once again.
Here we go. Napakatagal ng araw na to. We've seen 3 series earlier na napakainit. We've seen the Medusa pick earlier ng TNC and Execration, and right now, same. The last pick para sa side ng Motivate Trust Gaming. And like what we've said in the panel, mas mapabot tayo sa pick of type lineup na hinahatid dito ng UD Vessel 1. Mas madali kasi, di ba?
Oo. Alam naman natin na maganda yung team fights talaga ng Motivate Trust. So, all nila, Arena of Blood, tapos meron kang combo ng Terrorize o kaya nung Bedlam. Combo yun ng Dark Willow tsaka itong Mars. Na time and time, napakatagal na yan, moments na yan. And syempre may Medusa eventually na gagamitin nila. Kaso nga lang, pwede kasing mag-split ang side ng UTV. At alam natin kasi may Solar Guardian. So, pwede ka talaga mag-split. Biglang nagbago Parang nung una, nung kinuha nila yung Lion, tsaka Mirana, tas Invoker, parang mapaisip ka, ay gusto yatang mag-teamfight din, sasabay yata itong UTV. Pero nung nag-last pick sila ng Wraith King sabay Dawnbreaker, doon mo na intindihan, ay gusto na muna nila mag-farm. And baka tumagal tong laban na naman din dahil doon.
Mukha nga Pero let's see, kasi mukhang iwas pusoy sila. Actually, para sa akin, kung harapan lang din ng 2-on-2 or mga 1-on-1, yan. Papabor ako dito sa Vessel 1, pero like what you've said, meron kasing Mars. So tignan natin ang mangyayaring lane matchup. Classic Invoker at Ember Spirit, labanan na lang ng skills, 50-50, kagaya nga ng sinabi mo, Wolf, nasasabihin ng mga player. Meanwhile, kumusta ba yung mga ibang lanes, pare?
I think, ganun din Dawnbreaker, ang hirap niyang tanggalin sa lane. Especially Medusa and Bane. Malakas sila mag-lane for sure. Pero Dawnbreaker Lion yan. Hirap din i-force out. Sa bottom lane naman, siguro dito magkakaroon ng konting advantage ang Motivate Trust kasi this is Mars. Kaso nga lang after level 2 siguro or level 3 kapag may Mortal Strike na si Wraith King. Tapos may dalawa na ngayon. Nirush nga nila yung level 2 kay Mirana So mataas na yung pressure bigla nitong dito sa may bottom lane. So I think 50-50 lang din sa mga side lanes natin. While siguro magkakatalo na lang talaga kung paano nila gagamitin yung stacks. Kung paano magsa-stacks para dito sa Medusa, pati na rin dito sa Wraith King.
At mukhang nauuso na nga yan. Napakadami ng ang daming pwedeng mag-stacks. Isa ang mga Dark Willow sa pwedeng mag-dual, triple. Lalo na kapag magaling mag-stacks. We shall see. Na-mention na mo kanina sa panel kung ano ang magiging playstyle ni JG as this Invoker. At mukhang siya, Kuya Wolf, QW type. Waswex.
Waswex siya.
Naku, tinatapatan ako. Hindi siya maka-right click. Dahil syempre, ayun na. May
para sa akin yung Invoker, hindi siya ganun ka. Waswex Invoker is actually pretty good versus Ember. Pagalingan na lang dito. Katulad nyo, Flame Guard. Pag nag-activate yung Flame Guard, si Gacha Boy, instant na Tornado lang. Cooldown ng Flame Guard is 35 seconds. Yung Tornado is 30 seconds. So, lagi kang may counter na Tornado talaga. It's up to you na lang kung paano mo take advantage yan. Kung paano mo try na yun. Katulad niya, nadede na yan si Gacha Boy.
Si Gacha Boy, no? Yeah, this Invoker is Just doing well in the mid. Ganun din naman si Gacha Boy na lamang siya sa last hits.
Oo, sa una.
Pero
Sa
syempre,
first levels
chillax
talaga.
lang.
Level 1 talaga lamang Ember, tapos level 2, ayun, even up na ulit.
Oo. Meanwhile, dito sa top lane, medyo nagkakaroon ng pokes. Labanan pa lang ng pooling, labanan pa lang ng control sa mga lanes. Ito yung maganda din dito sa Lion kasi pwede siyang mag-mana drain lang ng mag-mana drain kay Jaxboy.
Oo.
And mukhang mapapalibre lang si Lion dito ng kanyang farm.
Yep.
So medyo umaangat, pinapaangat mismo ng Team Beso 1 yung top lane. Meanwhile, ito yung interesting sa baba. Dahil nagkakanselan din actually yung dalawang supports. Malapit ang 3 minutes. Unang bounty rune sa laban na to. Let's see kung kanino mapupunta.
Interesting yung sasabi natin top lane, di ba? Yung Dawnbreaker tsaka yung Lion. Akala mo yung Bane kasi natural na malakas talaga to sa lane. Lane bully yan Kaso Dawnbreaker at Lion with a lot of stuns to their belt, tapos meron sila mga burst, may mga nukes kasi sila. Really making it difficult. Ngayon nga lang may soul ring na itong si Masaros. So spammable na yung Spear of Mars, pati itong God's Tribute.
Hindi kailangan right click ng Dawnbreaker at Lion sa lane. Tamang poke lang ng mga skills. Meanwhile, syempre, in terms of the gold, malamang ng onting last hits kasi din ang side ng team ng Trust Gaming, Motivate Trust Gaming. So medyo kalma lang muna, ladies and gentlemen. Dito na nagkakataluan sa mga trades, sa mga pokes. Nagkakalabasan lang muna ng mga magic stick. Siyempre, dito na lumalakas actually ang isang nakakatakot. Ang level 3 na naka-max second skill, ladies and gentlemen, ang nasa bottom lane. But meanwhile, you have Rubido on the first blood. Ayun yung sinasabi natin, Wolf. Yung stun combo na meron ang Lion at ang Dawnbreaker.
Tas nasusulit kasi yung trail ng Celestial Hammer, yung parang DPS niya. And obviously, meron kang Starbreak. Ang taas talaga ng nuke potential dito sa may top lane. Parang tatlong spells na may magic damage stages, tas dalawang stun mo lang kay Lucify. Pag ikaw talaga napasama ng lakad dyan, mabibigyan ka din talaga.
At ang Medusa, kahit madulas yan, mabagal yan pag walang boots. Kaya medyo kailangan niya mag-ingat. Trades are coming in para kay Pihi at Q. Kaya makipag-trade niya ni Q. Ayun yung sinasabi natin. Dodgeball, sleep out. Parehas naglahanap. Pero ang ganda ng spear. Pero syempre, makunat ang isang Raid King. At ayun yung maganda nga sa kanya. Leap in para kay Pihi. Hindi niya malalasit pero si Ken ang makakakuha. So mawawala si Q. Another free kill for the side of the Radiant.
Ang ganda nung ginawa doon ng UDV. Yung connection nila, Tihi as well as Ken, utilizing perfectly yung kanilang damage output. Kasi si Wraith King, malapit na siya sa kanyang face boot, so masakit na rin yung damage niya. At the same time, malambot din kasi yung isang Dark Willow with only 2 armor lang kasi siya. So medyo masasaktan siya. Tapos nag-crit pa kasi with a Mortal Strike.
Akala ko nauna siya sa level dun sa Merana pero kasi hindi niya tinake consideration yung stun na meron ang isang Wraith King. Kakabasan naman na sa mid lane. Meanwhile, ito nga, nagkakabasan naman na sa top. Pero yung apoy, grabe, yung apoy ng first kill ng Hammer ay buong nasasalo. Kuya Wolf,
may DPS
dito sa top lane.
Uy, makakuha si Invoker ng kanyang regen rune. Actually, yung hindi siya masyado nag-benefit sa runes pero ang mahalaga dito, si JG, wag niyang binibigyan ng runes si Ember Spirit. Kasi battle dependent si Gacha at this Ember Spirit.
Totoo ka dyan. Folks coming in for the Mirana, dalawang Bramble ang tatama. So, controls na muna. Sobrang importante actually ng level ng 6-minute mark. Kuya Wolf, lalo na binanggit mo nga on the Ember Spirit. Kasi isa siya sa mauuna dito sa kanyang team. Alam nga namang paunahin niya si Mars na wala pang dagger. Stun after stun. Plus the Star Paw level 2. Merong extra stun na gagawin ngayon si Q. Pero makapag-lip out lang si Tihi as Ken. Makunat-kunat na ang isang Raid King. Todo na lamang na ang side ng Beso 1 at inabangan pa nga naging malaking palaka. Sabay chinup-chup ni Lucify.
Wow.
Free kills after free kills para sa side ng Beso 1.
Ang daming chain stuns ng ng Beso 1. Kahit natin sa bottom lane, yung Rate Fire Blast, tapos pana ni Mirana. Sobrang classic nun Skeleton
Oo.
King, tapos Mirana, di ba?
Basic na basic.
Basic na basic. So may mid lane
Oo.
naman, Invoker, na may combo, tapos tanggal agad yung Flame Guard, di ba? So wala agad yung sustain nun. Tapos may Lion out of nowhere. May
Nako.
damage up sila. So cross map plays ulit mula sa UDP.
Yeah,
naman.
and ito pa Kuya Wolf, level 6 na si Ken.
Dire's middle
So
tower
confident
is
na siya
under
dito sa
attack.
bottom lane. So magpupwersa ngayon yung team ng Motivate Trust Gaming to spend skills just to get
Ito na naman,
reso.
Min.
The classic.
Grabe,
Ay, nakapikit
puro
ka
team.
Oo, ayan ang tinatawag na Stockton to Malone.
Taktong tumalon eh.
Parang
Parang,
nagkapasaan
parang way to Lebron eh.
Oo. And wow, sobrang taas ang aggression na pinapakita ng Reso 1 in this early game. Susubok si Gacha Boy. Pero kumuha lang siya ng rune.
Yeah.
Hindi na siya makakuha pa ng Serum Chain, so no casualties whatsoever. At ito ang delikado. Ubos! Pati pantubos!
Nako po, kailangan niyang kunin. Nakawan ni
Inubos.
Ropido. Yung mga malalaki pa.
Inubos, Kuya Wolf. Kumbaga, it's a classic Filipino, Filipino saying, iba ang nagsaing, iba rin ang kumain. Ikaw ang
Tama.
nagsaing, iba ang kumain.
Oo. Ang sinasabi ng mga players dyan, kinuha yung malaki. Ganun yun.
Oo. Yun pa naman yung crucial.
Yun
Tatlong
yung crucial, correct.
stacks, actually.
Yep.
3 levels, tapos probably an item.
Yup. At dahil dyan naman na 3K yung UDP.
Mhm.
At masakit yan para sa feeling ng Motivate Trust sa ngayon. You don't want that to happen. At ang ganda rin ng ginawa ni JG. Kasi nakita mo yung kunat na dahil 2 beses nila nabigyan itong si Gacha Boy. Gacha Boy is level 7. Tapos naka-double stat build na. Imagine mo napakarami ng stat build ng si Goku. Pa-activate nila si JG.
Ganda ng sleep, pero naubos na rin yung mana ni Jack Boys dahil okay lang. And that's the earn, sabay tornado. Nandito yung TPs coming in, sabay ultimate ang Solar Guardian Superstar na wala ngayon yung Medusa. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Gacha Boy na nakipag one-on-one kay Rupido, as Rupido will go for another stun. Walang mana si JG, pero siya ay naka-ghost walk. The super slow is real. May extra stun na gagawin yung Earth Spike to get the kill. Pero ngayon, nahabol pa ba si Boom? Hindi na. Dahil isa lang siyang dihamak na support. Oh wow. Early game dominance ang pinapakita ng Team Vessel 1, kaibigang Wolf. Mukhang snowball na ang kanilang lineup.
Sobra. Kasi imagine mo, si Ember Spirit, nag-rotate siya dun sa may top lane, TP siya. Tapos hindi niya na-save yung kanyang Medusa. Tapos wala pa silang counter kill. Sakto din yung Solar Guardian na nandun para naging makunat si Invoker. At like I said, ang dami niyang stat eh. Statman siya eh. Hindi mo meron siya dalawang Cloud Talisman, Earn of Shadows, plus 2 all attributes yun. So kumunod siya doon, tapos nag-quas siya. Sobrang gandang chain of events para sa Utah.
Makunat ka na, mataas pa yung regen mo.
Oo.
Diba? Plus meron siyang earn. So yeah, this is UDV having a great time. 10 minutes, it is clear na nanalo sila sa laning stage. Question is right now, how will they transition? Kasi eto na, free lane na yung bottom lane. Nakakapag-farm na ng todo yung Raid King. Napakataas ng net worth. Parehas na parehas sila ni JJ as the mid lane. So if you are Team Motivate Trust, what's your game plan? What's your game plan, kaibigang Wolf? Wala kayong damage pa.
Kailangan ma-resume niyo yung stacks, tapos mag-ward up kayo para maprotektahan yung mga in jungle. So at this point, ang sagot sa tanong mo, Manjin, ay protect your jungle if you are Motivate Trust.
Naku, hatiya muna, no? Space lang muna para sa kanilang Medusa. Pero how can you create that kung pwedeng mapaaga yung dagger ni Lucify, Lion, Rupido can just come out of nowhere. Oh my, mukhang nag-call si JG ng push dito sa top lane. Susubukan na naman ata nilang kunin to, kaibigan Wolf, after this push. Yan na naman, no?
Dawnbreaker. May Forged Spirits na kung gusto niyang gamitin. Nakita nila si Gacha Boy. Sabi nila, teka lang, huwag muna tayo nalaban dito going for the setup. Wala nang Flame Guard, And may isa lang Remnant. This could be bad na kung
That is a tornado to the Earth Spike! Yun yung stage 2, pero hindi na nag-defensive. Yung Mars ay nag-ultimate para sa Lion. Pero Lion lang mawawala. Maka-cancel pa rin dito yung lipad nung Dawnbreaker. Breaker dahil yung apat ay nandito sa side ng Motivate Trust. Pero may counter go ba na gagawin sina Ken? Wala na. Dalawa makukuha ng Motivate Trust pero worth it ba yun? Kaibigang Wolf.
Well, I guess that's worth it kasi nabuhay doon. Kaso namatay ulit yung Ember Spirit tapos makapag-push at may topping UDV. So, nung una worth it, pero after this counterplay mula sa UDV, biglang hindi na. Ang daming farm ni Ken, sobrang farmed up na niya. Itong si Invoker, sobrang yaman na rin. Even Dawnbreaker, na meron ng Hood of Defiance, malapit na sa kanyang, I believe, mag-saver pa yata to. Nakakuha pa siya ng Chief Best, sakong-sakto. Grabe, lahat ng kailangan ng UDV na kuha nila ngayon.
Oo. Yeah, even though nakakuha ng kill dito yung Team Motivate Trust, parang wala din silang na-translate. Wala rin silang na-transition na lead. Kumbaga, parang nag-thank you pa yung team ng UDB at nakauwi yung Lion para sa region. And I agree right now, mukhang sila nga ang pwedeng mag-take over. Nakakatakot actually ang isang Raid King na maaga yung farm. Yung late game niya, naging early game.
Oo. Ang aga nagsimula nung late game para sa kanya.
Kumbaga, di ba, ang weird kasi sa buhay ayaw mo maging late. So napaaga yung pagiging late.
Oo.
Ni Ken.
Early late game.
Oo. Di ba? Napaaga yung pagiging late eh. Kumbaga parang
Ibang klase.
Kumbaga sa pelikula ni Christopher Nolan, yung Tenet, nangyari na to.
Kumbaga. Tsaka imagine mo si Raid King, hindi siya nag-Regents build, nag-armlet agad siya. So ano to, rock and roll na. Medyo nakakatawa na to, rock and roll to the world. At ano kanyang owning item? Next item niya, going for Blightstone, baka mag-deso. So masakit. Tapos si Invoker, siya yung medyo scaling, nag-Midas muna siya. Pero sabi niya, wala man akong pakialam, sobrang yaman ko na. At ang laki ng lead, 6K in 13 minutes para sa UDV. This is looking good for the squad. Now, Medusa, manta ang kanyang susunod item. Much needed. So, Lucify with the help of his teammates. Hindi na nga nila binigay kay JG, pero extra earn stacks din yan. May pana pa na naka-spot out dun sa rotation ng Motivate Trust. So, all the things looking good para sa side ng UDV.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Alright, and now, mukhang mid lane ang gustong i-target ng UDV. As Ken is here, Blink Dagger pa lang unahin niya. So yung Blightstone niya dito is more the casual Blightstone. May kukonect na ako. Puto naman ng tornado dito. And there's the arrow. Hindi nga natatama the connection. But they did take out the mana nung ni Jack Boys. Kaya may watch for the Invoker. Wala na yung Tore. But the Invoker kill. Sobrang laki niyan. That's a shutdown. 5 times kill streak ang kanila nakuha. So 505 gold. Extra na nila. However, may mga counter kill nga lang. Double kill para kay Rupido dun sa bottom lane. That is still a win para sa UDV. Ang ganda na sana ng kill ng Motivate Trust para makontra yung pag-push sa may mid lane, pero hindi pa rin nila napigilan. Tapos nakuha nila yung kill, yes, dun sa Invoker, pero ang kapalit is a double kill para sa Dawnbreaker. So, still plenty of time. Nakapag-farm na kaunti yung Medusa, for sure. Pero yung Ember Spirit, malayo-layo pa rin yung hahabulin sa ngayon. And in fact, Ember Spirit is 5th or 6th in terms of overall net worth. At ayaw mo mangyari yan sa may mid laner mo. Your position 2 sa Motivate Trust is not having a good time. While, okay, so Starbreaker swipe damage ang inuna ni Dawnbreaker. Sobrang snowball na rin kasi niya. And kanyang next set of items, I wonder, going for the chainmail na pinapadala. Samantala, Moonlight Shadow para sa UDV. And with the smoke as well, maghahabol sila, naghanap, but nakaramdam dito ang Motivate Trust. So magbaback lang din sila for a bit. Lotus Orb, next item para kay Rupido sa ngayon. Kaya Ken, walang problema at all. Taas na rin nung stats niya. It's got so much. Tas makapag-push pa sila sa top lane pero nagamit na yung pana. In terms of smoke play, Arena of Blood with a combo po ang go nila pero may Star Guardian na naman. Ako Solar Guardian I mean para makapagligtas na kanyang teammate. And now JG will be able to survive. Samantala sa sa may backlines going for the kill doon sa may Bane. Bane walang feed screen ngayon ang Motivate Trust but they still took down the Invoker. Additionally dito si Tihi going for the backlines, going for Masaro sa ngayon. Medyo makunat for now pero hindi. Kulang na kulang yung kanyang sustain mula doon sa Dawnbreaker and the damage mula kay Ken. Maghahanap pa sila ng additional kills pa. That's Q going down for the count. round. 2 para sa 3, mukhang aapat pa. May kasama pang mana drain para wala talaga sustain. Itong si Jack Boys and there's the stun. Triple kill para kay Ken. Papalag pa talaga dito ang Motivate Trust with the Ember Spirit. But will not be enough.
Dire's top tower
Grabe.
is under attack.
Motivate Trust will lose that one and makapag-push dito ang UDV. Here we go. Tigil dito ang UDV. They still want more. Kakabuhay pa lang ni Boomboy. And he will be taken out. Samantala ito si Ember Spirit. Meron pa siyang isang remnant at least he gets out. Hindi nakahanda yata dito sila JG. Ken, armlet nugget. There's the stun. Pero may kontra dito ang ating Dark Willow. Dark Willow will stop this push. Buti nila nakaligtas sila dito sa may top lane. But, hindi clear yata. Ken is ready for the jump. Naku po, tumama yung tornado. Actually, hindi pala. But in comes the Mars with the spear. Kaso parang sila pa yung nakontra. Namamatay dito yung Lion. But the Mars will be taken out. Ito nga lang, yung resurrection. Na-burn na nga nila. Pero tatalon lang si Ken. And there's the stun connection. Wala na rin mana dito. Skatchaboy goes for the slide. Doesn't have the spirits. Will have it. Pero kulang na kulang pa rin. Gets taken out. Bakbakan sa may top lane. Absolutely going in favor of UDV. 11,000 up in this match. Oh my! Makita natin sa instant replay. Palag kasi din ang palag itong UDV. And I guess may isang Mars na blink ngayon na Hawaii Lion pero hindi nahagip doon siya Invoker. That will be the perfect. At dahil may kontra na nga sila, hindi na kinaya ng Motivate Trust. They don't have the damage. Wala rin mana dito si Ember Spirit. Even with the Remnant up, hindi rin naman siya makatakas. Sobrang crucial din ng mga pagkagamit nga nila yung kanilang EMP. At sobrang easy na Lord take mula sa UDV kasi sobrang farm na rin itong si Wraith King. Desolator up and Armlet tapos may Blink. Wraith King is what? 11k at this point? Grabe. Ibang level na ang lamang ngayon ng UDV. At this point, what is your saving grace? Naghintay ka pa ng farm sa Medusa na malayo-layo pa. Not even near. Actually, malapit na siya sa kanyang manta pero yun pa lang yung kanyang item sa ngayon. At si Ember Spirit, nandun pa rin sa 6th place. Malapit na siya maabot ni Mirana. Just a few gold, 100 gold ahead of that. Nahuli yata ni Ember Spirit. Ayun na yung combo. Wala na talagang kisingan with that arrow. Na may konting kunat, he will be able to survive for long pero uubusan na siya ng mana sa ngayon. Lucify, malapit na siya magka-Earth Spike pero hindi umabot. Gatchaboy will get 1 kill.
Grabe, Kuya Wolf!
Grabe nga talaga,
Kasi,
Kuya Manji.
Grabe, Kuya Wolf. Ako'y tinawag lang ako ng mundo ng technology pero pagkabalik ko, ang taas na pala ng kalamangan. Ng side ng Beso 1, there we go, may kasya magaganap. Tornado sa may Meteor! Nagkalabasan ng Bulalakaw, meanwhile pasok dagger in, normal, pwede naman, sabi ni Ken. Pero syempre, may extra damage pa rin si Jack Boys. Pero syempre, meron bang stun si Ken? Wala na. So may onting pagbawi ang Beso 1, may Aegis pa pala si Ken. Kaya palag-palag pa rin. Sure you can. Sabi niya dito, 20-8 total dominance para sa side ng Radiant Beso 1.
Tama dyan. UDV sobrang dominant. Lotus Orb na ngayon itong si Dawnbreaker.
Oo nga.
Kanina pa niya binubuo yan actually. Pero yan, muna. Si Rupido, second when it comes to the farm sa kanyang team.
Nako.
Amantala, ito naman si Invoker ay malapit-lapit din. Sobrang yaman ng mga cores ng UDV and that's not good news.
Oo, tsaka
itong si Medusa, layo pa sa katotohanan. Manta pa lang at Dragonlance ang kanyang item.
Parehas actually sila ni Gacha Boy. Si Jack Boys at saka si Gacha Boys, yung double boys ay nawala ng apoy in this game. Ang hirap kahit yung Maelstrom ay hindi mabuo. Ang dami kasing ang dami kasing disable Kumbaga, itong lineup ng tama si Nathan kanina, pick off.
Chain stun
Oo.
Chain stun.
Diba? Para sa side ng Beso 1, kung gaano katagal yung previous series ay mukhang gustong pabilisin ng side ng Beso 1. Tama ba, kaibigang Wolf? Ayun
Oo, ganun na nga.
Hinahabol pa nila si Gacha Boy.
Okay.
Uy!
BKB. Nagka-BKB na.
Tingnan natin kung kaya nilang patayin ang Mirana. Grabe naman yung kulong na yun. Pero yun kasi yung kalamangan ng isang Dawnbreaker sa isang lineup. Anytime ay pwede kang rumisponde. The global threat na meron sa kanyang ultimate.
grabe din eh. Tingnan mo si Rating biglang nandun na. So threat na napaback na sila. Actually, wala na makukuha killing UDV, pero ang makukuha nila dito is control dun sa may jungle ng motivate. So hindi na naman makaporma si Medusa. Pag ganito ka down sa Medusa, nagbabakot ka dun sa jungle.
Yan yung literal na
Combo. Ayun na yung combo.
Yan na yung combo routine. Uy, grabe naman mga ni Tihi, I miss you. Ay, grabe. Lumilip out
Si
pa.
Tihi.
Oo.
Turning back the clock.
Oo, nakita mo yung pagkapana niya, biglang, biglang solar crest.
Yun yung mga tipong pag alam mong tatama yung pana mo, kaya sasabayan mo ng leap para medyo parang tinatago mo
Yung pana, doon sa baba ng Mirana.
Oo.
Grabe, nauna pa siya sa pana niya eh.
Diba?
Ibang
Pag
klase.
confiance ka natatama na yung pana mo.
Action Jackson. Oh my, total dominance ang ginagawa ngayon ng Veso 1 in this game. Arrow once again, it won't connect. And mukhang yatap na si Masa. And everyone from Team Trust Gaming, Motivate Trust Gaming ay nalulugi na. Kuya Wolf, ayoko sanang sabihin to, pero yung kanilang Medusa na si Jack Boys, nasa pangalan niya na mismo, Medusa. Nagdudusa siya dito,
Nagdudusa.
kaibigan Wolf.
Wala naman sa mali ko, Manji. Nagdudusa na nga talaga ngayon ang ating Medusa at malayo-layo pa siya sa katotohanan. Tutulad sila sabi natin. Ang ganda rin kasi nung early game tempo eh. Tsaka, di ba, sinabi natin na magpa-farm itong UGV pero dahil dun sa lead na meron sila, tapos yung mga chain stuns, di ba, cross-map plays, biglang naging dominant na sila sa mapa. At ngayon, they're all over the place. Nakuha nila yung Torre ulit sa may bottom lane. Ilan na ba ito? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 total na Torre. Ito nila nakuha. So, wala na talagang map control ng motivate.
And I think the story of this game is expected kasi na magsa-stacks. Yung side ng Victory Trust Gaming, kumbaga, naisulat na sa script eh. O magsa-stacks yan. We have stuns, AOE na pangkuha ng stacks, Dawnbreaker, perfect pick para kunin yung stacks na yon. Minention natin na kailangan nila ng Brusco at yun nga yung nangyari. Wow. 13k
Sobrang
gold lead.
Sobrang ganda ng pagkaka-utilize ng Dawnbreaker. Uy!
Grabe, the dodge one. Dagger after dagger. Ito na yung chain. Mahuli yung layo ngayon. Nakulong pero yung ilaw sa ilalim ng dilaw na ilaw ay nandoon. Yung layo na nawala. Pero syempre nandito si Dawnbreaker style para sa right flank. Siya ang tinitignan ng camera. Nag-change siya ng target. Si Gacha Boy hindi niya na-catch. Pero yun yung tornado. Wow! Combo routine! Stockton tumalon, Dwayne Wade to Lebron, godlike na ngayon. Ang Ray King, right click na lang. Dagger right click is key. Super stun, yatap with another stun. Killing spree si JG, pero si Ken, wala na siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng kanyang mga kampi. In the words of CLR, kakampi niya lang sarili niya, kaibigang Wolf. Nila right click ang puhunan.
Kasi lumalaban pa yung Dawnbreaker. Ay, yung
si Q.
Dark Milo. Masasaktan lang ito. Uy, 1K!
Pagka right click niya, dagger in, bago na yung combo. Right click ka muna bago ka dumagger.
Ibang klase. 24 minutes, binabarag na yung barracks. Ganito kalamang yung UDV.
Grabe.
At noon na ang ginawa, niligtas talaga, sinave ni Invoker, bigla siyang sobrang taas ng level. Na-max na niya yung Exhort. Kaya niya na-combo routine, Tornado, tapos mana, grabe, lista mo na, Pilipino
combo eh. Alam mo naman ang mga Pilipino mahilig sa mga highlight plays. At ang tawag dyan, the combo routine.
Combo routine talaga.
Ibang klase, 25 minutes, parang sanay na sanay tayo sa ganitong mga timers, kaibigang Wolf.
Hindi nga eh.
Ibang klase. Tsaka si Ken, wala na. Isa na si Ken. Kumbaga, kung bibigyan mo si Ken ng tawag, isa na siyang the untouchables. Hindi mo na mahawakan itong rating na katikiba. Look at the replay. Tingnan mo, nilakaran niya lang lahat eh. May sariling clash yung kanyang mga kampe doon sa kabila. Ayan, yung combo routine. Oh, tornado to the arrow. Ginawang Yules. Yung tornado, pre.
Ganun. Sobrang lupit eh. Tapos may no mana means no fight. Tapos talon ng talon. Si Rain King walang pakialam sa mundo. Nandun na sa kanan. Tapos, ito si Q kasi din, akala niya kaya niyang kumuha ng, ng extra kills. Pero yun know, diba, normal, tas blink. Ibang level. Normal muna, tas blink for extra swag. Kasi pag nag-blink ka, magugulat talaga yung kalaban mo, tas mapapaback. Tas enough na yun para makapag-push kayo.
Wala nga siyang stun nun nung nag-blink siya eh.
Wala talaga.
Ganun nakalamang.
Blink lang.
No, inista niya yung Dark Widow, ni normal niya, namatay, tapos nag-blink in na siya sa kalaban niya. No, normal niya pa dapat ulit.
Grabe yung mga blink hicks.
Grabe, blink hex.
Ito na
To the
yung combo routine talaga.
To the Dawnbreaker, hammer time. And, oh my. This is total ownage na ginagawa ng Beso 1. Another stun. Nandoon sa batang likod si Gacha Boy. But can he make it happen? Wala siyang detection. No detection whatsoever to get the kill. And ngayon, Q trying his best na nilalagyan na lang ng Crown of Rose. Pero wala talaga, no damage din. Arrow connecting, stun connecting. Grabe. Stanini, Kuya Wolf.
Stani. Grabe, sobrang daming stun. It's the crowd control city and they just call it, man. Wala na.
Grabe.
Please.
Parang walk in the park lang ang ginawa ng Team Beso 1 and the Pinoy strategy.
Pinoy strategy.
Dala yun Mirana opening. Ano pa mga hanapin mo? Make it simple.
Huwag mong pahirapan ng sarili mo. Yan ang sabi ng UD Beso 1.
Budo stand pana. Beto the sick.
B-A-S-I-C. Yan. Nakita nyo, kita mo sa sobrang basic nangyari, parang wala lang.
Parang wala lang eh. Oh. I can't believe my eyes na ganun kabilis.
Akala yata nila, di pa tapos eh.
Oo nga eh. Grabe.
The combo routine is real. That's all we can say, mga kaibigan.
Welcome back to our panel host, Nathan. Grabe, napakalupit na.
Napakabilis ng laro, even for my standards. I mean, 20 plus minute GG, especially for versus a team like MG Trust. Wow, UDV coming out swinging kaagad dito sa game number 1 natin. Well, napag-usapan natin nung pre-game na parang, or at least nung post-draft, okay, Medusa, rate king, baka pwedeng tumagal itong laro na to. Opposite yung nangyari, guys. Napaka-aggressive maglaro ng UDV. Take us through what happened in game number 1. Nangyari doon. Ba't ganun yung nangyari?
You know, I think yung decision din kasi ng UDV. Alam naman natin, combo na yun eh. Parang ilista mo na eh. Pag may na-hex, auto-kill na talaga eh. Tapos yung sa bottom lane kasi, rate fire blast, tapos may pana. So, lista may starfall, di ba? Parang sobrang basic na.
Tingin ko hindi naglagay ng ano eh. Nung nag-level 3 din yung Dark Willow, hindi siya naglagay nung crown para at least man lang ma-stop. Oo, nag-defensive siya, passive sila doon. Aggressive yung nasa bottom lane. Pero, speaking of aggressive, mas aggressive kasi yung top lane. Masyadong minaliit yung apoy-apoy nung Dawnbreaker na pag nabuto ka, na-impale ka, lahat ng apoy masasalo mo.
Dami talagang combos ng UDV. I think sobrang dami nilang pwedeng ilarong ways para kasi meron kang Hex, may Earth Spike, tas yung sa Dawnbreaker, pares burst yun eh, first and second skill. So, yun lang, mas madami lang talagang moves ang UDV.
We did talk about it, no? And then yung single target, and then yung aggression na pwede mailabas. Single target, single out talaga yung mga members dito from MG Trust. But, wow, grabe yung laruan ng UDV doon. Medyo nagulat ata tayo, no? But, of course, moving forward though, of course, we will take a short break. Pagbalik natin, syempre, mas mababreakdown natin yung laro na to. Very, very quick game number 1. I think the quickest game of the day so far. But, yeah, we'll take just a short break. We'll be right back for some post-game analysis.
Eto na naman!
Ayun, no? Medyo, personally, ako, tagal ako.
Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down.
Let's show everyone
we want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin, gagawing mas sulit, and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps, and FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
Breathing slowly, the smoke might burn your eyes. Listen closely, tears won't help this time. Break the ceiling. It's made of thin glass. Face the feeling. You might not regret. Blackened roses, lively in disguise, strong devotion, good shit before it dies. Break the
Here we go, back at it again. Game number 2 between UDV and MG Trust. Pero what a game number 1. Of course, moving straight into the highlights halos tayo. But na-expect ba natin talaga mangyari yung game na yun? Dun sa game number 1, guys.
Oh, well, I think we already answered yung ganon na I mean, di kasi tayo narinig ng mga viewers natin eh. Pero no, before we started the broadcast once again, before we went after the break, parang we're talking about hindi ko to yung motivator as we know. This definitely came to a surprise for us. Yung draft hindi siya sided talaga sa in one team. It's not heading into one team's direction.
It felt equal, diba? It felt equal pagdating sa draft.
Exactly. Pero yung paglalaro ng UTV, ibang klase, naka-zone sila ngayon.
Yeah, I think ano din eh, meron talaga yung kapag nagdodota ka, yung alam mo yung lahat ng pana mo, pag tingnan mo si Tihi, yung kada bato
yung
mo,
feel na eh, no?
Tatama,
feel mo
mainit
yung
siya.
game.
Ang tagal kasi nung game nila kanina, so parang init na init. init na siguro yung Beso 1 eh. I think, ang dami kasing nangyari. Like for example, lahat ng lanes nalugi. Like for example, Gacha Boy, ilang minuto na, hindi niya pa rin nabubuo yung kanyang Maelstrom. Yung first item, talagang napugo in the mid lane. And yung calls din siguro dito ng side ng team ng Beso 1 yung umokay Alam nilang lamang na sila. Rat-rat na. Huwag nang bigyan pa ng opportunity. Huwag nang pa-farmin yung Medusa.
Alright. Tsaka I think usually kung nakita man natin yung kung mga ibang team naglalaro sila ng sobrang aggressive, minsan nakakalimutan nila mag-push. Pero look at the map, 'di ba?
Push pa rin, no?
Pre 20 minutes na yun, wala pang tier 1 tower na nakakuha dito ng MG Trust. And for the other side, tingnan mo, isa na lang yung natitira, tier 2 tower dun sa may mid. So, grabe yung aggression. And yung maganda kasi, with the aggression, nakakuha ko ng mga objectives. And at the end of the day, Dota 2 or at least lahat naman ng mga MOBA objective game, at the end of the day, para na naman yan. Look at this, I mean, team fight after team fight after team fight.
Yeah.
Wow, UDB.
Sobrang aga ng level 6 ng Raid King, sobrang aga din ng Armlet So, with that in mind, you will definitely be aggressive if you are playing the Raid King. So that's the best choice na ginawa ni Ken. Kaya rin nakuha nila yung early game, less than 30-minute game sa game number 1 natin, 'di ba? 11-0 si Ken.
I mean, look at this, ang dami mga assists, or at least for a 20-plus minute game. I mean, 18 assists, 10 assists, 12 assists, 11 assists. Nag-work overtime talaga yung mga tropa dito ni Ken. Grabe yung ikot nila. Pipilik yung mga rotations. Oof. Pero MG Trust, I'm definitely sure na medyo disappointed sila sa mga sarili nila. Pero we do have to mention, of course, looking at any of the players, meron ba tayong mga potential MVP shouts dyan? Tingin nyo ba?
I feel na si Rupido in the top lane ay malaki ang chance dahil isa talaga siya sa mga nagsiset ng MVP Pero let's see kung sino nga ba.
And well, there we go.
Ayun,
Rupido, it will be the Dawnbreaker. Nice call dun, Manjin, but you did mention it. Paano nga ano ba yung naging story neto ni Rupido for Rupido for the MVP place? Ano ba sa tingin yung na-provide niya dito sa game na to?
Napakadami damage output. Look at that, 13,000. Ang dami niyang assists. Look at this, skill participation of 71%. This is your problem if you're up against a Dawnbreaker, lalo na yung magaling mag-decision making kapag gagamitin niya na yung kanyang ultimate, yung global threat. Hindi tuloy makakuha ng kills sana yung kabilang team na Trust Gaming.
Sobrang crucial din nung kanyang leaning stage, masasabi ko. Nagsimula yung tempo na nilaro ng UDV dahil dun sa start din sa may top lane. I think nakakuha agad siya ng isang kill dun sa
Medusa.
Dun sa Medusa. So, sobrang impactful nun. At hindi naman niya din magagawa yun on his own. Nakatulong din na malaki si Lion. At after nun nila makakuha yung laning stage advantage, hindi na sila tumigil doon. Ginamit nila yung Lion sa may mid lane para makill yung Ember. Tapos yung Dawnbreaker ginamit nila sa stacks, di ba? So, I would say, Rupido, yung start na pagiging MVP niya ay dahil dito sa nakita natin laning stage. And of course, proud na nakita natin si Rupido sa team.
Oo naman. Pero we, of course, you mentioned that he wouldn't have done it on his own. I think team effort talaga Mahirap maglaro ng aggressive and to be disciplined at the same time. And again, to be able to take yung mga objectives kasi nga, taking team fights, getting kills, pick off after pick off. At the back of that, na naisip mo na, okay, sakto nandito tayo sa top, take natin tier 1 tower, sakto na nanalo tayo ng team fight dito sa malapit sa Roshan, take natin yung Rosh. So, yeah, and speaking of Roshan, dito nga tayo sa Rosh Pit. Of course, moving forward, game number 2. Ano yung mga adjustments na tingin yung kailangan magawa dito ng MG Trust, guys?
Tingin ko isa sa mga adjustments nila yung yung hindi lane matchup siguro laning decisions na mataas ang damage ng isang Bane pero kasi dalawa yung bumabanat sa'yo, Lion at saka Dawnbreaker so ang hirap makipagbanatan kung Lion lang, okay lang kaso ang bilis kasi nung Dawnbreaker mag-follow up sa Lion dahil sa first skill diba? Tapos nambabato pa ng hammer so natatalo siya sa poke game. And syempre, busy mag-farm yung Medusa niya kanina. So yeah, siguro, to answer the question, lane decision making. May ganun ba? May ganun bang term?
Meron naman.
Maybe change yung approach mo sa tingin mo or outlook mo sa laning stage. Pero yeah, Wolf, you were saying?
Dawnbreaker. Biglang binanagan na Motivate Trust Gaming. Hindi nabibigay yan. Although, interestingly, di ba, sa last pick talaga siya lumabas pa. But we know now na ang UDV ay malaki yung nakuwang advantage in that game because of that one hero. Kaya naman, understandable. Kung ba't siya ibaba na Motivate Trust? UDV, kukunin ba nila yung Mars? Kasi Mars is also,
there we go.
That's the answer.
Yep. Spot on once again. Mars connoisseur, itong si Wolf natin. No? Alam niya, nararamdaman mo when the god of Mars.
Anong god ba si Mars? God of ano? God of Stadium?
Kasi hindi siya God of War, di ba?
God of War.
I think,
si Ares
no, I
yun.
think war siya kasi, di ba si Ares yun? Tapos parang Roman, di ba yung Greek na God of War is si Mars. Tapos parang yung Roman counterpart niya, translation lang yun, ay si Mars.
Copy. So this is the God of War.
The
Okay.
God of War.
Alright.
Si ano yun, di ba? Si Joaquin Phoenix.
Copy that. Pero yun nga lang, not so much of a god, sometimes a pest. Weaver, pinick up na nga ba. One of the heroes na nakita natin time and time again today. And Lion nga lang. Okay, kukunin nila dito.
Ninakaw nila. Ano tong Weaver na to? Ito ba ay support Weaver para sa side ng Motivate Trust? Na medyo makati?
Tingin nyo, open pa ata to, no?
Oo, open pick, no?
Di pa i-reveal. That's the strength of the Weaver. Kaso, na-open up agad yung Rubik. Una sa lahat, maganda siya na lahat ng spells ni Lion, magandang nakawin. Tapos yung Shukuchi, ang ganda ring nakawin yan. Eventually, yung time-lapse, pag may Aganims ka on the Rubik, game changer din siya. At the same time, maganda siyang parang deny pick. Kasi pag may Mars ka, usually maghanap ka talaga ng kasabay ng mga spells niyan na team fight based, and Rubik is a good answer for that one. So I really like this Rubik pick muna sa UD Veso 1.
May sagot agad ang team ng Veso 1.
5 seconds remaining.
Life Stealer. So siguro ito na, no, mga carry na yung makikita natin mababan. And as we see, Morphling, Life Stealer, Medusa straight away. Lahat mga medyo tinatanggal na.
Mid lane.
Weaver. Yeah. Guess Weaver pwede pa rin na naman. Yeah, mid lane na-mention mo. Na-mention mo yung mga Spirit Brothers ba ulit? Titignan natin dito.
Pwedeng Void Spirit actually para sa side ng Veso 1 pang entry sa Lion. Kayang-kaya mag-follow up doon sa Mars. Good combo. Ember pwede rin, I think. Pero ang interesting ng ban dito ng Motivate Trust, ban agad sila ng Medusa, ban din agad sila ng PL. Respeto na to sa mga magiging late game carry.
Si UD Veso 1 already seeing yung Weaver. Possibly maging carry. Hindi. Probably magiging support pa rin yan. Siguro sabi nila na. Yep. Carries pa rin galore. Tinatanggal ng both teams. Tignan natin kung magiging ganun nga yung ating trend dito sa mga bans. But looking at the first two picks already dito ng dalawang team na to, pwede nga ba magkaroon ng 20 plus minute game? I mean, pwede nga ba maglaro ng aggressive na naman tong dalawang team na to?
Pwede.
Yeah.
Invoker o ata, pwede ulit piliin. Since allows na yung
I always feel na pag may Mars game, dapat aggressive ka. Always take advantage of the Arena of Blood. Kung sakaling hindi ka makakuha ng kill, at least, low cooldown kasi yun eh. Either di ka makakuha ng kills, okay lang, at least makakuha ng push or jungle control, di ba? Parang isang minute na na-clear nyo yung isang camp na triangle, for example, na-clear nyo yun. Ang laking advantage yun eh. So, kailangan dito ng fast pace. Ganda ng nakakaw nga lang ng rate king.
Ninakaw na rate king, tas binan yung invoker. Yun yung pang fast pace nila. So, nakaw rate king, extra stun din. Tsaka ang rate king, makikipagbanatan dun sa Arena of Blood eh. Okay lang.
Yun nga lang. I mean, napag-usapan nga din natin kanina na for the first draft, if ever nga na may maibabato man dito yung MG Trust versus the rating nga dito ng UDV, you always had the option na, okay, may pangalawang buhay din naman ako, pwede naman tayo mag-reset. But Terror Blade will be instant carry matchup. So obviously, Weaver magiging support na nasa-speculate natin kanina. But this is the matchup na, on paper, pwede nga nating sabihin na parang, hindi, siguro medyo matagal na naman na game na to. Pero deceiving nga ba? Terror Blade? Farm galore na ba dito sa game na to?
Ang gulo ng team fight nito. Kaya ito yung mga illusion team fight. Illusion laban sa skeletons to eh. Tapos may mga may mga gamo-gamo pa. I like it. TV. Tapos ayun yung combo nila.
More team fight.
Static Stormers. Nako. Ang aksyon ng picks, mga biglaan. Biglaan pilian na. Counteran after counter. Pangular pa.
Di pa rin natin alam kung ano
Ano
yung
yung
role
mid?
ng Pango, pero most likely this is the offlane.
Mhm.
Itatapat nga lang nila to sa TV. Nathan, how do you feel
10
about that?
seconds remaining.
Sorry to ask you the question, pero parang egg goals yata sa
I welcome the question very much, Wolf. Of course, I'm itching to analyze a bit of Dota myself. Pero, and I think for the Pangolier versus this Disruptor tsaka TB, of course, very harassment sort of side of a lane dito. For the Disruptor, of course, may Thunder Strike. You have the Terror Blade na pwede mag-metamorphosis kagad. Meron din siya nung tawag dito yung first skill niya na nakakapag-spawn ng
Reflection.
reflection. There we go. Yeah. Sa isip ko kasi conjure image. Reflection niya. So definitely pwede namang gawin yun. Pero yung maganda kasi dito for the Pangolier plus Weaver, kanya may iwan-iwan yung
Right.
So
mas
I feel like
magala.
for the Pangolier na meron din pang damage reduction yung second skill niya, mas ganoon na kasing pinapaboran dati kasi
10
di ba first third
seconds
skill
remaining.
Oo.
for the Pangolier. Nowadays more on sa second skill yung
Second
focus
skill.
dito.
5
So I
seconds
feel like yung
remaining.
damage reduction dito, mas kaya niya ma-absorb yung damage output ng dalawang harass lane or harass heroes from the safe lane. Yung
Oo.
UD Veso 1. And yun pa naman din yung maganda. I think time and time again, nakikita natin yung mga Pangolier na iwan mag-isa. Makakuha naman lang ng early level 6. Baka nga hindi ka na makapag-Thunder sa Rolling Thunder nga. Ika nga.
Oo.
Yeah.
Mas may lucky shot pa no?
Yun pa. So with this arm na pwede nga magawa. But we are looking at mid laners kasi nga nababan na yung Void Spirit. So sa mga na-mention mo, Manjin. And Storm Spirit. One of the favorites actually na Nathan Fearless pero tatanggalin.
Yeah.
MVP. One of the heroes na madalas natin makita. Ember Spirit. Okay.
Ember,
Tuloy-tuloy
all the
ng mga
spirits.
advance. Ano pa ba yung mga natira dito, guys? Kungka. Alright, let's go.
Kung ka ni JG, alright.
Sila nasasagot ka mo.
Earth Spirit na lang. Kung gusto nyo i-mid. Kaso di pwede.
That's our Kongka counter. Siguro na medyo mabilis. Perhaps somewhere along the lines of PA, mga ganon.
10 seconds
Kaso
remaining.
magiging physical base ka. Maybe Puck para sa Motivate Trust.
Yeah. Easy
5
dodge, no?
seconds remaining.
I hate to
Para
say it. Viper nga ba? Oof. Disgusting.
Viper na lang, no? Sabayang
Di ko
pagbigkas
ma-
na lang, no?
Viper, Razor. We're gonna go back to that.
Parang Razor na lang. Parang Razor, ata
Classic,
is,
no?
is good.
Pwede.
Para knockout damage output.
Yep. Pero I think yung TA makes a lot of sense here. Mga heroes na magandang sagot dito sa in a way maganda ring reach tapos may combo ka pa a little bit dun sa Weaver na may minus armor tapos yung meld.
Oh,
D! Wow!
Okay. One of the few heroes na medyo napipick na in recent times can go the Meteor Hammer route, can go the Witchblade route. Pero, syempre, with the finished draft, thoughts on both these teams' drafts, guys?
Sakit. Una ka na, Kuya Wolf.
Bigla ako naging pabor dito sa Motivate Trust.
Oo,
First is OD. Nakakalimutan natin pero maganda siyang sagot sa TB.
Oo.
For the longest time. At syempre, yung Kongka, it's difficult
Sagot niya rin
to
yun.
play it Kongka unless mag BKB ka na. So, BKB timing sobrang important sa UDV. Pero yung Wraith King na third pick dito sa Motivate Trust already proving to be a lot of issues para sa UDV. So, para sa akin, mukhang mas madaling ang i-execute yung composition ng Motivate Trust.
Ang safe nila, feeling ko ang ganda ng pang-save din nung nung lubog, nung Astral Imprisonment. Again, yung damage output, dalawang strength yan sa side ng UD Veso 1. So kung tatanungin mo ako, yung OD pick ay ito yung pick na parang game 3 So Motivate Trust Gaming.
Okay, so mukha naman natang nagandahan kayo no sa OD pick, and of course game number 1 came as a bit of surprise to all of us as UDVS 1 took the game 20 plus minutes. Pero makakabawi nga ba ang MG Trust? Of course, that will be the question for game number 2. Both of our casters, of course, sabi nga nila, Motivate Trust Gaming, medyo mas madali nga yata ma-pull off to. Only time will tell, only the result itself will be able to tell us kung abot nga ba tayo ng game number 3. And any final thoughts just before we jump to the game?
Yeah. I think yung UDV, kung gusto nila manalo dito sa game na to, medyo straight up din naman yung ulan nila gawin. BKB timings at mag-work around dun sa kanilang ultimate sa teamfight nila. Out-tempo the Motivate Trust Gaming. Pero nag-mention, sabi ko kasi ease of execution, di ba, sa Motivate Trust Gaming. Mas madali talaga execute na ng composition. But UDV, if they hit their timings, maybe they can turn it around.
Oo. Magiging, I think, nagising yung Motivate Trust Gaming. Na-mention mo to sa akin, Nathan, kanina, hindi ganun yung characteristics nila eh. So I think hindi sila papayag na binata lang sila nung game number 1. Naging better din yung pagsagot nila dito sa draft eh. Nagre-react sila ng tama, banning, knockout picks, tapos biglang surprise last pick.
Alright, copy that. Pero ito na nga, game number 2, UD Vesto 1 versus Motivate Trust Gaming. Alam kong kating-kating na kayo makas ng game number 2. Wolf and Manjin, please do take it away.
Okay! Here we go! Para sa final game na ba? Or mag-e-extend ba tayo ng 2-day event para sa day 1 ng Mineski Masters Dota 2 Manjin and Wolf? May play na agad na gustong gawin ang Trust Gaming, Mr. Wolf. Kanina hindi ito nangyari. Meron silang mga extra stunts this time, pero nagkakalabagan ng wards. There you go, mas-spot out si Jack Boys.
Step lively now.
Chillax lang muna, dalawang kupunan.
Alam nila dito si JG. Ang dami nilang stun din So just like in the previous game. So at least meron silang dalawang reliable na stun dito. And that might be an opening. Isang kill kay JG ay importante sa early stages.
Step lively
And like what, hindi nila kita hindi nila kita. Nung nakita natin sa ating observer ay hindi kita nilubog. Pero there you go, first blood. Ang pupunta kay Jack Boys. Perfect. Actually, perfect yung timing kasi sakto yung bounties doon. So, extra gold ng onte kay Jack Boys.
Well, isa sa mga signature heroes din ni Rupido itong Mars. So tingnan natin kung paano niya gagamitin. It's gonna be going up against the Wraith King. At merong support na Weaver. Tayo makikita doon sa may top lane.
Guguluhin lang yan. Oo. Kaibigang Wolf. Pero let's see. Nako, ito yung nakakairita pagkatapat mo ang OD. Kaibigang Wolf. Kahit kung bago ka lumasit ay pwede kang palubugin, no?
Oo. At syempre may stick nakaw mana. Although hindi ganun ka-concern sa mana itong si Kongka. At ibabalik din naman yung mana na yan eventually.
Oo.
At least yung lane stage dito ng OD ay mapapaganda. So pwedeng niyang harasin ng maraming beses itong Kongka. Bottom lane naman, makakapag-farm ng maigi itong si Pangolier. I would say.
May Lion eh.
Kasi may Disruptor. Yung build na nga pala ngayon sa Terror Blade ay hindi na Metamorphosis first. Reflection first na. So, it kind of gives si Masaros ng mas maraming options dito sa may bottom lane.
Oo, hindi siya makaharas, no? Hindi, kasi yung Metamorph, at least, pwedeng ipampoke at damage din. So, goods na goods si Masa sa baba. At hindi rin ganoon kasakit yung Disruptor first skill eh. I mean, syempre, alam nga namang mag-first hit ka basta-basta, di ba? Well, ngayon, gagawin niya pang poke. Yun yung gagawin nila.
Pagsabayin nila.
Oo, pagsasabayin. Pang poke lang.
Yup. So, actually, Manjin, you mentioned about na hindi masyadong masakit yung Thunder Strike. Pero actually, pag inom mo siya, pag minax mo, masakit. Kasi level 1 skill, bilang isang level 1 skill, siya sa mga pinakamalakas. Pero pag level 3 namin, hindi na siya ganun ka, level 3 na kayo lahat, hindi na ganun ka.
Hindi nakaramdam, no?
Oo. Sa level 1, masakit. Pero as the longer the laning stage goes,
nawawala.
Nawawala yung impact.
Yeah, and actually, now ko nga lang nakita, pwede palang isabay doon sa reflection, kaya mas nagdag damage, so napabak ng onte yung Pangolier. Pero syempre, moving on to the next lane, ay makikita natin yung harassment ng Weaver, no? Kaibigang Wolf, na nagbabalik bilang support sa meta right now. And mukhang maganda yung kanilang harassment sa top. Pero namatay pala yung Lion on that part.
Yeah. Ginamit na rin kasi yung Metamorphosis sa bottom lane. Tapos yung Reflection kasi meron yung 15% na slow. Tapos pag may kinetic field ka, ibig sabihin set up may kinetic field kasi may slow, di ba? Wala pa namang boots yung Lion at this point, 2 minutes pa lang. Tapos may meta ka, so that's bonus gold going in favor of the Terror Blade. At, sobrang valuable yan sa Terror Blade.
Yeah, lahat. Lalo na pag TB, dapat mapaaga agad yung item mo. So we shall see. Medyo nalugi lang ng onte si Masa na pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Mabalik tayo dito sa mid lane, kaibigang Wolf. Level 4 versus level 4. Mukhang si JG actually ay goods na goods pa din. Hindi ganoon kadami yung lamang na creeps ni Gacha Boy. Is Gacha Boy trying to poke him. X-Mark TP. Oh, yun lang. Isa pa? Dalawa? Hindi na kaya.
Okay.
Oh, pero mamatay at si JG. Napagamit siya ng Fairy Fire. Pero
Meron din
grabe
siyang
yung poke talaga ng
fist
isang
rain,
ano. Oo.
Mahirap talaga to. Kaya ang ganda ng OD na last pick kasi parang talaga na kontra
Oo.
yung ating bottom lane daw.
Tsaka may wards din dun pala si kaibigang Wolf. Si Gacha Boy. Kaya alam niya na nag-X-Mark TP si JG. Meanwhile, patay na naman si Boom sa baba. Doon sila nalugi, kaibigang Wolf. Di sila pwede sumabay dito. Sa Disruptor at sa isang Terror Blade.
Pinalubog na naman dito si JG. Naku po, wala siyang dumujok siya.
Tignan natin. Actually, yung camera natin, Kuya Wolf, ay nasa bottom lane. Reflection na yung pinangpupok, actually.
Oo. Yun na pala yung metagame ngayon no?
Ang daming creeps, men. Na nakukuha ni Ken. 26 right now on the last hits denied. Isang wave ang kanyang kalamangan kay Ricky.
Ang ganda nung start para dito sa ating Terror Blade. It's 27 last hit, 9 denies. Tapos may isang kill yan. So, napakataas ng farm niya. At just looking at the farm, 2.3k sa ngayon. So, maganda talaga ang simula para sa ating carry in the bottom lane.
And Ken, mukhang mapapaaga yung kanyang item. 5 minutes na. Magmamatter again ang 6 minutes rotation. Let's see. Yung rune na pwedeng kunin. Pero mukhang chillax lang muna as the Disruptor will bottle up his mid lane. What's the play right now? Stocks na muna yung dalawang kupunan. So this time medyo careful na yung team ng Motivate Trust. Unlike game 1 kanina, nakikipag-trade talaga sila ng todo. Ngayon nire-respeto na nila yung team ng Vesa 1. Meanwhile, yung bottom lane lang yung kanilang nagiging problema. How do you shut this down? Na actually, level, ang taas ang kalamangan sa farm, kaibigang Wolf.
Well, I guess, kailangan mo lang din na sabayan. Meron ka
lang, no?
I think take ito sa team. So kunwari, itong Motivate Trust, eventually magagamit na nila si OD pag nagkaroon na nung kanyang siguro 4 staff or kung ano man yung first item niya. Gamitin siya agad kasabay yung Pangol here. Tapos yung Wraith King siguro makapag-push na with that. And the idea is, kung hindi mo siya kayang tapatan ng 1v1, tapatan nyo na as a team.
Pwede nyo limahin. Kasi 5-on-5 naman talaga ang Dota.
Tama.
Pero ito na yung masakit. Metamorphosis, nilaban na lang. Shield Crash para kay Masa. Alam niyang pwede na siyang mawala dito. Nawala na nga siya. Yung Ghost Ship ay nandun na hindi tama kay Boom. There you go, Kuya Wolf. We've talked about it earlier na mukhang okay sana yung lane ni Masa. Pero because of the slight lead na nakuha ay hindi pa rin naging okay. Diba? Yeah. Meanwhile, ang ginagawa ngayon ng side ni Jack Boys is trying to answer with a kill. Pero wala silang makukuha dahil si Lucify ay nag-survive din. So, okay. Counter go para dito sa bottom lane. Stun mula kay Boom. Pero naku na sa likod si Tihi. One more hit. Glimpse back para kay Masa.
May magic wand Yun na nga.
Yun na, Sander Marudo. Nakakamiss naman sabihin yun, pare. Masa right now. Isa pa. Normal para kay Masa. Swashbuckle in.
Gumalaw.
Nakakuha pa, may onting moves. Para kay Masa. Pero hindi na masyadong long range. But still, nagtanong siya, why does my reflection, how does my reflection show who I am inside? Perfect game na ngayon sa early game. Ang meron, ang Terror Blade ni Ken. Susubok pa rin si Gacha Boy sa top lane. So still, ang Victory Trust still creating plays. Go ship into the torrent.
May save?
Oh, pero yun lang. May save kasi ng palubog. Wala rin level 6 pa yung Mars, pero may Spear of Mars. Kaya mamatay ni Jack Boys. Yun na yung resurrection, super slow. Normal hit coming in from Gacha Boy. Jack Boy, super stun. Sabay right click ng critical. Sabay! Tore pa nga. May kasama pang bonus. JG now falling low. Surkuchi and JG trying to go for the splash. Pero wala na. 2 kills na libre sa may tower sa top lane. Victory Trust. Nako! Nangangamoy ba ang game number 3, Kuya Wolf? Masyado pa maaga.
nangangamoy day 2 ng day 1.
Look at the replay right now.
Pero we were seeing the replay, ang ganda nung safety talaga ni OD. Ito talaga yung ano, kaya masasabi natin na kung ayaw niya na may OD sa kalaban kasi dinidisrupt talaga niya yung combo. Like you said, like we saw, yung fact pa nga lang na may resurrection pa, di ba? Yung pa lang parang ang daming layers na kailangan mo nang nagpasan ng UDV just to take down that rating at hindi pala nila nagawa. Tapos nakukuhaan pa sila ng Torres sa top lane. Wala sila nakuwang important na kills at nabigyan pa ng XP itong si OD. Right now, 2-0 and 3 on this OD. Palapit na sa kanyang Orchid ng kanyang first item.
At dahil doon ay mukhang gigera pa rin ang side ng Victory Trust Gaming. Oh, maalalaman nila na nagsastock ang Kuka right now. Pero mabilis lang din to. Pero will they attempt though? Ayun na, yung Budo. Hindi aabot. Mabubudo dito ay ang Disruptor. Naglabas na ng mga EPs. Si Q as, nako, yung Disruptor ang naging sacrifice. Ito na nga, Kuya Wolf. Ninakaw na yung stacks.
Yeah. And ganun pa rin. Meron pa rin may damage pa rin yung Arcane Orb, diba? So, it's gonna be very easy with the passive na Essence Flux and every single thing that's is working in favor of the OD ngayon. So, lamang na siya.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, this pick, yung OD adjustment na ginawa ng side ng Victory Trust, really paying off. Hindi makagalaw ngayon si JJ. Well, hindi pa naman natin nakikita yung Arena of Blood Ghost Ship combo sa side ng team Vesa 1, but I think this is going to be the problem right now dahil pag nag-online na naman yung Resurrection ay pwedeng mag-call na naman ng smoke attempt ang side ng Victory Trust. Kaya uunahan na actually ng side ng Vesa 1, Wolf.
Exactly. At much needed to. We're talking about yung Mars na palagi na kailangan mo gumawa ng mga plays.
Uy, nakaramdam.
And sobrang needed na nga. At
nakaramdam.
I think nag-smoke yata sila.
Oo. Nag-smoke yung Vesa 1 pero nakaramdam si Jack Boys.
Oh.
Nakita niya kasi may ward sila dun eh.
Oo.
Grabe.
Vision is key.
Pag may vision, may mission.
Tama.
And with that,
Tama
Jack Boys, naku, layo na. Wow, ang lupit ng wards na yon dahil doon naging ligtas si Jack Boys, preventing
makapag-push pa sila.
Oo.
Insta push siya sa may bottom lane. Pwede pa niyang tawagin yung mga skeletons niya pero hindi na niya kailangan kasi mayroon naman siyang siege creep na kasama. So, easy tore para sa Trust.
Napakadali. At nagulat yung Vesa 1. Uy, ba't biglang nawala? Hindi niya na tinuloy yung farm niya eh.
Ang daming grabe talaga yun. Nasa stacks ngayon ang focus ng mga teams.
Meta, no? Stockton eh.
Pero, pine-prevent nila yung stackings.
Oo.
Lang UDV. At lamang biglang inasnap. 3,000 ng lamang.
Wow. Yeah. I agree. Ito na, Rolling Thunder in. Magbi-miss yung Earth Spike. Pero nandun pa rin yung Weaver. Tatama pa rin yung Rolling Thunder. Pero mag-change target para si Rupido. Actually, si Tihi na yung tinarget na nawala. Cancel ba ang TP ni Rupido? Hindi. As Rupido will survive that one. Pero si Tihi, yung naging sacrifice. So, Victory Trust. May lamang pa rin sa laban na to.
Sobrang lamang na nila dito at this point. Kasi mukhang gugupan nila yung mid. Kaya nila mag-push. I think they're waiting dun sa Orchid ni OD, tapos Deso, tas Blink ni Wraith King. Tas parang katulad ng previous game, papabilisin nila yung laban for their team.
Wow. Ito, total dominance right now ang buong rotation ng mapa. Actually, Vision din ay pumapabor sa side ng Trust. They will force this mid lane. They know na may resurrection. Nandun na yung Lion, Arena of Blood. Tinamaan yung Lion. Sumusubok siyang tumakas pero sumayuna ng siya. Kasi alam niya na mawawala na siya sa laban na to.
Uy, the save!
Pero hindi ata. Joke lang yung save as Tihi. Sasaluin na ng damage nung shield crash. Oh my.
The ultimate's committed para sa
isang Lion.
Lion. UDB. unfortunately, hindi favorable trades, tapos makakuha pa ng Torre itong Trust sa may mid lane. Sobrang crucial niyan. Nag-farm si Rubik na kanyang Blink Dagger pero nasa mga 600 gold pa siya palayo.
Tagal pa yan, layo pa yan.
Tagal pa. Actually, di ko nga alam kung mag-Aether Lens muna siya or something eh.
Parehas magbe-benefit eh. Kaso parehas din siyang malambot kahit anong i-build niya. Pwede siyang stun lang ng ng Wraith King.
Yup.
Oh my.
Sakit na nitong Sanity's Eclipse na to.
Oo.
Pag nakombohan to. Kahit sino I think magra-right click build siya. Baka hindi na siya mag-witch.
Hindi na siya mag-meteor hammer build, no? Kahit okay lang din eh. Pwede eh. 14 minutes in, it's the same situation pero vice versa na lang ang nangyari. But again, the difference naman is in a way, may onting farm pa rin yung Terrorblade ng side ng VS1. Kasi unlike kanina, yung Medusa ng Trust ay talagang shutdown. Pero ngayon,
Medusa talaga.
si Ken ay hindi ganoon ka, I mean, may 7,500 to 6,800. Better naman yung state ni Ken this time. So, in a way, pwedeng nakay TB, nakay Ken yung bola dito para sa side ng VS1.
Absolutely. So, sa ngayon kasi siya yung malapit-lapit when it comes to the gold. Eventually, makakuha siya ng Manta. Pero mag-farm pa yan up until the point na kukuha siya ng kanyang BKB. So, super needed. I think nung draft na mention natin to na sobrang kailangan ng BKB. Pati kay Honka.
Oo.
Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, Orchid din ang gustong kuha ni JG sa ngayon. Very interesting.
Orchid?
Hi, babes.
Naka-Oblivion stuff siya eh.
Oo. Orchid ang gustong makuha. Hi, babes.
Babes. Siguro pang pang kill din agad, insta-kill. Pumapatong yun, di ba? Basta ma-silence mo, may damage na agad, mag-splash damage eh. Ang gagawin niya, silent splash.
Pwede. Pwede.
Di ba? Silence mo, lakad, splash damage. Extra putok eh.
Tingnan natin kung ganun. But mas malaki problema nila yung farm eh. Kasi sobrang easy farm para sa motivate nyo. Control talaga nila yung mapa. Si Jack Boys, palakas na to ng palakas. Ayan na. May Spirit Vessel na rin si Weaver. So, grabe na rin yan. Grabe na rin yung damage.
Hindi ka na makakapag-regen yan, Bobby. Super so yan eh. Nakakainis yan eh. Pag kinombo mo ng mga EPs, ng Swarm. Alam mo, pinoison ka ng Viper eh.
Totoo. Uy.
Uunahin nila si Tihi. Nako, Tihi. Pamali ng pwesto. Masa. Good catch there. Masa and Jack Boys. Dagger na ata si Masa din, if I'm not mistaken.
Click na yun.
Ayun na, yun. Kakabili lang.
Sakto. Si Rupido, malayo-layo pa sa kanyang Blink Dagger.
Naaamoy mo na ba, kaibigang Wolf?
Ang day 2 ng day 1.
Day number 2 dahil 15 minutes Desolator, 15 minutes Dagger. Ito na. Gotcha boys. Silence, normal. Nakita mo yung mini force stop? May swag pa. May kasama pang swag.
Na tumbling toy. Tumbler's toy.
Ang dagdag
Kasi hindi niya na kailangan ng hindi niya kailangan ng force staff dahil doon. Sobrang laking advantage niya. Para siya, sabi mo mini force staff, diba? 300 units, goods na rin yan. So mag-BKB siya. At ang ganda ng decision na yun, kung sakaling itutuloy niya itong BKB bilang second item, approve na approve.
Lista mo na.
Approve na approve yan. Lista mo na.
Umaga, parang naglokohan lang, no? Yung parehas game parang pwede nang reset into best of 1. Oh my.
We'll see. Pero may Terrorblade pa rin. So, ano pa rin yan? Ano pa rin natin. Nakapossess mask. So, lang siya. Wala rin silang, konti lang din nung nila, no? Jungling.
So, ibig sabihin mo dito, Wolf, if you are team Veso 1, ang titignan na natin dito is yung pattern kung paano magpa-farm si Ken. Kung paano siya umiwas posoy. Kasi mukhang gano'n na yung mangyayari. Hindi na sila pwede pumilit ng laban eh.
Exactly. Ano yun? Ngayon, ano bang inuna ni si Rubik? So, magano siya? Aether Lens muna siya. Tinigil niya yung hanap ng mga dagger.
Kasi biling-bili
dami niyang pera. 1.7k kasi yung pera niya kanina. Nakapagtaka. Ito na. Magsismoke na yata sila. Meron silang 2 smokes. Meron silang orchid na. Kay kung kakakuha lang.
Here we go.
Kailangan nilang mag-check. Check lang. Kasi kanina, nadali sila ng Obsword. So, ngayon, check muna. Tapos tsaka sila nakasmoke na sila.
Who will they catch though? Sinong best target mo to get? Are you going for the supports or will you go for the carry na OD?
Talaga yung kailangan mo dito, OD.
May save din, Kuya Wolf. Nako,
Pag Weaver lang nakuha nila dito, yan ang mapapa-awits talaga sila. Pero wala nga sila makukuha.
Nako.
And
Radiant's
that is
bottom
bad.
tower is under attack.
Hindi niya rin pwedeng i-glimpse eh.
Dyer's top tower
Oh
is
my.
under attack.
Okay. Ego lands. Ang nakuha lang ng Veso 1 ay it is probably going to be a tower in the top. Kasi nako, nasa baba rin kasi yung Trust Gaming. Napakalayo. So, wow, Trust Gaming with the awareness once again. And hoping for Team Veso 1 to react in this push na ginagawa nila sa bot.
Maybe they get the... hindi tumama yung combo.
Hindi na. Pati yung sinabi nating silent splash, di rin. Hindi rin nangyari.
Hindi rin nagawa yung silent splash. Pinang-clear na lang niya yung ghost ship. And that is bad.
Pero mabilis lang naman din yung cooldown. But then again, pwedeng mag-call ngayon yung Victory Trust.
Exactly.
Ang taas din ng vision nila in this area. Iwas Posoy. Again, if you are a fan of Veso 1, nakay Ken ang bola, nakay Ken ang magiging damage output. Pero ang mission ngayon ng Victory Trust to end this game right here, right now.
Control the map as much as possible. Ayan, ginagawa na nga pag tulak na nga sila ulit. Finally, may blink na itong si Mars, si Rupido. Ito na yung kailangan nila. Kaso may mech. Mukhang mag-graves dito si Paco. And that is bad.
Well, Kuya Wolf, 1k gold lead lang ang meron si Jack Boys laban kay Ken. Kaso kasi ang problema, yung sumusunod kay Ken ay yung OD na si Gacha Boy at si Masa.
Malayo pa si JG.
Malayo pa si JG, oo.
Uy, ganda move dito. Kung sakaling tutuloy nila itong Roshan. Perfect. Hindi mapapansin to. Hindi alam ng UDV.
Ito ang tinatawag na libre ayuda sa side ng Victory Trust. There you go, there's the smoke.
Yun na.
Alam nilang nasa Roshan.
At nakita sila nung ward. Nakita ba sila?
Hindi, nakasmoke eh. Si Rubik lang ang naka-on.
I mean yung pag-pop ng smoke. Alam yata.
Iwas Pusoy na naman. Nag-back na lang muna ang side ng Veso 1. Pero nandito si Ken.
Aakyat. At meron siyang... Ayun na.
There you go. Mauhuli ba dito yung OD? Yung OD
na silent.
Super silent. Pero si Ken makakuha ng killing spree. Nandun sa pinagilid. X-Mark. Para kay Gacha Boy. Gacha Boy. Sumusubok ng normal. At ayun na yung Sanity Eclipse sa mukha. Ken ngayon, siya na lang mag-isa na vessel si Kuya Ken. Takbo, Ken, habang may lupa. Superstar, ilista mo na naman. Dakuka. And yung Terrorblade ang mawawala. 2 kills na libre para sa Victory Trust Gaming.
Oh man. God, sobrang lupit nun play na yun. At imagine this, si OD, hindi siya na-combo kasi imagine this, meron na siyang ogre so 10 strength yan, tapos meron siyang power treads at maraming stats dun sa 1 as well as some stats dun sa ship na treads. Kaya 1.7k at malayo dun si Terrorblade, so walang humampas. Walang nakahampas kay OD kahit pa na ano na siya. Imagine mo na static storm na yun. At that point, kaya na. Kaso hindi nakapag-ultimate siya Kuka kasi na-silence din siya. Hindi pa kasi aga-nims yung yung static storm. That means na makakapag-items pa. So, na-silence agad doon si Kuka. Hindi na nakapalag at this is looking bad talaga. Malapit na sa BKB. Actually, pwede na kang bilhin ni OD ngayon. Ayun na.
Tinatamad lang bilhin.
Ayun na.
Oo.
Hindi pa uwi. Ayan
Papunta na.
Taas na rin. Level 16 na rin siya eh.
Oh my. This OD pick talaga. Aside ng Victory Trust. Actually, Kuya Wolf, ang crucial din ng match na yun kasi hindi pa natin tinake consideration na may Aegis din actually si Gacha Boy sa laban na yun. So, may na-static storm. Na-static storm. Tapos ganun pa yung nangyari, di ba? And may Aegis pa pala. So, talagang
Radiant's middle tower
Downhill
is under
ang
attack.
opportunity nung Beso 1 sa mangyayaring laban. Kailangan nilang humanap ng miracle play this time.
What is the miracle play? Let's find out.
10 seconds BKB.
BKB na rin si Ray King. No, at lamang na lamang din sa levels din.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Ito na yun.
Just like
Mainit
old
talaga.
times.
Just like old times indeed. Ayan na, may BKB na si Ray King. Inuna pa yung resibo.
Ganun na.
Si Mars, yung kanyang blade masyadong late na nila nakuha. Di sila nagawa ng play at nakahuli pa ng
It's a free kung ka. There you go. Kung pinipake pa, nakita mo, pinipake pa yung Earth Spike. Para may added swap. Kumbaga yung fake, ginawang parang casting animation.
Radiant's top tower is
Grabe.
under attack.
para mahuli niya yung para mahuli niya yung galaw ni JD kung saan mo.
Oo.
Well done.
Wow.
And with the BKB now dun sa OD pati dito sa Wraith King, actually at this point wala silang pang-engage.
The question ko ngayon para sa iyo,
Radiant's top tower is
why
under attack.
is Victory Trust parang pinapatagal nila yung laro eh. Parang ayaw pa nila i-push eh.
Take it safe. Naghanap sila ngayon ng kasi sakto din kakakuha lang ng BKB flow lang nila yung waves. Eventually, pupunta sila, hanap sila ng opening.
Oo.
At hindi pa nila kailangan kasing mag-high ground. Sa totoo lang, pwede nilang hintayin yung yung item after the... hintay sila blink siguro.
Oo.
Well, hindi sila nagmamadali kasi nasa kanila yung control ng mapa at hindi na makakahabol ang UDB sa farm.
Sinabi nga,
lalaki na lang lalaki.
Sinabi actually ng parokya ni Edgar at ni Black9, wag kang magmadali. So,
Radiant's top
let's
tower
see.
is under attack.
Gacha po. Patient, di ba?
Pag nagmadali ka, pwede ka bang madali.
Wag kang magmadali, baka magkamali. Ano ka ba?
Pwede ba? Pwede rin. Madaling magkamali pag nagmamadali.
Yun. It rhymes.
It rhymes.
Ibang klase, just like old times, patient game para sa side ng Victory Trust. Not forcing any high ground attempts. But the question ko nga sa'yo, Kuya Wolf, ano ba, magiging enough ba yung time?
Naku po.
Uy, nagtago. Nagtago yung disruptor.
Huli ka!
Naku, sino yung huli?
Aabutin ba?
Aabot, hindi. Alright.
Nakatakas din si
Ito nga yung question ko. Ito nga yung question ko sa'yo, Kuya Wolf. Going back, kasi ang gusto ko kasi tanong, why is Victory Trust taking so long? Ngayon, dahil dito sa duration na pinapatagal nila yung laban, may opportunity ba ang team ng Veso 1 to get things back? Kasi nagkaka-item din sila kahit paano. BKB ay naka-queue na ngayon kay Ken.
Totoo naman yan. Kasi pag minadali nila, mas lalong magkakamali sila. So that's the real trade-off. Pero kasi, at this point, katulad nga sinabi sa'yo, Magin, dahil mas madaming mapa na pinaglalaruan ang Motivate Trust, mas madali sa kanila mas okay sa kanila yung mag-farm ng game. Kasi, syempre, limited lang inukuha ng UDB.
Oo.
Tsaka malayo-layo pa yung sa katotohanan, yung TB. Malayo pa siya sa BKB niya. So, siguro pwede sila maghintay ng mga 2 more minutes.
Ano pa lang siya? BK pa lang.
BK pa lang. Wala pa yung B.
Let's see. Swarm in. May Sukuchi. May dagger ba si Jack Boys? Uy, grabe naman. Jukes!
Wow!
The Jukes! Jukes to go! Mula dito.
Uy, naku, nahuli.
Meron na top lane. Ayun na, si Ken. Siya, tinignan na po. Yun! Isang mabilis na slam dunk ng Sanity Eclipse. Yun lang ang kailangan ni Gacha Boy. 45 seconds down. Si Ken.
Didn't matter. Sinave pa doon. At isang kill yan sa Terrorblade, by the way. At I think mention natin na kailangan ng BKB pero malayo-layo po siya sa katotohanan. So, this is absolutely going in the favor of Motivate Trust. Wala nang malinis sila na lamang ngayon at may paulit-ulit ko sasabihin dahil sa nakokontrol na yung mapa ng Motivate Trust. Yung UDV, hindi na sila makakalabas masyado. Isa na lang makapag-farm sa kanila, 1 or 2. Habang yung MP Motivate Trust, lahat sila nakapag-farm. So,
ang pwede na lang gawin dito ng UDV, Kuya Wolf, ay mag-X-Mark na lang. X-Mark.
Sobrang importante makuha yung Shokuchi.
Ni Lucify, no?
Ni Lucify, So,
para sumabay siya sa kungka. Okay.
Asa nakuha na yung mga ano nila?
Nakilay Lion, Voodoo into the other Voodoo. Ang mabilis lang, Deads. Para dito sa side ng Team
Dire's bottom tower
UDV.
is under attack.
So iwas pusoy na lang. Ito yung nakukuha ko sa sinasabi mo, Wolf. Kung ikaw ay Beso 1, iwas pusoy ka na lang, split up mo yung map. Kahit hayaan mo na lang na mag-farm yung kuka, kaso pahirap na ng pahirap ang buhay nila. Kumbaga, ito yung tinatawag, Wolf, ng ng Victory Trust, yung ginagawa nila sa Beso 1, slowly but surely na torture. Mas mahirap pa yun pag ganyan yung nararanasan mo.
Yep. And at this point, maghahanap ka na lang ng milagro kung ikaw ay UDV. Meron ng Aghanim etong si Weaver at
Naku, pwede na mag-save.
ito, protectado na. Protectado na si OD. Si OD meron pang Enchanted Quiver.
Aray.
Nakuha niya pa yung gusto niyang item.
Naku, dadagdagan pa ng 300 yung Arcane
Naku,
Orb.
ilang hits kaya to?
Bang!
Dire's top
Hindi,
tower is
illusion
under
lang.
Practice
attack.
lang. Practice lang yun.
Practice lang.
Pero ang sakit niyan. Ayaw mo pa naman na may ganyan yan.
316.
Yung
Grabe.
extra 300 mapuprok yung Arcane Orb
Oo.
This is Team Victory Trust Gaming. Again, unti-unting pinapatay ang pag-asa ng kupunan ng UDV. At nire-remind tayo na ganito ka-magical ang Dota, Kuya Wolf. Rupido ngayon, mapapag-back na paggamit pa ng BKB. Ito na. MTGQ, may X-Mark ba? JJ. Hindi naaabutan. Silence, meron ako hindi nakulong.
Naku po,
Wala nang silang magagawa. Buhay na buhay to. Pinaglaruan lang sila ni Q.
Niliparan nung ipis.
Oo. Okay, Kuya Wolf. It seems like a slow-paced game. Pero lahat ay pumapabor sa kupunan ng Victory Trust. Ang lungkot ng buhay ngayon ng Beso 1.
Hindi sila makalabas ng safely sa kanilang base. Hindi makapag-farm si Terrorblade. Napigilan na kanina pa siya dun sa 15k.
Para silang pinarantin, Kuya Wolf.
Naka-quarantine. Exactly! Naka-quarantine sila.
Para silang
Ito na.
nag-rewind ng 2021. Nakakalabas lang sila pag walang curfew.
Tama ka dyan.
Ayan,
Tama
oh.
ka dyan.
At ito na, na-stuck na sila sa bottom lane. Farm mo yan. Splash damage. And ito na, I think ito na yung last draw. Ito na yung the nail in the coffin. Yung ages na 5 minutes na meron ng OD. Pwede na silang umay ground.
Okay. So, kinuha yung shard kay Wraith King. Binigay kay Wraith King. Akala ko kay OD nila ibibigay, pero mukhang ganun. Kasi parang siya talaga yung magpapronta. Ang ganda ng passive nito na component na. Wala nang mana yung Resu. So, no matter what happens, nandun na yan. Tapos, may 3 skeletons na umaatake sa bawat hero na nandun. So,
The 3 skill yun.
sobrang dami. Oo, tri-skill yun. Tri-skeleton.
Ito yun
Tama ka.
Kuya Wolf, maiba lang tayo, no? Kasi again, guys, going back to the story of this game, quarantine mode ang Beso 1 and they will hope for a miracle. Lahat na ng binanggit ni Wolf ay nasabi niya na kung gaano kahirap ang buhay nila.
Oo.
And na ngayon, Victory Trust playing this very patiently. Na walang nag-aasim, no? Right decision making. Sa pag-aalala ko, Wolf, sa career natin ng pagcast ng Dota, nakapagcast tayo ng I think around 90 plus or 100 plus minutes na games.
Minutes, oo naman.
Nare-reminisce ko.
Basic na yun.
Dito.
Basic na. Uy!
Ito na.
Jack! Blake tapos go na dun sa normal na.
Oo, ito na. Okay, pumasok na ngayon yung Pangolier. Tunay ba tong laban na to? Mukhang hindi pa rin. Lumilipad lang ang Pangolier. Nagro-roll out lang ang Pangolier. Yan ang tinatawag na roll out ni Optimus. Nako, may glimpse back! Pero,
Ginaganim.
Ang bilis naman kumindot nun, Kuya Wolf.
Time lapse.
Pwede pala yun.
Grabe. Pwede. Malayo na rin kasi yung range ng time lapse. Actually, maliit lang. Talagang nagalingan lang talaga sa time. Nadaan lang talaga sa timing.
It's all about the timing.
At mabilis na yung cooldown niya ng time lapse. Just 20 seconds.
Nako, pwede mo i-spam.
Oo, spamables.
Spamables. Eto na. Meron pa rin resurrection to.
Time lapse lang,
Time lapse na naman. Oh my, sayang effort. Kuya Wolf, sayang yung effort.
Basic.
Ang ganda pa naman ng moves ng Mars. Alam mo yung moves ng Mars? Yung dagger in, tapos yung spear of Mars, yung dotang-dota ka na nasispear mo ng malupit na angle.
Oo. Yun na yun eh.
Sayang yung moves.
That's the play, Nate. That's the play. Kaso yun talaga yung ito na yung main problem na ng UDV. Tapos na-force yung doon. Na-force yung metamorphosis. So, ang gagawin ng motivate. Hintayin na lang. Alam nila na sa top lane kasi may mga manta style na images dito. Kaso may kontra. Lucify. Asa nang kakampi mo? Naku,
wala, practice lang yan.
Practice lang.
Trinahin niya lang.
Ayun na naman, time-lapse oh.
Sa time-lapse si Street. Ito na, mga Trader. Super slow. Kailangan pa bang i-memorize ko yung World Fighting Division?
Disconnection sila dun oh.
Nagsalita na si Darak, if you smell what Mineski Masters Game 3 Day number 2 ng Day 1 is cooking. May Aegis pa, may Resurrection pa. Libreng-libre yung time-lapse. Hindi na papatakasin pa. Pasok! Pasok!
Yung strike,
Gacha boy!
Yung strike click na sinasabi mo. Nandun na.
Panichikudo.
Eh.
It is a sad day if you are a fan of Weso 1.
Ready ba tapos?
Pero hindi pa naman tapos. Pero it is clear from, I think, minute number 14. Kung sino na ang nanalo dito. Ayun yung blink na strength blink. Daya niyan eh. Bad beats eh.
May slow kasi. Pang initiator talaga siya. Sakto initiator.
Anong moves? Oh my! Static Storm, tinamaan ngayon yung OD. Ito na ba yung final team fight na hinahanap? Ito na ba yung Miracle Fly? Hindi ata! Buybacks coming in. Meron pa rin Aegis yan. Gacha Boy, lumaban na lang. Aegis Fox. Ngayon, nandito sa baba. Sina Jack Boys. Nako, na-stun. Right click. Right clickin mo. Right click only apunan.
Fade away.
Super stun. With a impale. Uy! Napata si Jack Boys. GG, well played.
Bibigay pa ng rampage. Bigyan mo ng rampage.
This is it.
Di ba kinuha?
Motivate Trust Gaming getting the victory para sa laban na to.
Wow.
Alam mo, Kuya Wolf, nalito na ako dahil anong oras na rin kasi kaka-victory Trust Gaming ko na victory na sila. Motivate Trust Gaming. Lupit ng game na yon.
Well, ang ganda kasi nung draft, nagsimula talaga siya sa draft na tingin ko napag-usapan naman natin yung maigi. Tinanong tayo kung kanino tayo mas pabor na composition ng lineup. At sinabi natin Motivate Trust at nakita natin yan. Tumagal masyado yung BKB timings na hinahanap natin sa kanilang nakatapat at dahil doon na hindi sila nakapalag.
Hindi ko na kinaya o yung...
Alright. Pero
nawala na ako. Sobrang di mo na kinaya.
Sorry. Parang
hindi ko kinaya
tumangkadata ako dito.
Hindi ko talaga kinaya yung hindi nga outplay eh. More on napakabagal lang na lamang eh. 'Di ba?
I think it's ko rin naman yung point mo, no? I think hello?
Hindi na rin kinaya ni Kuya Nathan.
Hello? Sir?
Nawala na rin si Kuya Nathan, hindi niya na rin kinaya eh.
Hello? Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Alright.
Ayan.
Pambira sa Discord pala ako. Sa Discord pala ako nakamit. You messing with me, friends, ha? You messing with me? And then, pero gets ko rin naman yung sinasabi mo, Manjin, no? Very equal yung laning stage. I felt like yung TB hindi gaano ka na pressure, pero MG Trust over and over again. Parang medyo bumaliktad lang din, no? Yung nangyari ng game number 1, very, very aggressive na naglaro dito yung MG Trust ng game number 2. And slowly but surely, na-take na nga nila yung laro, di ba? And yun yung keyword, slowly but surely. Controlling the game, taking hold ng laro. But anything to add before we go on to a short break?
Welcome to day number 2.
Welcome sa day number 2 ng day 1.
Alright, well, of course, more post-game analysis when we do come back. Pero syempre, sa ngayon, tamang short break lang muna kami. Recuperate kami ng konting energy and we will be back for game number 3. Don't go away. Tamang chill lang muna kayo dyan.
Wow.
Ayos nga yun. Game
Nagising.
number 3. Second day, no?
Nagising ang Motivate Trust. And let's show everyone watching how crazy
We want to give you more. Kaya ang pure fiber fast internet ninyo, mas papabilisin pa namin. Gagawing mas sulit and of course, super unlimited pa rin. As we have done before, we are upgrading your FiberX plan speeds for free. Now, FiberX 2500 from 100 Mbps to 300 Mbps. And FiberX 3500 from 200 Mbps to 800 Mbps. Wait, of course, there is more. Your time of day 1899 and 2899 will now be 2000 for either day or night plans with 100 Mbps boostable to 200 Mbps depending on when you want it. While your time of day 3899 and 4899 will now only be 3000 for either day or night plans with 300 Mbps boostable to 600 Mbps depending on when you want it. Boom! With faster and more powerful pure fiber internet, power up your game with the weapon that you need. Yes, all together now. Wow! Enjoy your unlimited, mas pinabilis pa, at super sulit online gaming experience with us. Ito talaga ang pure fiber firepower na para sa'yo. Experience true speed, pure power, explosive gaming. Yan ang internet! Dominate with Converge FiberX.
Breathing slowly, the smoke might burn your eyes. Listen closely, tears won't help this time. Break the ceiling. It's made of thin glass. Face the
welcome back. Game number 3 on the horizon, and hindi pa naman daytime, no? Hindi pa naman AM, but fast approaching na tayo sa AM dito. Of course, I do welcome back Wolf and Manjin.
Woo!
Musta naman yung short break natin dyan? Nakapag-refresh na ba tayo? Inom na tayo ng tubig? Goods?
Yeah.
As expected, this is it. This is classic. We're celebrating legacies. And ano ba naman ang ganito? Actually, kung ikaw ay old school Dota player, maaga pa to. Maaga pa to. May mga pinag-uusapan natin yung legacies about esports, lalo na isa nagsimula na Dota 1. Nag-uumpisa pa lang ang tournament nito. Ganitong oras at ganito pa rin hanggang ngayon, 2021 sa Mineski Masters.
Partida nga, pag ganito, wala na nga tayong delay masyado. Dati, nasisira yung mga PC, may ipis sa kamay ni Ice, diba? Nagpa-pause pa dahil may ipi. Naalala ko pa yung mga ganun, syempre. Ako, viewer pa ako nun eh. But, of course, 100% predict rate so far para sa ating panel. No? Congratulations, UDB, of course, ng game number 1, MG Trust ng game number 2. Mano Nostra nyo nga ba to? Tingin nyo ba guys, all the way na nga ba ng MG Trust doon? Mukhang na bang nagising?
I think so.
We'll see. I think yung sa draft ko patitignan kasi so far the 2 games parang sa draft natin na-translate yung tempo ng para sa games. We'll see.
May highlights pa pala din tayo, no? Actually, in this game. Yun na eh.
Yep. Pero honestly, I mean, in terms of action, this game, very quiet. No? I mean, it was a medyo aggressive na early game nung laning stage. And then after that, medyo nag-fall flat. Diba? Parang both sides, more on medyo kampante lang na mag-farm, no? Doesn't look like it, pero as we see, of course, karoon naman ng mga konting aggression between these two teams. Pero kasi yung mga fights natin yung time between the fights, para medyo matagal di ba?
Yeah, actually, ang nagustuhan ko dito is yung Motivate Trust Gaming ay hindi sila nagpilit ng laban. Hinintay talaga nila yung items, hinintay talaga nila yung BKB bago sila high ground.
Discipline, no?
Kung ibang teams kasi, usually ganito, rektahan lamang na tayo. Probably pwedeng mag-cause pa yon ng loss kung nangyari nga yung gano'n. Like what Wolf said, mas malulugi kapag pipilitin nila. So, yeah.
Naghintay talaga sila ng mga parang hindi na masasolve ng UDV. At ang pinaka-particular ako doon sa Aghanim kasi wala talaga sa rocket. Noon na-pick up na ni Weaver yung Aghanim, tapos nakuha na yung Aegis. Lista mo na eh. Tapos nakuha na yung Strength Blink, Overwhelming Blink.
Overwhelming Blink,
ng mga Wave King. Indeed, overwhelming talaga yung odds na against the UDV.
But honestly, did you guys think na may parang chance nga ba, if ever, na magkaroon ng comeback potential dito yung UDVS 1, or with every minute parang naging papunta na talaga ng 0%?
Parang
I hate to say it. I mean, kasi alam ko madaling sabihin to para sa point of view natin. Pero tingin ko naman, mababack up naman. I think at 14 minutes, na-mention din naman Ginny, at 14 minutes, alam mo na hindi na makalabas sa base ang UTV. Tapos sobrang lugi na ni JG.
Yeah.
At nakakuha ng early kills din. 6-0. 12, si Gacha Boy. At may agad siya, Orchid. Tapos hindi siya napatay doon sa unang rotation. So, at that point, sabi mo, this is over. Sobrang dali na ng game para sa Motivate Trust.
In a way, habang tumatagal, to answer the question, hindi lang 0%, parang nagiging negative na nga eh.
May utang pa kayo, no? May utang pa kayong win percentage.
Abot pa next game eh. Yeah.
Pero any potential MVP shouts kaya dyan, malalaman na natin in a bit, of course. Pero sino kaya dito yung MVP ng game number 2? OD?
Feeling ko si Gacha Boy.
Ako personally, kung sino yung nag-last pick ng OT, yun para sa akin yung MVP.
Yung nag-pick.
Okay.
Yung nag-pick.
Ang ganda kasi ng pick, no? Ang ganda kasi ng pick, no?
Sobrang ganda. At this point, unplayable. Di ba nagkaroon ng maraming changes sa Kungka? Dati, medyo playable pa pero kita natin dun sa game, parang unplayable yung Kungka eh.
Nahirapan talaga siya. Kanina, di ba, kapag yung Kungka kanina ni JG, lasit na siya nung mage eh. Kumbaga, inuna niya eh. Dalawang hit, tapos ready na siya to splash. Bago siya umampas ng splash, boom, lubo, wala, hindi ninay.
Yeah, kumbaga,
Wala, hindi na
classic
nakuha.
na lang din na counter, no? I guess you could say yung ODN. And isa siya sa mga heroes na medyo recently na napipick up nga din. But yeah, from the laning stage, through the mid game, di ba, nahirapan din sila mag-setup ng mga plays. Meron yung mga potential safe plays na nagawa niya. And of course, kung tatakasan mo nga, mahirapan ka talaga takasan kasi nga, in your case, yung kung ka dapat nga, ikaw yung nagsisetup, X-Mark na torrent. Pero, kayo yung nasa-setupan or kayo yung nahabol din.
Tsaka
So,
in a way, pag nag-X-Mark, di ba, nakaka-cancel din ng lubog. Nawawala din.
Kumbaga, hindi mo mapupull back eh. Diba? So, in any case, parang countered ka na nga sa laning stage, countered ka na nga sa playmaking mo, mid-game countered. Ang hirap. And umabot na nga sa point na parang, well, si Jackie nga lang, yung mutik na nagka-rampage, no? Na naagaw nga ng Pangolier, reported. But, yeah, fast approaching for the last game of the day, of the last series of the day. Mukha namang nakapag-adjust ng MG Trust. This time around, UDV, meron ba sila mga adjustments kaya na magagawa? Well, Dawnbreaker, banned ulit, but Snapper already picked up.
Surprised ako na sila yung nag-ban ng Dawnbreaker. Yan, ako po. Kinuha yung strat nila.
Dinakaw, nag-Pinoy moves ang Motivate Trust Gaming.
But I do like the steal dun sa Raid King. 100% necessary. So far, ang Raid King ang 100% win rate sa mga heroes natin ngayon.
Oo nga, no? Raid King. Raid King is king. Actually.
Oo.
Sakit pa rin kasi eh.
Yung farming kasi, farming niya. Tsaka yung objective taking niya. You can play it na passively. Pwede mo rin siyang aggressive na Deso armlet.
Yeah. And I like it. May combo pa with the ano ba to? Ito na naman ba yung mid na
Snapfire?
Snapfire?
Depende. I think open pa rin naman, no? Very much like nung napick yung Weaver, very open. Pwedeng carry, pwedeng support. Pati na nga, akala nga natin 4 eh. Biglang naging 5 pa nga. Yung line niya naging 4 eh, diba? Pero ito na naman yung mga bands. So more on nakafocus na naman yung dalawang team for the mid band. So we have the Ember band, the Invoker band. Darkseer, interestingly enough, meron ba kayong input dyan? Kasi I think Darkseer very situational pick. Pero 100% band rate eh. No? So maybe magkakilala tong mga player na to. Alam nilang medyo paborito din. No? Mga offlaners, Rupido and
Rupido, yeah.
Masaros. Very classic din kasi na offlane yan eh. Yung,
kanina pa nila binaban din yan eh, no? Yung Darkseer.
Siguro nga dahil kaya parang matchup eh. Alam nila na si Rupido ay gumagamit ng hero na yun. Kasi so far, laging nilang pinaban eh against Motivators. Against UDV. Pero this time, sila naman yung nagban. So, yeah, I guess this is more of them knowing yung strength ng tsaka Raid King siguro ayaw ng Darkseer. Pero sila yung nagban eh.
Sila. Actually kanina yung UD Veso 1 din yung nagban eh, game 2.
Balik na. Okay, sorry. Nagkaano na pala tayo.
This just in? Okay. Yeah, okay.
So
Kinausap ko guys, so nagkapalit lang to. Nagkapalit lang guys, nagkapalit. So it makes more sense. Dawnbreaker binangga ng MG Trust. Yeah. Na Pinoy, yung Pinoy moves, bumalik nga dito si UD Veso. So much more familiar. Much more familiar. Let's get.
Kaya
we're in character pa tayo. In character pa tayo. Nasa script pa. Nasa script.
Totoong timeline.
Nasa totoong timeline tayo.
Nasa tamang multiverse tayo.
Interesting kasi yung Motivate Trust Gaming, nakita na nila yung picks na to. So, yung same band with the Invoker at yung Ember Spirit ay napakaganda. Sabay yung Kuka. Wow. Respect after respect para dito sa Motivate Trust, no?
Oh.
Ayun lang.
Okay. Storm Spirit. I'm pretty sure medyo itong si Gacha Boy or Fearless, kating-katil laruin yan kasi yun yung mga paborito niya din. But they will be taking it. So, Storm open to counters. Ano kaya yung mga pwede mapick dito ng MG Trust? If ever gusto na lang, ma-counter yung Storm sa mid lane.
Ang hold, no?
Ember maybe.
Lina.
In their case, it's Lina and Nick.
Okay.
The combo, okay. So may Pinoy combo na, kung may Pinoy combo na Lion Mirana, meron din silang isa pang classic combo na
Lina Nix.
Nina Nix.
Si Kuya Nix, no? Shoutout kay Kuya Nix.
Yeah, Nix messes up dun sa Storm Spirit. Siyempre, meron siyang anti-mana burn. That's right. At Carapace can work.
Tsaka at level 1, level 2, makikipag-trade yung Lina eh. Aabangan niya lang yung remnant ng isang Storm Spirit, tapos second skill or normal, goods na. Napakalambot ng Storm Spirit kapag tumodo yung Lina lalo na yung right click build ngayon, 'di ba? Yung Recta BKB travel tapos Daedalus.
Silver Edge.
Silver Edge pala, oo.
Yeah.
So,
So,
next
next
your
pick.
offlane. Offlane yata ang proper.
Ooh,
Ano
okay.
the answer?
Somehow, pag naaalala natin the Pangolier na baban, pero kapag nakakalimutan natin, biglang napipick dun sa dulo. No? So, yeah, Pangolier, one of the picks of the day din so far. Does make it so. Probably, offlane na nga rin to, no? And Bloodseeker, talagang binan na nga rin sa mga counters for the Pangolier. Pero looking for a carry, I think, for UDVESA 1, and then an offlaner for MG Trust. No?
Okay, so Pangolier, obviously maganda pang team fight. Kaso medyo parang pinapaganda nila lalo yung game nitong Knicks. I would say, obviously pag Rolling Thunder, medyo walang kwenta dun si Knicks. But apart from that, parang ang daming mga yung mga damage output na parang pag binato mo hindi mo na maiwasan. So, Spike Carapace can be a good setup for in those moments. We'll see. LC ang ban, Motivate Trust. Meron pa hindi offlane options now.
Mars,
Open
Magnus,
Mongosor.
Yung Slardar, kanina nakita natin pick, is that a possible pick? Or maybe Beastmaster for the Roar against
Ay, maganda nga
Storm?
Beastmaster, no?
Pwede. Maglaro kayo na medyo mabilis. Wala nga lang kayong instant catch for the Storm for now. No, lahat medyo skill shot. Like Ari.
I think Mars. Gana Mars, para
Or
sa
bat?
motivate.
Offlane bat? Is that a thing? No.
Medyo risky mag-bat kasi hindi mo pakita yung carry ng kabila. Yun lang yung medyo para
that's
sa akin, medyo scary lalong open pa yung Slark.
Tingin ko Beastmaster yata ang perfect.
Alright.
Magnus.
Alright.
Better pick,
So,
no? Madaling catch. Tapos ang lambot ng Lion tsaka Mirana. Tsaka sa Storm.
So, carry mo, ang dami mga options for UDP. Pwede ka mag, maybe not a farming, yun nga, hindi nga farmer.
There we go.
Sila
Mas
ng,
active.
Live stealer. So, we're going real. Alam mo kung babalik tayo dito, tanggalin mo lang yung Pangolier. Sobrang Filipino draft dito. Plus UDP.
Pinoy na Pinoy, no? Palitan mo lang yan ng Tide. Ayan, Pinoy na.
Yun na yan.
Sadly banned nga lang, no? But there we go. The full squad for both these teams. And feeling nyo ba mahirapan masyado yung Storm Spirit dito sa UDVESA 1? Or sakto lang? Medyo na-cover nga ba with the Pangolier and Lifestealer?
Unfortunately, masasabi ko mahirapan siya. Kasi sobrang fast tempo nito. This is empowered na rating. Kanina yung rating na wala pang empower problema na at meron siyang malaking tulong. And Snapfire, napaka-basic na combo niyan. Hooking, tapos Wraith Fire Blast. So many options.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit will have a bad time sa early stages. Late game siguro, hindi siya maka-dodge whatsoever. Pero threat pa rin yung Rev Ball. Ang ganda ng coverage nila with the Lifestealer in the early stages, pero when we're just talking about yung buhay ng Storm Spirit na to, baka makulangin siya ng pagpa-farman.
Yeah. Same akin hindi lang din yung Storm, parang yung Nyx Assassin pick ay sobrang ganda din. Hindi basta-basta makaka-initiate ang UDVESA 1. Even though, yes, malambot ang Lina, hindi rin nila agad-agad makikill, may reso, Snapfire lang yung pwede nilang mahuli agad, pero kung magaling composition, I think na kung tatanungin mo kami, Kuya Nathan, ako, parang feeling ko Motivate Trust Gaming has the upper hand sa game na to.
Alright, so safe to say na parehas nga kayong more favored towards MG Trust, no? Feeling nyo medyo mahirapan yung Storm Spirit dito para makontrol yung tempo.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Maybe 100% predict probability, but yeah, there we go. We will go with the MG Trust versus UDVESA 1, game number 3. Please do carry on. Last game of the day. Let's go, Manjin and Wolf.
Ito na ang tunay, Wolf. We are now in the reality. The realest Mineski Masters. Tan agad sa my rage. O, di ba? Anong oras na rin kasi?
Anong oras na? Nagmamadali na. Pauwi na eh.
Oo
Kaso
eh.
di pala umuwi itong mga to. But
Hindi. Ay, naku, lilikod.
yun na yun.
May pana dito ang Beso 1. Pero lap trip na talagang parehas aggressive na. Tama ba ako ng pagkaintindi, Kuya Wolf? Kaya rin pinili ang Lifestealer para at least meron silang online agad nasasama
Tama.
sa combo.
Tama naman yun. That is very true. Katulad yung sabi natin, Storm Spirit yung pinaka-farm sa dulo. Siya yung scaling. Pero in the early stages, kailangan mo ng qualifier. Kailangan merong papatay kapag may na style combo na nila Miranda at Layo. Kailangan may ahampas. And in this case, it's going to be the Lifestealer.
Yeah, so nakay Ken ang bola to give that to his team. Pero actually, parehas tayong pumabor sa side ng Motivate Trust Gaming dahil ang dami kasi nilang options, Wolf eh. Kumbaga sa Happy Meal, ang dami mong combo. Ang dami mong pwedeng gawin na napakasarap gawin, 'di ba? Spike Carapace, dodge, Lina damage, may Magnus ka pa. Easy Bugatti eh.
Yep.
No?
And yung Magnus din kasi hindi mahirapan sa lane niya. Meron siyang tropang Nyx at melee to melee matchup. Obviously, Magnus mag-empower lang yan. All of a sudden, meron siyang 70, 80 damage. Tapos si Lifestealer nasa 55 damage lang. So, madali talaga mag-CS kung ikaw ay si Masa sa ngayon.
Oo, so Masa is going to have an easy time. Yan yung nakita na binanggit mo. Sabay pokes coming in mula sa mga supports. Mid matchup though, yun na, nakikita na natin yung kalamangan ng Lina na mas lamang siya sa poke laban sa Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane naman, you have the Wraith King. Laban dito sa Pangulier, Kuya Wolf. Pango ulit, no? Actually, pero this time napunta sa Beso 1.
Exactly. Sa may top lane, ito na, yung Mirana tumutulong na doon sa Lifestealer. Napapansin ko yung nung mula ng game 1, di ba Mirana din nga si Tilly nun. Lagi niyang ina-arrow yung range.
Yung mage.
Oo. Imagine mo position for siya. And normally, mga carry, mga galit pag ginawa mo yun eh. Pag ninakaw mo. Basically kasi ninanakaw yun eh. Pero, tapos additionally, parang napupush pa yung lane. So, hindi ko alam. Naging effective siya nung game 1. I'm not entirely sure if that's the way to go.
Siguro, ang gagawin na lang is to push and probably pull para at least mapuwersa si Masa na i-clear yung wave na yon. Well, may extra XP pero siguro magsa-stack din. And then, ang ginagawang trade mismo. Sabay extra XP na rin siguro kasi alam na goals nga. Ayun nga yung sinabi mo, mas makakapag-farm. So, let's see kung magiging effective. So, ito ang hindi effective. Ito, si Q kaya kasing makipag-trade eh. Ng isang Nyx.
Yeah.
So, medyo interesting ang matchup dito sa top lane. Kaibigang Wolf. Talagang pinupush nila, no?
Ito yung kakaiba eh. Parang hindi siya ganun ka-effective. Like I said, pag ginawa mo to sa normal
sa carry.
Parang,
lalo na sa rank.
sa mga rank, magagalit yan. Yung mga tropa sa atin, sila Butter, sila Midnight, magagalit yan.
Totoo. Sila mismo.
Totoo yan. Sila mismo yan. Parang, pero tingnan natin, nag-work siya ng game 1. We'll see what will happen sa game number 3.
Ano na lang din, siguro share your blessings.
Kumbaga,
na lang yung mage creep, sa'yo naman yung XP eh. Diba?
naman lahat eh.
Pwede naman lumayo yung Mirana, at least may onting pera. Let's see kung makakatulong yun sa wave nila. At sa wave management, I mean. Meanwhile, yung usapan dito sa baba, lamang din naman ng Wraith King in terms of the last hits. 17. Actually, 18, no? Well, parehas lang pala. Pero chillax lang din muna, no? Magkakatalo do kapag nag-level 6 na eh. Kasi gagalaw na yung Lina. Gagalaw na rin si JG. Si Gacha Boy versus JG sa mid.
Wraith King, ang flavor of this series. Parang ganun, bawat series may ganun eh. Pinagkagawan yung mga teams. So far, it's the Wraith King. Hindi natin kung magiging 100% win rate ulit.
Medyo maano kasi, spicy kasi ang Wraith King, pare eh. Pag pinili eh. Yung kasi, yung reso factor eh, no? Yung... The fact na alam mo lang kasing may reso, kahit na pro player ka at alam mong may reso, yung part lang na nasasayko ka na may reso.
Correct.
Yun yung nakakagulo eh.
Yeah, exactly. So, in this particular case, ang maganda dun sa Wraith King Ultimate, syempre, pag di ba may nag-ano ka, Life Stealer Bomb, or pag nag-Pangler ka, di ba? Normally, kapag may teamfight na tools, kunwari big ticket na ultimates,
Oo.
ang nangyayari pag ikaw yung Wraith King, okay lang na tangkihin mo yun. Kasi may reso ka naman. So, yun yung value na nakukuha mo bilang isang Wraith King.
Yeah. Tsaka kasi, pati yung super slow ng Wraith King plus yung combo ng Mortimer's cases is ay shoot na shoot. Pero let's see, medyo slow pace ang ating laban. Tabla naman, hindi naman ganoon kataas ang kalamangan. Hindi rin nila mapapatay agad si Masa, by the way. So talagang change lang. Pero naku, pangalawang beses na yan. Pangalawang courier na na-snipe ni Tihi in the top lane. So at least may mga nakukuha ang ganon. Ang koponan ni Tihi.
Ang yaman nga lang ni Masaros dito kasi meron na siyang soul ring, so Andy empower na to, Andy shockwave.
Andy wave, oo. Empower build pala, no, Kuya Wolf?
Oo.
Sakit
Yeah,
niya.
kasi yun talaga imagine mo yung Wraith King kanina, 'di ba? Parang ang flash farm na niya masyado. Parang pag dinagdagan pa ng empower, ano nang makukuha mo, sobrang bilis na farming na talaga.
Oo. Pati sa Lina, no, pwede mo rin palang i-empower.
Daming
Oo, iba. Well, let's see. Kailangan ngayon definitely ng Scourge na gumalaw. Kailangan nilang ma-utilize yung kanilang combo. Probably another pick off with the Lion and the Piranha. Nice dodge yung bumula kay Rupido UDV. Medyo pumapabor yung day ni Jackboy sa kanya dito sa baba. Medyo mataas-taas na yung kalamangan niya, kaibigan Wolf.
Yep. In this case, I would say na... Okay, wait. Interesting to Yung una ni Lina ay Boots of Travel, pero na-change stand siya sa mid.
Oo, nako.
Uy!
Lumaban na lang si Ken! Ken with the range, pero mapupullback siya. Ken will manage to get a kill.
Wow.
Meanwhile, yung Lina, nawala din pala. Di natin nakita. But man, Ken! Yun pala yun, Kuya Wolf. Nag-work naman pala yung pagpana-pana ng Mirana ng Mage.
Bigla naging naka-aggressive, tumaas yung levels. Deny ni Life Stealer. Wala pa nga siyang ult nun eh. Naghintay talaga siya ng kanyang face boots at saktong-sakto na ako yung kill. So, tamang haras. Sa may mid lane naman, pinatlo na nila si Lina with Lion, tapos Storm Spirit, as well as na Mirana. At alam na naman natin, for sure tatama yung pana na yon.
Oo. Matix eh, nako. I can sense a long game, Kuya Wolf, sa ganitong start. At, laning stage pa rin naman. Pero sa ilang mundo ng panonood natin ng Dota, parehas kasing nakapag-farm yung mga carries. Pero eto na, naspatan si Gacha Boy ni Tihi. Pero mabilis lang to eh. First kill lang. At nako, binate! Welcome to gbated.com.ph.
Oo, kahit sino naman din kasi magiging greedy dun sa time na yun na duly punished. Oo.
Kasi yun yung yung mga play, Kuya Wolf, bilang isang Mirana user, yun na yung star pull ka na eh.
Oo,
yung tipong...
gusto mo na eh.
Oo pagka first kill nun, biglang sa star pull mo eh. Kaso nangyari. Sige, Kuya Wolf. Ngayon, as JJ now having the illusion rune almost with ang kanyang malevolence, hindi na lang. Hindi pa rin ganoon. Slow pace pa rin actually ang gustong laruan ng Motivate Trust Gaming. Magandang umaga pala sa inyo, people na nanonood ngayon. Ayun na, magamit ang reverse polarity si Masa. Pero 2 minutes na mawawala yung kanyang reverse sa top lane. Probably trying to make a play on the Mirana. Pero unfortunately, ang nahuli ay si Ken. So, hindi na sila magpupumilit pa. As UDV is still doing well. For the first 10 minutes ng ating laro ay tablado pa rin ang laban at nakakapag-stacks ng creeps si Lucify para kay Mr. JG. So medyo goods pa rin ang UDV. Rupido also maintaining his lane. Hindi, I mean, si Jack Boy ay okay pa rin ang farm, pero the fact na nandun pa din ang Pangulier is still even ball game ang ating nakikita sa laban na to.
Simula na yata mag-stack. Actually,
Stack-on.
tinitignan ko. Tinitignan ko naman, Jean, yung mga stacks ng mga teams natin. May ancient stack sa may top. At dito naman sa kabilang team sa UDV, wala silang tagakuha ng stacks eh. So, hindi sila pwedeng pangit na mag-ano sila. Ito, yung mga ano lang, siguro yung mga, yan, yung mga maliliit na caps lang. Yung mga ancient, hindi nila
kaya.
pwedeng stack. Hindi kaya. So, yan, ang abangan natin sa mga
Well, tignan natin dahil nagsastack ng Ancients ang side ng Motivate Trust Gaming na pwedeng mag-switch eh, no? Yun kasi yung maganda eh, yung binanggit ni Aki kanina eh. Mas madali kasing mag-farm dyan eh.
Oo.
Bilang isang carry na pwedeng dyan mag-TP na yung Wraith King. Well, we shall see kung kailan yan kukunin, pero for sure pag nakuha niyan, pare ang yaman ni Jack Boys, armlet pala siya agad. Bilis.
Ang bilis na to. Tapos, ayun na, malapit na siyang bigyan ng empower.
Invisibility.
Dire-diretso lang ang pag-farm ng ating Wraith King ngayon na si Jack Boys.
Oo. JJ naka-invi this time. Hinihintay nilang sumugod ba dito si Masa. Meron ba siyang hila though? Malapit siya ng onte. Yun na. The arrow.
Uy!
Hindi na tama. Nabitin lang. Pero, makapag-reverse, hindi na rin. Dahil may normal naman. So, even though nag-miss yung arrow, it's still a kill. Kanina pa hinahanap yun ng team ng Veso 1.
Scary yun kung nakatakas si Magnus kasi sobrang kailangan na nila ng mga early kills na yun para sa Storm. And it's very good na nabigyan nila si JG ng isang kill. So far ngayon ay medyo nakakabawi when it comes to the farming. Still, ahead pa rin ng konti dito si Lina pero magandang recovery.
Saka yung patience na ginawa ni JG, no? Nilakad niya muna. Yung iba kasi pag naka-invi, ano na kaagad? Lightning ball na agad. Ultimate na agad kasi nandun na. So patience mula sa kanila. Meanwhile, ito na naman yung sinasabi natin. Resurrection pa si Jack Boys at hindi na mag-a-attempt. Walang mana for the finger. Si ang Lion, ang Beso 1. So ngayon yung Beso 1, Kuya Wolf, sabi nila game na. Huwag na natin patagalin to. Huwag na natin sila pag-farmin. Kailangan nating umarangkada. Kailangan nating gumalaw.
At yan naman ang tamang gawain. If
Totoo.
you are UDV sa 1, maybe move din sa may top lane or dito sa may bottom lane. Basta kumuha sila ng isang kill wherever. Kasi walang mana.
Walang mana.
JG.
Kakabanggit lang natin ng mga walang mana movements eh kapag storm eh.
Radiant structures are
So
fortified.
crucial death for JG. Tihi makakapag-leap out. Sabay mag-heal.
Radiant's
But
top
JG,
tower is
oh
under
no.
attack.
Gahabol pa rin
Pana.
Lina still.
Inabit na naman, boss. Pero buti na lang nakakill si Tihi. Pero wow, okay. And men, sabi naman dito ng Motivate Trust, mag-isa na lang tong life stealer. Will they take it? Hindi.
Wala rin silang reverse polarity.
Oo. Ito kasi yun, Kuya Wolf eh. Kumbaga, kung ikaw ang Beso 1, magigising ka na dapat sa katotohanan na bawal ka ng tumenga. Kailangan mo nang gumalaw.
Oo.
Ito na yung tipong wag ka nang tatamad-tamad. Every
Gising
minute
na.
counts. Oh, gising na.
Every second, every minute counts. Kung mga kills hindi nila makakuha, at least mag-take sila ng jungle. Kasi we were talking about how fast yung mag-jungle itong side ng Motivate Trust. So,
Ayan na,
ito
ayan na.
gagawin nila. This is a good move kung sakali.
Oh.
Simulan nila with the Storm. Ayun, tapos may mana.
Lightning Bolt, super dodge! Ibang klase
Super
naman
dodge.
Puki. Ang Puki ni ano. Ang Puki ni Boom.
It's the cookie.
Yung Puki ni Boom eh. Yung cookie ng Snapfire eh.
Grabe. Niligtas ng cookie.
Si Lina. Yung cookie ni Lina.
It's just the cookie.
Yung cookie
Imagine
ni
mo,
Lina eh.
yung plano nandun na, yung chain stun nandun na.
Nandun na kaso kinuki nga si Lina.
Cookie.
Dire are scanning.
Binawi niya si
Cookie
Lina
ng
eh.
Lina.
Oo, yung cookie ng Lina.
Cookie ng Lina talaga,
Oo.
boss.
Sabi ni Bungo, halika dito, Lina, akin ka. O, di ba? Kinuki niya eh.
It's the cookie.
It's the
that
cookie
counts.
eh. Oh, grabe yung cookie doon, men. Legit.
Iba, kasi imagine mo yung buong plano mo, nag-smoke ka pa, nag-spend ka ng halos buong mana pool ng Storm Spirit for the jump, meron ka pang Orchid, whatsoever. Cookie lang
Kinuki ng Lina eh.
Nina. Yun lang yung patapat. Isang cookie ng Nina. At ngayon, ang kanilang target yata ay bottom lane.
Biglang sila pa yung magsusmoke na nakaramdam sila eh. Nakita nila, narinig kasi nila na kailangan ng bumangon. At ayun, hindi na dodge po. Yun na naman yung cookie oh. Kinuki!
Iba yun ah.
Kinuki si Q pare. Tumatalo na sa nagubang at kanina naman cookie kasabi dito ni JG. Pero nasa likod ngayon si T. Nag-change target sila. Lumipat sila dito. Kay Raid King. May reso to. Alam nila pero go pa rin. Resurrection. Apat sila. Tatlo ang wala sa Motivate Trust Gaming. Naging baboy. Pero meron pa pang extra stun. Dito ang side ng Beso 1. Meron nga Hilina and Starfall to finish it off. Beso 1. Kagaya ng sinabi mo, Wolf. Wow! Tatlo ang nawala.
Sobrang ganda ng TV play tapos meron pang na-X bomb or the Life Stealer bomb na nakita natin. Backlines yung inuna nila, si Lina. Eh kasi yung cookie ni Lina nagamit na agad dun sa Nyx. Ang ginawa kasi nila, cookie tapos sabay impale. Ang ano nga, explosive nga eh. Kaso walang follow-up. Masyado malayo yung Pangolier. At si Lina ay wala na siyang defensive item sa kanyang sarili. Wala na siyang use eh. So inuna niya yung Boots of Travel.
Uso kasi yan.
But at least uso naman. Makakapag-push naman siya dun sa may top. Malapit na rin siya sa kanyang PKT. Mas naka-empower siya. Pero yung idea lang kasi, ginaw talaga. Ang ganda nung live stealer ba? Marami pang ganyang rotations ang kailangan ng UDP.
Tuloy-tuloy na ang arangkada nito. Kumbaga tapos na yung farm type eh. Tapos na yung farm phase. Dapat every time, kung ikaw ang Beso 1, game na game, ayun na. Nagtanong na si Chris Aquino ng game na. Nice Earth Spike. Nagmumula dito sa Lion. Mukhang itutuloy pa rin nila. Rolling Thunder. Si Rupido. Rupido going in. Nice voodoo. Nice Earth Spike na naman. Walang reso to. At ayun, yung pagkalmot na tinutuloy-tuloy lang. Pero ang ganda ng first polarity. Meron pang Laguna. Laguna lang pero tamang normal. Pero bigyan pa rin yung damage output ng side ng Motivate Trust Gaming sa Philippines. Hindi normal. Triple kill para kay Ken. Laging uptime. Yun ang gustong gawin ng side ng Beso 1. May kasama pang Torre sa gitna.
Sobrang lupit ng decision ng UDV na lumaban dun sa time na yon. Ginamit nila yung pangir. Tapos ito, Nunukaway nakuha yung Rev Bolt na skewer. Hindi rin handa kasi kakagamit lang ng ibang mga skills ni Lina. So wala silang damage output. Tapos may pana para hindi makahampas yung ating Magnus. Ang ganda nung ginawa ni Tihi doon na counter. And naligtas na yung team niya because of that. Tapos ang galing din mag-armlet tagger nitong si Ken. Kaya naman nakapag-dive siya. Sakto yung paggamit niyang rage kapag binabatoan siya ng LSA so that he can dive the tower. So, ang gandang set of events para sa side ng UDV. At ngayon, abante na sila. What they need to do, abante lang. Gawing rapido, si Rupido.
Oo, si Rupido gawing rapido.
Oo.
Nakita
kanina rapido siya eh.
Yung rollout niya kanina parang Optimum Pride eh.
Optimum Pride eh.
Si Optimum Pride eh.
Si Optimum Pride. Ito pala yun.
Oo eh. Pero tingnan natin kasi actually Kuya Wolf, kung binanggit natin kanina na pabor tayo sa lineup ng Motivate. Ayun. Nakita mo yon Kuya Wolf? The triangle formation.
Triangle offense.
Na triangle offense eh, si Lion sa top lane. So meron pa rin hulog. May hulog pa rin ang team ng Motivate. Kaso kasi, ang team ng UDV, na-sense na nila. Dapat hindi tayo magpahinga. Walang pahinga. Kumbaga, ito yung mga tipong kaibigan natin na ihilang ang pahinga.
Ihilang pahinga. Tama. Tama.
Dapat, ayan.
Yan.
Ihilang ang pahinga.
Ihilang pahinga dapat para sa UDV. Totoo yan. Ang ibig sabihin kasi nun, Majin, hindi nila pwedeng bigyan ng konting kahit opening man lang. Ito kasi Lucify, okay lang mamatay siya dyan. Basta mapuwersa niya to. Kaya ba niya patay? Kaya. Kinaya.
Kasya at kinaya, Kuya Wolf.
Kasyang kasya. At kinaya ng UDV.
Dire's
At
middle
ito pa
tower
nga eh.
is under attack. Radiant's
After
bottom
nung kill sa
tower
mid
is under
lane,
attack.
umiipi na agad yung best one. Yun nga eh. So win conditions, guys, we're joking around, no? Pero yun kasi yung nangyayari eh. Yung lineup ng side ng best one, dapat laging online. Hindi sila pwede ma-DC. Kuya Wolf,
Tama.
dapat everyday okay. Kumbaga para kang
Ang
Andrew
ginagawa ni Tihi. Tingnan mo si Tihi.
Ayan o, tingin no, normal. Starstorm.
Rapido.
Kumbaga dapat ano sila, Kuya Wolf, mala Andrew E, hindi mo titigilan. Hindi mo titigilan when she comes.
Tama.
Tuloy-tuloy lang. Ngayon dapat yung team ng Motivate Trust Gaming, ini-expect na nila na mangyayari to. Kung ikaw ang Motivate Trust Gaming, Kuya Wolf, what's your plan? Alam mo na laging sasapak ang kupunan ng UDV.
Taste Pogi ang kailangan gawin ng Motivate Trust dito. Meron naman silang ways para doon. Meron silang rating na pwede mag-split push, empower for the fast farm. Si Lina, ganun din gagawin. Meron siyang boots of travel. Pwede niyang i-take advantage out. Tapos BKB, TP pag kailangan. At this point, hindi muna sila makakapag-engage, unfortunately. Para ma-cut down nila yung deficit, kailangan ng web. Kaso ito, naku po, nag-BKB na.
Sino?
Uy, nagkaroon ng disconnection ha. Meron na pa TP out nila. Si Lina.
Oo, napamamba out. Pero yun
Kontra,
na, Kuya Wolf,
ito na.
vintage, no? Vintage tiis Pogi technique.
Pogi
Ay,
technique.
pero lalaban sila. They can sense it. Meron silang
May
reverse
blink
polarity.
na, may blink.
Meron silang reverse polarity. Ay, may
Uy.
fake. The fake. Ano, the fake
Sa
smoke.
fake back.
The fake
Kaso
back.
si Q, nahuli sila.
Oy, si Q, eto na, si Optim Ride! Rapido, naging rapido! Arrow, magmimiss, nagkasaikuan, blink instant! Joke lang! Lahat ng nangyari, practice lang, Kuya Wolf. Ano ka ba naman? Joke? Totoo ba to? Is this the real life? Is this canon? Napalaban na? Mana drain? Wala. Joke lang ulit. Joke lang ulit. Dapat ulit. Ambahan to the max. Grabe naman.
Nandiyan lang.
Oh!
Nandiyan lang, walang commitment.
Walang
naman, Jin.
commitment! Nagkatsanian ng true chat!
At
Tamang
tinatawag
normalan
nila,
lang, Kuya Wolf.
normalan. Sa sinasabi ng mga Gen Z ngayon, trial card lang man, Jin.
Nagka-trial card lang. Akala ko yun na eh. Na-excite ako
Oo.
eh.
Kaya, pero ang daming nawa na ba itong mga ultimates? Like Panggold, kaso 22 seconds, magbabalik na siya. Buti na lang walang red pool na nakita. But BKBs, available na rin siya sa Lina. At yung opening na yun, maliit na opening yun, grabe. Iti-take advantage agad ng Motivate Trust. Ito na, the sneaky Roshan.
Trust their instinct, Kuya Wolf. Nakita nila na ang daming ginawa. Ang daming kinambak. Okay, eto na, pasok. Hila para sa Lina. Pero reverse polarity. Sa nagkatama na makatabing BKB para kay Katsa Boy sabay. Yung multiverse kisses sinasalo pero naman normal pa rin. Si Ken, kinakalmot niya lahat.
Grabe.
Kalmot dito, kalmot doon.
May double damage
isa,
siya, no?
pero may Aegis pa rin. Pero hindi na makakawala pa yung Lina inverse. Disarmed. Disarm. Lucky shot
Disarmed.
is real.
Is-
Hindi makanormal. Si Jack.
Student! May DD pa rin, may DD pa!
Student
na!
Kuya Jack boys! There's a boot!
my
Hindi ka
God.
na makakagalaw pa! It is Ken! Sinabi natin to kanina na siya ang ayawak ng bola at mukhang siya nga, Ken! Giving UDV this victory sa laban na to.
Tignan mo yung yung zip-zap nung Storm Spirit, tapos lumabas bigla si Life Stealer, tapos may double damage. Nilakad lang niya. Kinalmot lang niya yung Lina. Wala siyang pakialam. At ikaw mo na nakita niya, okay na yung Lina. Sige, laban, palag, nakupo. Ang taas na damage output niya. Gets the double kill. Eventually will get the triple. Disarmed, stuned. Walang nagawa si Jack Boys. Kailangan pa niya ng BKB. Kaso medyo malayo pa siya sa kanyang BKB.
Malayo pa sa katotohanan. Si Ken is the way.
Oo.
Man, si Ken, yung lang, sinalo niya lang. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng Lina. Rage only. Rage right click.
Ibang klase. Hinarap niya talaga eh.
Wala. Naglakad pa nga yun. Kita mo yung...
Nilakad, min.
Para siyang si Chris Brown eh. Nagko-crawl. Crawl back to lab.
Kasi si Chris Brown hindi na masyadong uso ngayon at nakita naman natin.
Let's crawl. Kuya
Radiant's
Wolf.
bottom
ano na
tower
eh.
is under
Si
attack.
Ken na ang uso ngayon.
Ken with this life stealer pick, binanggit nito kanina ni Nathan about this life stealer being online, being the one, being active in this game. At yun yung nakikita natin na nagbibigay ng opportunity sa UDV to take advantage to get this series. But still, it's not over. 2K gold lead lang. What are the changes na kailangan gawin ngayon ng side ng Motivate Trust Gaming?
Okay, so what they can do, syempre, hintayin tong BKB kay Magnus para make sure lang na meron silang rev pool na magamit. And eventually, yung shards, kailangan nila yan. Para naman kay Lina, looking for the, I would say, Skadi yata ang gusto ko.
Para kay
Kailangan
life
niya na,
stealer.
romantic click na kasi kailangan niyang ano eh. Uy, kaso mahuli siya ni Lucify.
Lucify? Kasi yung Lina, nung nauso yung Daedalus Travel, yun usually yung route na ano eh, na build. Pero this time, just to counter the region eh, no? At para maging makunat na din kahit papaano, no?
Makunat, para hindi siya, para pag hinarap siya, pwede niyang hampasin din kung sakali.
Oo, nakikipag-normalan na talaga. Normalan na talaga to, kaibigan mo.
Normalan na, oo.
Well, we shall see.
Grabe si Ken, walang pakialam sa mundo. Naglakad lang, oh.
Diba si Kuya Ken?
Kuya Ken eh.
Cannot be, cannot touch.
Di, si Kuya Ken, diba?
Oo. Si Mr. Kenneth. Ken, 18-8 ang ating scoreline. Well, yung rating may damage pa rin eh. So, I mean, Motivate Trust Esports, dapat abangan na nila yung rage. I think pwede nilang kahit pa paano, ang dami nilang kahit potential eh. Tsaka isa lang din kasi yung nahuli ng reverse earlier.
Oo. Si Lion nga lang yan eh. Si Lion, masayang-masaya siya sa nangyari na yun. He's able to survive. Able to tank yung rev ball na dapat ay game-changing para sa Motivate Trust. Pero I mean, interesting dito kay Manila. 1,000 lang ang lamang. Even with 18-8 na scoreline. 1,000 gold lang yung lamang dito ng UDV.
May hulog ba to?
Ito na. Grabe.
Yan na. Lista mo na yun. Uy, grabe.
Uy.
Oh my glove!
Na-dodgeball!
Oh my glove, nag-selfie! Old school Dota Legacies! Si Tihi ngayon ang ginamit na Lina. BKB para sa Lina. Nilabas na yung kuryente ng Laguna Blade. Pero pinagkakalmot-kalmot lang siya. Si Ken para siyang si Wolverine. Berserker Barrage! Ibang klase, men. Kahit na wala na si Tino. Ayan na. Sige. Sampalin mo. Pinagsasampal.
The Weapon X.
The Weapon X. Si Ken is the way. Nang tanong siya, pwede ba ako? Sabi ni Rayo, sure you can. And with this, UDV, yun lang pala yun. Ang daming nangyari, pero right click lang ang kailangan. Kahit mouse lang yung paggamit mo kay Ken. Pwedeng manalo.